Halloween wasn't exactly my favorite time of the year. As a witch, a real witch, with a store that sold the best quality potion ingredients in the state, I was always busy. But in October, I was inundated with pretenders. The stampede into my store started the moment pumpkin spice hit the coffee shops. I had to suck it up though. The reality was that the money I made in October alone covered the rent on my shop for the whole calendar year. So even if I didn't like the inevitable switch to selling Halloween costumes and fake spells for a month, I wasn't going to close my shop and protest anytime soon. We lived in Salem after all, the Halloween capital of the country. The bells above my shop's front door jingled again and I swallowed the groan that rose. On the 30th of September, I put all my good stuff away, raised the prices and put out a whole lot of pumpkin and witch props out for the tourists. They came in droves. It had been so busy for the past 3 weeks solid that I'd barely had a day off, but we were almost there. Halloween was only 10 days away, then I'd enjoy a well-earned reprieve from the seasonal madness. I forced a smile to my face as 2 blonde-haired angels hurried towards me where I stood behind my shop counter. "Hello. How can I help you?" "We're looking for Halloween costumes," one of the girls gushed excitedly. "Of course you are." I stepped out from behind my 200-year-old oak desk, a gift from my grandmother, and pointed towards my newly refreshed costume section. "You'll find everything on these 2 racks, and I have changing rooms out the back." The one with the straighter hair grabbed my arm. "Have you got anything scary? But kind of sexy?" Oh, if I had $1 for every time someone asked me that. I stared into her eyes, did a quick assessment of what I thought would work with her features and said, "Try the witch outfit with the orange and black stockings, then pair it with some blood, maybe some gothic vampire accessories. If you can't find what you need, ask me. I might even have something in my secret stash. Or I'd be able to conjure up something simple for them." I wasn't very powerful when it came to physical magic, but I could pull together some fluff and elastic easily enough. The girls squealed and ran off to try on the clothes I'd been gathering all year. I couldn't help but smile at their blatant enthusiasm. It might annoy me to do this, to pretend that magic and witches weren't real, but the happiness that bubbled off of my clients in October surpassed that of my normal clientele. And for that I was grateful. I shook my head at my own strange thoughts and walked back to my desk, putting together little harmless pouches of sage and rosemary for those that wanted to do their own Halloween night rituals. "Oh, this is perfect," one of the girls cried, running out to show me like I was her mom. "But you don't have it in blue by any chance?" she asked hopefully. I looked at the pretty angel outfit that I had acquired in every color. "Yeah. I do, actually. Let me go grab it for you from out the back. Just give me a minute." The girl rushed back to the dressing room with a shriek. I put down my mortar and pestle with a small shake of my head. The back room was where I kept all of my surplus Halloween gear, and where I could easily make something with my magic if I needed to. I heard the bells on the front door jingle again and called out, "Won't be a minute." I looked around the storeroom and quickly realized that I didn't have any more blue angel costumes like the girl wanted. I glanced towards the door to make sure no one was watching, then waved my hand over a coat hanger. A blue angel costume appeared on the hanger. I smiled as the last of the silver glitter applied itself to the skirt. "That's nice." I even colored the outfit pale blue, more like the girl's eyes. I walked back into the main store and took the costume straight to the girl who was still excitedly going through my trunk of accessories. "Wow. You've got some awesome stuff," the curly-haired blonde said, picking up a pretty and chunky faux pearl necklace. "I'd sold a ridiculous amount of them in the last week." "Keep digging," I said with a grin, starting to like these 2 customers despite my best efforts to remain aloof. "There's more than a few unique necklaces in that trunk." The girls dove headfirst into my fake jewelry, like little kids in a swimming pool on a hot summer's day. A contagious laugh bubbled up inside of me at their enthusiasm. "Pansy has the best Halloween gear around here," a deep and familiar voice said from behind me. I froze, the laugh dying in my throat. Crap. I turned around slowly, steeling myself for the onslaught of heat that would descend upon me. And it did. Hard and fast, leaving me feeling dazed. I lifted my chin out of spite and crossed my arms defiantly. Get out of my shop. Now. His eyes were sapphire blue like real jewels. The color that only fairy tale heroes in storybooks were blessed with. His smile, which was now directed at me, sent shivers of warmth through me. My nipples ached in response and anger pooled in my gut. Damn him. Maverick, my high school sweetheart and the only man I'd ever loved, didn't move. He just grinned at me with even more charm and warmth than before. Then his piercing blue gaze slid sideways, to the gorgeous young girls who'd emerged from their shopping spree to stare up at him with abject wonder. Hello, ladies. Maverick said, stepping sideways so the girls would receive the full wattage of his impressive warlock smile. The girls stumbled to their feet, all knock-kneed and big wide eyes. I groaned as jealousy and anger hit me in equal measures. I wasn't sure which emotion was more frustrating. I just hated that he affected me at all. Well, I'll leave you three to it, I announced, then scurried back to the safety of my desk. Luckily, the girls looked at least 21, otherwise I'd have shoved them out the door with one of my broomsticks. Maverick was the hottest, sneakiest, most powerful warlock this city had. And we had a past that still broke my heart to think about. The moments we'd stolen together as teenagers still kept me warm through the cold nights. He'd been my first everything. First love. First kiss. First night of passion where I'd slept, wrapped in his arms, and had truly believed that we'd never be apart again. But within a day of our only night together, his parents had shipped him off to some hoity-toity warlock school in London for college, and when he eventually returned, he'd changed. He wasn't my Maverick anymore. And he never was again. The girls came rushing up to my desk, their arms full of purchases. Can you ring these up for us? I nodded and forced a smile, before packing up their outfits as quickly as I could, adding in a couple of charmed necklaces from my drawer under the counter. They would stop them from being hexed on Halloween night. It was a pity I couldn't put them on the girls right now, not that I thought Maverick had changed that much, but still. Better safe than sorry. Maverick swaggered around the coat stand and slung his arm over one of the girls' shoulders. We're heading to the cafe around the corner. You coming? My cheeks heated with a hot blush when I realized he wasn't talking to me. Yes. Definitely. Just paying. The blonde girl physically shoved the jewelry she wanted into the brown bags I was packing, then thrust her credit card at me. I'll pay for everything. Together. Please. I did the math quickly in my head, then presented the girl with the total on the card machine. She didn't balk at the price. Instead, she just tapped her card and grabbed up the bags in her hands. Thank you. Then she hurried back to Maverick. He'd worn a short-sleeved black shirt today, which unfortunately for me highlighted the size of his bulging biceps. He'd gotten another tattoo since last I saw him, a black flame-like thing that curled up his forearm. I bit my tongue, refusing to comment on it. He seemed to get a kick out of annoying me, and I wasn't giving him the satisfaction. Not today. My heart thumped heavily in my chest, and adrenaline zinged along my veins as though a lion had literally entered my shop. I desperately wanted to hide out the back just so I didn't have to look at him anymore, but I refused to show him just how much he still affected me. It hurt me to admit it, but no matter how hard I tried to forget him, I couldn't. Nothing had changed for me. I still felt the same way about Maverick as I did all those years ago. I wriggled my fingers at the girls, focusing on them as I said, "Bye, ladies. Have a great Halloween." "Oh, we will," they cried in unison, tugging at Maverick. "Thank you for all your help." Maverick was still staring at me, waiting for a reaction. Which one he expected or wanted, I wasn't sure. So I smiled at him with as little warmth as I could muster, then turned away to jot down the sales. The pencil felt stiff in my hand. He was still staring at me. I could feel it. But I forced my foggy brain to recall everything the girls had bought, resolutely ignoring the charming warlock, much to his chagrin. When the bells above the door finally rung to signal that they'd left my store, I sunk down onto the stool with a sigh of relief. Another thing I hated about Halloween. Maverick was back in town.
Maverick. I pushed open the cafe's front door and directed the girls to the booth at the back. Here you go, ladies. Best seat in the house. The two blondes slid into the booth, giggling as they did. They were gorgeous, angelic, young, and absolutely falling all over themselves to please me. Not my type. At all. My cell phone wasn't ringing, but I pulled it out of my pocket as if it had vibrated and stared down at the screen. It's my father. Excuse me. I walked away from the booth, just within their earshot, and answered a call where no one was on the other end of the line. Yeah. Okay. Damn, really? Fine. Fine. I said in a falsely exasperated voice. I hung up the phone, then turned to the girls. Ladies, I have to go. Oh no. They pouted, obviously anxious to be wooed and bedded, like most of the humans around here. It's okay. Another time, I said, unable to help myself from being polite. I hadn't meant to hurt them. I only wanted to see if Pansy still felt the same way about me. And she did. I'll see you again, I'm sure. Will you be around for Halloween? One of the girls asked. I never caught their names, getting to her feet within the booth just so she could step closer to me. I nodded. Yep. I'm here for the carnival, then I'm heading back to London. Most people would have said, heading back home, if they were returning to the place they'd lived for 10 years. But London wasn't home. It was an obligation. Work. There was only one place I called home, and that place was a woman. And she owned the magic shop around the corner. We'll see you then. Maybe. One of the girls swooned. I winked at her, then turned on my heel and left the cafe. I was back in my hometown of Salem for a few precious weeks, then I'd be shipped back to the Warlock World headquarters to finish out yet another year in corporate hell. Hey Mav. Someone called out. I looked up. It was Tony, walking towards me with an authentic smile of greeting on his face. God, I missed that. Tony. I called back with almost as much warmth, opening my arms and embracing one of my oldest friends. It's been too long. Tony patted me on the back, a classic male sign to stop the affection, and we both stepped away. You here for Halloween? He asked. I nodded ruefully. You know they only let me out once a year. Yeah, but why choose here for your vacation? You could be in Hawaii. Hell, Australia even. October's beautiful in sunny Queensland, I've heard. I shrugged, making my answer simple. This is home. The town I'd grown up in, and the place where Pansy lived. I couldn't really go anywhere else, for the short vacation time they allowed me, truthfully. Tony cackled with laughter, then turned and held out his arm, a cute little blonde sliding into his side. You remember Haley, don't you? Haley grinned up at me. The same girl from last year. The young witch who barely had her wand. I nodded politely. Nice to see you again, Haley. The girl gave me the same assessing look I received from almost everyone in the magical community. Then she stared up at Tony with an impatient look. Are we going to get some lunch? I'm starving. Tony dropped his lips on hers, then pulled back. You go ahead and order for us, okay, babe? I want a minute with Mav. Then he tapped the young witch on the bum with a playful slap. She jumped in surprise, but also giggled, then sashayed off. I couldn't even imagine doing that to Pansy. That witch would have me on my ass so fast I'd be bruised for a week. With Haley out of earshot, I turned my gaze back to my friend. He was looking at me in the strangest way. What's up, Tony? What are you really here for, Mav? I didn't expect the direct question, and couldn't help but glance away from his probing stare. This is my home, Tony. London and headquarters weren't exactly my choice. Tony tilted his head to the side and continued to stare at me. Then why are you still there? It's been, what? 6 years at headquarters. Surely that's enough. My parents had told me that 10 years was the minimum sentence I needed to serve, and even after then, I was expected to stay. It was good for my parents' image, after all. I shrugged, choosing not to answer his rhetorical question. Tony wouldn't understand. His parents weren't like mine. They wanted him to be happy. He'd never understand the pressure I was under being the High Warlock's son, so I changed the subject. So Haley, huh? Not really the kind of girl I pictured you with. It was Tony's turn to shrug. She's a bit young, but she's a good chick. Check in with me at Christmas, and I'll let you know if she's still around. I laughed and held out my hand to the warlock. See you at the parade then. He shook my hand. Good to see you, man. He tugged me in for another quick manly hug, then headed off after his girl. A cloud of loneliness descended upon me the moment Tony was out of my orbit. I tried my best to push away the melancholy. It was one of the many problems I had with working at headquarters. The corporate, stab the person in front of you in the back atmosphere stole a little piece of my soul every day that I was forced to work there. The idea of staying there another 4 years, minimum, drove me to some pretty scary and insane thoughts. Maverick. Another old friend called out, dragging me back to reality. I jogged across the road to chat with him, and my mood immediately lifted. These yearly trips were the only thing that kept me sane, and the idea of going on some ridiculous Hawaiian holiday alone made me cringe. Albert. I called out as I got close to my mate, who was an absolute whiz with potions. How are things? I got swept into conversation after conversation along the street, enjoying the warmth of the fall sunshine and the familiarity of being back home. I had 2 weeks here, and in that short amount of time, I had to either find a way out of this job that was slowly killing me, or convince the witch I'd loved as a teenager to give me a second chance. I wasn't sure which one had a higher likelihood of success, but it was All Hallows' Eve soon. Surely a touch of magical help wasn't too much to hope for.
Pansy. My skin tingled with a warning premonition moments before the door of my shop opened, and an old witch walked in. Mildred McCready. Things were about to turn sour real fast. I had no interest in speaking to her. She was the main reason I'd lost Maverick all those years ago, and I'd never forgive her. She hit the little bell on my desk with her wrinkled old hand. Pansy dear. A little service, if you can possibly spare me the time. I closed my eyes for the briefest second. I really needed to get on with creating a ward over my shop that kept out anyone who wished me harm. But that was a task for another day, another month. I stepped out of the storeroom and walked up behind my desk. My apologies, Mildred. I was restocking. How can I help you today? Maverick's mother stared back at me with those cold slate gray eyes. They held no sparkle or warmth. I'm out of a few things and need them replenished as soon as possible. She handed me a note with a list as long as my arm. I stared down at the paper and ran my gaze over the entirety of the ingredients. I had almost everything she needed except frogwort. I don't carry that, I'm sorry. Mildred tutted in that disapproving way she always had. And you call yourself a potions shop? Frogswort is one of the most common ingredients in advanced potions work, but you probably wouldn't know that, would you, dear? I bit my tongue so that I couldn't correct her. That would not be received well. But she was wrong. Frogwort was needed for just 2 potions. I knew every potion book inside and out. I might not be able to cast a lot of spells, and my scrying and physical magic was for shit. But potions. I knew potions. I forced a smile on my face. I'm sure I can procure it for you. When do you need it by? I raised an eyebrow, hoping she'd give me a decent deadline and not her usual now. By Monday would be fine, she said, sticking her nose in the air. If you think you can manage that. Oh, what I wouldn't give to be able to just say no to her. But she was married to the High Warlock, and a witch in her position had far too much sway over our community. Real magical beings kept my food bills paid the rest of the year, so I couldn't afford to offend the High Witch and risk being shunned or closed down. And speaking of bills, Of course. Let me just ring this up, and you can settle your account today. The wife of the High Warlock didn't like to pay for anything, and rarely did. She owed money to everyone in town. But no one held her accountable. They were too afraid. She flicked her hand at me dismissively and glanced away. Oh, I'll send my husband by when he's free. You know I don't deal in anything as dirty as money, dear. Of course you don't. That's for peasants like me. I took my time, making several notes on her list, including the expense of every item. Then I lifted my gaze and handed it back to her. Oh. Then maybe Janie can help you. I didn't blink when she glared back at me. I didn't work for free, and even if there were certain patrons I gifted herbs and potions to, the High Witch wasn't one of them. She thrust the list at me again. I'll send Maverick around this afternoon. He'll sort everything out for you. I clamped my jaw shut so tight my teeth nearly cracked. I didn't want to see Maverick, and she knew it. They'd gone to great pains to separate us as besotted teenagers, and we'd never been able to find our groove again. In fact, his parents had done everything they possibly could to make sure that we were never so much as in the same room again together after that. So what had changed? I opened my mouth to tell her not to bother, and that I'd just add the new items to her account. She didn't need to send Maverick in. I didn't want him to come into my shop just to pay a bill. How embarrassing and awkward. But that wasn't what came out. Instead I said, great. Let him know I close at 6. She blinked. I blinked. And no one said anything. Not a thing. Fuck. The bells above my door jingled suddenly, interrupting the moment, and 3 teenage girls rushed in. We need costumes for Halloween, they chorused. I nodded at Mildred, my stomach still knotted up. I'll let you know when your order is in. Then I walked away from the witch most likely to make my life a living hell. Hi there. I have a selection of costumes available. There are vampires, witches, warlocks, angels. I explained to the girls who were already browsing the wigs and accessories. The front door opened and closed again as Mildred left in a huff. I could finally breathe again. I'd never been so grateful for a group of trick-or-treaters. I actually have a few new things out the back. I told the girl with dark brown eyes. I was keeping them for just the right people. The one with a purple stripe in her hair raised an eyebrow at me. Any one-of-a-kind pieces by chance? I grinned at her. A girl after my own heart. If you were going to dress up, why look like everyone else? Absolutely. Just give me 10 minutes. I had a trunk of my own personal costumes, and stuff I'd picked up along the way on my travels out the back. I only brought it out for special customers. And these girls who'd saved me from Mildred and her snobbery were officially my favorite people of the day. So I ran off for the trunk, and spent the rest of the day surrounded by excitable, Halloween-loving customers. At 5 minutes to 6, I glanced at the clock for the 20th time and frowned. The shop was empty finally, yet Maverick still hadn't come to pay his mother's bill. Not that I wanted to see him, of course. Once today was enough for my poor heart. But I wouldn't have put it past his mother to make him do it, just to fuck with our heads and make a point. I grabbed a bottle of water and took a sip, my throat sore from talking all day long. I had some honey drops behind the counter for this exact reason, so I grabbed one and popped it in my mouth, moaning at the sweet, soothing taste. God, I was hungry. I'd missed lunch again today. The door opened for the 100th time. Sorry. We're closed. I called out. A ripple of heat washed over me in response, and I shivered at the sensation. Damn. It's him. I steeled myself for the confrontation I was about to have. Only one person in the world set my body alight the way he did. Hi, Pansy. I forced myself to smile, so he didn't realize how badly he affected me after all these years. I walked away from the vampire blood cabinet I'd been restocking with fake crap, and stepped toward the cash register again. Hey, Maverick. You're here to settle your mom's account? I tried to sound relaxed and professional, but heaven help me, my heart was pounding like a runaway train in my chest. There was no one else around now. No customers to distract me or offer a buffer between us. Nobody was going to come and save me from this interaction. He nodded awkwardly. We haven't been alone since the night I left, have we? He said into the silence, basically reading my mind. I wanted to ask him if he'd increased his magic skills to include mind reading, but that would have meant admitting that I'd been thinking the exact thing. And I wasn't ready for that. Instead, I ignored his comment and pulled out his mom's account. Did you want to settle the whole amount, or just her order from today? I hated taking money from Maverick, it burned in my gut like acid. But there wasn't a way around this. Mildred owed me. More than a little. I'll pay for everything, Maverick said, pulling a black credit card out of his wallet and placing it on the desk in front of him. He reverently ran his palm over the wood of my desk. Wow, is this your grandma's? He asked. My throat thickened with emotion. I couldn't believe he remembered. Ah, yeah. Mom gave it to me when I opened the shop. I licked my lips self-consciously and cleared my throat. So, did you want to know the total, or just tap it? I shrugged. Okay, your call. I tapped his card, but the amount due required a PIN. The total was way higher than Maverick would have realized. I handed him the machine. He typed in a few numbers, not balking at the amount as he handed it back to me. I tore the receipt off and slid it into the cash register. Thanks for that. He inclined his head, seeming a little shy suddenly. No. Thank you, Pansy. I know my mother likes to throw her weight around, but you shouldn't have to carry her debt like that. I appreciate your patience with her. I shrugged, feeling heat flare in my cheeks. It's no problem. Even if the liberties she took vexed me, I wasn't going to admit that to him. He didn't turn around and leave as I'd expected him to. Instead, he started looking around my store like he was shopping. I rolled my eyes at his exaggerated slow stroll. I've got to close up, Maverick. Is there anything in particular that you need? He glanced back at me as he continued to wander around, those blue eyes sparkling like twin sapphires. Well, I do need a costume for All Hallows Eve. I couldn't help but smile at his playful tone. What, like being one of the most powerful warlocks in town isn't enough for you? He didn't even break a smile. I never wanted to be a warlock. He was being serious. Weird. Okay. Well, I do have some costumes still for sale, but surely you could conjure up something far better for yourself? This way, he asked, gesturing towards the change rooms. I nodded and let him go. I'm just going to do final closing stuff. If you need help, call out. He wandered off. I couldn't help my gaze from getting stuck on his broad shoulders. He was just as fit and well-built as he'd always been. Bigger even. I sighed and locked up the cash register, reconciling the credit accounts for the day. I wasn't taking his money when he came back, no matter what he wanted to buy. Mav. I called out when I was done. No response. I frowned but didn't go look for him. He knew where the door was. So I packed my bag, checked for my keys, and pulled my cell off the charger. I tapped my foot and waited a little longer, and he still didn't come out of hiding. Now it was time to heave a heavy sigh. Mav, come on. I'm starving. I really need to get home. When he didn't answer still, I realized I'd have to go looking for him. I put everything I needed in my purple patchwork handbag and started walking towards the back of the shop. If you're in the change rooms trying on one of the vampire outfits, I'm going to. You're going to what? Came his deep, sexy voice from behind me. I turned around, ready to blast him with my annoyance, but instead I stopped. And stared. He was down on one knee, holding out a ring box that was open, exposing the most incredible ring I'd ever seen. I couldn't stop staring. It was not a traditional diamond engagement ring. Instead, it was a rainbow of color with rich red rubies, breathtaking emeralds, and deep blue sapphires. It had to be for me, but why? My heart pounded and my knees shook as I took a small step towards the warlock I'd loved for a decade. Maverick. I whispered. What are you doing? Pansy, will you give me a second chance? Tears instantly filled my eyes, and I blinked them away with effort. What's the ring for? I asked sheepishly. He smiled that heart-wrenching, sapphire-eyed, sparkling smile that had always slayed me. It's a promise ring. If you accept it, you'll have my heart for as long as you want it. My hands flew up to cover my mouth. I had to be dreaming, there was no way this was real. Why? I stuttered in shock. I had so many questions, but that feeling of premonition from earlier was tingling down my neck with extra zing. Maverick had opened a door to a future I'd only ever dreamed about, and everything inside of me was screaming at me to walk straight through it.
Maverick. I hadn't expected to propose anything tonight. In fact, I hadn't even decided how I was going to ask Pansy for a single date, let alone a lifetime with me. But when I'd walked into her shop tonight, my heart had told me to jump all in. To leap towards the future I wanted, and hope to all that was holy that she would give me the chance that had been ripped away from us. While she'd been busy closing up, I'd used my magic to construct a ring that I knew she'd love. It was colorful, priceless, and one of a kind. Just like her. I'd made it of the highest quality stones, so that it would be strong enough to contain a promise spell. Pansy stared down at the ring, struggling to put together a complete sentence. Which, if I was honest, was one of the first times I'd ever seen her speechless. She obviously needed more information, and I desperately wanted to make her understand. I've never gotten over you, Pansy, and I've always wondered about what could have been. Would you give me a second chance? Please? Or am I too late? She swallowed hard, her throat working as she dropped her hands away from her mouth. My hope, which had been a strong bright flame, now began to dim. I got up off my knee and rose to my feet. I still had the ring in the box. Pansy's eyes were big and full of apprehension. Pansy? I asked, reaching out to her with my free hand. She reached for me too, sliding her fingers into mine. Tingles of heat coursed over my skin. God! I hadn't touched her in too long. And maybe that was what she needed, to remember how good it was between us. I snapped the ring box shut, slid it into my pocket, and moved that hand around her waist. She didn't try and pull away, but simply stared up at me with those big, beautiful green eyes, as though she couldn't believe this was really happening. I didn't ask if I could kiss her. I had to show her how much I still needed her. I stared down into her eyes, and when hope flickered in her gaze, I dropped my lips onto hers. That first taste was better than I remembered. Her lips were soft and lush and welcoming. I pulled her body closer, fitting her against me like she was the other half of my puzzle, slotting into place. I moaned at the perfection of the feeling. I couldn't help it. She gasped against my lips in return, then opened her mouth to me. I slid my tongue in to taste her. She grabbed onto me like I was her anchor in the storm of life. Her fingers clutched at my shirt, and she lifted her chin to make a stronger connection. My hand slid down her body, moving from her waist to the fleshy globes of her ass. Pansy broke our kiss unexpectedly and lifted her head, still clinging to my shirt. What's happening, Maverick? I'm dreaming, aren't I? I have to be. I lifted my hands to cup her face. If she thought she was dreaming, then she hadn't given up on us either. Do you still want me, Pansy? Even as I am now? She closed her eyes, pursing her lips in anxiety before whispering. I don't know. A wave of cold washed over me, but I refused to let her go. Her fingers still clung to my shirt, and she wasn't pushing me away. Are you afraid of what I've become? I asked her gently. Over there in London, away from you. Away from everything. She nodded, her head down and her eyes still closed. Okay. I whispered. I was moving too fast. She needed reassurance that I was still the boy she'd loved when we were young. So, how could I do that when I didn't totally believe it myself? I leaned forward and pressed a kiss to her forehead, trying to think of a way forward with this one. I had to tread carefully, or I risked losing her forever. Then how about a Halloween promise? She lifted her head and stared up at me. A small sparkle of hope peeked in her gaze. "What sort of promise?" she asked cautiously. "Give me 10 days to prove to you that I'm still the boy you once cared about. Give me that chance, and on Halloween night you can choose whether you'll take me back or let me go, forever." The words shocked me, burning in my throat, but I'd come this far. I wasn't turning back, even though the idea of her giving up on me scared the shit out of me. I forged ahead. "I've never moved on, Pansy. I miss you, and the way we made each other feel so much." A sob rose and fell in her throat. "I've missed you too, Maverick." I gripped her body even tighter against me. "Does that mean you'll give us another chance?" She nibbled her lip. "But what about your job? Your parents?" I didn't have the answers to those questions. But if Pansy loved me, I'd move heaven and earth to be with her again. I kissed her beautiful lips. "Let's worry about the semantics later, sweetheart. I just want 10 days to date you, woo you, love you. Don't you want to know if we're meant to be together?" She stared at me for a long time, then finally nodded. "I do. We never really broke up, we just stopped being." The pain in her voice cut me deep, so I pulled back, giving both of us some space. "I didn't mean to come here and propose this to you. But when I got here, I just couldn't imagine walking away from you again." "You mean like you did 10 years ago?" she asked quietly. The tears in her eyes made me want to punch myself in the face. "I didn't walk away, Pansy. I would never. I was transported to London. I didn't take a plane. My mom packed my bags and my dad just snapped his fingers. And before I could even ask where I was going, I was in some bullshit college surrounded by strangers." Her jaw dropped. "Seriously? You didn't?" I let her move away as she straightened her mussed clothes. "Nope." I thrust my hands into my pockets and clenched my teeth together. And it was there that I was told I'd been signed up for a decade of servitude to the Warlock headquarters once I finished college. Pansy wrapped her arms around her body as though she were cold. I'd told her too much, I was overwhelming her. I pulled myself back to the task. The ring box was burning a hole in my pocket, so I grabbed it out again. This time, I took the ring out and held it in my hand. "Pansy, this ring is my promise to you that I will do everything in my power to show you who I really am. I want you. I've never stopped needing you. And if you'll forgive me for the last 10 years, I'll marry you, worship you, whatever your heart desires." Again, the words that tumbled from my lips shocked me. I hadn't been thinking of marriage. What had gotten into me tonight? Her eyes widened in surprise. I couldn't help but laugh at her expression, grateful for the shift in mood. "Did you put some sort of spell on me?" I asked with a grin. Her lips tweaked up at the corners. "And what sort of spell would that be, Mav?" A laugh bubbled up inside me once more. The truth is just spilling out and I can't stop it. I didn't mean to mention marriage. Please don't let me scare you off. All I know is that I need you, Pansy. I want you. I'd somehow popped the cork on my innermost thoughts, and now I couldn't stop all of these feelings and words from just splashing out of me like a damn fountain. She smiled, softly, seductively. My heart beat with full strength for the first time in years. "Damn, she's beautiful." "You're telling me the truth?" she asked slowly. "You've really missed me, wanted me all these years? Even with all the other girls you've paraded around here and in London?" I rolled my eyes. "Other girls? I've never loved anyone the way I loved you, Pansy." Stop fucking telling her so much." She giggled in response, clearly amused by this side of me. "What about you?" I asked. "When I was in college, it felt like every time I came home you had a new boyfriend." She shrugged, her eyes lighting up with a mischievous sparkle. "Yeah, well, not all of them were boyfriends." Pardon me?" I asked, eyes wide. She properly cackled out a real witchy laugh this time. "Your mom kept telling everyone that you were embarrassing them by seducing half the witches at college. So, when I was single and you were coming home, I had my guy friends pretend to date me." I closed the gap between us and pulled her into my arms, You were trying to make me jealous. She cupped my face with her hands and kissed me, softly, lingering for so long I started to ache for breath. When she pulled away, she said, I wasn't trying to make you jealous because I didn't think you still cared about me. I was just protecting myself. That's all. I kissed the tip of her nose. I've always cared, I don't have a good excuse for my behavior, Pansy. I'm sorry. I truly am. A groan mingled with a sigh escaped me, coming out as a sad and defeated sound. She pressed her head to my chest like she used to, tucking herself into my arms like she was part of my body. Well, you're back now. I wrapped my arms around her and rested my chin on the top of her head. Yes. But for how long? Would Pansy leave her shop, her hometown, for me? Or would I need to fight my parents and the Warlock World Association for the right to choose how I lived my life? I closed my eyes and pushed the worries from my mind. I'd succeeded tonight. Pansy had agreed to my proposition. And speaking of, you need to wear my ring for this promise to work, you know, I said matter-of-factly. She giggled and looked up at me. Seriously? I pulled back, grabbed the ring out of my pocket where I'd stowed it, and picked up her left hand. Ring finger? She shook her head emphatically. That'll invite too many questions. I slid the ring onto her middle finger, the gold band encircling her flesh then clinging tight. She gasped as it sung to her, a soft hum of happiness. Why is it warm? That's my promise to you, I said, not explaining to her how much power this spell had taken. I didn't want her to freak out. I cast a spell over the ring with my intentions and feelings embedded within the gold. So, if you don't want me anymore, it'll go cold. I grinned at her, trying to soothe her doubts. You're a skeptic, aren't you? She didn't punch me, she just stared down at the ring. I never thought I deserved you, Maverick. Why you'd come back and ask for me now? I still don't understand. I tilted her head up with my fingers, lifting her chin, and stared down at her. Pansy, you're the only woman in the world I want to wake up next to. Nothing else matters. Not power, not magic, not even my family. I know I failed you last time, but I was young and stupid and let my parents force me into something I didn't want. Please, just give me a second chance to prove to you how much I've changed. Her eyes shined with a love I would have given up a kingdom for. Then she nodded. We sealed our deal with a kiss. The lingering concerns about what was possible remained with me. How much had I really changed? And what would I give up to be with Pansy? If I was honest, I wasn't even sure myself.
Pansy. I glanced down at the ring on my left hand for the 100th time. It was too beautiful for words. Huge and sparkling and warm against my skin. It was a heat that reminded me of Maverick's promise. His desire for us to be together. Oh, that's so pretty. A girl in front of me cried, reaching out to touch my ring. Is it costume jewelry? I pulled my hand away protectively and tried to smile through the panic that hit me when she tried to touch what had quickly become my most valuable possession. It's a family heirloom, actually. Can I help you with something? It was just another day in my shop, and I was busier than ever. I was grateful for it though. Otherwise, I'd be at home hopelessly counting the minutes until my date with Maverick, tonight. Hello ladies, a sexy and familiar voice sang through the shop. I glanced up grinning, unable to stop myself. Hello Maverick. You know him? The human girl in front of me whispered urgently. Maverick swaggered up sporting a pair of blue jeans far too tight for my sanity, and his hair was slicked back like he used to wear it in high school. Yeah, I do, I managed to say before he walked around my desk, wrapped an arm around my waist and kissed me hard. Good afternoon. My cheeks blushed with heat. What are you doing here? I asked, pushing him back. I've got work to do, mister. He grinned, unfazed by my fake annoyance. I was just walking past and thought I'd say hi. See you later then, yeah? I nodded. He winked at me. One more kiss for the road? I put both hands on his chest and gave him a playful shove. Go. Before someone we both know sees you. He glanced around the room, leaned in and kissed me again. Then whispered against my lips, I don't care if they do. See you tonight. Then he swaggered away. I must have been staring after him, because my customer tapped on the desk. Hello. Is he your boyfriend? She looked green with envy. I focused on the pile of Halloween items she wanted to buy. No, but we're having dinner tonight. Is this everything? The girl nodded, but didn't speak to me after that. I didn't mind. Being jealous over another woman's guy was a normal reaction when you were alone. And I was too happy to care anyway. I'd waited an entire decade to kiss Maverick again, and I wasn't letting anyone steal my buzz. Here you go, I said, handing her one of my branded bags. Enjoy your Halloween. She headed off, and the next girl walked up with a question about my costumes. I helped her make her selection and kept moving. Only a few hours more and I'd be going on my first date in forever. When 6 o'clock finally arrived, I closed the shop and locked the front door. A hush fell over the space around me, and I grinned to myself. Work was finally done, and it was time to get ready for my date. I lived upstairs, in a neat little apartment above my shop. It made my life super easy when I wanted to work weekends and late night hours. Plus, the rent for the apartment wasn't that much more when I was already paying for the shop. Excitement bubbling within me, I rushed to the stairs that led up into my apartment and headed straight for the bathroom to shower and change. I used magic to blow dry my hair quickly and apply some basic makeup. I wasn't great with that stuff, but my best friend had taught me a few tricks that seemed to work. Hello. Came a familiar female voice from my living room. I rolled my eyes and walked into my bedroom, pulling on some underwear before opening the door for my best friend. Hey JD. The flame-haired witch grinned at me. I heard something interesting about you today. Her cat who got the cream smile told me that word about Maverick and I had gotten around already. I went back to my closet, looking through my ancient clothes for something to wear. JD was right behind me. And what did you hear? I asked casually as I grabbed out my favorite pair of black jeans and pulled them on. Next was a top. I had no idea where we were going. Fancy? Casual? With Maverick it could be anything from a sweet picnic in the park to a luxurious dinner in the most expensive restaurant in town. I grabbed my soft orange sweater off its hanger and pulled it on. If the place turned out to be super classy, I could always use my magic to change. Or maybe I'd pack a chic black skirt in my bag just in case. My powers hadn't been exactly supercharged lately with all the extra work I'd been doing. JD hadn't answered me yet, so I turned around to raise an eyebrow at her. Well. She was sitting on my bed, lounging back like she owned the joint. I heard that you're going out with Maverick tonight. Tell me it isn't true. JD was one of the only people who knew how much Maverick hurt me when he left. She'd been loyally by my side while I cried myself to sleep for months after he'd gone. It's true. I told her, a fluttering nervousness in my chest at the admission. We made a deal. JD got to her feet and marched over on her black-heeled shoes. A deal? Then she gasped and pointed, her jaw hanging open. What is that? She demanded. She grabbed for my left hand and hauled it up to her face. She scrutinized my gorgeous ring with contempt in her eyes. Please tell me this isn't what I think it is. I fidgeted, uncomfortable now. Well, that depends entirely on what you think it is, I answered carefully. She gaped at me. Pansy. Seriously? Why? Why are you giving him another chance to break your heart? I turned back to my closet, looking for my favorite boots, pursing my lips and ignoring her little, albeit reasonable, outburst. Is it cold outside? Do you think I need to take a coat as well? JD stomped over to my closet and pulled out my black jacket with a huff. Yes. Take this one. Thanks. I found my boots and tugged those on, assessing myself in the mirror for a moment before turning toward my best friend again. JD, I know you think that Maverick and I shouldn't be together. No, I don't think that at all. She corrected me quickly. My eyebrows shot up. I'm sorry, what? She went back to the bed and kicked off her shoes. Then she drew her legs up and crossed them like she was 15 again and sleeping over at my mom's house. I've always thought you and that damn guy were meant to be together. I've even had premonitions and dreams about your wedding, pansy. I pulled up a chair from the corner of my room and sat down. This was interesting, and I wanted to keep her focused on this part of the conversation. Then why have you always spoken so badly of him? Because he hurt you. Duh, she said, her hands exploding out in front of her and waving around. Plus, he's an idiot. Doing whatever his parents want all the time. I never thought they'd approve of you. Her words struck the fear already lingering in my heart. I'd been doing a good job of hiding those feelings up until this point. I tried to brush her words away, even though they stuck in my throat like a thorn. We're not worrying about them yet, JD. It's just dinner. She narrowed her eyes at me. Then what's the deal you're talking about? A smile tugged at my lips. He wants me to give him a second chance. To see if we're meant to be together. Then on Halloween night, I get to make the decision. Forever, or never again. Saying the words made my heart physically ache. Could I really ever let Maverick go? Move on? Marry someone else? I hadn't been able to so far. JD glared at me with her all-too-knowing eyes. You're going to walk away from Maverick forever? I shrugged at her. I have to try, JD. I've been wondering about what could have been, ever since I was 17 years old. And now I'd finally know the truth. You mean you've been mooning over that bastard? Now it was my turn to glare at my friend. She held up both of her hands in a gesture of submission. Fine, yes, you're right. You two never really got the chance to find out if you were meant to be together, or if you would have just broken up like most of us who fell in love back in high school. She had a point. Yeah, you're right, I admitted. I have romanticized Maverick a bit, in my head over the years. JD's eyebrows flicked up. You think? I chuckled at the sarcasm in her tone. Yes, okay, I know. I know. And I did. If Maverick and I had been allowed to let our relationship run its course and find its natural end, maybe we would have found out that we didn't suit each other after all. It was likely that his stubbornness, or my inability to accept his family's rank and responsibility, would have ultimately broken us up. So? JD asked, her lips quirked as magic tingled at her fingertips. Do you want a full makeover? Hell no, I said, shaking my head. If Mav wants me, he's going to have to want me like this. I gestured to my casual, bright blue-haired self. JD slid her feet back into her sexy shoes. When you're right, you're right. You're already beautiful just as you are. She rushed across the room and hugged me so tightly I could barely breathe. I love you, P, and I only want what's best for you. I squeezed her back hard. I know, Jay, which is why you know I have to do this. She sighed loudly in my ear. Yeah, I do. So in 2 weeks I'll either be a maid of honor at your wedding, or we're eating ice cream and getting fat until the end of the year. I closed my eyes. She was right. It really was all or nothing at this point. Mav has said as much, but I was ready and willing to put my heart on the line. Even if it ended up broken beyond repair. It's worth it, yeah? I whispered to her. To find out? She pulled back, grabbing my hands in hers. You mean is love worth the pain you'll feel if this fails? My eyes burned with the tears that I'd been holding onto for too many years to count. I nodded and pulled away. Yeah. That. She grinned and reached for my left hand, stopping me in my tracks. Show me that ring of yours again. A small smile quirked my lips and I wriggled my fingers for her. She stared down at the artistic arrangement of rubies, emeralds, and sapphires. When she looked back up at me, she said, "Tell me they aren't real." I couldn't help but giggle at her expression. Ah, yeah. I think they are. She whistled, low and loud. Girl, you need to at least try to make this work. That ring is to die for, and it suits you perfectly. It seems he really didn't forget you, babe. I laughed and took a deep breath. She was right, of course. Not because of the ring's beauty, though. Because Maverick had been my dream-perfect man for as long as I could remember, and it was time to work out if our love had a chance, and whether it was based in solid fact or fanciful fiction.
Maverick. My mother's words rang in my ears. That shop girl will never be anything but a commoner. Stay away from her. Back when Pansy and I had dated in high school, we'd kept it low-key and casual, trying to hide the fact that we were absolutely besotted with each other. My parents, probably having used some spell on me, managed to work out how I really felt about Pansy. And that very day, they shipped me off to London, changing the course of my life. Our dinner date was at 7 o'clock, so I arrived at Pansy's shop at 6:45 p.m. Her apartment had an external door, so I anxiously waited there with my heart throbbing away in my throat. If everything went well between us over the next week, I would have a real fight on my hands. Against my parents, my horrible job, and the sickening burden of responsibilities they'd heaped on my shoulders. The flip side would be even worse if that were at all possible. If everything went badly between Pansy and I, then I had to deal with the fact that my only hope of happiness would be gone forever. I knew which one I'd prefer, but both options were a palpable, heavy weight on my chest and heart. The external door suddenly opened. Pansy stepped out, looking happy and too gorgeous for words. "Good evening," she said. Her long dark hair flowed over her shoulders and around her face. I wanted to reach out and run my fingers through it. Instead, I reached for her waist, curled my fingers into the bare flesh beneath her sweater, and kissed her hard. A moan rose in my throat. Her arms twisted around my neck, and her lips opened beneath mine. She was so receptive, and every touch was as natural as breathing. Had it really been 10 years between relationships? When she finally lifted her head, her eyes were glazed and her lids were open at half-mast. That was a nice way to say hello. I chuckled and pulled back so that I could take her hand in mine, my jeans now significantly uncomfortable, especially in the zipper region. "Shall we?" She nodded. "Where are we going for dinner? Should I have dressed up?" "You look great," I said, glancing down at her long black coat, bright sweater, and jeans combo. "But then again, you always do. I like the blue this year." Pansy's hair was naturally a dark brown, almost black color. But every year, she ran a highlight color through it. Last year it was pink, and this Halloween it was blue. She twirled the sky-colored curls around her finger. "Thanks. I like it too." Pansy had always been vivacious and colorful, too much for my family and their snobbish standards. "I thought maybe we'd go to Paris for dinner. What do you think?" I asked. "It's 3:30 in the afternoon there, and I know an amazing little rustic bakery that you'd love." She stared up at me like I'd just grown antlers, her eyes wide. "You want to go to Paris?" I shrugged. "Yeah, why not? It's not like we have to stay here." We stopped walking. She glanced down at her feet, her vibrance dimming. "You mean, you don't want anyone in town to see us, right?" "What? No. She couldn't possibly think that, could she? I'll take you to London instead, if you want to meet all the douchebags I work with. Honestly, we can go anywhere you like." Her head came up, as did her eyebrows. "Douchebags?" she queried with soft amusement. I groaned and nodded. "Hell yes. They're bloody horrible." Her lips twisted into an amused grin. "I've never been to Paris. You know my magic won't extend to that sort of travel. It's too much." I tugged her back to the alleyway, where the side entrance to her home would hide our transportation. Not everyone in Salem was magical, after all. "Then hold on tight and allow me." She stepped into my arms, pressed her head to my chest, and sighed wistfully. I wrapped my arms around her and spoke the incantation that would transport us to a safe place I knew from my prior travels. Wind blew around us and white magic swirled. Then we were standing in a cobblestone street with French music playing in the distance. Pansy lifted her head. "Wow," she said. "That was incredible. I'm a bit dizzy, though." I tucked her hand into my elbow and walked us out of the shadows. Let's go eat. You'll feel better then. The pastries here are amazing. I walked her to my favorite cafe, and we ordered drinks and 10 different appetizer plates to share. This is too much. She gaped when the food arrived. I gestured to the plates. Hardly. Please, try a bit of everything. Without further encouragement, she dug in. I watched her moan and gasp at the flavors as she experienced them for the first time. Are you going to eat too? She asked, swallowing a mouthful and not slowing down. That was another thing that I'd always loved about Pansy. She never worried about eating or drinking whatever she wanted in front of me. She was so natural and down to earth that it was refreshing. Yeah, of course, I said, reaching for the croissant closest to me and tearing it in half. I was just enjoying watching you, that's all. I've missed your smile. She grinned and thanked the waitress as she delivered our hot chocolates. So, tell me about your life, I invited. What have I missed over the last 10 years? She put her hand over her mouth as she munched, then swallowed again. Ah, that's a bit broad. Where do you want me to start? I shrugged. Anywhere you like. Friends, work, your parents maybe. My parents. She chuckled. They sold up, retired early, and headed off around the world. They call me every week without fail. Last Friday they were in Darwin, Australia, wrestling crocodiles or some such nonsense. I couldn't help but laugh as well. Crocodiles. Really? She grinned up at me. You know my parents. I smiled back at her. Yes, I did. Her parents were the type of free spirits that my parents loathed. They had a secure, loving marriage, and cared little for material possessions and wealth. I'd always really liked them. Well, send them my regards, please, when you talk to them next. I will. Pansy reached for her hot chocolate and took a sip. What about you? What's happened with your life over the decade you've been away? I stared down at the food in front of me and thought about it. Work. Mostly. Wasn't college fun? She asked. I always imagined you drinking and partying away like crazy. She wasn't entirely wrong. I had for a time. I did, I suppose. I was pretty lonely after my parents shipped me off to London. The guys in my dorm were all long-term boarding school boys, so they didn't get why I wanted to be home. She swallowed a little awkwardly. So you were bullied? She asked, her brows furrowed. I shrugged. Maybe a little, but I was a high warlock's son, as most of them were too, from their parts of the world. So I toughened up and pretty quickly learned how to fight back. I wondered what had happened, over there. That first year you came back. You were so different. I laughed softly, though the sound was full of bitterness. Yeah, by then my parents had made it clear to me what my future held. College. A decade of service to the World Warlock Association. And a marriage to someone of their choosing, of course. Pansy's jaw dropped. Sorry, what? They're going to arrange your marriage. I found her booted foot beneath the table and rubbed my shoe against the inside of her sole. No. Not anymore. I've told them point blank that I'll never marry anyone I don't love. They've tried to threaten me on that one, but I've held firm. It was commonplace for high warlocks to have arranged marriages. It had been happening for centuries. Her eyes shone brightly and she visibly relaxed. I'm glad you have. What about you? No serious boyfriends? Not that I want to know the details, I hastened to add. But I must admit, every year I'd head home, I dreaded finding out you were engaged or worse. She tilted her head from side to side as though thinking. Well, I suppose, she sighed heavily. I've hidden the truth from myself for so long that I'm struggling to actually say it now. I grabbed a fruit tart and placed it on my plate. Oh, I know how that feels. Do you want me to knock down the walls a little? I know a spell that can help you speak your truth without as much fear. She stared at me, her eyes wide. Are you sure you're ready for that? I mean, I know you were the one that came to me with this promise, but I'm not sure what'll come out of me if you loosen the lid, so to speak. I raised my hand over the fruit tart and spoke the incantation that I'd been taught by a powerful witch many years ago. The magic sprinkled down on the pastry, settling into the sugar. It wasn't a strong spell, though it would help if Pansy wanted to know how she really felt about me. I cut the fruit tart in half and offered the plate to Pansy. She didn't weigh much and wasn't super powerful, so half would probably be more than ample for her. I will if you will. A weighted silence hung in the air between us. This was dangerous, and we both knew it. But I only had until Halloween to convince her that I still cared, and I wasn't wasting any time. We'd already lost 10 years. She reached for the tart with trembling fingers. I'm scared, Maverick. I put the plate down and ate my half before I could even think about it. I had secrets, more than I cared to admit. But at this point of my life, when I'd had long moments when I'd seriously considered ending it all in the darkness of the night, I was all in. She watched me, then chewed on her own half, eating the whole thing before sighing. That's interesting. Almost like a warm glass of eggnog or something. It was a good interpretation, and an accurate one. I know what you mean. It's almost like being a little drunk. I gulped as the spell began to take effect. Inside my mind, layers of tightly held emotions and thoughts began to peel away and float toward my tongue. So, how are we going to do this? One question at a time. Or just talk openly? She blinked slowly, as though she were really feeling drunk. I think, whoa yeah, this is potent. I'd had a lot more practice with this type of magic than she had. The boys in the dorms at college played tricks like this on each other all the time. Not to mention what they'd done to me at headquarters. How about we just do one question at a time? I suggested, not wanting to take advantage of her honesty. Maybe I should have told her to only eat a quarter. She nodded. I'm going first. Lady's choice, I said, reaching for the next plate near me. A savory roll filled with melty cheese. Why didn't you tell me that you still had feelings for me sooner? I mean, it's been 10 whole years, Mav. We weren't starting with an easy question. Okay. I could do this. I leaned back in my chair and let the unfiltered truth come to my lips. I didn't know if you still felt the same way as I did. That's it, she asked. You were afraid of rejection. I sighed. Well, yes and no. I didn't want you to reject me. That would have broken my heart. But it was more. I was too stressed to be the man you needed. I would have pulled you into a world full of snakes and deception, and I couldn't do that to you. I didn't want that for you. She looked away. Then what's changed? What had changed? I wanted to tell her I was older and more mature. That I could handle the stress of work as well as keep her safe. But it wasn't the whole truth. Okay. The truth is, I'm miserable when I'm not home, near you. And I'm not sure I can survive another year in London without you. I didn't want to sound desperate, but there it was. She fiddled with a napkin. Don't you have women you can go to? You know. For comfort. I burst out laughing at the way her face screwed up, but had enough control to rein it in. Sweetheart, do you really want an answer to that question? Already my mind was filling up with women's faces, and the past I'd shared with too many of them to count. Did she really want the truth here? Her face fell. Damn. I groaned. Okay, look. Yes, if I just wanted a warm body beside me at night, I could find someone. Have I dated women in the past? Of course. Have I loved any of them? No. Have I wanted to marry any of them? Hell no. Have any of them driven away the all-consuming pain in my heart? Not even close, Pansy. I reached for my drink and gulped some hot chocolate down. That was way more information than I'd intended to share. She blinked at me with a smile on her lips now. And my first question is relevant once again. If that's been the case, why did you wait so long to tell me how you felt? Why did she have to be so damn logical, even under the influence of a truth spell? Because I didn't think you cared, and I Oh God. I really didn't want to tell her this part, but the magic inside my belly worked on loosening my tongue, and I blurted it out. I wasn't ready to fight my mother so that I could be with you. She reached for the garlic and cheese twist. And you are now. My heart begged me to agree. Yes. I don't know how yet, but I'm ready to fight. This was more than just a battle to love the woman I wanted. To me, this was a fight for my very life and self-autonomy.
Pansy. If the honesty spelled cake wasn't making me feel drunk, I'd be strangely upset and disturbed by everything Maverick was saying. He'd slept with lots of women in London, that was clear. I'd already assumed that he had, of course, but getting him to confirm it was a new level of pain I wasn't expecting. But even as my heart pounded with a heavy ache, his next words soon soothed the hurt. The fact that he'd loved none of those women made me feel even better about the time we'd shared as besotted teenagers. If the love I'd shown him as a 17-year-old girl could trump every wily woman in London, imagine what sort of passion we could share together as adults. Okay, your turn I think, I said to him, reaching for my drink to wrap my fingers around the mug. It was getting later in the afternoon, and the cafe was cooler now. Lucky, I brought my jacket. A strange giggle escaped my lips, but I was too spaced out to care. Mav grinned at me with that smile that has been melting my panties since I was 16. Are you going to marry me? He asked. I glared at him, setting down my drink. That's hardly fair. You can't ask that. We're giving ourselves until Halloween to see if we still even like each other. The truth was already bubbling up, eager to be free, and I was struggling to keep it down. Bloody spell. I should never have agreed to this. He raised an eyebrow at me. I pressed my lips together. You haven't even officially asked me, I managed to say, justifying to myself that I didn't know the answer, therefore couldn't give him the truth. Then he asked me straight out. Would you marry me if I asked you to? Fuck. Yes. The word was out of my mouth before I could stop it. But that doesn't mean that we'd be able to. I crossed my arms over my chest and glared playfully at him. It was the same problem we'd always had. Just because we wanted to be together, didn't mean we'd be able to. He wasn't laughing with me, even though I felt like he should have been. Why would you marry me, Pansy? He asked suddenly, as sober as a judge. I've barely spoken to you in 10 years. The truth was once again right on the tip of my tongue, but a sadness hit me, making me swallow the words back down. He ran a frazzled hand through his hair. I'm so sorry, Pansy. I really am. I should have come back a long time ago. I should have called you. I should have, no. We need to stop this. He grabbed a scone, waved his hand over the cream puff, then sliced it in two. Here's the antidote. I can't do any more questions. I stared at him, shocked at his sudden breakdown. Since when have you ever been afraid of the truth, Mav? It was one of the many things I loved about him. His brilliant blue gaze met mine, and there was a pain in their depths I'd never seen before. Since I learned that my truth means nothing to the world, that I'm not in control of my own destiny. I reached across the table with both hands, grabbing onto Maverick with all my strength. Of course you are. You came back to town and proposed a second chance. You made me believe in the possibilities, Maverick. Don't you dare give up on us again. His eyes shined with tears, but they cleared before he let them fall. The antidote? I shook my head, no. I didn't want that. Not yet. For the first time since we were kids, Maverick was being truly honest with me. He may have taken half the spell to make me feel at ease, but it was working better on him than it was on me. I was honest most of the time anyway. Take me home. Now. Please. He frowned at me, unsure of what I was saying. I glanced towards the cafe staff, who were still busy cleaning. Let's pay the bill and go home. You know where my apartment is, right? He nodded. Yes, but don't you have wards against transportation spells? Not really. I'm part of the transport, so it'll be fine. Maverick pulled his hands away from me, and I let him go. He pulled out his wallet and threw down some currency I didn't recognize onto the table. Let's just duck around the corner so that no one sees us. Okay. I grabbed onto his arm, letting him lead me out of the cafe and around a darkened corner. Are you sure about this, Pansy? His hands were cupping my face, his breath was against my lips. Yes. I whispered back. Take me home. Now. Before this spell wears off, and you can once again hide behind your fear. I closed my eyes and the hint of wind brushed against my cheek before we were warm and inside once more. I opened my eyes and clicked my fingers, turning on the lights in my bedroom. Maverick raised an eyebrow. You're getting better at physical magic, aren't you? I raised my hands that were tucked against his chest to wrap around his neck so I could twirl my fingers in the hairs at the nape of his neck. It's my apartment. Small steps. He dropped his head and kissed me, robbing me of all those questions still percolating in my mind. I opened my lips to welcome his tongue, sucking on the flesh, earning a moan from my warlock. When he lifted his head again, his eyes were dark with desire. Are you sure you want to do this, Pansy? I raised my eyebrows at him. You know I do. I've wanted to make love to you again for 10 years. I gulped at the level of honesty that I was expressing once again, then forced out the words. What about you? He leaned forward and managed to scoop me up into his arms. I squealed a little but held on tight. He hadn't answered my question, but I supposed actions spoke louder than words. He walked the short distance to my bed and placed me down on the mattress. I hopped to my feet so that I could unzip my boots and throw off my coat. I wanted the words too. You didn't answer my question, Mav. Did you ever think about our night together? Did you want to do anything differently? I'd gone over our one night together so many times, wishing I'd been more cool. More experienced. Less needy. Maverick had kicked out of his shoes and stripped off his socks and shirt. He came towards me wearing only his jeans. My heart thumped in my chest. God, you're beautiful. Those words came from me, not him. But I couldn't help it. His muscles were just amazing. Perfectly formed and huge, covered in a multitude of black tattoos that served to highlight his strength. His hands cupped my face and he stared into my eyes. I've thought about the one night we had together more times than I can count. It was the single most magical, awesome and passionate night of my entire life. Even though I had no idea what I was doing. I whispered, smiling up at him. Neither of us did. And if we're being honest, I'd say I was the one that let you down that night. Oh no, you didn't, I reassured him. It was beautiful. And perfect for a first time as far as I was concerned. He grinned with a wicked smile now. Oh, I intend to make it up to you tonight. The one thing I always wished was different, was that I was skilled enough to make you come as well. My cheeks bloomed with heat. I didn't really know how to at the time. Though thanks to some modern devices, I'd learned how to since then. Maverick's hands slid down my body, stopping to grab my ass and haul me against him. I could already feel the delicious hardness of him beneath his jeans. Well, tonight's going to be different. I promise, he said. I didn't want to think about how or where he'd learned the skills he was about to show me, and I didn't care. We had this moment together, and that was all that was important to me. So, you found your way back to me? I whispered against his lips, not even sure where the question had come from. He kissed me softly on my lips, on my cheek, on my nose, then once again my lips. Yes, he whispered back. I just followed my heart back home. I closed my eyes as a wave of love crashed over me, bringing with it burning tears. I opened my mouth to his tongue, and we kissed as passionately as we had when we were teenagers. Big, open-mouthed kisses that were all enthusiasm and passionate, and had little to do with skill. His hands grabbed my sweater, and we broke our kiss long enough so that he could pull my top off. I shimmied out of my jeans. The underwear I'd chosen was a matching set of black lacy panties and a bra. It wasn't my sexiest, as I didn't want him to think I'd planned this seduction. But he didn't seem to care at all about my choice, as his gaze roamed over me with a hunger I'd never seen on his face before. Damn, you're the beautiful one. He raised his hands to cup my breasts through the lace, thumbing my nipples, until they were hard points of yearning. I gasped. He dropped his head to kiss me again. Swallowing my moan, I needed to get closer. I pressed my hands into his pecs, feeling his muscles flex beneath my fingers. His hands went around to the clasp of my bra, flicking it open with practiced ease. The lacy nothing fell down my arms and onto the floor, and I stared up at him, as I shivered. Not with cold, but with the anticipation of what was to come. The honesty spell was still heavily working its magic on me, as I opened my mouth. What if it's not as good as we've imagined? He slid his hands around my waist, stroking the flesh of my back with his warm fingers. What if it is? Pansy. The room rippled with premonition. The winds of change whispered through my books and over my bedsheets. But before I could worry about what the future would hold for us, I reached up and grabbed the back of his head and pulled him down. Then he kissed my hair, and his hand pressed gently against my lower back. I closed my eyes and listened to the steady beat of his heart beneath my cheek. The last time we'd made love, all those years ago, Maverick had been shipped off the next day. Would that happen again? You're staying until the 1st of November, aren't you? I whispered, my stomach too knotted with worry not to ask the question. You're not going to disappear on me? He kissed the top of my head again to reassure me. I'm not going anywhere, Pansy. Sleep. I nodded and tried to relax, but everything inside of me was beginning to panic. Each time I gave my heart to the High Warlock Sun, our two worlds seemed to collide only to break us apart. Despite what I'd told JD, if Mav walked away this time, there was no way I'd escape without a broken heart.
Maverick. I woke up to several urgent texts from my mother, demanding I attend a meeting with a local family for morning tea. It was the last thing I wanted to do, but my responsibilities as the High Warlock's son weighed down on me like a physical stone on my chest. Though, I rationalized. If I could show my mother that I was an asset to her here, in Salem, perhaps selling my parents on the idea of me staying long-term wouldn't be such a hard job. I closed my eyes and memorized the moment, committing it to memory. The feel of Pansy's beautiful soft body against mine. The feel of her long brown and blue hair cascading over my arm. I didn't want to risk waking her, so I held my breath and used my magic to transport myself to be standing up beside the bed. She complained with a soft moan, then snuggled deeper into the pillow beneath her and kept on sleeping. Thankfully, my magic came to my aid in getting me dressed and washing away the physical scent of my night with Pansy. Not that I wanted it gone. But I didn't want to waste time having a shower or getting dressed the human way. I wanted to just stand here and stare down at the woman who'd single-handedly given me hope for a better future, one I actually wanted, a happy future. Pansy wouldn't want the life of the High Warlock and his wife, but she would be amazing at the role nonetheless. She was kind and fair and hardworking. All the things my mother was not. My phone buzzed again, and I angrily grabbed it. 7:30 a.m. in the fucking morning. I had hours before I needed to be anywhere. I typed back a message to my mother, telling her I'd be at the damn morning tea, then threw the phone across the room. I used my magic to save the phone, mostly so that Pansy wouldn't be woken by the noise, but was so angry I had to leave the bedroom to pace the kitchen. How was I going to live in a town where my parents were going to try and pull me anywhere, anytime they wanted? Fuck. Was London, and the hierarchy of corporate bullshit, better than having to deal with my parents being on my back all day and night? I didn't know. Maverick. Pansy's worried voice had me charging back into the bedroom. "Morning, sweetheart," I said, kneeling on the bed to kiss her rumpled face before pulling back. "Can I make you breakfast? What are you in the mood for?" She relaxed when I offered breakfast, rolling onto her side to smile at me. "Oh, anything would be amazing," she said appreciatively. I wriggled my eyebrows at her. "Anything?" She laughed and rolled onto her back, the covers slipping so that part of her lush cleavage was exposed to my gaze. "Sure," she said with the allure of a siren. My phone buzzed once more, and my teeth clenched together so tight a familiar headache thumped behind my eyes. I sighed with an apologetic look and took a step back. My mother won't stop harassing me. So, I think I better take my anger out on some scrambled eggs. And some bacon, maybe. She sat up, holding the sheet against her breasts to stop it falling again. Why don't you just turn it off? It's first thing in the morning. I pointed at her and forced a smile to my lips. You're right. I'm going to do that now, but give me a minute, yeah? She nodded, though she looked concerned. I ran back to the kitchen and gripped the countertop, screaming in anger inside my own mind. What the hell was this torment? I grabbed my cell phone and turned it off, exactly as Pansy had recommended. It gave me a small amount of relief, though not a lot. So, I turned my attention to Pansy's kitchen. She didn't have a lot of food in the fridge, so it was magic time. I rolled up my sleeves and created a new set of plates and cutlery, all blue and engraved with our initials. I ran my hand over the letters, my heart warming with the love it had been dying to feel for too many years to count. Food. I put out my hands and used multiple spells to create a big fry-up. I made crispy bacon and scrambled eggs, sausages and tomatoes, and buttered sourdough toast. When it was done, I magicked up 2 trays and carried them both back into Pansy's bedroom. The air still smelled of sex. I placed the food down in front of my lover with pride. Oh wow! This looks amazing, she said, reaching for the cutlery. I waved my hand over the top of the tray and created a large Halloween-themed glass filled with fresh orange juice. Is that okay? Unless you'd like something else? No, this is perfect, she said, picking up the toast and crunching down on it. I sat down also and began to eat. The food was tasty, yet I couldn't stop the weird feeling of tightness building in my gut. Hey, what's wrong? She asked between sips of juice and bites of food. Nothing, I said, shrugging. She chuckled. Yeah, right. I smell the cogs in your brain burning from over here. What is it, Mav? I sighed. I really didn't want to get into anything with her now. I just wanted to focus on being happy. Just for another hour, if I could. You know, it's just family crap. I don't really want to talk about it. I just want to enjoy this. What do you want to talk about then? She countered, still eating the mountain of food I'd put in front of her. How about how good last night was? I suggested, grinning at her. Or at least it was for me. I finally got to taste you and make you come. She giggled nervously, but managed to hold my gaze as she stared back at me. Ditto. I laughed and my chest felt suddenly lighter. God, I've missed you, Pansy. Somehow, you always make everything better. She shrugged. You can thank my parents for that. Their philosophy was, if it's not life-threatening, just let it go. Which certainly puts things into perspective when you apply the rule correctly. You can't control everything all the time. It's insanely stressful to even attempt to. True, very true, I agreed, still struggling to shove my parents' voices out of my head. I was just inches away from screwing this all up. I could feel it. I put my tray on the bedside table and slid closer. So, am I taking these clothes off and climbing back into bed with you, or? An alarm went off and Pansy groaned. Shit, that's me. That's you. She smiled at me, but this time it was as an apology. Yeah, the shop opens in half an hour and I've got to get ready. I'm sorry. Relief flooded me, and I realized that having sex with Pansy again when I was just trying to distract myself was the worst possible way to continue in this relationship. Our sex should always be passionate, and our focus entirely on each other. I didn't want to fuck her while my parents and their yammering plagued my thoughts. Gross. Thanks for breakfast, she said as she flipped back the covers and got out of bed. Her grin was contagious as she ran for the bathroom door. I'm going to have a quick shower and get dressed. Are we catching up tonight? Ah. Oh shit, she said, slapping her hand against her forehead. I'm meant to be having dinner with JD. Well, tomorrow night's perfect, I rushed to say before she offered up a solution. I needed to check with my parents before I booked in another night with Pansy. Great. She grinned, then bolted into the shower. I'll only be 5 minutes. Okay. I'll clean up, I said, taking the trays back to the kitchen. Thanks to my genetics and training, I could do most physical magic without an ounce of stress. I clicked my fingers and cleaned all the dishes, leaving everything I'd created for her on the counter, including the plates and the glass that she'd enjoyed. I waited for a few more minutes. Then she appeared, dressed in a cute little black skirt, boots, and a purple striped sweater. She had a hairbrush and was rushing it through her hair. Almost ready. Sorry that took so long. She got ready like a human, and I couldn't stop grinning at the idea. You don't just magic yourself dressed? She frowned at me, perplexed, as if the answer were obvious. No. I don't have enough magic to do that. Now I was the one that was confused. You don't have enough magic. What do you mean? She grabbed a silk scarf off the tallboy drawers and wrapped it around her neck. I mean exactly what I said, Maverick. A shiver coursed down my spine as she said my name. Not with the heat and passion of last night, but with the contempt of the past decade. I've got to get the shop set up before I open. She headed for the door. I grabbed her arm as she made to go past me without so much as saying goodbye. Hey, I said, pulling her stiff body closer to break the tension. I didn't mean to upset you, beautiful. I've just never met a witch who didn't take advantage of her magic to do everything for her. It's different, that's all. Pansy's eyes were blazing blue fire as she flicked her gaze up to mine. That's because you've never hung out with witches like me before. I'm good at potions, Maverick, but if I do more than a little physical magic in a day, I'm completely drained. I can't make food regularly, and I certainly can't magic up jewelry or gold or money. I work to pay my rent. My parents worked hard too and saved their money. They fly in airplanes. They don't just click their fingers and transport themselves halfway around the world. Her tone was starting to grate on my nerves now. Hey, you didn't mind hopping to Paris last night? No, I didn't, she said, tugging her arm out of my grip and taking a few more steps towards the stairs that lead down to the shop level. But that was a one-off, amazing night. I've never lived with that much power, and I never will. It's not in my DNA or my blood or whatever. She turned away. Wait, I called out. I'll see you tomorrow night, right? She smiled sadly as she turned back around to answer. Yeah, sounds great. Then she was gone. I groaned and thrust both hands into my hair. My mother had always said that the differences between Pansy and I were too great to overcome, but I'd never believed her. Not even for a minute. But was this what she was talking about? That Pansy and I were somehow different on a cellular level, or because of some bullshit about strong bloodlines? Now I was just confused and strangely furious. I zapped myself home to my bedroom in my parents' house. I was clean and dressed, but I opted for a shower just to spend some time with my own thoughts. They weren't pretty. The depression that had been chasing me began to seep back into my mind. Pansy's influence hadn't lasted very long. Reality was always waiting to rear its ugly head. By the time I was dressed again and standing out the front of a mansion in the east end of town, I was in full corporate mode once more. The door opened, and a woman in pearls answered with an almost smile. Maverick, she said. It's nice to see you. I nodded my head in greeting and ventured inside. I had a reputation to uphold, after all. My parents' reputation. I knew this world, and was proficient in managing everyone's expectations. My parents and the town members were happy, after all. I was doing my job. I should be happy also. So why was I anything but?
Pansy. I crunched on some salt and vinegar potato chips, then grabbed a can of soda. I was eating my feelings, and I didn't care. I'd lost 3 pounds this week already with all the extra work and none of the eating. I could afford a bit of a binge tonight. So, JD said. What happened? I set down my soda and reached for a slice of pizza. JD and I had decided to stay in for a girls' night, which meant pizza and wine at my place. Or whatever we felt like, really. Same old shit basically. I said, skipping over the part about Paris and the sex that had completely blown my mind. What? She asked, obviously wanting clarification. You guys had a great night, then fell into a self-destructive pattern of fighting. My jaw dropped and I stared at her. She shook her head and picked up the bottle of white wine to pour herself a glass. I know you two better than you think, P. I bit into my slice of pizza, loving the greasy slide of melted cheese over my tongue. Yeah, well, you're right. It seems we can't even go one day without getting into a fight. JD raised her eyebrows at me. But how was the first part of the date? I chewed on my dinner, not sure I wanted to answer that. She chuckled. That good, huh? My cheeks were hot enough to make me glance away and grab for my ice-cold can of soda. Ah, yeah. You could say that. Have you ever thought about the fact that you two always fight at the end of your dates? What do you mean? I asked. We hadn't had that many dates for me to be able to see a pattern. JD sighed. Did he say something that set you off when you were walking out the door? Or leaving him by chance? I opened my mouth to say no, then realized she was totally right. Shit. Yeah, actually. I was rushing to get to work. Why? You think he was annoyed that I had to go to work while he's here on vacation? I hadn't noticed it before, but now that I thought about it, she was right. We had more fights at the end of our dates as teenagers, even on our best days. I'd always assumed that it was just because we weren't meant to be. We were combustible when put together. Fire and tinder. Hot but not a good match. No. I think he doesn't want you to leave him. Like ever. I groaned and rolled my eyes heavenward. You can't say shit like that to me, JD. She cackled out a laugh. Of course I can. I'm your best friend. If I can't tell you the truth as I see it, who can? I put down my food and wiped my fingers on some napkins. But why? I pressed. You of all people can't possibly want us to be together. Her gaze dropped to my hand. And how's that ring feeling on your finger? I covered the ring with my right hand, the stones cool and smooth beneath my palm. Ah. I don't know. She narrowed her eyes at me, then held out her hand. Can I try it on? No. The word burst out of me before I could stop it. And before I could apologize to my best friend, she burst out laughing. You're nuts, the both of you. I uncovered my ring and considered taking it off and letting her try it on. But even as I reached for the band, I caressed the gold and left it there. I couldn't take it off. I couldn't. A defeated sigh left my lungs. I don't know what to do, JD. Run away with him, she said, grinning at me like a Cheshire cat. Grab that gorgeous hunk and go find a deserted island where you can have babies and homeschool them, and do all those hippie things you've always dreamed about. I have not, I denied, but even I could hear that my tone was only half-hearted at best. Well then let him go, she said flippantly. Enjoy the next 2 weeks with him. Date, eat and shag your damn brains out. Then you can let him go, and you'll finally have gotten the drug that is Maverick out of your system. Right. Every word out of her mouth made me want to punch her in the face. Which I supposed was the point. Right, she asked, pushing harder, leaning back on the couch and crossing her arms over her chest. He isn't the guy you've been putting your life on hold for. Because if he is, I'd be fighting a bit harder to hold on to him if it was me. I reached for my pizza again, then pointed to the bottle of white wine. Can you pour me a glass too? Absolutely. JD poured me wine and I reached for it. Now. She clapped her hands together. You're going to tell me how good the sex was. Was it everything you imagined? Or more like riding a bike after 10 years? Awkward as hell. A giggle bubbled up inside my chest, and finally, I opened up to my friend. I told her how amazing everything had been. How happy and in love I'd felt. But I also told her how afraid I was of getting my heart broken again, because there was only one man in the world who could hurt me in that way, and I'd served my heart up to him on a silver platter. The next evening arrived, and it was time for my follow-up date with Maverick. Once again, I'd run around like a headless chicken all day in the shop and barely eaten. I was actually a little bit dizzy from hunger as I closed up. I finished dealing with the cash register and headed to the front door. And there on my stoop was the High Warlock himself. "Fuck. Warlock McCready," I gasped out, holding open the front door for him. "Can I get you something from my shop? Or are you after?" The High Warlock was a good-looking man. Similar to Maverick in lots of ways. Tall with bright blue eyes. He was just starting to gray at the temples, and wore his responsibility with a tire around his middle. "I'm here to speak to you about my son." The weariness in his tone caught me off guard, and I couldn't help myself. "You don't want to be here either, do you?" Then I slammed both hands over my mouth. "Oh my God." The High Warlock's lips trembled with a small smile. "My wife embeds a truth spell into most of my clothes," he explained. "It's subtle, and generally only works on people who have something to hide." I dropped my hands away and glared at him. "I don't have anything to hide." This time I wasn't worried about what he thought of me. My parents had taught me to respect the High Warlock, the most powerful magical being in our community, but he didn't get to come into my shop and insult me. "I know," he said with a soft smile. "I believe it works on you because you're already too honest. Your thoughts and feelings simply burst out." I crossed my arms over my chest somewhat defensively. "Go on then, ask away. Maverick and I are having dinner soon, and I need to get ready." The High Warlock's gaze was fixated on my ring. "May I?" he asked, holding out his hand. I didn't want to, but I felt compelled to extend my arm and place my hand into the High Warlock's grip. He stared down at the ring, then sighed. "My son loves you." I pulled my hand back and couldn't stop myself again. "Are you sure your wife's truth spell doesn't affect you too?" Shit. What was wrong with me? The High Warlock touched a finger to his top hat and nodded his head. "Good night, Pansy." My jaw dropped as I watched him walk away. But he hadn't even asked me a question. And he hadn't talked to me about Maverick either. For fuck's sake. That family, I muttered to myself, locking the door and staggering back into my shop. I didn't have enough magic to get myself upstairs, so I went the normal route of walking. I kept some candy in my kitchen for emergencies, so I immediately stuffed some pieces into my mouth to get my blood sugar back up. "Bloody magical douchebags," I muttered to myself, as I made my way into my bedroom for a quick shower and to get dressed. It was warmer tonight, so I went in a long dress and my best and sexiest underwear. Maverick's parents might be weird, and our worlds as a collective were completely polar opposites, but I wasn't going to let those things derail my night with the one man I wanted more than anything or anyone in the world. If we were going to fuck up this relationship, it was going to be because we didn't work. Us. Not his parents. Not his work. Not anything else. I wasn't going to let them take away our second chance. Maverick had gathered the courage to promise me the 2 weeks, and I had the courage to see it through. Fuck the High Warlock and his wife. If Maverick and I worked out in the future, and his parents didn't want to see me, they didn't have to. I had enough going on in my life to keep me occupied without worrying about asshole in-laws. Buoyed by the anger I was feeling towards Maverick's parents, I shoved another few candies into my mouth. Fuck them. Seriously. My doorbell rang and a shot of adrenaline rushed through me. He was here. He'd come despite our grouch yesterday. I quickly grabbed my purse, cell phone and keys. I was never going to be an on-time person. "Coming," I called out, though I wasn't sure if he'd hear me from outside the door. Exasperated, I slipped some ballet flats onto my feet and hurried down the stairs. Maverick was waiting for me outside on the street and turned to stare at me as I pushed open the door. Fuck me. He stood there relaxed and far too sexy for his own good. His hands were shoved into his pockets, making his arms bulge. He wore a plain gray t-shirt that hugged every muscle, and a simple but elegant pair of black jeans that made me want to drag him straight back upstairs and into my bed. "Dinner," he asked, forcing me to drag my eyes back up to his face where I saw that his gaze was as hungry as mine. I nodded because I was still freaking starving, then rushed into his arms. I couldn't go another minute without feeling his lips on mine. I lifted my chin and welcomed his kiss as my fingers dug into his t-shirt. And I didn't hold back this time.
Maverick. My heart pounded in my chest like a tribal drum. I couldn't catch my breath. I'd never wanted a woman the way I needed Pansy. She was my moon, my sun, and my stars. My reason to live. Fuck, she was the goddess Aphrodite and an alluring siren wrapped into one. Where on earth had that come from? I rolled onto my back and pulled Pansy into my side. I didn't want to ruin the moment or say the wrong thing, but all I could think of was how incredible that had been. Before I could come up with something non-sexual to say, her stomach grumbled loudly and saved me. Hungry? I asked with a smile. I know we were going out for dinner, but how about I make us something? She looked up at me, her cheeks pink and her skin shiny with sweat. I didn't eat today, I'm sorry. I was too busy in the shop. I kissed her sweet lips and rolled towards her, still fully naked and lying on her living room floor. Do you want to go have a shower, and I'll feed you chocolate-covered strawberries? She nodded. Sounds like a plan. We managed to stagger to our feet. The giddiness inside my head was almost like being drunk. I couldn't help but grab onto Pansy's waist. Are you okay? I asked. I didn't mean to be rough with you. If she hated me now, I wasn't sure how we'd ever come back from this. That was the hottest sex of my life. I would happily, no. I'd beg her to do it all over again. Exactly the same. She grinned up at me, and a truly spectacular light lit up her eyes. It was perfect. Thank you. Relief flooded over me. But thank you. With a satisfied smile and a shake of my head, I pulled her into my arms and kissed her deeply, just breathing in the scent of her. I wanted to truly enjoy these precious, sexy, stolen moments of perfection with my beautiful little witch. She lifted her head again. Shower. And food, I said, holding out my hand and magicking up a plate covered in chocolate-dipped strawberries. I moved the plate towards her. She grabbed two, one for each hand. Oh my God, thank you. She moaned deeply as she sunk her teeth into the lush strawberry. I smacked her on the ass playfully. You better get into that shower before I decide to fuck you again. She squealed and ran off towards the bathroom, throwing a sultry look over her shoulder. She reached out and grabbed two more strawberries before ducking back under the hot water. I can't believe we didn't even get out the door, she said, grinning broadly. That was definitely the hottest start to a date ever. I put the plate down on the bathroom vanity and leaned against the wall to watch her. Damn, she was beautiful. All gorgeous curves and lush femininity. Yes, it was. Definitely. She finished showering, then slid out of the cubicle like a ninja to grab the plate of strawberries once more. I laughed, loving the way she was so candid and unafraid to be herself. Then jumped under the water myself, washing off the scent of sex and sweat. So, did you want to go out? Or are you happy to stay in? I don't want you to think I'm hiding you or making choices for you. Because I definitely wasn't. After what I was forced to endure because of my parents, I'd never abuse control like that, especially not when it came to my Pansy. She tilted her head to the side as though she was thinking. I'd like to stay in if that's okay. I've had the biggest couple of days, and to be honest, I'm totally zonked. I turned the shower off and grabbed an orange towel to dry off. Sounds good to me. You feel like Chinese food in bed maybe? Yes, she cried, grabbing her bathrobe and pulling it on over her nakedness. Let's do that. Bed picnic and a movie maybe. So that's exactly what we did. We ate, we cuddled, and we watched a movie. Pansy fell asleep on my chest, not even halfway through the old black and white Christmas movie we'd chosen. So I turned it off and lay in the bed smiling. The smell of the Chinese food permeated the air, and I couldn't believe how happy I felt. Just yesterday, my mom had tried to convince me that Pansy was the last woman I should be dating. Yet tonight, Pansy had proven to me that she was the only woman I wanted. Closing my eyes, I fell blissfully asleep, happier and more relaxed than I had been in years. Something in the room stirred, and I woke up to Pansy creeping out of the bedroom, fully dressed, and holding her shoes in her hand. "Where are you going?" I asked, rolling over and forcing my eyes open blearily. "What time is it, babe? And why was I still asleep?" She turned around to face me, but didn't stop her slow shimmy towards the door. "It's almost 9 in the morning, and I have to run downstairs to work." I opened my mouth to say something. She held up her hand to silence me. "JD pointed out to me that we only ever seem to fight when we're about to say goodbye, so how about we don't say it? We'll just say, 'See you soon,' instead." I frowned in thought, and my fatigue-compromised brain began to spiral downward. "You've been talking to JD about us." Pansy dropped her shoes and slipped her feet into them. "Thank you so much for last night. It was awesome to hang out, just like we did when we were teenagers." There was a beat of silence. "So, I'll see you soon, okay? Your choice of restaurant or whatever," she added. "But see you soon," she cried and made a run for the door. I moved to sit up, then flopped back down onto the mattress as the sound of her feet on the stairs leading down to the shop sounded in the room. Was she right? Did we only fight when we were about to leave each other? I didn't know, and I wasn't sure I wanted to answer that question this morning. Despite sleeping incredibly well, I'd woken up with that familiar feeling of a weighted stone in my gut. I needed to get home, so that I could talk to my parents about all of this. I closed my eyes and magicked myself back to my bedroom, to the cold sheets of the bed I'd grown up sleeping in. There was a knock at the door, as though my parents knew I was home. "Come in." The door opened and my father walked inside. I sat up and threw my legs over the side of the bed, clicking my fingers to dress myself instantly. "Good morning," my father said. And it was a good morning, or at least it should have been. "Hi, Dad. I didn't expect to see you this morning." Being the High Warlock was a lot more responsibility than most people knew. Everyone assumed it was just a title, that it was a privilege to be born to my father's bloodline. But it was endless meetings and managing people, stopping fights and smoothing over issues between the covens, the shifters, as well as the vampires. My dad had never been home much as a result when I was young. "Yes, well, I've missed 2 meetings already," he said, his annoyance obvious in the stiffness of his posture. I groaned as I dragged myself to my feet. Is that my fault somehow? Dad's nose lifted even higher. "I wanted to speak to you before I had my lunch meeting with your mother. She wants to discuss your time with Pansy Motley." I inhaled sharply. "Pansy is none of your business. And certainly not Mother's." My father lifted his hand. I twisted the gold ring on my finger, raising my shields against offensive magic. My father's spell wafted over me like a soft mist. I shook my head. "Don't. Father." His surprise was a palpable thing. I raised my eyebrows. "You never worked in the London office, did you, Dad?" He frowned but didn't speak. I paced, needing to move to dispel some of the annoyance rising inside of me. "None of your spells will work on me, Dad. I have every defensive spell possible protecting me right now. From my ring that was the center of my power, to 3 of the tattoos on my body. My back, my chest, and my right arm all protected me from different sorts of magical attacks." "Why would you say such a thing to me?" he asked. I glared at him now, still moving around my bedroom, my bare feet sinking into the plush carpet as I walked. I hated lies, and my father walked the line of grayed-out truth often. "Because you just tried to cast a spell on me. A truth spell of some sort, probably, and I won't be manipulated. I'd had to twist my ring multiple times the other night to turn off my defenses so I could eat the spelled cake with Pansy. Even then, the affect on me had been small compared to how she'd opened up to me. I didn't." I lifted my head and eyeballed my father. He sighed. It wasn't malicious. I just need the truth. Then ask me. I spat back. I'm an adult. I don't need to be twisted and worked on, Dad. I get enough of that when I'm at work. I ran my hand through my hair, feeling frazzled. My dad coughed, clearing his throat. Now, he was looking uncomfortable again. You don't enjoy working at headquarters? It's quite prestigious. For you, maybe. I hated it. There's nothing special about working there. My colleagues are malicious, backstabbing city types. I've literally been poisoned, stabbed, and demoted without cause. And those were only some of the more memorable moments during my tenure. You were stabbed? My father gasped out. I lifted my shirt and pointed to the gash beside my belly button. This isn't an appendix scar, Dad. My father's gaze zoomed in on the mark one wore for strength. I could have used magic to remove the scar, but I wanted to remember to never trust anyone at work. And not to turn your back on an open challenge. Ever. I'd have been dead if my boss hadn't stepped in when he did. Why didn't you tell me? My dad whispered. There was no anger in his voice. No disappointment. Only incredulousness. Horror, even. It's fine, I said, flipping my hair out of my face. I really needed a haircut. No, it's not, Dad said, his tone sharper this time. I had no idea. My father died when I was 16, and I was never able to go to college. To represent our family amongst the elite. I didn't know, Maverick. All the tension leached out of my shoulders. It's okay, Dad. It's only a few more years. No. Dad shot back, resolute. No. You don't need to go back. I stared at him, shocked. But. No buts, Dad said, taking a step towards me. I'll handle headquarters and your mother. I gulped. He wasn't serious, was he? Dad continued. You know, I wasn't the one who tore you away that day, 10 years ago. My throat thickened with hot emotion. But you didn't stop her. He stiffened. No, I didn't. I've always followed your mother's instructions when it came to you, my son. I believed she knew what was best for you. For us. As a family. My heart ached with pain that I felt mirrored in my father's eyes. It wasn't best to send me away, Dad. I love my town. And I love Pansy. Dad finished for me. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. None of my attack warnings were going off, but it was hard to let my guard down around my father. I'd always known him to be the strongest and best warlock in our town. I didn't know he had a heart, though, but then again, I didn't get mine from my mother. You love her, I know. Dad sighed heavily. I went to see her last night. You what? I didn't know that. Pansy hadn't said anything. Dad's laugh was light and sounded foreign to my ears. She is different, I must admit. Your mother told me I had to go to Pansy and tell her that she couldn't see you anymore. That she had to send you back to London. My anger was back, burning in the pit of my stomach. And what did she say to that? I knew how my night with Pansy had begun, and she certainly hadn't sent me packing. Quite the opposite. Dad's lips lifted into a smile I hadn't seen in years. One of introspection and humor. I didn't give her the message. She was so fierce, so in love with you. And I saw her ring. I felt the power behind the magic, and I knew I couldn't interfere. Not again. Tears that I'd never shed filled my eyes, and I stepped forward, opening my arms to my father. He embraced me, holding on tight. I'm sorry, son. And there they were. The only words I'd ever wanted to hear, but never thought my father would say. My heart was bursting as I pulled back and blinked away the tears clogging my throat. Thank you, Dad. I took a step back and magicked up a couple of bottles of water, handing one to my father. I gulped down the cold liquid, forcing back the emotions that had risen to the surface like a long-forgotten memory. The teenage version of me was staggering. I'd finally been heard, and my father had actually apologized for ruining my life. But what about Mom and the council? Everything? We will devise a plan, Dad said slowly. I raised my eyebrows and offered him a hesitant smile. Now? Dad grinned at me. In a hurry, are you? Pansy and I have a deal, and I'd like to sort everything out before I make my offer to her on Halloween night. Your offer to her? Dad repeated. As in, you intend to marry her? I crossed my arms over my chest. I'd run away with her if I had to. My parents were never going to separate us again. I'd make sure of it. Yes, I do. I know she isn't the wife Mother would choose for me. She isn't exceptionally powerful or from a bloodline you approve of. Dad sighed. We'll deal with all of that, son. I promise. I gripped my dad in a tight hug again, hope for the future truly filling the darkness in my heart for the first time.
Pansy. I spent the day as I always did, serving customers, stocking shelves, and magicking up the occasional special piece of festive frockery for my Halloween-obsessed patrons. But I did it with a smile, and with true love in my heart. I was happy, truly happy, and part of me was in shock that it had happened. Maverick was truly the man I remembered. He was the guy that I first needed. Come Halloween night, I'd be able to say to him truthfully that my feelings had never changed and that I wanted him. Heart. Body. Soul. Hopefully he'd still felt the same too. Do you have any Halloween candy left? A woman asked, juggling a toddler on her hip. I do, I said, grinning at the gorgeous little cherub in her arms. What kind would you like? I led the woman over to the corner of my store where I stored all the bags of candy. I've got them in huge bags, of course, for trick-or-treaters. But I've also personally made up little Halloween novelty bags that include a party favor of some sort in each of them. A piece of jewelry, some vampire blood, fangs and the like. The woman took the little bag out of my hands, exclaiming happily. Oh, these are fantastic. Just what I need. How many do you have? About a dozen, I said. How many did she need? Oh. I'd need at least 50. Can I put in an order and pick it up in a few days? 50? I repeated, my eyes wide. Better make it 75 actually, the woman said, pulling out her purse. Could I pay extra for you to make some adult-style bags too? I'm throwing a big party. I laughed at her enthusiasm. I can, but I'll definitely need a few days to make them. I'm so busy during the days, I'd have to take time out at night to put them together. The woman slapped the card down on the desk. I would so appreciate it if you could. I have 4 of these little monsters, so you'd be doing me the biggest favor. She tickled the little girl in her arms, who burst into a fit of giggles. I sighed, giving in. I'd be happy to. Let me just work out a price for you, and we'll set a pickup time. Despite the large sale, a sense of cold disappointment settled over me. I'd have to call Maverick and cancel tomorrow night, unless he wanted to help me magic up some bags. That was an idea. Here you go, I said, pushing the quote I'd written down toward the woman. Does this work for you? Yes, she nodded. And can I pick them up on Halloween morning? How about the night before? I said, calculating the time I'd need and my plan to take the day off. I'm closing on All Hallows Eve, because of the parade and everything. The everything being that I was hoping to completely change my life and future. Oh, that's perfect, the woman agreed. I rang up her purchase. Only 4 more days of craziness, and I'd get a day off to celebrate surviving October and hopefully more, with Maverick. When I'd finally finished the day, I was reconsidering my do-everything-myself approach. Next year, I needed to hire some help over October. Even if it would cut into my bottom line. Surely the pain in my feet was worth something? I collapsed onto my couch and pulled out my phone, ordering some Uber Eats delivery before I groaned. I threw my head back against the headrest. What order was best for me tonight? Shower? Foot soak? Bath? Or wait for dinner, and make sure I ate before I collapsed for the evening? Thank goodness I hadn't planned anything with Maverick or JD. The phone rang before I could decide on what to do next. Hello. I answered, not recognizing the number. Hey beautiful, how was your day? My heart lit up as I closed my eyes. Maverick, how do I not have your number? He chuckled. Don't know, but I change my cell regularly, or I used to. Anyway. How are you? You sound exhausted. Oh, I am, I agreed. Tonight is a dinner, bath, and bed night. I snorted out a laugh. Isn't that like a baby's routine? Oh my God. Did Maverick want a baby? Babies? We'd never really discussed it, and hell, I was too tired to have that conversation tonight. Maverick chuckled on the other end of the line. You sound completely zonked. Can I help in any way? You want dinner, or? I lifted my head and opened my eyes, letting out another groan. Thanks, but I've already organized something. But as far as help goes, how do you feel about helping me magic up some Halloween goodie bags for the shop? Oh damn, now my eyesight was going fuzzy as well. I couldn't even see straight. I'd love to, but I have to head back to London tomorrow. That's why I'm calling, actually. I rubbed my eyes with my free hand. Oh. So you've got to cancel our date? That kind of worked in my favor. Yeah. I'm sorry, babe. No. It's all good. It's only a couple of days until Halloween, so if you have to work, it's okay. I had to work, he had to work. Look at us, a normal couple already. His tone was all smiles. You're the best, Pansy, thank you. I lifted my hand and stared down at my promise ring. You'll be back for Halloween, yeah? For the parade? For our talk? Yes. Of course. I've just got a few things to tie up, then I'll come home. Home, I repeated. I liked the sound of that. Yeah. He chuckled. I won't be longer than a few days. Okay. No problem. I answered. I better go before I fall asleep, and don't get dinner or a shower in. No problem. Good night, beautiful. See you soon, Mav. We hung up and there was a knock at my outside door. Arg, why do I have to live on the top floor? I managed to haul myself off the couch to stagger down the stairs towards the sound of my food delivery. Coming. I called. I opened the door. Hey. Thanks, Taylor. The local brown-haired teenager smiled at me and handed over the noodles and chicken stir-fry. Night, Pansy, said Mark, the younger brother of one of the guys I went to school with, before he headed off again. I managed to stagger back upstairs, eat most of my dinner, have a half-decent shower, then fall into bed. Utter exhaustion descended upon me and I passed out, hard. The next day was just as busy as the one before, and I spent most of the night making the party bags for my new favorite customer. Despite the tall order, I managed to get another early night, although I went to bed a little bit sad that Maverick hadn't called me all day. Good night. Can't wait to see you when you get back. I sent him a text to the number he'd called me on the night before. I wasn't really sure of the time difference, he could be working or asleep, something to think about and figure out in the morning. When I didn't hear back within a few minutes, I turned my phone off and went to sleep. The next day was the 30th of October. Just one day until Halloween. I'd managed to get all the party bags done and was dealing with a few disgruntled customers. But I was really hoping for a black zombie outfit, one mother said. I forced a smile to my face. I'm sorry, but everything I have left is on those racks. I won't be getting in anymore until next year. The last day before Halloween was super crazy. There was always a rush of last-minute purchases by people who'd just decided to participate in a holiday that was on the same day every year. My phone buzzed and I pulled it out, staring down at the screen in the hopes of seeing something from Maverick. Nope. It was a text from my dad. Wanted to say, before things get too crazy, have a fantastic All Hallows Eve, Pansy. Love you. Even though it wasn't the man I wanted to hear from most, it was still lovely to receive. I smiled as I texted back. Thanks, Dad. You too. Love you. Excuse me. Can you help us? A girl asked from the other side of the counter, her tone haughty. Yes, of course, I said with another forced smile. What do you need? And on the day went. I gave more and more things away throughout the afternoon, giving bonuses and specials to people who were polite to get rid of the stock. I could just store it for next year or use my magic to get rid of it, but I was exhausted. Not to mention the fact that my strange tingles of premonition were telling me that things would be very different this time next year. Who knew? I could be in London. Or I could be traveling the world like my parents. When 6 o'clock rolled around, my shoulders ached and my head throbbed. I needed a bloody drink, and soon. I'm done. I closed my eyes and celebrated inside my own head. The silence around me was heavenly after a day filled with crying babies, annoyed mothers, and shrieking, entitled teenagers. Bliss. When I opened my eyes, Maverick's mother was standing right in front of me. Holy shit! I jumped back instinctively and put a hand on my heart as it hammered in my chest. God! Mrs. McCready! You scared me. Did I? She asked. I'm sorry. But her tone and her expression indicated that she was not the least bit sorry. Can I help you? I asked before I realized my mistake. Oh. Your order. Right. The final ingredient came in today. Let me get it for you. I turned away from her, though part of me wondered why I did. She was dangerous, and tonight her rage was directed at me. I retrieved the package I'd made up for her, and brushed off the dust on the neat bow that I'd tied. Then I rushed back to the desk and pushed the small box across the desk and toward Maverick's mother. Here you go. She reached for the box, then slipped the contents into her large bag. Strangely, she wasn't speaking, and that freaked me out even more than normal. Will you be at the parade tomorrow? I asked to break the tension in the air. Of course, she said, as cold as winter. Will you? I grinned at her, feeling awkward. Of course. I never miss it. She nodded her head but still didn't speak further. And didn't leave. Is there anything else? Surely she wanted to say something. Or buy something? Yes, she said, lifting her chin. I didn't want to tell you. My husband begged me not to say anything, but you're too nice a girl not to know the truth. Thud. 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 My heart beat sickeningly hard against my ribcage. What do I need to know? I asked, surreptitiously wetting my suddenly dry lips with my tongue. Mrs. McCready glanced away as though she felt modest suddenly. I waited, though I was feeling sick now. I reached nervously for my emergency stash of candy from under the counter, bringing out the bag before offering her some. Oh no, thank you. I popped 3 pieces into my mouth and held on to my patience by a fraying thread. Well, it's just that my son has always been a little flighty. No, that's not the right word. I stifled a groan. Please just get to the point. You see, Maverick, he realized that he owed himself more than a simple life here in Salem, with you and us. He's gone back to London to work. And he's decided he won't be coming back. I just thought you should know. I stared at her, trying incredibly hard not to react. Not to give her the satisfaction of seeing my very real and blossoming pain. Maverick told me he was going back to London. He called me last night, I said vaguely. Oh no, she pouted, covering her mouth with her hand. And he didn't tell you he wasn't coming back again? No, he told me the complete opposite. My right hand moved to cover the ring, still clinging to my left middle finger. He'd made a promise. A magical promise. He wouldn't break that. He wouldn't. I faced the high witch. I don't believe you. She laughed softly. Oh, poor little pansy. You seriously think that my son, the future high warlock of this city, would marry you? You're nothing. You're a peasant. You'll never be accepted by me, my husband, or anyone else in the coven. With every barbed word came a new stab to my heart. I didn't want to believe her. Maverick. I swallowed the word. What was I going to say? That he'd promised to give us a second chance. I'd sound like some sort of love-starved teenager. Yes. His mother taunted me. Maverick said what? That he loved you. That he wanted to change his whole life to be with you. Oh pansy pansy, she tutted as she shook her head. My son is far too good for a girl like you. I suggest you try dating boys a little more your speed and just leave my son be. Before I could react, she lifted her hand and blew a silver powder over me. I sneezed, feeling immediately woozy. Then everything went black.
Maverick. The Warlock World headquarters had taken my phone from me the moment I'd landed back in London. Why? I didn't know. And now, I was sitting in a jail cell inside my old work building. They hadn't even put me on trial yet, for whatever stupid thing they wanted to charge me with. I closed my eyes and tried to send out a communication spell, calling for my father, for Pansy, to anyone who could hear me. But the walls in this underground room were thick and lined with lead. There was no way anyone could hear me. I waited for what felt like days before I heard a familiar voice. Maverick McCready. I jumped to my feet as my boss, High Warlock Navik, walked up to my cell. Sir, I said, standing as close to the bars as I could without touching them. Why am I here? We got word that you wanted to quit. I blinked at him. And? My contract was over years ago. I can leave at any time. And while I knew that to be true, there was a different expectation of those that worked at head office. Your mother called us, my boss said, putting his hands behind his back and pacing the hall in front of my jail cell. He was wearing an expensive suit and a royal purple tie, his classic power outfit. I fidgeted with my ring, turning it up to full power. I had no idea if it would work down here, but I had to do something to protect myself. My mother. I repeated. Why would she do that? My father was the one that decided with me that I was going to step away from the corporate world and go home to learn the ropes of his role. We'd devised a plan and executed it, only to be ambushed by those we trusted. Typical. High Warlock Navik nodded his head. I went to college with your mother. Did I ever tell you that? I gaped at my boss, who I hadn't realized was as old as my parents. He looked barely 30. Bloody hell. Ah, no. You didn't. She was one of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen, but rotten to the core. I couldn't help the strangled laugh that bubbled out of my throat. Yes. That sounds like her. I hadn't realized just how bad she was until this very moment. She asked you to lock me up then. Keep me here in London. He turned around in his pacing, facing me now, yes? She did. Forever? I asked, my chest tightening like a python had wrapped around my ribs. Pansy. My beautiful girl. No, he said, shaking his head. Just until the 1st of November. I groaned and closed my eyes on a wave of pain. That fucking bitch. It was my boss's turn to chuckle. I'm glad you're finally realizing it. I opened my eyes and looked at him. Sorry. Your mother is the reason you've been here as long as you have. Now don't get me wrong, Maverick, you're a good and hard worker. But ultimately, you're bad for business. My jaw dropped. Excuse me. What? Had I stepped into some sort of twilight zone? What was happening here? You're too good, Maverick. You've let how many men walk over you to the next promotion? I took a step back, feeling strangely unwell. Exactly. I don't want men like you here. Men like me. I repeated. Was this some sort of cosmic joke? Yes, he said, a sneer creasing his nose and lips. Some of us are made for headquarters, and others need to run home to their dinky little country towns and rule over the witches who spend all their time cooking dinner and making Halloween costumes. The words were snarky, degrading even, yet I heard the message beneath the tones. Go home. So I can leave? I asked, my heart beginning to race. Is it the 1st of November already? I couldn't tell how long I'd been down here. It felt like forever, and yet I'd been brought no food and not been to the bathroom. The High Warlock glanced up at the ceiling. Time does pass differently down here, doesn't it? I nodded but didn't speak. I was holding my breath, waiting for his answer. Sir. The High Warlock smiled, actually smiled at me. It's around 1 in the afternoon, on All Hallows Eve, Maverick. Take a few hours to gather your things and get your apartment and finances in order. With the time difference, you should easily make it home in time to do whatever your mother is trying to stop you from doing. So go back to Salem and stay there. He clicked his fingers and the door to my jail cell popped open. I hurried out and followed my old boss along the corridor and into the silver elevator. I had to ask, Sir, why are you helping me? The High Warlock didn't turn to look at me but said, I owe your father. For what? I persisted, needing to understand. The High Warlock coughed a little, as though he were clearing his throat. He did what I couldn't. He took over our father's role and became the High Warlock in his place. Each word hit me like a truth bomb. Boom, boom, boom. Father. You're from Salem. How did I not know that? He chuckled. You will not repeat that to anyone. Ever. Hang on. I reached out and grabbed his arm, turning my old boss back to look at me. And there it was, plain as the nose on his face, the eyes. The Macready blue irises. You're my father's older brother, aren't you? I asked. He nodded. I am. But Dad said you died. No, you disappeared. Wait, no. I shook my head, not sure of anything anymore. The High Warlock chuckled. Yes, my little brother was always good at smudging the truth. I was at college when our father died, and I didn't want to go back. So, your dad said he'd do it. He'd stay in Salem and marry the woman that had been lined up for me. The man in front of me shuddered. You're my uncle. The knowledge tilted my world on its axis. He grinned. That I am, and I'm truly happy to say that you've turned out better than anyone could have hoped for. You have your mother's knack for spells and your father's heart, his soul. The compliments were too much, and I looked away. My brain was whirling through all the information to come up with something that made any sense. But you're a High Warlock. High Warlock titles are inherited. He shrugged. I married a girl I met in college. She was an only child, and when they found out who my father was, her parents gave me their family name and title. I gaped at him. I have an aunt. Do I have cousins? The man's face paled. No, we. This time his cough was clear. We don't have any children, though my wife would sneak in to meet you on occasion. Red curls and an inquisitive smile ring any bells for you? Veronica. I realized. I thought she was one of the higher-ups' daughters or something. My uncle smiled. Well, now that you're out, I want you to come back and visit us sometime. Come to our country home. And bring the woman your mother is so desperately trying to keep you from. I opened my arms and hugged my uncle tightly. Everything made so much sense now. Like why I'd survived that stabbing. He hugged me back. Go on. You haven't got long to get the girl. When I pulled away, the elevator doors opened on my uncle's command. We walked out together, and he held his hand out to me. Good luck, Maverick. Thank you. I turned and ran to my office to clean everything out. Then I went to my apartment to take the few things I couldn't replace, then contacted my real estate agent to rent out my place. Within a few short hours, everything was sorted, and my head was clear, my shoulders light and relaxed. The weight of the world had been taken off me, as so many family secrets were revealed. I patted down my jacket. Shit. I still didn't have my phone. Oh well. It didn't matter, I'd be back in Salem in a few minutes. I'd speak to my father before dealing with my mother, but first I had to see Pansy. God knows what she thought about me disappearing like this. I took a deep breath, centering myself. After days in the cell, my magic was severely depleted. It felt like I had just enough to get home, though I'd be weaker when I arrived. There was no choice though. I'd made a promise to Pansy, and I wasn't going to fail her. I closed my eyes, clicked my fingers, and transported myself home. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my bedroom. I wasn't even in Salem as far as I could see. I looked around. Shit, where am I? It looked like bloody Vegas. There were lights flashing and the sound of coins clanking inside of pokey machines. I blinked and walked over to the closest person I could find, a woman in her 80s with purple-tinted hair and a sparkly vest. "Excuse me, can you tell me where I am?" The lady didn't even glance up at me. "Caesar's Palace, nitwit. Where do you think you are?" "In Vegas, Nevada?" I asked, trying to make sure I knew exactly where I was. This time she did look up at me from eyes weighed down with blue eyeshadow. "Is there something wrong with you, boy?" I couldn't help but laugh at her tone. Some would say so, yes. It's just been one of those nights." She cackled at that. "Oh, I've had nights like that." I glanced around, looking for a clock on the wall and finding none. When I left London, it was 5 p.m., which means that it's... I did a few quick calculations in my head. 9 in the morning or so. The old woman frowned at me now. "Yeah, so? I've got to get to Salem by this evening. They're 3 hours behind, and it'll take a few hours to fly there." The woman HMPHED out a laugh. "A few. More like 6. I groaned in frustration. I had no phone, no credit cards, and no magic to transport myself or conjure anything. I wasn't even sure I knew anyone's phone numbers in Salem, even if I could get the money together to call. I had just over 12 hours to make enough money to buy a plane ticket to Salem, which was 6 hours in itself, and I'd need to drive back to LA for the plane. Fuck. "What are going to do?" the woman asked, interested now. That's when I saw the bucket sitting in her lap, full of $quarter. I was completely drained of all magic, but I still had my premonition abilities. I should be able to work out which machine was going off next. I glanced around at the pokey machines. Yes. That one. I turned back to the woman, who hadn't exactly been helpful. "Could I please borrow a $quarter? I will pay you back as soon as I win $1. Her gaze slid down over my shirt and suit pants, then all the way back to my face as if assessing whether I was good for my word. "All right. But only $1." She fished into her bucket, and her fingers came back out clasping the coin. "Alone, yeah?" "Yes." "Thank you," I said, taking the coin and walking over to the machine I could feel would make me enough money to get home. Warlocks didn't worry much about currency, at least not the humankind anyway. And certainly not magical beings of my rank. I could conjure a piece of gold or silver, usually, at any given moment, so money meant nothing to me normally. That was, until I was stranded in the literal desert with no magic, and no freaking way to get home. I sat down on the chair, inserted my only coin, and hit the play button.
Pansy. When I opened my eyes, I didn't know where I was. There was a cold floor beneath my face, and my fingers gripped the side of something wooden. I blinked my eyes clear and tried to lift my head. It felt like someone had hit me with a lump of bloody wood. "Ow," I moaned. My mouth was dry like I'd eaten cotton wool. I also felt dehydrated, like I was hungover or something. Yuck. Had I been drinking last night? No way. I managed to push myself up into a seated position, to find that I was still in my shop, behind my desk. "What time is it?" I said aloud. I hauled myself to my feet and looked around. It was still dark outside and I still felt weird. I couldn't really explain it. I staggered to the door to find it had been locked. Did I do that? Strange. My cell phone was still in my pocket, so I pulled it out and stared down at the time. 5 a.m. Whoa. I'd slept all night. I managed to walk up the stairs and get into my apartment. Why was I so exhausted even though I'd slept all night? Peeling my clothes off, I fell into bed. It was All Hallows Eve. I had the day off. My first day in forever. And Maverick didn't care about me. So I had the whole day to sleep. When I woke up again, the fading sunlight was streaming through my window, and a depression unlike any I'd ever known before had settled inside my gut like poison. I didn't want to get out of bed, and I had no reason to. I pulled the duvet over my head and let the warmth wrap around me. My phone didn't ring, and although I managed to drink a gallon or two of water, I didn't really eat. My door had been knocked on so many times, but I hadn't been able to get up and walk down those stairs. It had to be trick-or-treaters. It was almost 6 o'clock, and I knew the little ones started as soon as school ended. Pansy. JD's voice startled me and I sat up in bed. JD. I answered, my brow furrowed. My best friend stormed into my room, her hands on her hips. She was already dressed in her nurse-zombie combination of white linen and blood. What are you doing in bed still? She demanded. Maverick doesn't love me, I said. The words I'd been thinking all day. JD stalked closer to the bed. What are you talking about? Maverick's gone, I said, still not moving to get out of bed. But you look nice. JD groaned. Where's your costume, Paige? Halloween has started. You're missing all the fun. You know I don't like Halloween, JD. Trick-or-treating was for people who didn't get to do magic all year round like us. JD stomped over to my bed and threw back the covers. I was still wearing my flannel pajamas I'd managed to pull on when I was cold earlier. Okay. Get up. Have a shower. And I'll get a costume ready for you. Why? I asked, moving to do as she told me anyway. Because the parade is going to start in a few hours, and you never miss it. I got to my feet and began inching my way towards the bathroom. The parade. The place Maverick and I were going to declare our intentions toward each other. A massive sigh left my lungs as I pushed open the bathroom door. I should take this ring off, but it won't come off. I tugged at the promise ring once more and it hummed, warm and annoyed against my finger. JD charged into the bathroom and flicked on the shower head. You need to snap out of this, Pansy. What on earth happened to you? I shrugged. I don't know. And I didn't. I had no idea what had happened after I closed up last night. And yet when I woke up, I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Maverick didn't love me. JD pointed to the shower. Go. Get yourself clean. I'll see you in a few minutes. Did you eat? I shook my head. JD snapped her fingers, conjuring up a smoothie in a takeaway cup with a paper straw. Here, drink. I took the cup and sucked on the straw, the flavors of banana, honey and strawberry coating my tongue and making me moan. Thanks, JD. She flicked her long blonde hair at me and sauntered out the door. Yeah. Let's do this. I shut the door, stripped off and stepped beneath the shower. Part of me had known that Maverick and I wouldn't work. Of course we wouldn't. He was the High Warlock's son. I was, well, nobody. He's too good for you. The words rang in my head as though someone was saying them, but I didn't remember anyone saying such a thing to me. Who would do that? No. It was just the truth. He had gone back to London, and he was staying there. We were done. It was over. Once I'd showered, I wrapped myself in a towel and shuffled back out toward my comfy bed. Oh no you don't. I'm going to have to magic you up tonight, aren't I? I sat on the bed with a HMPH. JD was a powerful witch from a strong bloodline. You know Maverick will probably have to marry you, or someone like you, I said, crestfallen. JD was pacing my bedroom, tapping her finger against her mouth as though thinking deeply. I'm sorry, what? You know. Someone from good bloodlines. When have you ever cared about bloodlines, Pansy? You're talking craziness. Now stand up. I did as she said. She began to chant an incantation that had my towel disappear, and my hair drying and curling. I closed my eyes and let my fairy godmother dress me for the Halloween ball. I opened my eyes. JD was grinning at me. Go look. I took a few steps over to the only mirror I owned, and gaped at the image that reflected back at me. JD, this isn't me. She'd created a virtual ball gown of puffery and glitz, and a tiara to match that sparkled like it contained real diamonds. It is you, she exclaimed. You're Glinda, the good witch of the north. She magicked up a long wand that was just like the Wizard of Oz's character. Tears gathered in my eyes. The dress is beautiful. And so are you, JD said. I blinked the tears away as I turned to the side to admire her handiwork. The dress was truly stunning, and my hair had been swept up into a wedding-style do. Why did you do this, JD? She grabbed my free hand and spoke with urgency. Because tonight Maverick is going to find you. He's going to ask you to marry him, and I want you to look as pretty as a bride. This time the tears gathered and fell. JD, he doesn't love me. I told you. I'm not good enough for him. He's gone back to London. I know. For work, JD said, still grinning and nodding. No. He's going to stay there. I said, sniffing and reaching for a tissue. All my hopes, my dreams, they're all gone. But what else did I really think was going to happen? He left me 10 years ago for his family and responsibilities, and nothing's changed. JD grabbed my hand and hauled me towards the door. Where are we going? I asked her, digging my heels in to slow her down. She turned around and glared with all her brilliance at me. We are going to the parade, and we are going to participate in the biggest event of the year. And no matter what this stupid depression thing is you've got going on, we're going out. I didn't want to, and JD knew it. But JD was a force of nature. So much so that I knew there was no way I was winning this battle. Her strength and ability to ride roughshod over my worries was one of the reasons we were friends, and the main reason my mom always encouraged our friendship. I needed her. JD always pulled me out of my shell, whether I liked it or not. Okay. Okay. Don't pull me down the stairs. I lifted my dress and walked down to the ground floor, noticing the glass slippers JD had created for me too. Crazy comfy for shoes that looked like they were truly made by fairies. We stepped out onto the path. I turned to lock the door to my apartment and drew in a deep breath. There were pumpkins everywhere, and orange lights adorned every shop front in the street. My heart lifted. Okay, JD. Let's do this. There had been life before Maverick, and there'd be life afterwards. I was sure. I just had to get through tonight and tomorrow, then I'd look up where my parents were traveling to next. Halloween had been good for business this year, so I had enough money to go somewhere fun for a few weeks and clear my head. Hopefully Mom and Dad were staying somewhere warm, with cocktails and beaches aplenty. Arm in arm I walked with my best friend down the street and towards the main road of Salem. All the shops were open and twinkling with lights and festive fall decorations. The road had been blocked off, and everyone was celebrating. The carnival started. JD said, pointing at the Ferris wheel going round and round. I nodded. Oh, there's Maverick. JD cried, pointing across the square excitedly. Oh, and he does not look good, she added as an afterthought. I didn't bother looking that way. He was nothing to me now. JD was waving her arm over her head to get his attention. I growled at her. Stop it. Please. He doesn't want me. How many times do I have to tell you? Maverick had caught up to us now, and he reached for my hand. I pulled my fingers out of his grasp and turned to face him. Don't touch me. You don't owe me an explanation. Please. Just go. He turned towards JD, a pained expression on his face. What's happened? Nothing, JD said, jerking her thumb at me. But there's something wrong with her. She thinks you don't love her. That you don't want her. What? Maverick exploded, throwing his hands around emphatically. They fucking threw me in jail in London. I tried to transport back with only a fraction of my magic, and ended up in Vegas. I had no phone, and had to win enough money for a bloody plane ticket. Oh Pansy, you have no idea. I've moved heaven and earth to get back to you for our Halloween night, just like I promised. I stared at him, then blinked slowly. His words sounded impassioned, and yet I felt nothing at all. I'm sorry for the inconvenience you're gone through, Maverick, but I don't think that has anything to do with me anymore. Have a nice night. I picked up my skirts to leave. Maverick's hand grabbed onto my arm. Pansy, wait. I sighed and turned back. Can you let me go, please? I know you don't want me, and it's okay. Please. Just walk away. I didn't know why he was bothering to lie to me. I knew the truth, and there was nothing he could say that was going to change that fact or my mind.
Maverick. I stared at Pansy in disbelief. What are you talking about? Pansy just stared at me blankly. I turned to JD, her blonde best friend. What's happened to her? JD threw up her hands. I knew it wasn't just me. She's been like this ever since I picked her up. She's convinced you don't love her, and that you're moving back to London forever. I turned towards Pansy and knew something was wrong. So wrong. My magic was coming back. The sleep I'd managed to catch on the plane had partly reinvigorated me. But I wasn't sure what was wrong. JD, will you help me? The blonde nodded. Yeah, of course. But where do we start? I think she's been hexed. JD gaped at me. You think? Oh my God. Your fucking mother. My mother. I repeated. No. She wouldn't. Surely. JD threw her hands up in the air. Who else would it be? I thought about it for too long. JD actually whacked me in the arm in response. Snap out of it. I coughed to clear my throat. You're right. Let's focus on Pansy. Pansy patted me on the arm as though I were a child. Bye, Maverick. It's okay that you don't love me. You deserve better. I don't have good bloodlines. We wouldn't suit. A cold chill rolled down my spine and I clenched my jaw together. Definitely my mother. Told you, JD quipped back. I blew out a long breath. Okay. Okay. So how do we fix this? You could tell your mom to lift the hex. A smile lifted my lips. I've got a better idea. I glanced out into the street where the parade was going past. There they were, my parents, on the main stage. I grabbed Pansy's hand. Pansy. Come with me, okay? I need to tell you something, I pleaded gently. She blinked at me sadly, as if totally numb. It's okay, she insisted. Please, I urged her. Just come. She nodded mutely. I pulled her towards the stage, up the stairs, and towards the microphone. My father stopped speaking immediately upon seeing me and stepped out of the way. I glared at my mother as I grabbed the microphone off the stand. Sorry to interrupt, folks, but I'm here to make an announcement. Ever the schemer, my mother tried to interrupt. Maverick. Leave the poor girl alone. Can't you see that she doesn't want to be with you? Dad? I called out to my father. Lock her up. Now. My father, God love him, grabbed my mother by the arm and snapped his fingers, and they disappeared into thin air. The crowd around us gasped loudly. Most of them were humans. I let go of Pansy for a moment to fake clap. Bravo. A round of applause, everyone, for my parents' amazing magic trick. Pansy tried to leave. I raced after her, grabbing her hand and falling to my knees. Pansy, please look at me. She turned to frown at me. I grabbed her left hand, making sure I touched the ring I'd given her. I'd imbued a large amount of powerful energy into that ring, and if anything could break the hex on my beautiful girl, it was my love for her. Pansy, I made a promise to you, and I'm here to fulfill that promise. I love you, and I want to marry you. Will you be my wife? There was a hushed silence that fell over the crowd, and the occasional gasp and whisper. I kept my gaze on Pansy, refusing to let her look away. Her eyes were filling with tears. But you said. No, I didn't. Feel the heat of the ring. Of my promise. I squeezed her hand and sent her my love in the form of a spell. My magic surged and met resistance. Met a bad memory. Met a curse. Pansy, I need you to fight for me. Please, I beseeched her. She was shaking her head, but also crying and trembling. I wanted my father, I needed help. But no one was there to help me except my love. I jumped to my feet. There was only one option left. One chance. I focused myself and began reciting the spell of my promise, the one that had created the ring, everything from the gold to the jewels. My love was interwoven into every word. My hope, my sadness, and my fears. Pansy took a step closer and slowly began to nod, as if she were waking from her magic-induced stupor. Yes, Maverick, she said. Yes. 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 I finished the spell to be safe and stared down into my woman's eyes. You'll marry me. Even if my family is crazy, and I have no idea what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. What about your job in London? She whispered. I quit, I said. I never wanted to work there. It was just one of the many things I did to keep my parents happy. My mother, anyway. Pansy began to cough, hacking and wheezing violently. I stepped up behind her and patted her on the back. It's all right. Get it out. She bent forward and out came the silver dust. The hex. My mother's favorite sort. I glared at the offending powder. Pansy stood back up, putting a hand over her mouth. What is that? I took her free hand. I'll explain everything later. Come with me. I waved at the crowd as they clapped and cheered us, as if we just put on some kind of costume performance. Pansy looked like Cinderella or some other fairy tale queen. You look beautiful. She grinned at me as she walked down the steps, holding the dress in one hand. Thanks. JD made it for me. Where shall we go? I asked, glancing around at the crowds of people. Music was playing through large speakers on the street. Pansy stepped close and wrapped her arms around my neck. How about we stay right here? She began to sway against me, a smile on her lovely face. I put my hand on her waist, moving in time with the beat of the music. She twirled her fingers in my hair and grinned up at me. Thank you for coming back for me. I kissed her gently on the lips. I've loved you forever, Pansy. I wasn't letting anyone or anything get between us. Never again. I promise you. She brought her hands around to my face and lifted her chin to brush another kiss over my lips. Promise accepted and returned. I love you, Mav. I brought my little witch in closer and began to plan our future together. Do you want to go away somewhere? I asked playfully. I've got more than a few vacation days up my sleeve. Maybe you and I could go find an island somewhere and make up for lost time. She laughed gently. You read my mind. My parents are somewhere sunny at the moment, actually. Australia, remember? Maybe we could go visit them. I nodded. That sounds like the perfect plan. Amongst the pumpkins and candy and the music, we danced and planned and kissed the night away. I could hardly believe it. I was finally with my beautiful little witch, the incredible potions queen who still wore my promise ring and had stolen my heart when we were just 17.
Epilogue. A year later. Pansy. I entered the last of the Halloween purchases into my computer and rubbed my little potbelly with a contented sigh. How are you hanging in there, pumpkin? I asked. Donna and Hannah, my awesome shop assistants, came running up to me. Everything's done, Pansy. Thank you both so much, I said, grinning at them. I can't believe I used to do this month all by myself. You two have been lifesavers, and not just recently but all year. I'd hired these two over the Christmas holidays, and they'd both ended up staying on doing shifts after school and on weekends. They got to make some extra pocket money, and I got to have the occasional day off. It was fantastic. Not that I needed to work, Maverick always reminded me, but I loved it. And I wasn't letting anyone take my shop away from me. It was a part of who I was and would always be. The girls I'd just praised gushed and grabbed their cell phones and purses. Here's your holiday bonus. I pushed 2 envelopes toward them, where I'd stashed some extra cash as well as a special crystal necklace for each of them. Oh, thanks, Pansy, Hannah said, tucking her envelope into her bag. See you on Saturday. Thank you, Pansy. Bye. Donna took her envelope and waved, heading out the door just as my beautiful husband walked in. Hey girls. Thanks for all the help, he said. They giggled and waved as they left. Maverick locked the door behind him, closing the shop. Have you done the official tally? Yes. I exclaimed, happily announcing you were right. This was my most profitable Halloween season ever, even with Hannah's and Donna's wages. Maverick sauntered up to the desk dressed in his black suit. And you're not dead on your feet every night. I walked around the desk to greet him, lifting my face for his kiss. His hand went to my growing belly. How's our princess today? Growing well, I said, pushing a hand into my aching lower back. But it's definitely time for a day off. We'd found out early that we were having a little girl, and Maverick's mother pitched a fit. Many of the high warlock families lamented having daughters in their bloodlines. Yeah. Where do you want to go? He asked. Oh. I let my imagination run wild. Egypt, maybe? Maverick wrinkled his nose in distaste. Too sandy. Vegas, maybe? Too loud. I laughed and went back to close off the cash register. Then where do you want to go, spoil sport? How about the outskirts of London to visit my aunt and uncle for a few days? I breathed a sigh of happiness. Oh, that would be awesome. I've missed Veronica. Veronica was the daughter of a high warlock, who'd married the son of another high warlock, my grandfather to be exact. Her parents gave me hope that my daughter would have a wonderful and bright future too. My powerful husband wriggled his fingers. So, do you want to go right now? I blinked at him and did a quick calculation. I'll need some clothes, and we should probably clean out the refrigerator before we go anywhere. Maverick clicked his fingers. Done, he said with an impish grin. I wrapped my arms around his neck, pressing as close as I could without squashing my baby bump. I love you. As I love you, he said. I closed my eyes and the wind of Maverick's powerful magic whirled around me until the air around us had changed. I opened my eyes once more and we were standing in a beautiful bedroom, the fire crackling in the grate. We were in the guest bedroom, our bedroom technically since we visited so often. The scent of cinnamon buns lingered in the air, which meant Veronica was baking. Should we go downstairs? I asked. Maverick slid his hands down to my ass and gripped my flesh. In a while, maybe? I chuckled as I lifted my chin. You're insatiable, Maverick McCready. For you, Pansy, he asked. Always. The end. I hope you enjoyed the first of my season fantasy and paranormal romances. Next up is Daddy Christmas. You can pre-order here. Or read on for a sneak peek. JD. Hot tears burned my eyes, but I laughed them away instead of letting them fall. Today wasn't a day for sadness, quite the opposite. My best friend in the whole world was marrying her high school sweetheart, and most of the magical community had turned out to celebrate. When Maverick's father, the High Warlock of Salem, said the final words of the wedding ceremony, a hush fell over the crowd. There had been a promise made, the whole room filled with the magic of their love. Maverick cupped Pansy's face and kissed her passionately in front of the whole world, something Pansy had feared would never happen. The whole crowd surged to their feet, including me, and everyone cheered loudly. The happy couple broke apart and held up their hands in a symbol of unity and celebration. They'd made it. My beautiful friend had a smile that wouldn't quit today, and I didn't blame her. She looked truly amazing. Her dark hair had been magically colored to include pink and white highlights that went with the theme of the wedding. Flowers covered her from head to toe in some way, making her look like some sort of fantasy princess. Tiny rosebuds twisted through her hair, across her bodice and down her long skirts. Even her wedding dress was a pure soft pink. She was pansy perfect. Still holding hands, Maverick and Pansy ran down the aisle together and into the reception area behind us. We followed behind them as a large group, filtering out into the huge ballroom filled with tables and flowers and music. I stopped in the center of the room and stood still, absorbing the beauty and wonder around me. I was still looking for my man, and there was a loneliness that ate at me every day that I was struggling to push away. But not today. Today, I was filled with nothing but pure happiness for my friend. She deserved this love more than anyone I knew. I was thrilled to find out I'd been put on the family table, next to Pansy's mom and dad. I didn't have to deal with my parents, who'd been shoved into the back of the room, or any of the power-hungry warlocks that had been flown in from the London head office. I was done with warlocks and most witches for that matter, though Pansy's parents were the exception. How was Australia? I asked Pansy's mom Mary, after I'd sat down beside her on the family bridal table. She was watching the newlyweds dancing happily on the dance floor to the music playing softly around us. She turned towards me with a big smile. Oh, it was amazing. Sandy beaches. Lovely people. Not a lot of magics, of course, but we weren't looking for other witches or warlocks. No, unlike my parents, Mary and Stephen didn't have a lot of power or magic. They lived their lives similar to most humans, and were so much happier because of it. Pansy's uproarious laugh caught my attention, and I looked towards the dance floor again. Damn, they were perfect together. Do you know where they're going on their honeymoon? Mary poured herself a glass of white wine and took a sip. Hawaii, I think. But Maverick's got money and magic, they can go anywhere they like. I raised my eyebrows at her. That sounds a little bitter, Mary. Mary shrugged, yeah, maybe. But Maverick broke my girl's heart in high school, and I'm not sure I've ever forgiven him. My heart went out to the mother that was putting on a brave face, despite feeling angry towards the man who was now her son-in-law. I made a mental note to speak to Maverick about that. But for now, I put my hand on Mary's arm, loving her even more in that moment of honesty. Well, I've done a little scrying on their future, just for my own peace of mind, and I'd encourage you to get over that one, Mary. These two are going to be happy for a very long time to come. Mary stared at me with unshed tears glistening in her eyes. Really? I stood up and pulled Pansy's mom into my arms for a big hug. Really? You don't have to worry. Mary hugged me back tight and I held my tongue on more details. Mary and her husband Stephen didn't have a lot of magic, but they had great love. Their daughter would have it all, and I wasn't sure that was what Mary needed to hear. Pansy and her children would have magic. Great magic. They would have money. And more than enough love. More than I'd ever known. When Mary pulled back to sit down and dab her face, I sat with her, magicking up a cocktail for my single self. I was crying today. No matter what. What about you, JD? Mary asked, reaching for the warm bread rolls. What does your future hold? I took a sip of my espresso cocktail, then set it on the white linen tablecloth. I don't look at my own futures anymore. Too depressing. And they changed all the time. I couldn't cope with feeling hopeful, then having those hopes dashed. Mary changed the subject. Well, what are you doing for Christmas? Only a few weeks away now. I pressed my lips together. My parents didn't really do Christmas, and it had been a lot of years since the festive season for me had been more than a day or two with no work and lots of wine. I don't know, actually. Mary's gaze slid sideways as she reached out and touched Stephen's arm. We did one magical thing over our last trip, didn't we, honey? Stephen, a balding warlock with beautiful blue eyes, smiled at me. Oh yes. I waited for them to reveal all. When they didn't, I laughed. Well, are you going to tell me? Stephen gave Mary a pointed look and she turned back to me. We went to the North Pole. I shuddered at the very idea of all that snow. Oh no, was it freezing? Mary's laugh was a tinkle around me. Oh no. We met Santa. Stephen said matter-of-factly, though he goes by Nicky. I laughed again, and took another sip of my martini. But when I looked back at Stephen, it was obvious he wasn't joking. You're serious? Absolutely. Mary said. We have the coordinates, and he told us to send a friend or two that we trusted. Maybe you could go visit with him for Christmas? It's a beautiful place, full of beauty and magic. I set my martini down and stared at them. You're really serious, aren't you? What's he like? Was Santa 1,000 years old, with a belly as round as a bowl full of jelly? Mary grinned at me. You'll like him. But we're not going to tell you anything else. Will you consider it? I leaned back in my chair. Would I consider visiting Santa on Christmas? But isn't he busy? Stephen chuckled loudly. Well, yes, he would be at the moment. But once Christmas morning arrives, he said he has months of nothing to do. I shook my head. I can't believe Santa really exists. Oh, he's real all right. Mary said. So please think about it, hun. He doesn't invite many people, but we really clicked. He hadn't met a witch or warlock before. It sounded ridiculous. They had to be pulling my leg. But I knew Mary and Stephen, they'd been my surrogate parents most of my life. Well. Hang on. I think I brought it with me. Mary grabbed her bag off the white linen tablecloth and went digging through it. I glanced at Stephen. Is that one of our magical bottomless bags? He laughed. Yes. She'll be lucky to find that card before Christmas Day. Huh. Mary exclaimed, brandishing the business card in her hand. I keep my bag organized, you should know that. She thrust the white business card at me. Here. I took it and stared down at the intricate gold print. Nicholas. I looked back at Mary. What do I do with this? Nicky said that you just have to hold it in your hand and wish to be standing next to him. He said that technically it should work for humans too, but with us already possessing magic, it should be easy. I set the card down on the table, a strange tremble of heat passing over my fingers. I picked it back up, not wanting to leave it behind accidentally. I really don't know if I believe you two or not. Mary smiled at me, but this time there was a serious set to her lips. The rest of the world don't believe in magic, JD. You do. I sighed. That's true. Don't lose it. Mary said. We only got one. I slipped the card into my clutch purse. But I don't know if I'm going to use it or not. Mary shrugged. If you don't come New Year, give it back. I'm sure we could find someone else who'd like a trip to Santa's workshop. Pansy came running over to us, hands outstretched. The music around us had changes, a steady bass pulsing like the beat of my heart. Come dance with me. I grabbed hold of her hand and danced the night away. Whatever the future held, tonight was for celebrating, and I wasn't going to waste another minute of it sitting down. Daddy Christmas, Link.
A Magical Christmas is Book 2 in the seasonal paranormal and fantasy romances series. Written by Amelia Shaw. Published by Harley Romance Publishing, 2024.
Chapter 1. JD. Hot tears burned my eyes, but I laughed them away instead of letting them fall. Today wasn't a day for sadness, quite the opposite. My best friend in the whole world was marrying her high school sweetheart, and most of the magical community had turned out to celebrate. When Maverick's father, the High Warlock of Salem, said the final words of the wedding ceremony, a hush fell over the crowd. There had been a promise made, and the whole room filled with the magic of their love. Maverick cupped Pansy's face and kissed her passionately in front of the whole world, something Pansy had feared would never happen. The immense crowd surged to their feet, including me, and we all cheered for the happy couple. The newlyweds turned to face us and held up their hands in a show of unity and celebration. They'd made it. My beautiful friend had a smile that could outshine the sun, and I couldn't blame her. She looked truly amazing. Her dark hair had been magically colored to include pink and white highlights, which went with the theme of the wedding. Flowers covered her from head to toe, making her look like a real-life fantasy princess. Tiny rosebuds were woven through her hair and twisted across her bodice, then trailed down her long skirts. Even her wedding dress was a pure soft pink. She was pansy perfect. Still holding hands, Maverick and Pansy ran down the aisle together and into the reception area behind us. We followed behind them as a large group, filtering out into the huge ballroom, filled with tables, flowers, and music. I stopped in the center of the room and stood still, absorbing the beauty and wonder all around me. I was still looking for my own man, my own happily ever after. And a pervasive loneliness that came with the absence of love ate away at me every day, to the point where I struggled to push away. But not today. Today, I was filled with nothing but pure happiness for my dearest friend. She deserved this love more than anyone I knew. And I was thrilled to find out I'd been seated at the family table, next to Pansy's mom and dad. I wouldn't have to deal with my parents, who'd mercifully been placed toward the back of the room, or any of the power-hungry warlocks who'd been flown in from the London head office. I was done with warlocks and most witches for the most part, though Pansy's parents were the exception. So, how was Australia? I asked Pansy's mom, Mary, after I'd sat down beside her at the family bridal table. She was watching the newlyweds dancing happily on the dance floor, to the music playing softly around us. She turned toward me with a big smile. Oh, it was amazing. It was all sandy beaches and lovely people. There was not a lot of magics, of course, but we weren't looking for other witches or warlocks anyway. No, unlike my parents, Mary and Stephen didn't have a lot of power or magic. They lived their lives similar to the way most humans did, and were so much happier for it. Pansy's uproarious laugh caught my attention, and I looked toward the dance floor again. Damn, they were perfect together. Do you know where they're going on their honeymoon? I asked. Mary poured herself a glass of white wine and took a sip. Hawaii, I think. But Maverick's got money and magic aplenty, they can go anywhere they like. I raised my eyebrows at her. That sounds a little bitter, Mary. Mary shrugged. Yeah, maybe. But Maverick broke my girl's heart in high school, and I'm not sure I've ever forgiven him for it. He wasn't there to see the pain he caused. I was the one left to help Pansy pick up the pieces. My heart went out to her for putting on a brave face, despite harboring anger, towards the man who was now her son-in-law. I made a mental note to speak to Maverick about that in the near future. I put my hand on Mary's arm, loving her even more in the moment of honesty. Well, I've done a little scrying on their future, just for my own peace of mind, and for what it's worth. I'd encourage you to let that one rest, Mary. These two are going to be happy for a very long time to come. Mary stared at me with unshed tears glistening in her eyes. Really? She asked, her tone one of genuine hope. I stood up and pulled Pansy's mom into my arms for a big hug. Really? You don't have to worry. Our Pansy's going to be okay. The past is in the past. Mary hugged me back tight, clearly relieved. I held my tongue on offering further details. Mary and her husband Stephen didn't have a lot of magic between them, but they had a great earnest love. Their daughter would truly have it all, but I wasn't sure that was what Mary needed or wanted to hear. Pansy and her children would have magic, great magic, and they would have money. But most importantly, they would have more than enough love, certainly more than I'd ever known, and that was all her parents had to know. Mary pulled back to sit down and dab her face. I sat with her, magicking up a cocktail for my very single self. I was crying today. No matter what. And what about you, JD? Mary asked, reaching for the warm, fresh bread rolls. What does your future hold? I took a sip of my espresso cocktail, then set it on the white linen tablecloth carefully. I honestly don't look into my own futures anymore. It's too depressing. Not to mention they changed all the time. And I couldn't cope with feeling hopeful, then having those hopes dashed. It hurt too much. Mary changed the subject without missing a beat. Well, what are you doing for Christmas? It's only a few weeks away now. I pressed my lips together. My parents didn't really do Christmas, and it had been a good many years since the festive season for me had been more than a day or two work-free paired with lots of wine. Ah, I don't know, actually, I answered elusively. Mary's gaze slid sideways as she reached out and touched Stephen's arm. We did one magical thing on our last trip, didn't we, honey? Stephen, a balding warlock with beautiful blue eyes, smiled at me. Oh yes. I waited for them to reveal all. When they didn't, I laughed. Well, are you going to tell me? Stephen gave Mary a pointed look. She turned back to me, her gaze bright. We went to the North Pole. I shuddered at the very idea of all that snow. Oh, was it freezing? Mary's laugh was like a tinkling bell all around me. Oh no. We met Santa, actually, Stephen said matter-of-factly. Though he prefers to go by Nicky. I laughed again and took another sip of my martini. But when I looked back at Stephen, it was obvious he wasn't joking. You're serious? Absolutely, Mary answered. We have his coordinates. He told us to send a friend or two that we trusted. If you don't have any plans, maybe you could go visit with him for Christmas? It's a beautiful place, full of beauty and magic. I set my martini down and stared at them wide-eyed. You're serious, aren't you? What's he like? Was Santa really 1,000 years old, with a belly as round as a bowl full of jelly? Mary grinned at me. You'd like him. But we're not going to tell you anything else. It has to be a surprise. Will you consider it? I leaned back in my chair. Would I consider visiting Santa on Christmas? But isn't he busy? I asked. Stephen chuckled loudly. Well, yes, he would be at the moment. But once Christmas morning arrives, it's all done and dusted. He said he has months of nothing to do afterwards, and he'd enjoy some company. I shook my head. I still can't believe Santa really exists. Oh, he's real all right, Mary said. So please think about it, hun. He doesn't extend an invitation to many people, but we really clicked. He hadn't met a witch or warlock before us. It sounded ridiculous. They had to be pulling my leg. But I knew Mary and Stephen like the back of my hand. They'd practically been my surrogate parents most of my life. Well, hang on. I think I brought it with me. Mary grabbed her bag off the white linen tablecloth and began digging through it. I glanced at Stephen. Is that one of our magical bottomless bags? He laughed. It sure is. She'll be lucky to find that card before Christmas Day. Ha! Mary exclaimed triumphantly, brandishing the business card in her hand. I keep my bag organized. You should know that. She thrust the white business card at me. Here. I took it and stared down at the intricate gold print. It simply read, Nicholas. I looked back at Mary, puzzled. What do I do with this? Nicky said that all you have to do is hold it in your hand and wish to be with him. He said that technically it should work for humans too, but with us already possessing magic, it should be an easy trip. I set the card down on the table, a strange tremble of heat passing over my fingers. Then I picked it back up, not wanting to leave it behind accidentally. I really don't know if I believe you two or not. Mary smiled at me, but this time there was a serious set to her lips. The rest of the world doesn't believe in magic, JD. You do. He's as real as we are. I sighed. That's true. Don't lose it, Mary warned. We only have one. I slipped the card into my clutch purse. But I don't know if I'm going to use it or not. Mary shrugged. If you don't, come New Year's, just give it back. I'm sure we could find someone else who'd like a trip to Santa's workshop. Pansy came running over to us, hands outstretched, interrupting the moment. The music around us had changed, a steady bass pulsed through the air, matching the beat of my heart. Come dance with me, she exclaimed excitedly, the joy of her special day infectious. I grabbed hold of her hand and danced the night away with my best friend. Whatever the future held, tonight was for celebrating, and I wasn't going to waste another minute of it sitting down.
Chapter 2. Nicholas. Less than 3 weeks before Christmas, and the whole town was a hurricane of activity, especially Santa's workshop. Lists were being read, toys were being made, and electronics were being ordered. There were elves working feverishly, and plates of sugary treats to keep up energy strewn everywhere. I glanced around the room with pride. This was my family business, my father's bloodline, and our legacy. There were moments when I wished for a different existence, of course, but the elves relied on me. And they were my family now. The fairy tales that human parents told their children about Santa and his Christmas gifts were mostly right. They'd managed to guess what I did, and how I did it fairly well. My system of knowing what children wanted, though, and where they lived, was a magic uniquely my own, one that no one possessed on the planet but me. But I didn't have reindeer, and I didn't do the sleigh thing. My elves dashed all over the globe on Christmas Eve using their own magic, delivering presents to all the children in the world. A single present their parents barely noticed amongst all the others. The one Santa rule that everyone got wrong was that every child received something. I didn't keep track of who was naughty or nice. Whoever wrote that particular song was obviously having trouble with their own offspring, I think. Children were inherently good, and being naughty was just like having a little extra spice in your pudding. It was never a bad thing when the heart was all pudding and sugar to begin with. Thule, my head supervisor, came over to me carrying a clipboard. "Santa, we're done with all of the North American children's orders." "Wonderful," I said, smiling at him, though the pleasure of this time of year was sometimes a struggle to tap into after so long in the game. "Keep up the good work. I'm heading to my room for a quick shower and a power nap. I'll be back in a few hours." Thule saluted. "No rush, Santa. We have it all under control." I sighed with gratitude. "I know, Thule. And I appreciate you more than I can say." I hadn't slept in more than a day, but the increase in productivity was well worth the fatigue. We were on target finally, so I could afford the break now. My bedroom was down the hallway a little way. Luckily, it was far enough that I'd be able to sleep without hearing the hubbub and action pouring out of the toy room. A groan left my weary body as I pushed open the door and practically staggered into the ensuite bathroom. The stonework on the walls and the floor was dark gray, and the shower was huge. Every Santa renovated their private rooms once they took on the role, and I'd managed to change a bit of my bedroom and the ensuite. Not a lot else, though truth be told, I didn't really want to change too much. My parents had done a great job with the place before they'd passed on 10 years ago. They'd lived together, loved together, and died together. As it was for all Santas and their Mrs. Clauses. "Yeah, if they're lucky enough to have one," I grumbled, stripping off my clothes and stepping into the shower. If I glanced in the mirror, I'd see a man who looked 30, but I was closer to 50 human years old. I wouldn't start aging properly until I found the woman I was meant to marry, and we had a child together. Then we'd both grow old as our son grew up. It was the natural way of things, being a Santa. Unlike my father, I hadn't met the woman destined to live and die by my side as soon as I reached maturity. I'll stay young forever at this rate. The shower was deliciously hot and washed the sweat and anxiety of the day away. Closing my eyes, I tried to focus on relaxing enough to be able to sleep, but it wasn't easy. This time of the year meant we were all pulling 36-hour shifts, and everyone was exhausted but filled with adrenaline. Especially me. The elves could go forever on a pack of marshmallows and a good cup of hot chocolate. I've never known how they maintained their enthusiasm, especially since most of them were easily several centuries old. Damn, what's wrong with me? I tilted my head back and let the water cascade over my face. The loneliness was getting to me, I had to admit that at least. I'd done a decent job of staying sane over the decade without my parents, staying busy and looking after my people, the elves and their families. Then, a week after Christmas every year, I allowed myself to release some tension and indulge in the bodies of human women. But for the rest of the year, I was celibate and without any other human company. Meeting Mary and Stephen a few months ago had been a blessing and a surprise. But their unexpected visit had reminded me of just how alone I was up here without a single soul like me. No family. No wife. No children. No friends. The elves were great, but they treated me like their boss, and they had their own families. I smiled as I remembered meeting the two strangers out in the snowfields, lost and exploring. Mary and Stephen had been a great couple. Funny, happy, and hopelessly in love. They'd been traveling the world together. A warlock and his witch. I turned the water off and dried myself quickly before shuffling over to my huge bed. I needed a break from all this. I needed more. My father had always said that the woman who was destined to be my wife and the next Mrs. Claus would find her way to me. But in the 10 years since my parents had died, Mary and Stephen were the first human types to find their way to the North Pole at all. I didn't leave my kingdom except for a few hours on Christmas Eve, and my 1 week of debauchery post-Boxing Day. So, how was she going to find me? I rolled into my warm bed and pulled the thick blankets up over my nakedness. This time of the year was busy, but we were on top of things. In fact, we were almost ahead of schedule. I should be feeling elated, exhausted, but happy. But instead, inside my heart, there was nothing but turmoil, loneliness, and regret. I wanted to see more of the world, and perhaps it was time I did. Once the Christmas rush was over, I'd make plans to find my Mrs. Claus. Because if she wasn't going to find me, maybe it was time I went looking for her. I closed my eyes and settled my head against the pillow. Where should I start my journey? I wondered. Somewhere like northern Canada, where the temperature would be freezing, but the people were friendly. She'd acclimatized to the weather here, well at least. Or perhaps somewhere like Australia. This time of the year was hot, and everyone was on vacation. Sunny beaches and gorgeous women? Yeah. I could do an Aussie holiday. I smiled to myself as I let exhaustion finally tug me into sleep. My options were limitless. There was nothing to stop me. It was high time I stepped up and grabbed the life I truly wanted. JD. I finished up work a few days before Christmas, then it was time to get organized for the big day. My parents were still coming, despite my misgivings and pansies, confirming we were still on for lunch. Thanks to my magic, I didn't need to shop for anything except the few ingredients I'd need for casting my spells. And luckily for me, there was only one shop where I could get everything. Pansy's potion shop was the best in town, which was something I'd always been very proud of her for. As I rounded the corner, I was relieved to see that her shop was open and filled with people, as always. I pushed open the door with a wide grin, not surprised to see the woman herself manning the desk. Pansy lifted her head from where she stood, immediately recognizing my presence as she finalized noting something down in her ledger. She caught my eye, grinning broadly. "Hello, stranger," she said cheerfully. I wandered through her store, closing the distance between us, happiness filling up my lonely heart. "Welcome back. How was Hawaii?" I inquired. Pansy and Maverick had returned from their honeymoon only a few days ago, yet I wasn't surprised to see that my friend was already back to working like her usual self, post-wedded bliss. "Oh, it was amazing," Pansy gushed, wrapping her long hair around itself and piling the mass on top of her head in a stylish and casual messy bun. "It was so warm, even at this time of year." "Lucky duck," I said, hugging my sweater tighter to my body. It was only 50 degrees here in town today, and yet when I'd checked the weather in Hawaii a few days ago, it had been closer to 70. "Can I get you something, hun?" Pansy asked, "or are you just swinging by for a catch-up?" There was a line growing behind me of customers who wanted to pay, so I needed to get out of the way. I stepped to the side. "I do actually need a few things, so unfortunately the catch-up will have to wait." "Do you need my help?" she asked, or? "No," I waved my hands at her, already stepping out of the line. "I know where everything is. I'll be back in 10. I let the other women behind me come forward with her armful of purchases, and went for a wander. Pansy was smart, and had a mind for business when it came to public holidays. She always bundled up popular ingredients to make the buying experience easier and faster for customers, as well as more profitable for her. This month, she'd bagged up ingredients for cooking potions and common recipes kits for Christmas feasting. I needed exactly those types of ingredients for my lunch, but I didn't bother to hurry. I didn't have children waiting for me at home, or a million presents to buy. So I took my time and leisurely wandered around Pansy's shop, enjoying the lack of Halloween paraphernalia and the familiar scent of cinnamon in the air. The ingredients I needed for my spells were easy to find, and when I finally ambled back to the front desk, Pansy was just closing the cash register again. I put all my desired purchases up onto the desk and pulled out my credit card. "You know the High Witch doesn't usually work, right?" I teased. Maverick was the son of the High Warlock of Salem and would inherit his title with time. Once Pansy had married Maverick, she'd automatically become the next High Witch in waiting. A position coveted by almost every witch ever. Pansy rolled her eyes at me with a good-natured smile. "Don't you start." "Uh-oh. What do you mean? What's been said? And who do I need to beat up for you? If it's Maverick, I can take him." And I could. He was powerful, but I fought dirty when I needed to, especially when it came to protecting the few people I loved. Pansy started ringing everything up and packing my ingredients into a brown paper bag embossed with a festive holly symbol. "Oh, it's everyone. Maverick's parents and all the town folk that I've been talking to. They all think I should just stop working, sit down, put my feet up, and enjoy being Maverick's wife. But what would I even do with my time, JD? You know my little shop has been my lifelong dream." A question no other woman in all of Salem would have ever asked herself. I had to laugh at Pansy's authentic frustration. "See, this is why I love you. The main reason everyone in this town wanted to marry Maverick is because it would mean unlimited power and money for them. Whereas you married him for love and now you're back working. By yourself. Again." She flitted her eyelashes at me. "Well, I have hired a couple of local girls to help me. Just on weekends, and stuff to make life a little easier when it's busy." I clapped my hands. That's more like it. A good boss knows when to delegate. Pansy took my card, tapped it, then handed it back. I narrowed my eyes at her. "Receipt." She tore it off and shook her head, sliding the receipt into her cash register. "Nope. You don't need it," she assured me. She was too generous for her own good. "Pansy, I hope you charged me enough to cover the cost of everything." She grinned at me. "Of course I did." "Bullshit. You're generous to a fault, you know that?" Not one for compliments, Pansy waved her hand dismissively and changed the subject. "So, what are you doing for Christmas Day? Do you have any plans yet?" "Well," I began, taking my package from her, "my parents are actually coming to my place for lunch." "Really?" Pansy's surprise was a palpable thing, her eyebrows lifting high up her forehead. I couldn't help but giggle at her response. "Yeah, I know. My parents, the Grinches, are coming back to Salem for Christmas. It would be the first time my parents had seen my new little house too. What about you, Pansy?" I deflected. She leaned forward on the counter. "We're kind of everywhere. Breakfast with my parents, then lunch with Mav's uncle in England, and maybe back here for dinner. I'm not sure yet." There was a line forming behind me, so I stepped to the side once more. "Well, you married ladies need to keep everyone happy, don't you?" Pansy snorted. "Yeah, whatever. Hey, if your parents, change their plans or whatever, come here for dinner. We'll have more than enough food and wine to celebrate the holiday, and we'd love to have you. You know that, right?" I inhaled sharply through my nose, combating the emotions rising within my chest. "She's so damn sweet. Thanks, lovely, but I'll be fine." I'd spent more than one Christmas with Pansy and her parents, but Pansy had her own husband now. She had a new family to enjoy and build. She didn't need me hanging around like a fifth wheel at every given chance. I waved goodbye and walked home, not enjoying the chill in the air or the bite at my skin. As soon as I got back to my modern little townhouse, I rushed up the path and quickly raced inside. Brr. It's so cold in here. I set down my bag and flicked my hands around, magicking up some hot cocoa in a mug and getting the fireplace cheerily burning. Christmas was literally 3 days away, and I didn't even have a tree. Pathetic. I chastised myself. Where is my festive spirit? I pulled up my sleeves, figuratively speaking, and got to work. The Christmas theme colors I decided on were simple and classy. White, silver, and red. Yes, that looks right. I conjured up a massive tree to feature in the corner of my living room. It stretched all the way to the ceiling. Then I artfully decorated the branches with baubles and lights, and finalized it with a huge sparkling silver star on top. Next, the windows. They needed a little natural greenery, and perhaps a bauble here and there. Then a red tablecloth spread itself over my large glass dining room table, and new silver and red throw pillows manifested on the couch. When I was done, the fire was blazing, and my heart sang with happiness. Yes. Now that's looking a lot more like Christmas, I said, twirling around my living room. Oh, the staircase. I wandered over to the stairs that lead up to my bedroom, then used my magic to wrap the hand railing with gleaming red tinsel and adorned it with white and silver baubles. When I was done, it looked awesome. Now for the menu. I wandered into the kitchen and started flipping through magazines and planning out Christmas lunch. It would be my first time hosting. I could use my magic to get all the food ready on the day, but planning and thinking about how I wanted everything to taste and look helped when it came to the actual casting of the spells. By the time I went to bed, I had also planned out gifts for every friend I had. I was an only child, as were both of my parents. I had no cousins, no aunts or uncles, but it was Christmas, and I had people I loved. They'd all receive the very best I could magic up.
Chapter 3. JD. Christmas morning. I'd planned to sleep in on Christmas morning since I wasn't expecting my parents until at least 1 p.m. But I couldn't. As soon as the sun rose, my eyes were open, and I was wide awake. Not like those mornings where you can barely drag your ass out of bed even when you desperately needed to pee. Nope. Today, I was as awake as a 5-year-old on Christmas morning, buzzing with energy and ready to jump from my bed and run downstairs to check what was under the tree. But I didn't. I wasn't 5. I was a 26-year-old very single witch. I groaned and stretched my arms above my head and talked out aloud to myself. Okay, so what's the plan? Shower, breakfast, then it's time to get my gingerbread on. And that's exactly what I did. I had a long, relaxing shower. I washed my hair, then blow-dried it, which was something I never normally took the time to do, but today was a special occasion. I had a new white dress with a red Christmas print to flounce about in, so I put that on and walked downstairs for a cup of coffee. I drank my cappuccino while skimming over all the recipes I'd chosen. Turkey with stuffings and gravy, of course. Roast potatoes, pumpkin, and green beans. My father's favorite. Then there was the ham, the deep-fried chicken, and then last but certainly not least, dessert. I'd really outdone myself with the desserts. White Christmas slices, a traditional raisin pudding, and a luxuriously rich chocolate mousse. All decorated with red and white candies and topped with fresh whipped cream. I retrieved the bags of ingredients from Pansy's potion shop and began to grind them into powder for my spells. Food magic could be tricky for some witches, which is why a lot of people like Pansy and her parents chose to eat human food that they cooked the old-fashioned way. But thanks to my parents, I had a lot of magic at my disposal, so I could create and cook pretty much whatever I wanted with ease. Silver bowls and spacious decorative platters were needed first, so I pulled them from my cupboards. All right, let's do this, I said, clapping my hands together as the potion took effect. I began to create the food I'd planned systematically, one dish after another, taking extra time to get the spices and flavors just right. Hours passed by, and when I was finally done, I was exhausted. My kitchen counter was overladen with delicious and amazing treats. My cuckoo clock, a birthday gift from Pansy, chimed at 12 noon, and the gorgeous little bird popped out. I sighed and sat down on the stool behind me. Phew. Just enough time to wash my face before Mom and Dad arrive. Picking up my cell phone, I took a photo of the epic Christmas spread I'd just created, sending it to Pansy. She sent one back almost immediately with an image of her and Maverick cozied up in front of a fireplace. Probably somewhere in England with his family. I sent back a happy message, wishing her the very best for Christmas Day, then set the phone down. I couldn't be jealous of my friend today. I was too happy. Plus, it wasn't like she hadn't been single for her fair share of years, waiting patiently for Maverick to come to his senses. Lucky for her and him, he finally did. A squeal of happiness filled my throat as I turned away from the counter, ready to march upstairs for the final leg of my preparation race. My cell phone buzzed once more next to the dessert trays where I'd left it. I doubled back and grabbed up the phone. Staring down at the screen with a smile on my face, I half expected the text to be another one from Pansy, or maybe even one of my friends from work. But it was my mom. We've been invited to the High Warlock Luncheon in New York, last minute change. Rain check? We'll catch up in the new year. Kisses. My hands shook as my whole world came crashing down around me. I dropped the phone to the tiles at my feet, the stupid thing bouncing thanks to its expensive rubber case. Rage roared inside of me like a typhoon. How could I have been so stupid to think they cared? I swiped my arm out in blind frustration and knocked the pudding flying to the ground. The silver bowl clanged loudly in the room as the dessert spilled out, creating a mess. But that wasn't enough. I was still so furious I could scream, and my stupid Christmas lunch was just sitting there, mocking me in all its perfection and glory. What a waste. What a goddamn fucking waste. Arg. I yelled at the top of my lungs, swinging my arm out again, and knocking everything to my left to the floor, destroying hours worth of love and work in a huge heap of food and anger. And I didn't stop until every last morsel of food I'd prepared was lying on my tiles, inedible and completely ruined. You fucking assholes. I spat, trying to get more of the frustration out of my body. My gut felt like I'd been kicked in the solar plex, and hot lava poured ravenously through my veins. It had to be adrenaline. My heart was pounding, and I was panting and sweating too. Oh my God, I hate them. I hated them so much it hurt, burning like hot ash in my chest. Why did they always do this to me? I swept my hair up into a messy bun, then walked out of the kitchen, carefully stepping over all the food. I didn't want to slip and fuck up my back. I seriously wasn't in the mood. Not today. I stomped back up the stairs, still seething with fury over my parents' total disregard for me and my efforts. But even worse, I was furious with myself. What else had I expected on a day like today? Nothing. I should have expected nothing. How could I have truly believed that they would change? That they loved me? When had I become so hopeful and naive? The thin elastic holding my messy bun up snapped in a spectacular way, releasing my hair in a mess all over my face. Arg no. I moaned and gripped my head in sheer frustration. What else was going to go wrong today? I looked around the room for my favorite hair clip, the pink one. It was strong enough to hold all my hair up, and I needed another shower thanks to my temper tantrum downstairs. But the clip was nowhere to be seen. When did I last use it? I could have conjured another, maybe, but I'd exhausted my magic reserves from the morning of cooking and preparation. My emotions were all over the place. I'd likely conjure something completely unworkable. Besides, I already had a clip, and it was a good one. Where the fuck is it? An image of me using it last came to mind. Pansy's wedding. The dance floor. When I'd been sweaty and kneading my long hair up off my neck. I'd clipped it up and we'd danced the night away. Marching straight to my closet, I grabbed the clutch purse I'd used that night. I snapped it open and there, between a tissue and my lipstick, was exactly what I was looking for. Thank God. I pulled the clip out and twisted my long hair against the back of my head, then shoved the alligator-style clip at my hair to hold it. The relief that soared through my aching muscles at achieving that one small thing was too much, and I had to dash away the angry tears that slid down onto my cheeks. No. I scolded myself. No. I'd sworn many years ago I wouldn't cry over my parents anymore. And they weren't beating me. Not today. Those 2 tears did not count. A glint of gold and white caught my eye, and I stared down at the business card lying on my plush gray carpet. Nicholas. I reached down and picked up the card, laughing aloud as Mary's voice popped into my head. Then, with anger still burning in my veins, I said out loud, "Oh God, I wish I was in the North Pole visiting Santa Claus, far away from all this family drama. I'm done with it. I really am." The gold writing on the business card suddenly vanished as though it had never been. I turned it over. Both sides were now blank. That's weird. Then my house began to shake. Oh shit. Earthquake. I instinctively called out to no one and dashed toward my bed. I didn't get far. I took one step and my world disappeared. Gone was my modern, tiny townhouse, and suddenly I was standing in a dark tiled bathroom, hot steam filling the air. I blinked and pushed myself back from my lunge position so that I was standing flatly on 2 feet once more. What the fuck just happened? I looked around. This was definitely a bathroom, but not one I'd ever seen before. It was floor-to-ceiling dark tiles with a massive white tub and double vanity. The shower was behind me, and as I turned around, my jaw dropped and desire curled deep in my belly. Right in front of me was a huge panel of glass, separating me from the most beautiful man I'd ever seen in real life. He had long white hair which was casually tied into a man bun at the nape of his neck, and a body that belonged in a football locker room. He hadn't noticed me yet, and simply stood there with his eyes closed as the water slid over him. I couldn't help it, I stared. My gaze followed the path of the water rivulets as they ran over his huge shoulders, wide chest, and magnificent washboard flat abs. And his. Oh wow. I coughed to clear my throat, heat coloring my cheeks. I was starting to feel like a peeping Tom now. The poor man didn't even know I was there. Then he looked up and our gazes locked. My knees gave out beneath me, and I landed in a graceless puddle on the cold, wet tiles. My humiliation was finally complete. In absolute frustration and despair, I put my head in my hands and cried. Today was a complete fucking disaster.
Chapter 4. Nicholas. I had to be dreaming. There was a beautiful red-haired woman in a Christmas print dress standing in my bathroom. Had my loneliness progressed to full-blown delusions? But then she collapsed into a crying mess on my floor, and the illusion shattered. She was real. And she was here. How, I didn't know. I turned the water off and grabbed a towel from the rack, tying it swiftly around my waist, before tentatively stepping out of the shower stall toward the woman on the floor. She sobbed like her heart was broken. "Are you hurt?" I whispered softly, dropping down to kneel beside her. I couldn't see any blood or a visible injury, but that didn't mean there wasn't one. She shook her head but continued to cry. I had no idea what to do, so I sat down on the tiles next to her and just waited. I honestly knew very little about women and their emotions, or what to do in a situation like this. My mother had been quiet and gentile. I'd never even seen her cry more than a tear or two, and that had been when my father was dying. When the red-haired beauty finally stopped sobbing, I reached for an extra towel and handed it to her. She offered me half a smile and proceeded to wipe her face, then slowly tried to get up. I jumped to my feet and offered her my hand. "Thank you," she gulped, her American accent ringing in the tiled room. "But I'm just going to wash my face." "Excuse me." She didn't take my hand, in fact. She hurried over to the basin and splashed some cold water on her face. Then she dried her cheeks and blew her nose with toilet paper. I couldn't help but stare at her. Despite her crying and interesting cleanup routine, she was simply beautiful. Even puffy and red, she was the most glorious woman I'd ever seen. Despite being a recluse, I'd seen my share of beautiful women in the moments I'd allowed myself to venture south and indulge in the lushness of the Canadians. When she finally seemed calm enough to talk, she pulled something strange from her hair, and her red locks tumbled down over her shoulders halfway to her ass. Before I could get a really good look at her derriere, she pirouetted around and looked at me expectantly. "God, you're beautiful," I breathed. She smiled. "Thanks," she whispered back. And only then I realized that I'd spoken out loud. "Oh, my apologies. I'm Nikki." I took a step forward and held out my hand. She brushed her hair back behind her ear with her left hand. "I'm JD." Then she reached out with her right hand and shook mine. Her hand felt like silk in my firm grip, and I found myself holding onto her for too long. She finally laughed a little awkwardly. I let her hand go and flushed. "Sorry." "Oh no. Don't be sorry," she said, putting her hands on her flushed cheeks. "I'm the one that's sorry. I just crashed your shower." I laughed and pulled my hair out of its confinement so I could run my hands through the wetness. "Yeah, well, you were certainly a surprise. How about I get dressed, and then we talk about how you ended up in my bathroom?" "Oh yeah. That sounds like a good plan," she agreed. I walked toward the door to my bedroom and slid it open. My bed called to me, telling me to bring the beautiful woman over. Warm sheets and a nice comfortable mattress awaited us. Great, talk about going from the frying pan into the fire. You're welcome to wait here. My dressing room has a door. Excuse me. I left her standing in the space between my bathroom and my bedroom, shoeless and looking so lost, I wanted to grab her up in my arms and tell her I'd give her a home that would make her smile. Pull it together, idiot. You just met the woman. I walked as calmly as I could into my dressing room, switched on the light and shut the door. Fucking hell. What is this torment? I was thick and throbbing beneath my towel. I wished I had a cold shower to jump into, to cool down. But there was another door and a hot woman to walk past to get back in that shower, so instead of cooling down that way, I grabbed my tightest pair of black jeans from the shelf above my head. A pair I'd brought from Canada back in the 90s. They should do the trick. I dropped the towel and tugged the jeans on, pulling the zipper up tight. It was the 26th of December tomorrow. I already had a motel booked in Vancouver, and a week of fun planned out to catch me up for the year I'd missed. My skin was tingling and hot, so I pulled on a lightweight gray sweater. I had to keep myself covered and cool, or I was going to grab for that siren and hope she wanted me as much as I wanted her. I managed to take one deep breath before I anxiously opened the door. JD was still standing where she'd stopped, but she was looking around my room. The bed was made at least. I had 2 elves that helped keep everything neat and tidy. "Shall we go and sit in the library, perhaps?" I asked. "Somewhere more neutral." She grinned at me. And for the first time, I saw a twinkle in her blue eyes that hinted at the happiness and spirit of the woman behind the tears. With that one look, I was struck in the chest with a sensation similar to that of a swinging mallet. "Oof," I gasped and rubbed the place over my sternum where the pain had hit me. She rushed forward. "Are you okay?" she asked. I nodded, though I had no idea what had just happened to me. "Very strange." "Let's go," I repeated, turning to walk out my bedroom door and into the hall beyond. "Santa, are you hungry?" Elsa asked me unexpectedly, walking toward me down the hall with a laden silver platter. The woman beside me froze with an intake of breath. I glanced toward her. She was staring at Elsa like she'd never seen an elf before. Elsa wasn't as coy as she put a hand on her hip. "Santa. You naughty boy. You know you aren't allowed to bring your trashy women here. It sets a bad example for the children," she chastised. I chuckled at her scowl. Meanwhile, JD crossed her arms over her impressively sized breasts and glared down at the elf in response. "I'm not one of his trashy women, thank you. I didn't even know him until all of 10 minutes ago." The elf looked my guest up and down. "You're a witch. Your magic is impressive." JD snorted. "Impressive? How did you pick up on that?" "Elsa's magic is immense," I said, answering for my not entirely polite elf. All the elves have magic that surpasses that of witches and warlocks. I turned to Elsa once more. JD and I are going to speak in the library. Would you bring us some dinner, please? Elsa nodded, the bells on her hat jingling as she did. Of course, Santa. Then she marched off. JD stared after her. What's wrong? I asked. She turned to look at me, her eyes wide and bright. I really am in the North Pole, aren't I? I couldn't help but laugh at the stunned look on her face. Come on, JD, the library's this way. Cautiously, I put my hand on the small of her back and directed her toward the huge room where my father had sat reading most nights. The hairs on my neck stood on end from the moment I touched her. Is JD the woman fate sent me to be the new Mrs. Claus? Or was she a temptation, or test of sorts, I had to fight against? Only time would tell. JD. My heart thumped hard in my chest, while excitement and worry warred with one another, their combined electricity zinging through my nerves and making my limbs tingle. I had no idea what was going on, and for a witch who'd grown up in a wealthy family in a small town, that was saying something. I'd always been the big fish in a small pond, too afraid to leap anywhere else in case it wasn't as good as my home. But here I was, Alice, tumbling down the proverbial rabbit hole, and what an incredible wonderland I'd found myself in. I have to be dreaming. There really was no other explanation for any of this. So, I was simply going to go along with the flow and enjoy it, because how often did I get to eat dinner with a beautiful man, even in my dreams? Especially one with long white hair and an absolutely ripped body. Nicky's hand hovered on the small of my back, his touch soft but reassuring as he led me down the hallway and into a beautiful library. The walls were covered by floor-to-ceiling bookcases, and the only other furniture was a small table and two large, comfy-looking chairs. They were the kind that seemed perfect for snuggling up to read in on a cold day with a piping hot mug of hot chocolate. Which around here was probably every day. Oh, this is beautiful, I gushed. Sitting down on one of the leather armchairs, I stared at the roaring fireplace I hadn't noticed in my initial glance over the room. There must be a hearth in every room of this place. I have to be in the North Pole, I reasoned. My hunky host, the plush chair, the sassy elf, and the crackling warmth emanating from the fire was too real to be a dream. I'd wished myself here, and I was now actually sitting with Santa himself. But nothing about what I'd seen of the house so far said, I'm in the coldest place on earth. From what I'd seen so far, everything looked modern, beautiful, and luxurious, nothing like what I imagined a fort against the cold might be like. Nicky sat down and grinned at me. Everywhere except the toy room. It gets far too hot in there to warrant one. I shivered, but not because I was finally feeling the cold, but because Nicholas was the hottest man I had ever seen with my own two eyes. His casually loose sweater and the tight pair of jeans did nothing to hide the strength and virility of his body. And when he smiled, wow. The beauty of his face hit me in the stomach with the heft of a fist. I'd never met anyone like him before. Here you go, Santa, the little elf chortled, toddling into the room after us with a tray of milk and cookies. This was dinner? I glanced up at Nicky and then looked back at the food. Maybe I really was dreaming after all? Or had I fallen down my stairs and knocked myself unconscious in my rage? Did it matter at this point? Ultimately, number. May as well just enjoy this madness. Thank you, Elsa, Nicky said. Then the elf left again. I picked up a glass of milk at Nicky's gesture to help myself and took a sip. God, that's good. I couldn't help but say as the cold, thick milk slid down my throat like creamy silk. Nicky smiled as he grabbed a sugar cookie generously decorated with red and white icing. That milk has been infused with protein, vitamins, minerals, and just a touch of magic. You could literally live on that and stay healthy forever. I gulped down some more, then picked up a cookie. This too? I asked. Santa shrugged. I like my sweets. I laughed, I couldn't help it. Then I sunk my teeth into the festive deliciousness. It tasted like heaven. It was the perfect blend of all my favorite Christmas spices, coupled with a mouth-watering brown sugar caramel finish. This is the best Christmas feast ever. Nicky frowned at me as he turned in his leather chair to face me better. What do you mean? Didn't you lunch with your family? As I understood, that's as common a tradition among witches and warlocks as it was humans. I waved my hand at him, signifying that it was a no-go subject. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, he said. But please tell me how you arrived on my doorstep, so to speak. I set down my glass of milk with a sigh. Well, all right. But you're going to get the whole story. Take your time, he said, leaning back in his chair and relaxing against the cushion with a smile. I've got at least 9 months until my work starts to get busy again.
Chapter 5. JD. Nicky's smile made me smile, so I took a deep breath and started talking, hoping my courage would show up along the way. Well, my best friend Pansy got married a few weeks ago, and her parents gave me your card at her reception. Mary said they'd met you, and that you'd welcome some company. Nicky's lips parted on a soft gasp, then he smiled again. You know Mary and Stephen? He asked, a sparkle in his gaze. Almost all of my life, I admitted. They're lovely people, he said, shifting in his chair again. And yes, I did mention that. So you got my card and then? I nodded. Yes, and then I put it away, not really thinking about it too much more, to be honest. A part of me still thought Mary was just joking, you know? Pulling my leg, so to speak. Nicky nodded. Not surprising and understandable. I took a moment to assess his expression. Was he joking? Or did he actually understand that most of the world didn't realize that he existed? When I felt confident he was still intently listening and wasn't making fun of me, I continued. So, then today arrived. Christmas Day, Nicky said, a huge grin spreading over his face. The single best day of the year. I squirmed a little, looking away. Yeah, I suppose. For most people, maybe. But for me, never. Not for you, huh? He asked quietly. I shook my head and munched on another tasty cookie, pushing all the raw emotions down by sheer force of will. No. My parents aren't. Very well, parental, I suppose you could say. And we don't have any extended family, so it's just the three of us. Most of my Christmases have been with Pansy and her parents, or by myself. Which, as an adult, meant a day of drinking and watching movies on the couch, pretending that the rest of the world was just as miserable as I was. So, how did you end up here? He pressed, pushing my glass of milk towards me. Keep drinking. It helps balance out the sweetness of the cookies. He made it sound like I had to eat to balance out the wine I was drinking, but it was so much healthier than that. Even so, I gulped down some more milk and took another steadying breath. I didn't really talk about my family much. I didn't like how people judged me afterwards. But Pansy, well, she'd known my parents since we were too young for me to hide their behavior for them, so she understood. Well, oh, this is going to sound silly. But when things didn't work out the way they were supposed to today, I just kind of said out loud that I wished I was in the North Pole with Santa, and away from all of my family drama. His swift intake of breath had me blushing. I know, sorry. Mary said I just had to wish for it, but I didn't actually expect that it would work. I promise. I was just so angry and desperate. Now I really am here, and I've crashed your Christmas Day too. He began to chuckle. I tugged my gaze up to meet his, one eyebrow quirked with curiosity. Then he started laughing his ass off. I just stared. The beauty of his face, even when tugged into a truly hilarious expression, was still just breathtaking. How did this guy have such an effect on me? He slapped his thigh a few times, then finally stood up, still chortling, the hint of tears in his eyes. I rose to my feet too, not sure exactly what was going on now. Is something funny? I asked. He shook his head and reached out for me, his hand sliding around my waist in a surprisingly possessive move that had me gasping as he pulled me close to him. We were so close that his belly was pressed firmly against mine, and I had to push my palms into his chest and arch back so I could look up into his eyes. At this point, I really wasn't sure what was going on. His eyes sparkled with humor and happiness. "No, not funny at all," he said, staring down at me. With that one look, his whole demeanor changed. He was no longer laughing. I could feel the intensity around him shift. His hands tightened on my waist, and my breath hitched in my throat as he lowered his head and brushed his nose against mine, stopping an inch away from kissing me. "Did you know that I've been waiting for you to find me?" he whispered against my lips. I gulped. "You have," I managed to say back. He nodded, clenching his jaw in an obvious attempt to restrain himself. "Yes. But part of me never thought you'd come here. I thought that I'd have to go out into the world to find you myself." His pecs were hard and flexed beneath my fingers, and I found myself digging my nails into his soft sweater as the tension between us grew, rather than pushing him away. I wanted him to kiss me so much, more than I'd ever wanted anything. This was the mystical Santa Claus. A magical man that I'd once believed to be nothing more than a fairy tale. So either I was dreaming, or potentially unconscious at the bottom of my own staircase, which still remained a distinct possibility, or I really was the only damn human female in the North Pole, and I had this gorgeous man, Nicky, all to myself. I lifted my chin, bringing my lips closer to his. So close, in fact, I felt his breath against my skin. "So, now that fate has brought me here," I whispered, "what are you going to do about it?" He dropped his head that final half-inch and kissed me hard in response. I wrapped my arms around his neck and closed my eyes, a maelstrom of emotion and sensation wrapping me up and throwing me into the eye of the storm. His tongue pressed against my lips hungrily. I opened my mouth with fiery need. Ah! Oh God! I couldn't stop the moan that rose in my throat when I finally tasted his mouth. The sweetness and raw strength that flowed through his kiss filled me with a desire I'd never known. He groaned and his hand slid down, grabbing my ass and hauling me against his body. I grabbed his head and ran my fingers through his long hair, tugging the hair tie out so I could feel his otherworldly white locks between my fingers. When he lifted his head and pulled away, we were both breathing hard. My cheeks were flushed and heat coiled inside of me, deep in my belly and between my aching thighs. Parts of me were throbbing for him, in ways I couldn't even begin to describe. "What are we doing?" he whispered between breaths. I swallowed hard. I think the answer's obvious." My knees turned to liquid, and I bit my lip with yearning. I could clearly see the hard ridge outline. He stared at the ground and lifted a muscled arm, running his hand through his hair, seemingly caught by indecision. "JD, I want you so much, but we just met." I took a step toward him, not even sure where the words came from. "I don't care if this is all a dream or an unconscious wonderland, but I can't let this Christmas Day be the day my parents broke my heart for the final time. Please, don't stop kissing me," I pleaded. Part of me was still so sure I was dreaming. None of this made any sense. How did it feel so right to be with Nicky? He was almost impossibly hot. Surely too hot to be real. Who ever heard of a young, hot Santa anyway? I was most probably lying at the bottom of my stairs, concussed out of my mind. Pansy will find me later and will heal me. But for now, I needed to believe that the possibility of love and pleasure was still out there in the world for me, that the chance of my very own fairy tale still existed. Nicky surged back toward me, gripping my cheeks in his hands and kissing me passionately. I didn't hold back. I grabbed at his sweater, pushing it up so I could touch his skin and feel that incredible body beneath my hands. I'd seen him in the shower, every delicious inch of him. But feeling him like this was a fantasy brought to life. This time when he broke our kiss and lifted his head, he didn't move away either. "Come to bed with me." I nodded, because there was no way I was rejecting Santa on Christmas Day. Not even my subconscious self would be that silly. Nicky took my hand and pulled me out of the library and back down the hall. I had to almost jog to keep up with his long stride, but a laugh filled my chest as happiness surged through me. I really had to thank Mary for giving me that card at the wedding once I came to. What a magnificent dream this is turning out to be. And I had her to thank for the crazy idea. When we got back to Nicky's bedroom, he shut the door and locked it. Then he turned back around. I was ready for him. I undid the zipper under my arm and slid my new festive dress off, pushing it to the floor. I was left standing in just a pair of black knickers. I wanted to feel him, all of him against me. His heat, his skin, his desire. All of it. The man before me stopped and stared, his blue eyes burning with unhidden desire. When Nicky reached over his shoulder and pulled his sweater off, butterflies took flight in my belly. This was it. The moment I'd been waiting for since I first saw him. Please, 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 I begged myself. Don't wake up yet.
Chapter 6. Nicholas. I gave her a soft smile. Shower? She shook her head with a playful smirk. Nah, I've got it. She clicked her fingers, and just like that she was clean again. Magic. I couldn't help but chuckle as I pulled her into my arms. You're incredible. Let's lie down, she whispered, tugging me over to my huge bed before pulling back the covers. She came straight into my arms, resting her head on my chest and sighing with a contentment. I shivered internally. I was feeling that same dreamy sense of contentment myself. I wrapped my arms around her as though I'd done it 1,000,000 times before, and I kissed the top of her head. Thank you for that. The gift she'd just given me was, in a word, incredible. She chuckled. You don't need to thank me. It's high time someone gave Santa a gift. I squeezed her harder, not even sure how to respond to that. The women I usually took to my bed didn't care about me. They simply took whatever I could give them, and my satisfaction at having given them mind-melting pleasure was usually enough to get me through the cold nights. But with JD, it felt different. Hey, can I ask you something? She asked, her fingertips tracing the pattern of my tattoo imprinted over my heart. Anything. I sensed more than saw her smile. What did you mean when you said you'd been waiting for me? Oh, crap. Damn. My policy has always been truth above all else, but I don't want to scare you off, JD. Was she going to be like humans that found the idea of fate overwhelming? I'm up for the truth, she said, still stroking my tattoo. I took a deep breath, then decided to die on the sword. It was the only sure way to find out if she could handle it or not. And I couldn't lie to her. She deserved the truth. Okay. Well, your magic is inherited, right? She nodded against my chest. Yes. My parents are both magical, so I have powers too. Strong powers if Elsa is correct, I teased her. She thwacked me lightly on the chest. Keep going. All right. Well, basically, my parents were Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus. I've taken over his job, like a lot of sons do. When I marry and have a child, he will be a boy. And he in turn will become the next Santa. JD lifted her head and looked me in the eye. Really? I kind of just assumed you were immortal or something. I laughed, then quickly tried to suppress it as JD bounced on my chest. Sorry. She smiled and settled down, laying her head back on my chest. Okay, so you're what, 30, she ventured. Another chuckle escaped me. I look 30, but I'm a fair bit older. I won't officially start aging until I marry and have a child, which is probably how the immortality myth came about. What do you mean? My gut twisted with worry. I wasn't sure I wanted to tell her all the details of the Santa mythology. Because if a Santa doesn't marry, then he stays young forever. She lifted her head again, a confused expression on her lovely face. But isn't that what you'd want? Me? I chuckled. No. Most definitely not. I rolled us over and moved down her body, so my lips were once again within kissing distance of hers. Why would I want to live forever? Alone? Truthfully, all I want is to find the woman who's meant for me so that I can love and cherish her. I kissed her lips, groaning at the perfect taste of her. I wanted more, so much more. And have you found her? JD whispered. I hope so. She twisted and gasped beneath my hands. When I finally plunged from the heavens of my ecstasy and could see again, JD was still in my arms, and for the first time in my life, I realized with a heart-rocking clarity that I finally had something to lose.
Chapter 7. JD. My belly shook and shuddered, my pussy clenching as I rode the final wave of my release, but I held on to Nicky through the storm of pleasure as though he was my lifeline. I'd never felt like that during sex before, like my actual soul had connected with another. It made me feel absolutely terrified of letting him go. When his own tsunami of ecstasy subsided, and he went to roll away, I grabbed hold of him even tighter. Nicky kissed my temple and whispered as if to reassure me. "I'm too heavy for you." I shook my head vehemently. "No. You're not. Stay. Please." He did, but he was also right. He was heavy on my chest, and my breathing was becoming increasingly labored. I panted a little, working to keep my breaths shallow. He chuckled and rolled to the side, a smile on his beautiful face. With a regretful sigh, I let him go, because he stayed firmly buried inside me and didn't go too far. "What are you grinning at?" I pouted. This isn't usually me, by the way. All clingy and stuff. I certainly wasn't one to sleep around, but I'd had boyfriends, and my fair share of a few wild nights. But sex had never been like this. His smile was sweet as he tenderly tucked the hair behind my ear. "You're perfect, JD. So stop overthinking this so much and just enjoy the feeling." I nodded and shifted my head to rest more comfortably on one of Nicky's soft, plush pillows. "Okay, I'll try." Such wise words. But I had so many more questions. Like, how old was he really? And how long had he been waiting to find the woman he was destined to marry? How would he possibly know who she was when she appeared? And did he really think it was me? Because everything he'd said so far inferred that he thought I was. That in and of itself felt insane. I'd known Nicky for all of a few hours, so how could he know for sure that I was the one? With that being said, how was it possible I could feel so incredibly close to him, after so little time spent in each other's company? "Do you have magic?" I asked him cautiously. "Why do I?" I coughed to clear my throat. "I feel... No. I couldn't do it. Not yet." He smiled. "I do have magic, but I'm not a warlock if that's what you mean. It's different. But yes, it is a sort of magic." I took a breath and tried to work out how I was going to ask this question. Well, it's just that you said you've been looking for your, what do you call the woman you're meant to marry?" He raised his head and rested his chin on his hand. "Well, my father used to refer to her as my Mrs. Claus. Sometimes I think of her as being my fated love, the same way shifters have fated mates." "Shifters?" I asked, my eyebrows rising high until my eye muscles felt strained with the effort. Nicky shrugged his massively hunky shoulders. "There's lots of fairy tales and myths out there that are real, JD. More than most humans, witches, or warlocks know." I had so many questions, but I yanked my concentration back to the most pressing matters at hand. "Okay. I'll leave that for another day. But back to your Mrs. Claus thing. Is she a choice you make? Or is it more like, you'll know her when you see her?" He glanced away and shifted his body. I was forced to grip his pelvis hard to keep him inside of me. But he wasn't answering my question, and the gap between us became more and more apparent. Grimacing, I moved self-consciously. He came away from my body and rolled away as if I'd never spoken. "Shall we shower?" I definitely needed to. "Okay." A little crestfallen at his avoidance, I followed him into the bathroom and carefully stepped over the wet tiles until I stood beneath the welcoming hot spray. The whole room smelled like sex, sweat, and Nicky. I cleansed myself quickly and thoroughly, the water washing away the evidence of our lovemaking. Nicky turned on another shower head and scrubbed himself too, purposely avoiding my gaze. I wasn't sure how I'd fucked up, but I had. And I had to either fix this fast, or I might as well head home to my townhouse. "So, do you want me to head home?" I asked as casually as I could. I might be able to get myself back, though I've never done a transportational spell that went international before. Some witches could do it. And I had the power, but I'd never tried the spell before and hated to think what could happen if I made a mistake. I might find myself stranded in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Nikki's gaze snapped to me. "You want to leave?" he asked, seeming almost angry somehow. I had no idea how we'd gotten from what we'd shared before to here. "Ah, no, but—" "Then don't," he said, then coughed to clear his throat. "Stay." I nodded to agree, but my gut was churning. I really didn't understand what had gone wrong with our conversation. He had been the one to bring up fated mates and his Mrs. Claus, but AASI overstepping? Asking questions about private family stuff? Maybe it wasn't my place to ask such things, and if so, I needed to apologize. "Hey, look, Nikki. I didn't mean to pry into your family business. I was just curious, that's all. I never meant to make you feel uncomfortable." His lips quirked up in a smile. I shivered as warmth cascaded over me, hotter than even the shower water. In an attempt to deflect and diffuse the tension of the moment, I made a joke. "The next thing you're going to reveal is that the Easter Bunny's real, right?" I chuckled away to myself, turning the water off to grab a fluffy towel. When I looked back at Nicky, he was smirking. "What?" I asked playfully. "He's real." "Who is?" I countered, tying the towel around myself and loving just how big it was. The towel covered me completely from breasts to knees. I could get used to this. "The Easter Bunny," Nicky said, switching off his own shower head and walking over to the towel rack. The way he moved was just incredible. Like a big cat, all strong muscles and grace. Damn, he's got the best ass I've ever seen. With concerted effort, I dragged my mind out of the gutter and tried to focus on what the last thing I'd said was. "Hang on a second, you mean, the freaking Easter Bunny is really real, like you?" Nicky wrapped his towel around his waist, the knot tied low on his sculpted left hip. "Yep. And he's 6 foot tall." "No way," I gushed, my eyes wide. "No fucking way." Nicky walked towards the bedroom once more. "It's no lie. I swear. I'll introduce you sometime if you want, though he lives a while away, in a tiny town in Ireland. It's a bit of a trip from here." I followed Nicky, aka Santa Claus in the flesh, back into his bedroom, my jaw slack. I can't believe it, but then I suppose I should. After all, I'm here with Father Christmas after all. Nicky tossed his towel onto a chair and crawled back into bed. "JD, I'm honestly exhausted. I had the biggest night of work last night. Would you mind if we go to sleep early?" The ease of how he said the words had me stumbling over the carpet and catching myself on the huge bed. Like he'd said that 1,000 times before. Like I'd heard it 1,000,000 times before. They felt so familiar and comforting. "Yeah, sure." As I said the words, a zing of premonition coursed up my spine, and a scene of the future flashed in my mind. Nicky was lying in this very bed, older and smiling. And a man stood by his side. He turned towards me, and my eyes stared right back at me. I yanked myself out of the vision and sat down on the bed, a tremor passing over me. Oh my God. I was meant to be with Nicky. I'd seen our future. Him in this bed. Our son standing by his side. Fear hit me like a wave. I'd seen my future before. I'd seen possible outcomes where I was happy. Where things I wanted came to fruition. But now, I was seeing something I never even dared to dream of. A husband forever? A son of my own? "Come on, beautiful," Nicky called out to me. "Come rest." I nodded shakily and forced my legs to work, walking around the bed to climb in beside Santa Claus. "Towel," Nicky said, reminding me to take off the wet towel I still had wrapped around me. "Oh yeah, sorry. I'm feeling a bit spacey at the moment." Yeah, I know the feeling," he answered, his eyes slowly closing as he settled onto his side of the bed. I dropped the towel and rolled onto the mattress, settling onto my pillow with my back to Nicky. My regular, every night sleeping position. Nicky's hand moved over my hip, settling into a possessive hold. That simple action had my heart thumping a little harder with happiness. Part of me had always hoped for love and true joy in this world, while another larger part had always believed I didn't deserve it. Only time would tell which part was right.
Chapter 8. Nikki. I woke up with the worst feeling that something was wrong. My gut churned as I rolled away from the soft, warm body in my arms, my temperature too high, my thoughts too negative. Morning, JD mumbled, snuggling towards me. I dropped a kiss on her still sleepy face. Nature calls. Be right back. She nodded vaguely and settled into the pillows, immediately falling back asleep. I slipped out of my huge bed, taking to the floor as quietly as I could so I didn't disturb her. For a time I simply stood there, staring at her, my heart aching at the perfect sight of JD sleeping soundly in my bed, her gorgeous long flame-red hair fanned out around her. The soft smile that tilted her lips, even in sleep, warmed something deep within me. She was glorious in a way words failed to describe, and everything inside my heart told me that this woman, this witch, was the one. The one I was meant to love. The one who would live by my side, and die by my side, and yet I couldn't force her to stay here. And I sure as hell couldn't force her to accept me, if she didn't feel the same way. And how would she react and feel if I told her the truth? If I dared to reveal that I believed she and I were meant to be, that the hand of fate brought her here, into my arms, and not just a desperate wish on a bad day. The fear and uncertainty were rattling me to my core, so I went to the bathroom and took a nice, long, soothing shower. When I emerged, JD was still asleep. I dearly wanted nothing more than to climb back into bed with her, but something made me turn towards my dressing room instead. I pulled on some loose, worn denim jeans and a white shirt and walked down the hallway into the kitchen. There, sitting on a stool, was a woman I'd never seen before. She had long dark hair with flowery pink-dyed highlights. She was casually sipping at a steaming mug of hot chocolate. Meanwhile, Elsa was grinning like she'd never been happier. Here you go, Santa, Elsa said, pushing a tray of milky hot chocolate and gingerbread towards me. Thank you, I said, taking a drink before focusing on the woman who was sitting on the stool like she had every right being here. I'm Nikki. And I'm Pansy, she answered, grinning broadly. Oh, you're Mary and Paul's daughter? She nodded. Yes. And Maverick's wife. And JD's best friend. I slid onto the stool next to her, uncertainty bubbling up. Well, it's very nice to meet you. I assume JD arrived safely, she asked, pulling no punches as she swiveled around to look straight at me. She had clear, intelligent green eyes and was a very attractive woman. But she didn't get my heart beating hard or make heat weave through my body like it was on fire. Maybe it was because I already knew she was married and unavailable. Because there was no missing the huge glowing gem of a ring on her finger. Or maybe it was because she had just announced she was JD's best friend. But either way, there was nothing reacting inside me. Not even a little flare. Nikki, she prompted. Is JD still here? Oh yes, sorry. I said, realizing that I'd been ignoring her while I worked everything out in my head. Yes. She's still sleeping. I left her in bed. Pansy's eyes went wide, then she tilted her head at me. You got her in bed already? Oh well, damn it. I hadn't meant to reveal our relationship so quickly. But Pansy had caught me off guard, landing in my kitchen like an old friend. Then she grinned at me. It's okay. Don't stress. I'm not judging. I'm just a little surprised, I guess. JD isn't the sort of girl to have casual relationships. I nodded and focused on drinking my hot chocolate, but inside my head I was screaming. This isn't going to be a casual relationship. So, what can I do for you, Pansy? I asked, grabbing a cookie that Elsa pushed toward us. Would you like a tour of the North Pole? She shook her head. No. I just wanted to meet you, I suppose. I popped past JD's house to check on her yesterday, and she wasn't there. I got worried, so I did a location spell. Well, my husband did actually, he's better at those than me. And you found out she was here. I finished for her. Pansy nodded. My parents had already told me about meeting you, so visiting you was on my list of things to do. But after I saw the mess at JD's house, and since she left her phone behind. Mess? I asked, stopping her mid-sentence. What mess? Pansy inhaled sharply, then exhaled loudly, sighing. JD was expecting her parents over for lunch. She made an incredible feast and everything. Look. She sent me this pic. Pansy tapped on her cell phone for a moment, then turned the screen around to me. I stared at it in awe. A range of every sort of sweet and Christmas delicacy was proudly displayed on a table or countertop. Each offering was color-coordinated and decorated with a flair that I couldn't even imagine being able to accomplish. That's the lunch she'd planned? I asked, shocked. That's no simple family lunch. No wonder she was upset. Pansy nodded. Yes, and when I didn't hear from her afterwards, I dropped by. And? I prompted, noting that she'd stopped the story, biting into her lips in a way that women seem to do when they were nervous. Well, it was all over the floor. My eyebrows shot up. On the floor? Pansy cackled out a laugh. I hope you know that a good old-fashioned fiery temper comes with a redhead like JD. I couldn't help but laugh as well, thinking about her wildly trashing her own incredible Christmas feast in a tantrum. I had heard that. Pansy reached out and gripped my hand. But so does a heart, one as big as Texas. So please, I know you're Santa Claus and all that, but please don't hurt her. JD has strength like no one else I know. I've leaned on her more times than I can count. Hell, I owe my marriage to her in some part. I smiled at JD's friend, appreciating the candid and honest insight. But she is also fragile, and has been disappointed by almost everyone who has ever loved her, so please. Just be careful with my girl's heart. I stared into Pansy's green eyes, and I could tangibly feel the bottomless love she felt for JD. But before I could say any more, JD walked into the kitchen. Pansy? What are you doing here? She asked in surprise. Pansy swiveled around and jumped off the stool in one swift motion. Checking on you, of course, she answered brightly. Then she rushed over to JD. JD was wearing a new outfit, something other than what she'd worn here yesterday. A long, elegant black skirt and an emerald green sweater that matched her red hair to perfection. Merry Christmas. Pansy hugged JD tight. JD squeezed her back, though her gaze lifted up to meet mine over Pansy's shoulder. There was a question in those eyes, but I didn't try to decipher it. Not now. I just smiled back. Good morning, beautiful, I managed to say. The girls ended their embrace and walked back over to us. JD, I made you a hot chocolate too, Elsa said, walking around the huge island counter to offer the cheery red mug to JD. My mother's mug. The Mrs. Claus mug. Oh, thank you, Elsa, she said, taking the drink and grinning down at the elf, not understanding the significance of the elf's gesture. Though I'm going to get fat if I keep enjoying treats like this. Elsa snorted as she walked back to the kitchen. You're too thin anyway. JD brought the mug up to her lips and took a big drink, hiding her smile behind the mound of floating marshmallows. Well, Pansy announced, not sitting down again. Now that I know you're safe, I'm going to head back to Salem. Maverick's family has this thing on. She shook her head. New responsibilities, huh? JD asked, her amazing blue eyes sparkling with amusement. Yeah, Pansy said, grabbing her cell phone and a blue gem off the island counter. Maverick's waiting for me, so I'll get moving. See you in the new year, maybe. JD glanced over to me, then back to Pansy. Oh, I almost forgot. I brought your cell with me. In case you needed it. Pansy searched through her patchwork bag and pulled out a phone in a long cord. And the charger, of course. JD grabbed the phone and held it to her chest. Oh, thank you. Pansy turned towards me. So nice to meet you, Santa. I inclined my head towards her. And nice to meet you too, Pansy. Pansy slung the colorful bag over her shoulder, waved once more to JD, then pressed the blue stone to her heart. Then she was gone, vanished into thin air. I stared at the space she'd just occupied. Wow. JD sat down on the seat Pansy had vacated. Yeah, that was pretty cool, she agreed. Then she turned towards me with a look of hope plain as day on her lovely face. So, what are we going to get up to today? Chapter 9. Nikki. I stared at the beautiful woman in front of me, my chest tight and aching in that strange way it always seemed to whenever she was around. She raised her eyebrows in query to accentuate the question she'd asked. I had to shake myself to remember. God, this woman knocks the sense out of me. Today. I racked my brain. How about a tour? Would you like to see the place? JD set down her glass of milk and jumped off the stool, her beautiful eyes sparkling with instant delight. Oh yes, please. I held out my arm and indicated toward the door. She smiled and graciously took my lead, strolling ahead of me. My gaze swung straight down to her ass, highlighted perfectly within the sleek lines of her fishtail skirt like a dream. Last night had been amazing. Too amazing, in fact. But I couldn't dwell on it now. So, any idea where we are going first? She asked. I coughed, clearing my throat and forcefully dragging my attention back to the mission at hand, and away from how much I wanted to just drag this woman back to bed. How about the workshop? I asked, walking towards the double doors that led into the area where most of the toys were made and assembled. JD glanced up at me, a twinkle of sheer excitement in her eyes. As in Santa's workshop. I could tell that she thought I was joking, but instead of wasting my breath trying to explain the truth, I simply pushed open the door. Her jaw dropped. Oh my. A laugh bubbled up inside me as pure, unadulterated childlike joy lit up JD's face. I tried to imagine seeing the workshop for the first time, through the eyes of a human that actually believed Santa was nothing more than a fairy tale. It's beautiful, JD said, creeping slowly into the room. I chuckled, walking in behind her. This is the quietest day of the year. Usually, it's a functional but chaotic hive of activity. But the elves all take a couple of well-deserved weeks off after Christmas to rest, recuperate, and spend time with their own families. The elves? JD asked softly, running her hand over the workshop benches while admiring the offcuts of colored wood. You mean like Elsa? Yes, but she doesn't work in the workshop. She runs the house. JD continued wandering, circling the bench tops and appreciating all the little things I took for granted. The elf-sized tools, the electronic pads, and the little adjustable steps that put the elves at the right height for their work. I can't believe it, JD whispered again, seemingly lost for words momentarily. I mean, I know you've told me you're Santa Claus and that we're in the North Pole, but this is just... I couldn't help but stare at the beauty of JD's vibrant smile, or the way she shook her head in disbelief and awe at the magic around her. Come see the village, I said, walking toward the back of the workshop and pointing to the largest window. My head spun and my heart was still pumping a little too fast. This is surreal. The heat of my growing attraction for JD made my arms and legs tingle with nervous energy. So I waited, breathing slowly, willing myself to calm down. With a truly genuine expression of curiosity, JD walked over and brushed aside the lace curtains. As she stared out into the village, I couldn't help but glance over. Every curve of her face was a marvel to me. Her cheeks were flushed with heat and her blue eyes twinkled with good cheer. I can't believe it, she gushed, a grin stretching her lips. How many of them live here? I crossed my arms over my chest and thought about it. At last count the population was about 400, I think. JD was still staring out the window, admiring the beautiful, whitewashed world beyond when she fired out another question. And how long do they live? Forever? I chuckled. No, not forever. But their normal lifespan is on average 100 to 150 years. This your life? It's incredible, JD said, then turned to look up at me. I smiled at her, enamored by her reaction. Yeah, I suppose to you it would seem that way. But to me, I think you have the incredible life. Me? JD said with a laugh, scrunching her adorable nose. I wouldn't call living in a tiny American town with no family and only a few friends anywhere near incredible. I raised my eyebrows at her. JD, you're a powerful witch who could literally live anywhere and do anything. If you choose to stay in Salem, then there's probably a reason for it. She blinked at me, surprised. And how do you know that about me? I winked at her. That's my magic, remember? Santa knows all. She blushed deeply, her cheeks as cherry red as her beautiful hair. I cackled out a laugh. Not anything naughty, JD, don't worry. And I'm only kidding. It's just obvious to me that if a witch with powers great enough to impress my elves stays in her tiny hometown, there's likely a reason for it. She nodded, swallowing obviously. I suppose so. My heart thumped a little harder, making my nerves stretch even more thinly. But really the question is, are you ready for something different? Something more? She bit her plump, sexy lower lip and stared up at me, unspeaking. My gut twisted. Am I wrong about her being the woman for me? Or is there someone or something that's keeping you there, JD? A guy, perhaps? She gave me a stern look, one eyebrow raised in return. Do you really think I'd jump into bed with you if I already had a boyfriend? I'd hope not, I said with a shrug. But if it's not the love of a man, then what's keeping you in Salem, JD? She looked away. On instinct, I reached out to softly grip her chin and bring her face back to me. I needed to see the truth in her eyes. I'm not sure, she began. I mean, I love Pansy, and part of me has always wanted to be near her. She's so different from the rest of the community. She's down to earth, and so are her parents, so I kind of wanted to stay by her parents in case they needed me. They've always been closer than blood to me. I was beginning to understand and see the larger picture here. So, even though you've always had the magic and power at your disposal to live anywhere, you stayed near the only family who ever loved you. She nodded with a small smile. And your work? I inquired, more for selfish reasons than anything else. I enjoy my work, but really it's the kind of job I could do anywhere. And it's not exactly stimulating, she admitted. I reached out for her hand. So, is it possible that you might be open to a change? Her smile this time was mind-meltingly seductive. Are you offering me a job, Nikki? Because I'm pretty sure your elves have literally got everything covered here. Fear skittled through me, but I pushed through. It wasn't the time to let fear conquer me. Now was the moment for courage. It was time to tell her the truth. The truth sets you free. The only position available up here is the job of Mrs. Claus. Do you think that's something you'd consider? I asked, my heart hitching in my throat. Her swift intake of breath had me hanging with bated breath. Am I qualified for that sort of role? What does it involve? Her eyes widened. I reached for her waist with both hands, sliding around the elastic of her pretty skirt to pull her closer. Well, wanting to live with me forever is probably the only thing that's not negotiable. Smiling softly, she stepped even closer and slid her hands up my chest. Forever's a long time. Are you sure you want to live with me for that long? My own parents don't like being around me. Unshed tears welled in her eyes. Her pain stabbed me like a knife in the chest, and I couldn't stop myself from telling her the full truth. I cupped her beloved face with both of my hands, then kissed her lips tenderly before lowering my gaze to meet hers. Sweetheart, fate sent you to me. I feel it in my very soul that you're perfect for me. So if you'll have me, I want you to stay. Be my wife. Be my Mrs. Claus. Run the town with your amazing skill and talents, and love the elves as I do. I know you will because I can feel the generosity in your soul. It emanates from you like a rainbow of pure light. You're good right to your core, JD. And I'd be the luckiest man in the world to have you at my side. She blinked, and the tears she'd been trying so valiantly to hold back slid down her cheeks like drops of dew. I used my thumbs to gently brush them away. The smile she offered in return gave me the courage to say what needed to be said. Be mine forever, JD. She didn't answer, not with words. Instead, she pressed in closer, her delicious curves melding into me as she lifted her lips up to mine. With a joy unlike any I'd ever felt in my life swelling in my soul, I sealed my impromptu but heartfelt proposal with a kiss.
Chapter 10. JD. I didn't allow myself to consider Nikki's words too deeply. The chance to be the Mrs. Claus? The wife of Santa himself? It was a life beyond imagination and more beautiful than I ever dreamed possible, but more than promises and fanciful futures, I simply needed his love, his roving hands, and his deeply passionate kisses. His words scared me and overwhelmed me in truth, but his actions did not. His strong hands grabbed my ass and hauled me tightly against his muscular, hard body. I gasped into his mouth in playful delight and delicious surprise. Sliding my hands up to the nape of his neck, I pulled the hair tie from his hair, releasing his man bun so that I could run my fingers through his gorgeous white locks. He groaned as I thrust my tongue between his lips, tasting his flavors and finding his need for me was as great as mine for him. My inherent magic reached out for him too, coiling itself around his body, sensual and purring with desire. Nicky lifted his head and growled in response. "What the hell is that?" Happiness coursed over me and through me at the awe-struck expression on his face. "My magic." Nicky shivered despite the heat growing rapidly between us. "It's vibrating," he observed with a note of wonder, though his voice was thick with lust. I couldn't help but laugh at his quandary. He wasn't writhing yet, but I could tell that the pleasurable touch of my magic was getting too much for him. He wasn't ready for the kind of power I had at my disposal to play with. Not yet, anyway. So I reined the surge of full-body sensations in and refocused them on his groin, permitting the vivid energy to vibrate between us, triggering a wave of ecstasy between us. I gasped at the tide of pleasure that hit me. Nicky stumbled back, groaning deeply. "Oh hell, you can't do that." He ran a frazzled hand through his hair in protest as he tried to regain his bearings. My gaze dropped to his groin once more, where his jeans bulged. I grinned at him, amused by his statement. I could do that all night, in fact, and one day I'd make him come with just the alluring caress of my magic. But for now, shall we go back to your room then, maybe? I suggested, teasing my lower lip between my teeth. He nodded, his cheeks flushed, and extended his arm, offering me his hand. I took it, every inch of my flesh singing out for him. We hurried through the workshop and back along the hallway to his bedroom. "Does anyone else live in this part of the village?" I asked, not sure what to call this place. Was it a house? Or was it more than that? He shook his head and pushed open his bedroom door. "No, beautiful. It's just me." As soon as I stepped inside the room, he slammed it shut behind us and pulled me up in his arms. "God, JD, I want you so bad." When it was over, I curled into his chest and sobbed. "That was amazing, Nicky." And I let myself cry my heart out, because truthfully, I'd never been happier. We had a real and undeniable connection and chemistry. And that was terrifying. Because any time I had ever experienced even the slightest glimmer of hope in my life, it was soon lost. And the mere thought of losing Nicky caused my heart to hammer with an instant and insurmountable fear. Losing him was now my worst nightmare.
Chapter 11. Nicky. I held JD while she cried, her words and actions not quite in harmony with one another, but then women were a mystery sometimes. Could these be happy tears? I wondered. They didn't really sound like it. "I'm just going to use the bathroom," JD whispered, her throat a little hoarse as she pushed up from my chest to head over to the adjacent ensuite. I pulled myself up and watched her go, unsure if I should go after her or not. But when she shut the ensuite door, the choice was taken from me, and so I simply adjusted the blankets and sat there in bed. How long was an appropriate amount of time to wait for her? She had me a little worried, if I was being honest. Though, the crying didn't continue, which was somewhat encouraging. Then the water turned on. Perhaps she was just overwhelmed by how intense our session had been. I was feeling something similar too. I'd always known that sex would be different with the woman who was meant just for me, but that session was something else. It had blown my fucking mind. In the past, sex had been enjoyable, but it was never anything more than a purely physical experience. It made me feel great, the way a good training session did, like a solid run with the bonus of touch and affection. But the idea of speaking to those women, or trying to create a deeper connection, wasn't pleasant. In fact, it was intolerable, nigh on unbearable. Any attempt at going past the physical with them only emphasized the fact that there was no hope for the future. There was always a severe lack of compatibility. We were strangers relieving each other's libido, and that's it. It was fun while it lasted, but I always left feeling sick to my stomach and hollow afterward, like something was missing. Something important that I couldn't quite put my finger on. With JD, there was a totally different array of emotions I felt after making love to her. I wasn't counting down the minutes and rushing off to shower or wishing I was elsewhere while they slept on me, Coyote Ugly style. I wanted her stay wrapped up in my arms so that I could protect her. I wanted her to talk to me, to tell me about her life and snatch as many precious moments as I could with her, the kind of moments where we were just together and at peace, content in the company that fate had chosen for us. Even with her running off to the bathroom crying, I didn't feel the need to join her. I was relaxed with her somehow. I'd never felt anything like it before. When the door opened and a naked, red-faced JD rushed back in, I threw back the covers for her without a second thought or hesitation. She hurried over to the bed, her gorgeous breasts bouncing in the cool air before she slid between the warmth of the sheets. I expected her to cuddle into me, her head on my chest as her long red hair poured over the blankets. But she didn't. She merely sat up in the bed beside me, the covers pulled up and around her, providing her modesty. I started the conversation with a gentle smile. "You look like you need to say something, sweetheart." She nodded, biting her lip, tears welling in her eyes. I couldn't handle the sight of her distress. It tugged at my heartstrings. "Come here, sweetheart." I reached out my arm wide in a gesture of comfort and security. This time she came to me, snuggling into my body like I wanted her to. "Okay, now when you're ready, tell me what's wrong. I'm sure there isn't much that we can't overcome together, as long as we keep the lines of communication open and listen to our hearts." This gorgeous woman was my fated lover. Surely her worries were nothing to fall apart over. Perhaps it was something inconsequential about her job or her parents. JD took a steadying breath and began to speak. "It's just, you seem to be entirely certain about the rightness of us being together, but for me, well, if I'm being completely honest, I'm worried and I'm scared." My chest tightened, but I reasoned that it was only natural she felt uncertain. "Well, that makes sense." "It does?" she asked, lifting her beautiful face to stare up at me. I chuckled to relieve some of the tension in the room. "Well, of course. I've known for decades about the mythology surrounding being a Santa. This is all still very new to you. So you're used to the idea that that you think." Her voice trembled, almost breaking on a whisper. I filled in the words for her. "That you're my fated Mrs. Claus?" "Yes, I am. I'm used to the idea. And I'm certain I'm right." She pushed herself up again so she could more easily look at me to talk, but didn't move far. I slid my hand over her thigh to keep her close and maintain the precious contact between us that I never wanted to be rid of. "But how?" she asked. I shrugged with a lopsided grin. She pushed against my naked chest. "That doesn't help, Nikki." I laughed, and I didn't really mean to, but I couldn't help it. "Well, for one, you did exactly what I've always been told you'd do. You literally turned up here looking for me. That's never happened before. Not once." Her cheeks turned rosy and she rolled her eyes flustered. "But I didn't know it was going to happen," she argued. "Everything just kind of happened, one event triggering another, like a line of dominoes." "In this case, intent isn't the be-all and end-all," I said. "Fate is about things happening the way they're supposed to, whether we fully understand it or not." She nodded, but the worry lines continued to crease her forehead. "So, you think this is all cosmically meant to be? That I'm meant to just quit my job, move up here, and be what? A housewife? A seasonal figurehead. A part of a children's fairy tale. Her tone of voice changed. She sounded stressed and more than a little abrasive, almost hostile. I thought you said you could do your job from anywhere. I offered, reminding her of what she'd told me earlier. Is a tree change such a bad idea? JD flicked her hair back over her shoulder. Yeah, I did say that. But we've only known each other 2 days. This is extremely sudden. Wouldn't it be a little wiser to take our time before committing to any long-term plans? I frowned, not liking where this conversation was leading now. What are you saying, exactly? I withdrew my hand, feeling instantly wounded, and casually rearranged the blankets in my lap. I'm not sure exactly, JD said, biting her lip again. I just think I need time to process all of this. It's just happening so fast. I didn't see the problem with that. It sounded reasonable, so I kept my mouth shut. She went on. You said that you've had time to get all of this right in your mind. I probably need the same thing, a bit more time, that's all. This has been a bloody whirlwind. So what do you suggest? I asked her, my worry slowly curdling to anger in my gut and souring my mood. Well, I have a few days off work still, she said. So maybe you could show me around some more? Tell me about what it would really be like to live all the way out here with you. I merely nodded so I didn't say something I'd regret. What was she expecting? A list and a map? A detailed blow-by-blow of the pros and cons of this magical meeting of fate? And then what? I asked. After the few days you have off work are over. Well, I could go back to Salem and maybe visit on weekends and things, couldn't I? JD reasoned, a hint of hope clear in her tone. Could you come visit me, maybe sometimes? Is that allowed? Can you leave the North Pole? I can, but I don't leave often. I didn't want to tell her all about the sex and debauchery I'd planned for this week, so I just left it at that. She practically clapped. Oh, great. So we could keep dating and seeing each other, even if we go back to our own lives, right? We don't need to get married or anything crazy like that, right? Not yet, anyway. The relief I could hear in her words fired up my blood. It hurt. She was denying fate and our instant connection out of some misplaced sense of normalcy. It's not like we were average humans. Our connection was always going to be something more, and she wasn't seeing it. I threw back the covers and walked over to my wardrobe, grabbing a pair of gray sweats and pulling them over my nakedness. Nikki. I ignored her as I donned a white t-shirt, then chose a black hoodie. I wasn't cold, but dragged on the sweater too, just to buy me another minute as I tried to wrestle my temper into submission. When I emerged from the dressing room again, she was still sitting in the bed, the blankets pulled up over her breasts. The worst part was how beautiful she looked, with her long hair framing her lovely flushed face. Her creamy shoulders practically begged for my touch. Like a siren, calling to dash myself on the shores of fate. Yep. Are you okay? She asked hesitantly. Finally, I was able to nod. Yeah, I suppose you're right. We could probably do a long distance, whatever. So I withdraw my proposal from last night. That's probably for the best. Until you're sure how you feel, there's no point having that hanging between us. Her lips tilted up into a quiver of a smile. That's true. Well, that's what's freaked you out, isn't it? I asked. I was finally honest about how I felt about you, and how I saw our future going, and you don't feel the same way. She narrowed her eyes at me. I didn't say that. I just don't think it's smart to go changing our whole lives based on a 2-day acquaintance. Even though I think we're fated and meant to be. I retorted. She rolled her eyes at me. Can't you hear how stupid that sounds, Nikki? Like there's magic and then there's this. My jaw dropped. What the hell does that mean? Silence fell around us. I'd been wrong. This wasn't the woman for me. Something had told me, warned me, not to reveal fate's plan to her so soon. And now I knew why. She was obviously not the right one. I jumped the gun in my excitement and hope. I'd read into this too much. I'd built it up in my head, and she thought I was insane now. She probably thought I was desperate. But I wasn't. I trusted fate, and I could wait. If it sounds stupid to you, then a relationship between us impossible. No, Nikki. I didn't mean. I held up my hand to stop her attempted protests. I can see now that I've made a mistake. I apologize. If you'd like to leave today, I'll take you myself. Her shoulders slumped and she shook her head. This wasn't what I wanted to happen, not at all. Well, at this point, I didn't care what she wanted, which was a clear sign of how compromised and hurt I truly felt. I shook myself and took a deep, steadying breath. All right, well, maybe we need to continue the discussion? Perhaps? I don't know. Yes, she said, then gulped. Maybe I should have a shower and we could chat over a coffee, or what time is it? I didn't know, and I didn't care. I'll go arrange some dinner. Please have a shower, then we can try and talk again. She gave me a wobbly smile. I bowed myself out of my room. I needed to calm the fuck down. I felt like a bomb ready to explode, and that wouldn't do. It wasn't good enough. I wasn't that person. I would give the conversation a second chance. Maybe in this modern era, a long-distance relationship was possible. Maybe not. But I knew one thing for certain, that throwing JD out now would be a mistake, one I wouldn't be able to rectify if I went through with it. So I walked to the kitchen and focused on my breathing, and not on all the ways I just royally overreacted and fucked that up. I have to at least try and make this work. Perhaps fate did its part, and the rest is up to me.
Chapter 12. JD. The room fell painfully silent as Nikki left me alone to shower. I could literally hear my heart beating inside my ears. What should I do? I glanced down at my nakedness and grimaced. Well, I need to get dressed for one thing. I scrambled out of bed and hurried to the bathroom before Nikki returned with food. After that insanely primal and hot session we'd shared, I needed a shower and some clean clothes. Although it was possible to get ready magically, of course, there was nothing quite like a relaxing hot shower to wash away tears and the bone-deep ache of grief. I rushed into the huge shower and turned on the taps. Hot, steamy water filled the huge stall within moments, and I stepped under, face first. Glorious heat rained over my scalp and down my hair, washing away the sweat and sticky evidence of our sins. My body ached in strange places, and as I turned under the shower head, I ran my hands over my breasts and between my legs to cleanse myself. I was tender to the touch, and a foreign well of emotion built up inside of me at the memories that immediately flooded my mind. Being with Nikki was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Every touch and each kiss was just spectacular. That didn't mean, of course, that I believed in fate or all that stuff he was talking about so ardently. But was I attracted to him? Absolutely. And was sex with him incredible? Without a doubt. I heard movement in the bedroom, my train of thought broken, and my heart leapt. I turned the shower off, dried myself quickly, then used my magic to blow dry my hair and get dressed. I chose a simple pair of figure-hugging black leggings and a long purple top that covered my ass, and added a spangly silver belt that rested low on my hips as an afterthought. I spared the mirror a quick glance, making sure I was presentable enough for the heavy conversation ahead, then bravely stepped out into the bedroom. But TT wasn't Nikki who was laying out dinner on a makeshift dining table. It was a male elf I hadn't seen or met before. "Hello," I greeted him as casually as I could muster, adjusting my belt as I walked towards the feast he'd laid out. "I'm JD." The elf grunted at me. "I'm Curtis. Where's Santa?" I frowned at the curt little man. Curt by name and nature. I think he went to get something for us to eat." The elf groaned though annoyed, which seemed bizarre and out of place for this supposed wonderland. I wondered why my wife told me to bring dinner in here. He shook his head in dismay. "I told her that Santa wasn't meant to bring you women back home." "Me wait, women?" I repeated. Elsa had said a strangely similar thing. Before I could ask another question, Nicky came back into the room with a jug of milk and 2 glasses. His smile at seeing the elf was one of genuine relief. "Curtis. Thank goodness. Thank you. I was beginning to think we were having protein milk for dinner. Again." I stared down at the table, my mouth suddenly watering. The meal laid before us was a veritable Christmas feast, with crisp roast turkey and an impeccably glazed ham. Platters of roast vegetables and boats of gravy and sauces were arranged nearby. Curtis turned towards Nicky, his hands on his hips. "What are you still doing here, Santa?" "I got a call from the Fairmont Hotel in Toronto. They were expecting you to check in at 2 p.m. and called to confirm whether or not you were still coming." I was just reaching for a beckoning fork when those words struck me. I paused and looked up. Nicky was rushing Curtis out the door. "Can you go ahead and just cancel that booking for me, Curtis? Thanks." "No, I can't." The elf practically had steam billowing out his ears. "You're meant to be down in Canada meeting new women." Nicky glanced back at me with an apologetic grimace as he walked out into the hallway with the irate elf and shut the door behind them. I grabbed the fork and stabbed at the scalloped potatoes, wanting to taste those creamy, cheesy carbs. I needed the comfort. Nicky finally re-entered the room and slid back over to the table like the weasel he was. I'd fully started eating, with no guilt whatsoever. I'd even torn off a piece of lush turkey meat and shoved it into one of the warm buttered bread rolls and drizzled some thick cranberry sauce over the succulent flesh. "What was that about, then?" I asked, without preamble. Nicky's lips were thin and tight as he crossed his arms over his chest and hunched his shoulders. "Yeah, sorry about that." "Sorry about what?" I prompted, not so much as batting an eyelid at how catty my tone had become. I nonchalantly ripped another bread roll in half and chomped down on the softness, not even tasting it. It was more a shield, something to occupy my hands with, than anything else. Nicky huffed out a big sigh as he hung his head, before he finally dropped his arms and looked me straight in the eye. "I'm sorry that our talk was interrupted. You didn't need to hear about the plans I'd made before I even met you." "Oh, but I do," I said, waving one hand flippantly in the air. My heart was pounding with every breath I drew, and I was struggling to think straight as my fury blossomed. "Tell me what these plans were exactly." The hotel Curtis had mentioned was swanky and expensive. Nicky groaned and tucked some stray hair behind his ear, seemingly buying himself a moment. "The week after Christmas, we all take time off every year. Then after New Year's, it's back to work for the rest of the year." I nodded, trying my best to remain calm and centered. "Okay. So, this is your vacation time we're talking about?" "Yes, exactly. It's the only time I ever leave the North Pole, so it's a week of... Well, it's when I let my hair down, so to speak. I have some fun, drink until I'm merry, and entertain women. It's generally the only time that I feel like a man and not the father of Christmas." His tones were soothing and rational, and yet I was blinded by rage. This was the man who swore black and blue that we were meant to be? That fate had preordained we be together? What a load of absolute crap. "Well, please don't let me stop you," I said, my tone acidic as I waved my arm toward the door. "Your fuckfest awaits. If he wanted to have sex with random strangers for a week, then he should. It was his life and his choice. But that wasn't the sort of man I wanted to be with, that was for damn sure." "Oh, don't be like that, JD, Nicky said. "I made these plans last year. It's been a standing booking for decades now." "Decades?" I repeated. "Fucking decades. And you think you're suddenly ready to settle down, put your loafers on, and get married? Are you serious? You'll be young forever if you keep this up, so you should. Why lose every man's veritable dream? Fuck away, Santa." "Stop saying that," he bit back, his volume rising. "Saying what?" I yelled, throwing my hands up in the air. "That you're a proverbial Peter Pan? You've literally got decades of fucking around ahead of you, and never having to grow up. Why on earth did you propose to me if you didn't mean it? And why would you? That would be an end to all your fun." Nicky groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. Now you're just being a bitch. Seriously, JD, just stop. You're blowing this way out of proportion. There was no holding back the steam now. My lid blew off and I saw red. Fuck you, Nicky. Enjoy your vacation. See you next lifetime, maybe. I snapped my fingers and magically transported Santa Claus to his damn ritzy hotel in Toronto. Feeling a mite guilty for dumping him in the lobby alone without so much as a change of clothes, I stomped into his walk-in robe, threw an armful of things in a suitcase, then sent it off to join him. You bloody bastard, I hissed, stomping back into his room. I knew you were too good to be true. The one time I thought I'd found a decent man, he turns out to be a freaking bloody man-whore. Trust my luck. I shook my head and took some deep, steadying breaths to recharge my magic. It's simple, I reasoned. I'm just plain unlovable. My parents hadn't loved me and no boyfriend ever had. Why would Santa Claus? He was a fairy tale and I was, well, me. With tears swimming in my eyes, I snapped my fingers a final time and transported myself home. Back to my tiny townhouse and to my lonely bedroom. In the next heartbeat my legs caved, and I collapsed onto the rug, a pained howl tearing from my throat to shatter the overwhelming and stagnant silence. Fuck.
Chapter 13. Nicky. The man in front of me blinked before his jaw dropped. Ah, can I help you, sir? I glanced around quickly in an attempt to gain my bearings. Recognition washed over me. Damn it. I'd been to this hotel countless times before, and I automatically responded. I'm Nicholas Shaw, I said, using my pseudonym. Oh yes, sir, of course, the concierge said, tapping away on his computer. Yes, I see you're booked into the penthouse for the week. Do you have any bags with you today? Bags? Crap. I looked down at my feet as my suitcase manifested by magic. JD's magic, to be exact. Yes. Just the one. The concierge handed me a key card. Excellent, sir. You're all paid up, so please enjoy your stay. And if you need anything at all, don't hesitate to call down to reception. I nodded at him, and a bellboy rushed over promptly to help me with my bag. I smiled at him and waved him off. I'm fine, but thank you. I know the way. I picked up my suitcase, my head and heart heavy as I made my way toward the elevator. Everything was familiar. From the polished marble floors in the picturesque lobby, to the plush carpet that lined the hallways. I managed to hold it together until I set foot inside the penthouse, the ridiculously large and flawlessly opulent suite making a mockery of my dour mood. Tossing my suitcase onto the white couch, I paced around the room. What a fucking mess. How had things gone so exceptionally wrong? One moment I'd been on top of the world. JD and I had been sharing soul-shattering sex, and I'd proposed marriage, convinced that I'd finally found my Mrs. Claus. The woman I'd been waiting for all these long years, the woman of my dreams, the woman who fulfilled my fairy tale. And the next thing I knew, everything had gone to hell in a fucking handbasket in a simply spectacular fashion. Now, I was standing in the bachelor pad I'd booked a year in advance. I stomped to the windows, arms crossed over my chest, and stared out at the beautiful Vancouver skyline. I'd been dreaming about this day for months. Having been alone all year, starved of affection and sex, the thing that had kept me going was knowing that soon I'd be surrounded by women, one of which I loosely thought might one day become my wife. Or at least, that's what I'd hoped at the time. Now though, my heart ached like a cosmic fist had squeezed the very life out of it, until there were just no beats left in it. But the way I saw it was, I had a few choices left. This misunderstanding hurt more than I imagined it would. I'd never really felt anything like it, and I didn't want to go on in pain like this. The thought of having had JD in my grasp only to lose her was too much. Perhaps I could forget that fate had sent me a beautiful woman to adore, and simply assume a huge mistake had been made. A galactic fuck-up of sorts. There was a knock at the door, and a bolt of hope shot through me. Maybe it was JD. Had she realized she'd made a huge mistake in letting her temper get the better of her, and had decided to join me for a week of fun in Vancouver? Surely she'd like the massive jacuzzi and unlimited drinks. It'd go a short way to diffusing the situation we'd found ourselves in, at least. When I opened the door, it was the bellhop. Disappointment punched me in the gut hard. "Oh yes, James. I was sent up to ask if you needed anything, sir. Tickets to the new plays in town, perhaps. There's a concert on tomorrow night, and our club will be hot tonight. Doors open at 11. I glanced at the clock on the wall, my stomach dropping at the very idea of going out on the prowl for women. My body could probably do it. I was young and fit, and my sexuality had never failed me before, but my heart wasn't in it. "Thanks, James," I said, beginning to shut the door. "I think I'll just stay in tonight. I've had a big couple of days." "Of course, sir," the bellhop said. "Sleep well," he added, and walked away. Shutting the door, I ventured into the master bedroom. I stopped and stared at the huge California king. I'd had so many women on that bed over the years, I couldn't even remember them all. They had been a tonic for my soul, medicine for my lonely heart, and food for my starving body. They'd been what I needed to get through the rigorous duty that was being Santa Claus. But now, everything ached and not in need of another strange woman. I wanted JD, fiery red-headed temper and all. But I couldn't do anything about it tonight, even if I wanted to. I had no transportational power, not like the myths suggested I had anyway. I couldn't tap my nose and will myself back to the North Pole any more than I could magic up a team of reindeer to whisk me away in a big red sleigh. I'd have to call my elves tomorrow and get a flight back. Or something. At this point, I didn't know what the hell I was going to do. My stomach growled loudly, reminding me that I hadn't eaten dinner and I was starving. I walked over to the phone and ordered room service. I might as well enjoy the hotel while I'm here. I ducked off to have a quick shower while I waited for dinner to arrive, answering the door with only a towel wrapped around my waist. I'd been expecting James, but it wasn't the male bellhop. It was Tiffany. "Hello, Nikki," she purred, pushing the silver cart into my room. Her long blonde hair fell in waves around her shoulders, and her heavily made-up eyes twinkled with mischief in my direction. Oh shit. This was definitely not what I had planned. Not tonight. "Good evening, Tiffany," I said, purposely leaving the door wide open so that I wasn't trapped inside the suite with her. She pushed the trolley all the way over to the dining table, then made a big display of putting the silver dishes out onto the table for me. When she turned back around, she frowned at me. "Aren't you coming in?" I tilted my head towards the exit in a none too subtle gesture. "I'll show you out, then I'll eat." She flicked her hair over her shoulder dramatically and began unbuttoning her white blouse. "My shift finished 10 minutes ago," she said suggestively. "So, why don't I hang around for a little while? We can catch up. It's been a while." Her ample cleavage was exposed now, and I couldn't stop my mind from drifting back to the time we'd spent together just last year. Tiffany was a straight 10 by most people's standards. She had lovely clear skin, a pretty face, and a killer body. But tonight, she didn't even so much as rouse a single throb. I'd been fooling myself to think I could even stay a day in this place. I wanted to go home. This wasn't for me, not anymore. I tasted literal paradise in JD's loving arms, and the last thing I wanted to do was go crawling on my hands and knees through the proverbial desert again, begging for a simple glass of water. It would do nothing to quench the thirst I had. "Thanks for the offer," I told the young woman who worked in the restaurant downstairs, "but I think I'll just head to bed." She put both hands on her hips and widened her stance. "I'll join you." I dropped my head and groaned. I didn't want to be cruel, but Tiffany clearly wasn't taking the hint. "I'm going to sleep. Please go." She hurried over to me, not to leave, but to place her hands on me. Her nails raked over my bare chest, and I shuddered, stepping away from her. Her touch felt so wrong that I couldn't bear it. "Nikki, is something the matter?" She pouted, leaning towards me again as if I were simply pussy shy. "I've been looking forward to you visiting again all year," she emphasized. I sighed and pushed open the door as far as it would go. I'm not here for that, Tiffany. Sorry, I added curtly. She hurried to button her shirt up once more, her eyes flashing in hurt and defiance. What's wrong? Do you fancy men now or something? She snarked, as if she'd never been turned down before. I snorted out a laugh. No. I'm getting married, actually, and trust me on this. My fiancé wouldn't take kindly to this little tête-à-tête. Tiffany's glare would have torn shreds off a lesser man, but I wasn't fazed. Not even by the lie I'd just told. It felt right, and if I had my way, it would be true soon enough. Tiffany stuck her nose in the air and marched out in a flurry of blonde fury. I slammed the door behind her and sat down to enjoy my steak in peace while it was still warm. I'd have a good night's sleep in that massive bed, alone. Then I'd put together a plan in the morning to get my Mrs. Claus back.
Chapter 14. JD. I'd been back from the North Pole for 2 days, and it was pretty damn clear that I'd made a fucking monumental mistake. I shook my head at myself. My bloody temper always gets the better of me, I muttered in dismay. I made myself a hot chocolate, put a rom-com on the TV, and climbed onto the couch with a comfortable fluffy blanket. I was the very image of pathetic, and I knew it. In fact, I reveled in it. Like a prisoner sitting in a cell for a crime they felt guilty about, I deserved to feel like shit. I'd been given the chance at a relationship with someone pretty special, and I'd managed to fuck it up. Just like everything else in my life. But at least my trashed house had been an easy fix. One simple cleaning spell later, and the kitchen was spotless, and no longer a reminder of what a spectacular failure Christmas Day had been. My phone began to ring, then shot a light in the air. Speak of the devil. I sighed. There was only one person who called me in such a spectacularly over-the-top fashion, and I was not in the mood for it. "Hello, Mother?" I said curtly before staring at the screen as I took a big gulp of my sweet drink, filled to the brim with pink and white mini marshmallows. "JD, what are you doing?" She tutted as though I was 5 years old and had gotten mud on my new dress. "I'm enjoying my Christmas vacation," I shot back at her. "In a manner of speaking. What are you doing?" She had her long white hair swept up into a strange twist, and dainty pearls adorned her earlobes. "Oh, didn't I mention, darling? We're about to have dinner with the President of Austria," she chirped, ever the consummate gossip and status chaser. I buried my lips in my hot chocolate, then answered, "Of course you are." My mother tutted at me. The blatant display of disapproval reignited the blaze of anger that my fight with Nikki had kindled. I lifted my gaze and glared at my mother's sour face. "Do you want something, Mother?" "I was only calling to check in for New Year's Eve," she said, patting down her hair as though looking in a mirror while she spoke to me. "I assume you received our invitation?" "To their house in Paris?" "Yeah, I'd gotten it." "I did, but I have plans. Maybe next year." My mother's gaze narrowed. "You should come, JD. There will be plenty of eligible bachelors there this year." I set my drink on the coffee table in front of me, not in the mood to pander to my mother's bullshit today. "Thanks for the invitation, but I have plans," I reiterated. My mother's smile fell, her expression unpleasant. "You know I can make you, JD," she threatened. I straightened up and glared straight back at her. "Really?" I reached into my well of magic and snapped my fingers, transporting my mother from her house to my home in an instant. She stood before me for the first time all year. My gut churned, not with anxiety but with anger. She blinked and glanced around at my homey little living room. "What did you do?" she accused. I threw my blanket off my lap and got to my feet. "The same thing I should have bloody done on Christmas Day. Made you come and visit me after I'd spent weeks looking forward to seeing you, and had spent all morning preparing my house and the food for you." Mom rolled her eyes. "Oh, JD, stop being so dramatic, please. It's unbecoming. You're a grown woman now. You have your own life and we have ours. We don't need to live in each other's pockets all the time." "Each other's pockets," I repeated, unable to believe I was hearing the words. My temper exploded and I screamed in her face. Are you actually fucking kidding me right now? My mother blinked, startled for what looked like the first time in her whole life. But I wasn't done. You missed half my birthdays and most Christmas days as I was growing up because you were too busy sucking up to all the different courts and councils. It's like I've meant absolutely fuck all to you. Mother sniffed and lifted her hands, inspecting her nails as she did when she wanted to avoid a touchy conversation. You had a good childhood, JD. Don't be a brat. You traveled the world, had more toys than anyone you knew, and now, as an adult, you have power and connections, and it's all thanks to us. I tore at my hair and screamed again. I didn't want any of that. I still don't. I just wanted my parents to love me, to show that they gave a bloody shit. Finally, my mother lifted her head and frowned at me as though she was confused. I waited for her to deny my words, to declare that she did indeed love me. But she just stood there like a fucking formless statue. Like a robot. A heartless robot. Just go, I said, flicking my hand and turning to walk back to the kitchen. I needed more than a hot chocolate after this conversation. JD. She finally called out. I turned around, keeping my expectations rock bottom low. I do love you. Yeah, right. I waited for the rest of what was surely a riveting addition to our failure at communication. I'm just not maternal. I never was. And there it was. The whole reason I was so fucked up. I sighed heavily. And you never will be, Mom. So just go. Go back to your life and stay out of mine. I continued into the kitchen and snatched at my emergency supply of chocolate and candy from the top shelf. When I returned to my couch, my mother was gone. I sat down on the couch and resumed my lazy day posture. Movie on. Blanket in lap. And enough calories for a whole month within arm's reach. I couldn't even cry. I didn't have enough tears left to spare a single one for my parents. They'd never loved me the way I needed them to, and they never would. My last hope that they could eventually be halfway decent was gone. In truth, it had been gone, really, since the moment they ditched me on Christmas. I just hadn't been able to face it. The child that still dwelled at the heart of me didn't want to accept it. Maybe Nikki was right, and I needed to get out of here. I'd been acting small and feeling small for far too long. I was capable of so much more. I'd chosen to stay in sleepy little Salem to be close to everything safe and familiar. Pansy and her parents, friends from school, the streets I grew up on. But Mary and Tony were off traveling the wide world, even with their limited magical abilities. And Pansy had married the next High Warlock of Salem. She would be in London every second week of the year, as would he. They were all okay, all taken care of, off doing what they loved with the people they loved. Maybe I should move? I pondered. Just sell up my townhouse and go traveling. Or maybe even rent it out and head to New York. There were jobs aplenty everywhere, and with my powerful magic, I could certainly apply for any position available and land it without trouble. So what was holding me here now? Was I the only one holding myself back from a life of endless possibilities? I reached into my bowl of candy and sighed, mindlessly eating my feelings, not able to face a lifetime's worth of hurt, disappointment, and parental alienation, let alone the loss of my once-in-a-lifetime chance at love today. Maybe tomorrow. For now, I had truckloads of sugary dopamine to binge on, and God knows, misery loves company. Chapter 15. JD. When there was a knock on my door after dinner, I trundled down the stairs in my fluffy Christmas dressing gown and opened it. "Hello, stranger," Pansy beamed at me. Maverick stood behind her with his characteristic smile. "Hey guys," I said, a genuine smile of my own reaching my lips for the first time in days. "What are you doing here? I wasn't expecting anyone. We came by to see you. Is that okay?" Pansy asked, still loitering on the doormat. I jumped back and waved them inside. "Oh, of course. Always. You know you can just bust on in here anytime. My wards let you teleport right in, Pansy. Not that my best friend had ever crashed my privacy like I did hers. Pansy laughed. You know I can't transport myself magically like that. But I can, Maverick said, brushing the snow off his boots on my doormat. So, if you alter your wards to accept my magic, JD, I'll send her over any time you want. My laugh sounded more like a sob, but I immediately cast a spell over my wards, allowing Maverick full access. It's done. The fact that he could tell I needed Pansy right now meant a lot to me. Thank you, Mav. Maverick opened his arms wide. I went to him without a second thought, hugging him tight, my eyes closed. I needed his kind of strength. You know you're my best friend too now, he said into my hair as he hugged me back. I nodded against his chest, unable to speak, to find the words that would convey just how I felt. Pansy's hand slipped into mine and tugged me gently out of her husband's embrace and into a hug of her own. I'm sorry about your mom and Christmas and everything, JD, she offered softly. I pulled back and wiped at the tears that had traitorously spilled down my cheeks. You know, I said, same shit, different day. I shut the front door and pulled my dressing gown tighter around my body. So, what are you guys really doing here? Not that you aren't welcome, but there has to be a reason. This time of the year is crazy busy, especially for you two. Surely they had family events as well as fancy festive work soirees to attend. Can we sit for a minute? Pansy asked, gesturing to the couches in the main living area. Oh, of course, I said, moving over to the couch and flicking my hand out to tidy the area of the crumpled blankets, candy wrappers, and sunken pillows. Once it was tidy, I sat down and patiently waited for them to reveal all. They sat together on the big armchair, which meant Pansy was practically seated in her husband's lap. I didn't have the heart to separate them. They were just too cute and obviously happy that way. My broken heart would just have to deal. Go on, I said to Pansy. Spit it out. She tilted her in thought. What happened with Santa? She gently asked. I covered my face with my hands. Oh my God, I forgot you even knew about that. Here I was wallowing in my grief, happy in the knowledge that no one else knew about yet another of my failed relationships, but Pansy had been there. She'd met Nikki. How could I forget? The whole thing had been a bloody whirlwind. Pansy's hands grabbed my wrists as she pulled my hands down, then sat on the couch next to me. What happened? I heaved a sigh and gave her the quick version. Basically, we got too hot and heavy too fast, and I freaked out. Then he freaked out. Then it became clear that Santa is a bit of a man whore, so I lost my shit and zapped him to Canada. Maverick burst out with laughter, tears in his eyes. Pansy and I both turned to stare at him. The next High Warlock shook his hand at me. Apologies. Apologies. That was just the most amazing deduction of events I've ever heard in my life. Just brilliant. I didn't really know what he was talking about. It was just the truth. Pansy gripped my hands and tugged my attention back to her. So you guys had a fight over nothing? No, I defended. We don't suit each other. I think that's obvious. Pansy's lips quivered as she tried not to laugh. From what I could see, you two were positively besotted with each other. I tugged one of my hands free and ran it through my tangled hair in frustration. Yeah, well, we're not. Or Nicky wouldn't be fucking his way through Canada as we speak. Maverick coughed a little oddly, as if there was something they knew that I didn't. Pansy turned to glare at him. Guys, what's going on? I asked them. Well, Mom and Dad got a call from Nikki actually, Pansy admitted. They did? I gulped as my heart began to beat a little harder. What did he want? I folded my arms into my dressing gown sleeves, feeling strangely shivery all of a sudden. Well, he wanted to come and see you, actually. But Mom and Dad don't have enough power to transport someone like Santa across the country, and neither do I. Pansy glanced across at her husband. I stared at Maverick, afraid to ask the question. There was only one person in Pansy's family who had the same levels of power as I did, and that was the man sitting right across from us. He wanted to see you, Maverick explained softly. But we made him wait until we got back from London so we could check him out ourselves. Pansy grunted in a scoffing sort of way. Well, we had to make sure his intentions were true before we let him see you. You might be the more powerful witch, JD, but I'll never stop being protective of you. My jaw dropped open, but I didn't know what to say. Maverick continued. He's been chomping at the bit at Pansy's shop, waiting for our return. I jumped to my feet, almost tripping over the hem of my silly festive dressing gown. He's here, I gasped. In Salem. He's waiting outside, actually, Maverick said, rising to his feet and moving toward the front door. Can I let him in? I stared at Pansy, wide-eyed for help. She nodded sagely. Turning back to Maverick, I said, all flustered now. Yeah. Hang on. I waved my arm over my slovenly, sorry sack appearance and turned myself back into the red dress-wearing chic Mrs. Claus Nikki had first met. I even pulled out my new white shoes. Okay, I said, nodding at Maverick like he was the doorman and not the next high warlock. I'm ready. Maverick opened the door with a flourish, and there he was, my dream man, my fairy tale, come to rescue me from the life I had outgrown long ago. Hi, JD, Nikki said, taking a step inside. Snow had fallen on his clothes and hair, making him glisten under the lights. Hi, I barely managed, even though I had so much more I wanted to say. I think we'll head home, Pansy said all of a sudden, pulling me into a hug, before rushing over to her husband. So nice seeing you again, Nikki. Nikki shook Maverick's hand and thanked him, though he barely took his eyes off me for a second. JD. Pansy called out. I begrudgingly dragged my gaze away from the hunky man in my living room. Call me in the morning. Okay? I nodded. It was all I could do. Pansy glowered and narrowed her eyes at me. Make sure you do, or I'll get Maverick to magic me in here to check on you. Heat flushed my cheeks as I imagined exactly what Pansy might be walking into if everything went well. Okay, hun, I promise. I will. Seemingly satisfied with my response, Pansy inclined her head in return. Good night then, she said, waving her hand and dragging her husband out the door after her. And then we were alone in my little townhouse in Salem. Just me and the magical, drop-dead gorgeous Mr. Claus. My heart raced.
Chapter 16. Nikki. JD was even more beautiful than I remembered her being, though her eyes seemed sad and lacked the sparkle I'd come to expect in her gaze somehow. Do you want something to eat or drink? She asked suddenly, breaking the silence and taking a step towards the kitchen. The layered skirts of her dress swooshed around her, making her look like some sort of 50s movie icon. I can make you anything you like, though, now that I think about it, my magic is a bit zapped from dealing with my mother earlier. What happened? I asked, closing the space between us so I wasn't so far away from her. JD shrugged, her creamy shoulder calling out for my lips. I just called her out on her crap, basically. I'm sick of wishing for decent parents. And I can't believe I've spent my life hoping they'd finally start loving me. People don't change. Not like that. It was irrational of me to ever think they could. I reached out for her, wrapping a hand around her waist and drawing her close. She didn't fight me or try to walk away. In fact, she melted right into me with a sigh of relief, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Like it was where she belonged and where she wanted to be. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, I said, pulling her even closer so that I could hug her tight. She rested her head on my chest and burrowed in, just snuggling into me like a kitten seeking warmth, security, and love. We stood like that for so long, I almost forgot why we'd fought and ever been apart. But moments later, the peace that had fallen over us like a soft blanket of snow was disrupted, and we were forced back into reality. How was your vacation? JD asked hesitantly. I chuckled in response. She lifted her head to stare up at me. Why are you laughing? Because it wasn't exactly a vacation, I explained ruefully. I ate a steak, rejected a woman, got a restless night's sleep alone, then called Mary and Tony. Her lips quirked up ever so slightly at the edges. Rejected a woman, huh? I chuckled again at her expression. How did I know that would be the only part of that sentence that you'd hear? I sighed. Full disclosure. The waitress that brought me my steak propositioned me. I made it clear I wasn't available, and she left in a huff. Really? JD whispered, her beautiful blue eyes fast glistening with tears. I dropped a gentle kiss on her sweet rosy lips. Of course I did. Even though you haven't accepted my proposal yet, I told her I was engaged, and as far as I'm concerned, I am. Nothing's changed. You're everything I've ever wanted, JD. Passionate and crazy, intelligent and beautiful, fiery and feist. Please forgive me for the past and know that I only want you in my future. She reached up and cupped my face, her eyes brimming with love. I'm so sorry I overreacted, Nikki. I just didn't know how to respond to all that talk about being fated lovers. It was sort of overwhelming. And when you told me about your old lifestyle, I got jealous. I didn't want to imagine you being with anyone else, even if I wasn't ready to accept it yet. I smiled at her and kissed her again, this time slowly and with heart behind it. I grew up with it, I said gently. Fate has always been a part of the equation, a part of the magic. I understand that it's going to take you time to be comfortable with the idea. So how about we just be together? I can't be apart from you now, JD, but there's no rush to marry or start a family. We'll figure it out together as we go along. It takes two to tango, as they say. I smiled, hope exploding within me. JD sniffled, returning my smile. I would love that, Nikki. In fact, I began, stroking my hands down over her fine ass, I was thinking we might start over with a vacation of our own. I canceled my usual room in Vancouver and thought maybe you'd want to come back with me. We can stay in one of the funky couple suites for 2 weeks if you want. Perhaps check out the town and see a play. Or maybe you want to go to New York. The possibilities are endless. She raised an eyebrow at me. So, you want to flaunt me around so everyone knows you're taken? Is that it? I grinned at her. Just a little. She laughed and offered up her left hand. Okay, let's do it. But I need at least a promise ring on this finger. Something that says, fuck off, I'm taken. The smile on her face said she was joking. But I sure as hell wasn't. I stepped back and reached into my pocket. I was going crazy today waiting for your friends to come home, so I might have called my elves and had them make me something special for you. Elsa brought it down to me just an hour ago. I popped open the box and offered it to her. The central stone was a shimmering ruby like her hair, round and huge. And the band was encrusted with countless diamonds, making the whole box sparkle in the light. I wanted something that looked like you, I said, smiling softly as I took the ring out of the box. With her vibrant red hair, beautiful skin, and amazing bright smile, it was perfectly her. Will you wear it and be mine? She nodded, a fresh wave of tears welling in her eyes. I slid it on her finger, my whole world falling into place once more. This was right. Righter than right. I felt it in my very soul. She stared down at the ring. I can't believe it's just beautiful, she whispered. Not as beautiful as you, I said as I reached out, took her hand and pulled her into my waiting arms. So where to, gorgeous? New York? Vancouver? Hawaii? Australia? Mary and Tony seemed to really love it there. She wrapped her arms around my neck and held on tight. Oh, definitely Vancouver to begin with. I want all those past lovers of yours to see us together and know that you're mine forevermore. I kissed her hard and fast, wishing I had the same magic she did so that I could simply transport us both to Canada. When I lifted my head, breaking our kiss, we were standing in the foyer of the same hotel I'd only left yesterday. Holy shit. I laughed and kissed her again. God, you're amazing, JD. My soon-to-be wife beamed up at me, her cheeks flushed with the rosiest pink I'd ever seen. Life with my fated witch by my side was never going to be the same again. But I was ready for it. We'd face our happily ever after together, because that's what Mr. and Mrs. Claus did.
Epilogue. JD. 2 weeks later. I stared down at the pregnancy test as the stupid thing turned bright blue. Oh shit. We'd planned to wait until after we were married to try for children. There was no rush after all. We'd both agreed to simply be together and take this crazy journey of ours one day at a time. We certainly hadn't thought we'd be starting a family just yet. But I guess we were. I'd missed my period yesterday, and as I'd laid in bed last night, I'd known this was going to be the outcome. My cycle was like clockwork. I'd never been a day late in 15 years. We'd had the most perfect vacation together over the new year. Then I'd decided to quit my job and move up to the North Pole to be with Nicky permanently. I'd found out pretty quickly that I couldn't bear to be apart from him, no matter what hogwash I'd originally thought about how easy a long-distance relationship would be. I'd only been in the North Pole a few days, but the elves had welcomed me, despite the fact weren't married yet, and I settled into the role of Nicky's partner as if it was what I was always destined to become. My powerful levels of magic meant I could zip us to London for a night if we wanted to visit our best friends, or back home to Salem if there was something I needed or wanted. I'd never traveled around so much or worked less. It was strange in a way. I'd quit my job because I wasn't really enjoying it the way I'd pretended I was. Nicky had been right about me. I'd been a big fish in a small pond for so long, I didn't know what it felt like to be challenged, to reach my full potential. Maybe I should try doing another one, I whispered aloud, staring at the box of 3 tests I'd bought an hour ago. After breakfast, I'd magically transported myself to the nearest pharmacy, bought a test packet, and come straight home to the bathroom to use it. I didn't have to wait long. The test came back immediately positive. My stomach twisted with worry. I didn't need to do another test. One was enough. I knew tests could sometimes give false positives, but I knew this one was right. The timing with my cycle and my gut instinct were irrefutable proof of that. And even as a part of me worried about what Nicky was going to say, a strange squeal of excitement built inside of me. I'd assumed we'd have more time together just to ourselves. I thought that our shared immortality might linger for a few decades so that we could really explore the world and grow together. But not now. Our child would start the human clock on my Santa Claus, and everything would change. It looked like everything about our unique relationship was fated to remain on speed dial. There was a knock on the bathroom door. "You okay, sweetheart?" Nicky's asked. Yeah. But you might want to come in." Standing in front of the huge mirror, I just stared down at the test, thinking about how much my life was about to change. This is all so sudden. "What's wrong?" Nicky asked, coming up behind me and sliding a hand around my waist. "Are you feeling unwell?" "Not yet," I mused. I shook my head, pursed my lips, and picked up the test, holding it up in front of me so he could see it too. "No, but I'm pregnant, Nicky." I watched his reaction in the mirror. His eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. "You're..." Then he twirled me around and grabbed me up in a huge bear hug. "You're pregnant? Already? That's fantastic." I laughed against his shoulder and hugged him back as I began to feel overwhelmed. "Yeah, it is. I think. But I just thought we'd have more time together." "We'll have all the time in the world," Nicky exclaimed, hugging me tightly before pulling back to kiss me. "Oh, sweetheart, this is amazing. We have to get married now. How's next week?" I laughed even though my eyes were filled with tears. I felt like I was literally being barraged by all the emotions in the world. "Next week?" I said. "You want a shotgun wedding, like Vegas style or something?" His eyes crinkled as he tried not to laugh too. "No. Definitely not, beautiful. You deserve so much more. You deserve the fairy tale. And with your magic and that of the elves, I have no doubt we can pull it together in a week." I bit my lip, a million thoughts racing through my mind. "Yeah, I suppose so." He pressed his forehead to mine in gesture of pure love and comfort. "Everything is going to be fine, sweetheart," he assured me. "Trust me, okay?" I nodded and closed my eyes, allowing the trust I had in Nikki to wash over me like a soothing mist of serenity. The truth was, I knew nothing about pregnancy or being a good mom. My own mother had been terrible. She hadn't had a maternal or unselfish bone in her body. But as a woman who knew how to love and knew what it was like to be without it, surely I'd be able to work things out as I went along. I'll be okay, I told myself as Nikki embraced me. I'm not alone in this. We'll do this together and take it all one day at a time, just like we promised. Epilogue continued with the beginning of
Cupid's Love. Book 3 of the seasonal Paranormal and Fantasy Romances series. Valentine Val. I smiled down at the new Mr. and Mrs. Claus, a sense of satisfaction rolling over me at seeing the newly married couple laughing and enjoying their reception party. I'd had a hand in getting JD and Nick together, though not in the traditional sense. There had been no shooting of arrows or the forcing of two people together who didn't know they were perfect for each other. No. With JD and Nick, it had been inspired by a favor for a friend. My best friend Amory knew Nick through the fairy tale world, and made mention to me of how lonely he'd become since his parents had died. I'd looked through the love lexicon and found there was a lonely witch with a heart of gold in Salem, and decided to nudge the two together. It had been a little bit of a long game plan, though. Getting Tony and Mary to stumble upon the North Pole, only to meet Nick in the flesh. Then I had to pick my moment, whispering into Mary's ear that she should give JD the card from Santa at the opportune time. There were so many moving pieces to their romantic puzzle, but once they were together, the magic happened just the way it should. There weren't many things better than a fated, passionate, and all-consuming love. And Nick and JD had it in spades, and together they would soon bring a precious little child into the world, one who would grow in its beautiful light. I took one final look at their happy faces, then took flight, flying away from the reception and toward the sky. We angels lived in the clouds, or more accurately, through a magical veil and beyond, in another realm that was accessed directly via the clouds. I headed straight for one of the celestial doors, flying through and into our designated area. Love angels were considered less than by the strong and fearsome warrior angels as well as by the fleet-winged messenger angels, but I couldn't care less. We had so much more freedom than any of the other ranks of angels. We were always flying back and forth to Earth, and our whole existences were focused upon punting souls who would be in love forever. What better job was there? I felt blessed to be what I was, truthfully. Tucking in my wings at my back once more, I walked down the familiar corridor and into our common area. Amory was standing by the water fountain with a friend of ours, Tyrone. My immediate reaction was one that we frowned upon as angels of love. Anger and jealousy, emotions unbecoming of our rank. Tyrone was a good-looking man, and a lot of the other angels, male and female alike, had been with him at one point or another. Not Amory, not yet anyway. I lifted my hand and waved at them as they both glanced my way. Amory's whole face lit up with a smile that beckoned to me. She was wearing her long blonde hair straight today, which made her look sophisticated, an altogether different girl from the one I'd grown up with. "Hey," I greeted them both, stepping into their circle. "Hey back," Amory said, grabbing my hand and squeezing. "How was the wedding? I'm so sorry I missed it." "It was lovely," I managed to reply, my skin aching from where she was touching me. "You should contact Nikki when things slow down and see if you two can catch up. You'll love JD. She's a real spitfire." Tyrone ignored me completely and changed the subject. "So, what are your assignments like this week, Amory?" Amory let go of my hand, and with an apologetic smile picked up her conversation with Tyrone once more. I listened to them chatting about work for a while, but I was itching to get away. "I'm just going to grab something to eat, then head back to my room," I announced when there was a natural lull in their conversation. "Oh, okay," Amory said, no longer beaming, her radiance somehow dimmer. "We'll catch up later then." "Absolutely," I agreed, then took my leave. Angels had rules about fraternizing with each other, and with humans if I was being specific. We weren't meant to being intimate with either. But if the need for physical contact became too much and we succumbed, then that was all it was allowed to be. A fleeting desire to meet our needs, then it was back to work. Love and relationships were not on the cards for angels, not even we Cupids. But that didn't stop me from loving my best friend. In fact, I'd been in love with her for as long as I could remember. But until the heavenly laws of our realm changed, I was stuck with cold showers to suppress the fire burning within me, and even colder nights alone in my bed. The end. I hope you enjoy my Christmas seasonal romance. Next up on the calendar is Valentine's Day and my romance Cupid's Love, pre-order, here. Chapter 1. Valentine. I smiled down at the new Mr. and Mrs. Claus, a sense of satisfaction rolling over me at seeing the newly married couple laughing and enjoying their reception party. I'd had a hand in getting JD and Nick together, though not in the traditional sense. There had been no shooting of arrows or the forcing of two people together who didn't know they were perfect for each other. No. With JD and Nick, it had been inspired by a favor for a friend. My best friend Amory knew Nick through the fairy tale world, and made mention to me of how lonely he'd become since his parents had died. I'd looked through the love lexicon and found there was a lonely witch with a heart of gold in Salem, and decided to nudge the two together. It had been a little bit of a long game plan, though. Getting Tony and Mary to stumble upon the North Pole, only to meet Nick in the flesh. Then I had to pick my moment, whispering into Mary's ear that she should give JD the card from Santa at the opportune time. There were so many moving pieces to their romantic puzzle, but once they were together, the magic happened just the way it should. There wasn't anything better than a fated, passionate, and all-consuming love. And Nick and JD had it in spades, and together they would soon bring a precious little child into the world, one who would grow in its beautiful light. I took one final look at their happy faces, then took flight, flying away from the reception and toward the sky. We angels lived in the clouds, or more accurately, through a magical veil and beyond, in another realm that was accessed directly via the clouds. I headed straight for one of the celestial doors, flying through and into our designated area. Love angels were considered less than by the strong and fearsome warrior angels as well as by the fleet-winged messenger angels, but I couldn't care less. We had so much more freedom than any of the other ranks of angels. We were always flying back and forth to Earth, and our whole existences were focused upon uniting souls who would be in love forever. What better job was there? I felt blessed to be what I was, truthfully. Tucking in my wings at my back once more, I walked down the familiar corridor and into the main common area. Amory was standing by the water fountain with a friend of ours, Tyrone. My immediate reaction was one that we frowned upon as angels of love. Anger and jealousy, emotions unbecoming of our rank. Tyrone was a good-looking man, and a lot of the other angels, male and female alike, had been with him at one point or another. Not Amory, not yet anyway. I lifted my hand and waved at them as they both glanced my way. Amory's whole face lit up with a smile that beckoned to me. She was wearing her long blonde hair straight today, which made her look sophisticated, an altogether different girl from the one I'd grown up with. "Hey," I greeted them both, stepping into their circle. "Hey back," Amory said, grabbing my hand and squeezing. "How was the wedding? I'm so sorry I missed it." "It was lovely," I managed to reply, my skin aching from where she was touching me. "You should contact Nikki when things slow down and see if you two can catch up. You'll love JD. She's a real spitfire." Tyrone ignored me completely and changed the subject. "So, what are your assignments like this week, Amory?" Amory let go of my hand, and with an apologetic smile picked up her conversation with Tyrone once more. I listened to them chatting about work for a while, but I was itching to get away. "I'm just going to grab something to eat, then head back to my room," I announced when there was a natural lull in their conversation. "Oh, okay," Amory said, no longer beaming, her radiance somehow dimmer. "We'll catch up later then." "Absolutely," I agreed, then took my leave. Angels had rules about fraternizing with each other, and with humans if I was being specific. We weren't meant to be intimate with either. But if the need for physical contact became too much and we succumbed, then that was all it was meant to be. A fleeting desire to meet our needs, then it was back to work. Love and relationships were not on the cards for angels, not even we Cupids. But that didn't stop me from loving my best friend. In fact, I'd been in love with her for as long as I could remember. But until the heavenly laws of our realm changed, I was stuck with cold showers to suppress the fire burning within me, and even colder nights alone in my bed. I lay on my bed reading for a few hours before the dinner bell chimed throughout our living quarters. I rolled to my feet, shaking my head at the sound. In some ways, I often felt like a human college student, doing nothing but studying and working, then eating to a schedule designed by those not doing our job. There was a knock at my door just as I went to open it. "Yes?" I called out, my arm extended towards the handle. "It's me," Amory said cheerfully. "Can I come in?" A wave of longing passed over me as I forced a smile onto my face. "Of course." She pushed open the door without a second's hesitation. I jumped back instinctively to avoid the swing. "Oh, sorry." She giggled, turning away to shut the door behind her. "I didn't think you'd be right there." I coughed to clear my throat, then leaned back against my desk, arms crossed over my chest. "I was just heading out for dinner." Amory flounced over to my double bed, then threw herself down on the mattress as though she owned the place. "Can we talk for a sec first?" My head was already nodding, but inside my mind I was screaming, "No." "Of course." "Damn, she has beautiful legs." "What do you think about Tyrone?" she asked, drawing herself up to sit on my bed, her legs crossed and her shoulders rounded in a relaxed posture. From her position seated on my bed, with me standing against the opposite wall, I now had the best view of her cleavage I'd ever seen. I'll be damned if she doesn't have the most perfect breasts. "What about him?" I asked casually, uncrossing my arms and shifting my position so I was sitting on my desk chair at a similar height to my friend. Amory rolled her eyes. "You know what I mean. He's so sexy, everyone wants him." I snorted. "Everyone's had him." "Not me," Amory said quietly, then dropped her gaze to her hands folded in her lap. "Not yet anyway." "Oh no, Amory. Not him." The words were out of my mouth before I could think better of them. Her head came up, her eyes wide with surprise. "What do you mean?" I heaved in a breath as I tried to gain control over my feelings, but anger laced my words when I responded. "You've never been with any angel, why waste your precious purity on him?" She blinked at me as though taken aback by my words. "Because he's—" When she paused, I filled in the gap with my rising fury. "He's what? Arrogant? Sinful? Charming? Perfect for a one-night roll in the hay? Is that what you want?" My fury consumed me, and I felt so bitterly disappointed in her I could scarcely breathe. How stupid could she be? I'd always loved Amory. First as a fellow Cupid, then as my best friend, then as so much more. To think that she would lower herself to the most basic of all human emotions, lust. I was beyond angry, and judging by the look on Amory's face, I wasn't the only one. She got gracefully to her feet, her hazel eyes flashing gold lightning at me. "Who do you think you are, talking to me like that?" "Your best friend," I defended. "Someone who knows you better than anyone else. And I can tell you, if you follow through with this, you're going to regret it. What sort of friend are you to judge me like this?" She threw her hands up in the air. "I've never been with anyone before, Val, and you know that." Which was a huge part of the reason that I'd been able to keep my feelings for her hidden for so long. "Of course I know that. I just said as much." I yelled back at her. "So, why throw that away on an angel who's fucked half this unit and most of the others?" Amory moved fast and slapped me hard. My head snapped sideways as my cheek pulsed with pain. I slowly turned my face back to look at her, my own eyes blazing. "Don't you ever speak to me again," she hissed, then she left my room. My cheek continued to sting for some time after her emotional blow, and my stomach growled, still starving. I took a deep breath and walked out the open door towards the kitchen hall. Amory was right, she could do whatever she liked. It wasn't up to me to tell her what was right and wrong. She was a big girl. But if she ended up with that big douchebag, I wasn't going to be accountable for my actions.
Chapter 2. Amory. That fucking asshole. I stomped indignantly through the hallways of heaven, madder than I'd been in centuries. I'd gone past my turn-off, too angry to sit with all the other Cupids, so I kept marching. I was almost at the other end of the corridor and speeding towards the dinner hall at the far end of angel accommodations. It would mean I'd have to eat with the messenger angels tonight, but at this point, I didn't care where I was, as long as I was as far away from Valentine as possible. I ran into a warrior angel as I rounded a corner, bouncing off his huge chest. "Sorry," I yelled after him, not stopping to check if he was okay. I'd hit him pretty hard, but my body was numb to any sort of pain at the moment. How dare Val say such a thing to me? I'd gone to him with my question because I trusted him. Because I thought he'd give me the right advice, maybe even empathize with me. But no. He practically called me a wingho, comparing me to everyone else. When I got to the furthest dining room, I glanced around at all the black and brown outfits clinging to the tall, lanky angels. There wasn't a Cupid in sight, and I was so filled with rage I was glad of it. I walked straight over to the banquet table, grabbed a plate, and filled it with sugary treats. They only had one section for desserts, which was odd to me. Cupids only ate sugar. Our entire banquet was a dentist's worst nightmare. When I finally had enough food piled on my plate, I whirled around and surveyed the area. Lots of the messenger angels were looking at me, but with curiosity more than friendliness. In the end, I just chose the table closest to me and sat down with 4 male messenger angels, all of whom stared at me like I was a dream. "Hey," I said, nodding at them as I pulled in my chair. "I won't stay long, I promise." I put my head down and got to eating. Their crepes and chocolate sauce weren't nearly as sweet as I'd normally like, but they were heavy and nutrient-rich, and my stomach gurgled with happiness in response. It would do for tonight. The 4 angels around me were so quiet, I eventually peeked to look up at them. They were all still staring at me, speaking. "What?" I asked, still tetchy. The guy closest to me, who had lovely brown curly hair, gave me an awkward smile. You're very beautiful." I shrugged. "I'm a Cupid. It kind of comes with the territory." It wasn't really a compliment that they thought I was pretty. I had long blonde hair and a body that most men thought was attractive. But it wasn't my choice. I had no say in the matter. It was just lucky genetics and celestial chemistry. "So, what brings you here?" The messenger opposite me asked, still eating and seemingly curious, but in a friendly manner. He wasn't staring at me with lust the way the others were. I stuffed a fluffy pink marshmallow puff into my mouth and chomped on it, my gaze dropping to their plates. They all had the same fare, meat and bread with a few roasted vegetables. Not for me. I considered my options, and in the end couldn't come up with a good enough excuse, so I settled on telling them the truth. I had a fight with my best friend and got so mad that I smacked him in the jaw, and came down here for dinner. I didn't want to look at his smug face for the rest of the night, or deal with all the other Cupids being nosy. The men around me chuckled. "What did he do?" the friendly one asked. I frowned. How was I supposed to explain it without sounding like I was easy? I was thinking about perhaps dating one of the other Cupids, and my friend lost his freaking mind. The guys glanced at each other, some unspoken understanding passing between them. "You're allowed to date?" the curly-haired messenger next to me asked. I rolled my eyes. "No. But you know what I mean." The guy opposite me, whose aura I found soothing, nodded. "Yeah, we do. So let me get this straight. You have a male best friend, and when you showed interest in another Cupid, your friend got insanely jealous?" "No. I trailed off. All the guys around me waited patiently with amusement as the penny dropped. I narrowed my hazel eyes at the guy opposite me. "You think he was jealous?" Seriously? No. That's impossible. We're just friends. And besides, I flicked my hair over my shoulder, my face growing hot, we're Cupids. We don't get jealous. 3 of the angels burst out laughing. But not the calm one. He just gave me a cute smile. Listen, Blondie. Amory. Amory, he repeated, then pointed his thumb at himself. I'm Blake. Listen, Amory, Cupid or no Cupid, us guys are still made of the same stuff all men in the universe are made of. And I hate to break it to you, but anger and jealousy are part of that. But we've always just been best friends. I managed to mumble, though even to my own ears my reasoning was starting to sound more and more feeble. He's never said anything before. I tore open a sugary jam donut, scooped some of the strawberry jam onto my finger, and sucked it off with a satisfied sigh, licking my lips afterwards. Curlylocks next to me groaned aloud. Please don't do that. I frowned at him, not sure of what I did to upset him. Huh. All the other guys at the table shoved at their plates, stood up, and walked away, leaving their meals unfinished. I was left alone with Blake, who was just shaking his head and dipping his bread into the gravy. What did I do? I asked, confused. Blake finally cracked a smile. You mean other than making them all randy as hell? But I was just eating, I explained, stupefied. It's how we all eat. Cupids, I mean. Well, we don't. As you can see. Blake gestured to the half-eaten meals of roast vegetables, cut meat, and warm toasty rolls. And our women certainly don't eat like you either. It would prove distracting to most. I glanced around the room at the strong women seated at the other tables. They ate the same food as the men, their hands clasping silver knives and forks as they ate gracefully. I reached for a napkin to wipe the crinkly white flakes of sugar from my fingertips and grimaced. I'm sorry. Blake grunted. Don't apologize. You are what you are and have your own ways. It's probably why you Cupids stay up your end so much. Our guys would be jumping your bones on the regular if you didn't. I tilted my head at him, my curiosity aroused. He wasn't looking at me the same way the other guys had. But not you. Blake reached for his cup and took a sip of whatever was in it. Then he met my gaze with a rueful smile. Sorry, Blondie. I'd probably be into your friend, though. What's his name again? I didn't say. Oh. Right. I grinned at him as understanding dawned on me and relaxed against the back of my chair. Well, maybe you can help me since you obviously know men better than I do. What am I meant to do now? Having given my anger time to cool, I was feeling sad. I didn't want Val to hate me. I relied on his stoic strength and loyal friendship. He was the angel I trusted most in the whole world. Are the rules the same for you Cupids as with us? Blake asked suddenly, interrupting my musings. You're not allowed relationships except for fleeting ones? I nodded my head. Yeah, ironically, we're not allowed to fall in love, basically. We can spend a night or two together to blow off some steam, but that's it. Those that break the rules tend to disappear. I'd sometimes wondered what the authorities of heaven did with those Cupids, but as we had no answers, I tried not to dwell on the questions. Blake grabbed his own linen napkin and wiped his mouth. A lot of the messengers are in relationships, long-term ones too. Decades even sometimes. Considering we're basically immortal, it seems stupid to stop us, don't you think? Decades? My jaw dropped and I gaped at him in shock. How come you guys are able to get away with it then? He shrugged. Maybe because we aren't angels of love. Maybe your magic is based around your selflessness? No idea, honestly. I couldn't say it with any certainty. I groaned. Great. Now I'm totally stuck. No. You're just at the beginning, Blondie. Blake pushed his plate away. You need to work out how you feel about your friend and how he feels about you. Then you can go from there. But he's just my friend, I explained. I thought that was obvious. My best friend. He was the guy I'd loved since I even knew what love was. An angel I would die for if it came to it. But we'd always been so close growing up, I'd never imagined we could be anything more than friends. We were just us. Val and Amory. At least I'd thought that's how it was. Blake grinned at me. Us guys don't get that jealous over nothing. So go figure out what's going on, then come back for another chat sometime. We'll work out what you should do next. Blake stood up and scratched his neck. I rounded the table in a heartbeat and hugged him tightly. Thanks, Blake. And I meant it. This random, fellow angel had given me some sense of hope and control over the confronting situation in which I found myself. He chuckled and patted me on the back. All good, Blondie. You best go back to your side of the clouds before people start talking about us. I stared up into his dark eyes and smiled at him. Okay. I was tempted to kiss him, just to rile up the other angels I could feel blatantly staring at us, but poor Blake already looked done enough and looked a tad uncomfortable already. See you soon then, I said before I flounced off down the hall again, with a renewed sense of purpose and his sage words of advice still ringing in my ears. My anger was gone, but I had a mission now, to find out if the messenger angels were right. Did Val really harbor feelings for me past those of a platonic nature? And if he did, what in heaven's name was I going to do about it? And how the hell do I feel?
Chapter 3. Valentine. I went to get my new assignments from our supervisor, then headed straight to bed after dinner, bolting the door. Amory hadn't come to the dining room at all, which meant she'd either skipped dinner or had gone to eat at one of the other halls, which would have been most unusual. Different creeds of angels didn't normally make a habit of mixing. We generally kept to our own. But damn had she been angry when she'd left my room. Madder than I'd ever seen her, in fact. I'd really touched a nerve. Does she really want Tyrone that badly? I wondered, feeling sick to my stomach. When I lay in bed that night, my body burned for her, as it had done for centuries. Amory and I were both over 300 Earth years old. We'd been born into the light at a similar time, within just a few years of each other. We'd grown up together, been assigned the same areas, and had been fast friends for all that time. But I'd always loved her, and had felt safe in the knowledge that she could never love another. We weren't allowed to have romantic, lasting relationships, so even though Amory was never necessarily able to love me, I'd assumed she wouldn't fall for anyone else either. We'd been there for each other, together, always. Until now. Watching her toy with the idea of falling into Tyrone's bed had been the dynamite stick I'd needed to get off my laurels. There was no waiting and watching anymore. There was no longer any security in the fact we were Cupids and not allowed relationships. She could end up in every Cupid's bed if I didn't say something. My hands tightened into fists and my teeth clenched within my jaw at the very idea of all those men touching my girl. Avery was my angel, the winged woman that I loved. Even if she was only with Tyrone for a single night, I didn't want that for her. And I certainly didn't think he deserved her. To look upon Amory's flawless beauty and touch her in a way that no man or angel had ever had the privilege of doing. No. It can't happen. I won't let it. She deserves more. She deserves love. I slept terribly that night and crept out of my room at daybreak, hoping to miss out on seeing the other angels. But I wasn't so lucky. The first two beings I happened upon were Amory and Tyrone, lying on the lounges in the common area, sipping from mugs and laughing away like they didn't have a care in the world. The sound of their happiness hit me in the chest with the weight of a 100-pound anvil. Val. Amory called out, gesturing with her hands that I should join them. Come sit with us. I didn't want to. Damn, I so didn't want to. But when Amory smiled at me like that, I couldn't resist. I didn't have the heart to say no to her. I tucked my to-do list under my arm and made my way into the common area, which apart from the two angels I didn't want to see was entirely empty. Morning. I managed to say, my gaze skating casually over their bodies. Had they been together last night? Did Amory look different somehow? They were both still in their nightclothes, long white pajamas with low necklines and slits in their pants. Amory was lying on her back with one arm raised on a pillow. She looked gorgeous. And sated. I was going to be sick. I need to go, I said, turning and walking away as fast as my legs would take me. I almost got to the portal door when Amory caught up with me. Hey. Val. Stop. No way. I wasn't going to stop, and I certainly wasn't looking back. I grabbed the door and threw it open, but her hand tugged me back, her grip on my shirt sleeve too tight to fight. Val. I said, stop. What's the matter with you? I whirled around to glare at her, and couldn't stop my hungry gaze from soaking in her face. Her eyes had always been a lovely hazel, but as she'd matured, her irises had developed gorgeous flecks of gold within them. Her cheeks were even rosy this morning, and her skin was clear and creamy. She truly was a perfect Cupid. Did you sleep with him? I demanded, not even trying to hide my jealousy. I could barely breathe, and was huffing like an unfit old man trying to run a marathon. Amory blinked at me, shock written all over her face before that cleared and made way for curiosity. Fuck. Why? She asked, crossing her arms over her chest but under her breasts, making the nipples peek and push against the soft material of her top. Why what? I managed to respond, dragging my gaze back up to her face. Why do you want to know if I slept with Tyrone? How is it any of your business? I took a step away from her, ready to dive straight through the portal and into the human world. There would be relief from my feelings there. I would be focused on someone else's pain and worry. Not my own. Don't you dare, Amory said, her gaze narrowing like an archer ready to shoot. Dare what? I asked, inches away from the door now. She raced forward and thrust her arm over the opening, which in turn put her body right up against mine. Don't you dare go flying off into the human realm before we finish this discussion. Now, I couldn't breathe for an entirely new reason. Amory's breasts were pressed against my arm, and her thigh brushed the outside of mine. I could feel her breath so close, and her lips, with more willpower than I thought I possessed. I took a big step back and away from her. What do you want, Amory? To rub it in my face that you finally got rid of your virtue like it was trash. Wonderful. Congratulations. Her jaw dropped, then her eyes narrowed even further as she stepped away from the door. You sound like such a pompous asshole, you know that? I'm not a bride or a virgin, so you don't get to lecture me about purity. You're not a virgin. I whispered, the shock at her admission smashing over me like a tidal wave and robbing me of my breath. She rolled her eyes with a groan. You know that's not what I meant. I've never been with anyone, but virginity is a human concept, Valentine. We're angels. And Cupids at that. Our destiny is to find love for others, not for ourselves. Every word felt a kick to my gut with a steel cap boot. I'd always known that Amory didn't feel about me what I felt for her. But I'd been able to ignore that painful truth until now. So you haven't been with Tyrone? I whispered, not giving a damn about how pathetic I sounded. I needed to know. She stared at me for a long while, a pregnant pause filling the space between us. No, she finally said. My shoulders sagged as relief soothed my jagged nerves. Good. Her lips pressed into a thin line, then she fidgeted, grabbing a hair clip from her pocket before thrusting her long hair up into a messy bun on the top of her head. She was about to start talking again, and I wasn't sure I was up to it. I'm going to go, Amory. But we haven't finished talking, she objected, her brows furrowed. We have for now. I moved to step away. Once again, my best friend tried to get in my way. But I didn't let her, not this time. I pushed her arm up and ducked underneath. Then I jumped, diving through the portal and into the clouds, leaving behind the stress of my love for Amory. She was likely storming her way through the clouds or telling Tyrone what an asshole I was, but I couldn't focus on that. It was time for work, time to get my head in the game. My assignment for today was to shoot a love arrow into a man in Texas, USA. He was stubborn and rowdy, but a hard worker who loved his family. His wife had passed, leaving him with 2 young ones. The owner of the diner near his house was in love with him, and the love lexicon said they would be a good match, not just for each other, but as the parents for the children left behind. It was my job to make sure the stubborn man finally saw what was right in front of him. The irony of the situation wasn't lost on me, but I couldn't focus on my own feelings, not today. Today was about Robert and Judy. I flew down into the hot blazing sun of a Texas summer. No one could see me unless I willed it, which was nice, because it meant I saw everything. No one's actions were hidden from me. No one censored themselves when they didn't know they were being watched. Robert hopped out of his pickup, then moved to the back door to get his children out. 2 little girls with ginger freckles and curls slid down. They were mirror images of the mama they'd lost. The doting father scooped the girls up into his arms and carried them into the diner, the whole little family awash with love and laughter. And when the door to the cafe opened, I could smell it in the air. True love. Judy stood behind the counter, marking something into her ledger. When she looked up, she only had eyes for the man walking into the room. Robert set his girls down, then ran a tentative hand through his dark hair. "Hiya, Judy." "Well, howdy there," Judy said, walking around the countertop and swinging her hips in time with the music playing on the radio. "Are y'all here for lunch?" The girls nodded, shy of the beautiful woman destined to become their new mama. "Well, come on then," she said, offering a hand to the oldest girl. Sarah, who was barely 4, took Judy's hand, then grabbed hold of her 2-year-old sister's hand. "Come on, Millie." And together they wove their way through the diner and into the back booths where the girls would be most comfortable. I magicked up my crossbow and pulled an arrow from the quiver on my back. This was it. The moment where I had the chance to change these people's lives forever. Robert was staring at the way his girls were interacting with Judy, his heart aching with the need for love. For a wife. For a mother for his children. But he was also filled with grief, worry, and guilt. Feelings he didn't deserve to carry, nor served him after more than a year of dutifully mourning his lost wife. I set the arrow into the nock and pulled back my bow. Robert took one more hesitant step forward. I launched a Cupid's arrow straight at him. It struck him in the dead center of his muscular back. He stumbled forward a moment, catching himself on a table, as the potent love spread through every muscle and fiber in his body. Using my magic, I transported myself to the other end of the diner so I could watch Robert's face change. His eyes began to shine with hope for the first time in a long time, and his whole body relaxed as though the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders. He straightened up and resumed his walk over to Judy. She reached for him in her friendly, intimate manner to ask how he was. Robert didn't flinch at her touch, but instead lay a hand on Judy's waist and gave her a smile that made her weak at the knees. My heart soared as I took one final look at the couple that were made to be together, then used my magic to flash myself to the closest empty park where I could sit and enjoy the sunshine. A job well done. I lay back on a park bench and stretched out my wings, staring up the clouds. Home. But for the first time in a long while, I didn't look forward to returning. Maybe there was a way I could stay with the humans forever? I closed my eyes and sighed. There was only one way for an angel to join humanity. They had to fall. They made the choice to give up their immortality and become human forever, far from the beauty and light of heaven. And that was a choice I was never going to make. I had far more to lose than I would ever gain in flying away from my troubles and pain. And I had a sacred calling, a duty to uphold. I was an angel of love, and I couldn't turn my back on what I was born to be.
Chapter 4. Amory. I didn't follow Val to Earth after he literally dove through the clouds to get away from me. Instead, I spent the rest of the day in my room, reading and thinking, and just trying to wrap my head around the whole situation. If the messenger angel Blake was correct, and Val really was jealous about the idea of me spending a single night in Tyrone's bed, what did that actually mean? Did he want me for himself? He'd never mentioned anything about it before. I certainly knew of other friends who shared their beds when the moment struck. Was that something we could incorporate into our friendship also? Val and I? It would make sense. I truly trusted him more than anyone. I loved him completely. Not to mention the fact that I thought he was beautiful. That tan skin and those gorgeous blue eyes, with his incredible contrasting snow-white hair. He was different to the other Cupids, less pretty. More. I didn't even have a word for it. Handsome. He was ruggedly handsome. But an actual romantic relationship was impossible between us. It wasn't allowed with Cupids, even if my new friend Blake seemed to think it was more accepted amongst the other angelic ranks. When I went to dinner that night, I was surprised to find 3 of the 4 messenger angels in our dining hall. I walked straight over to them, where they sat at a table with their plates piled high with bread. We didn't really have any savory options in our buffet. "What's wrong, boys?" I asked, grinning at Blake as he stared up at me. "Run out of carbohydrates down your end?" Blake returned my smile. "We just thought we'd return the favor and grace you with our presence." I laughed with unexpected delight and took a step toward the overflowing sweet banquet tables. "I'll just get some dinner, then join you." By the time I returned, the other 2 messenger angels had moved to the opposite side of the table, leaving a spot next to Blake for me. I didn't hesitate, sliding down onto the chair next to my new friend. "So, how was your day?" I asked with a smile. Curlylocks waved his hand at me. "Let's skip the small talk. Tell me more about the Cupids. Which ones are available?" I chuckled, shaking my head in good humor, and reached for my hot chocolate, filled to the brim with pink and white marshmallows. "They all are," I said after a sip. "We don't pair up, remember? Not allowed and all that." Curlylocks's gaze raced straight back to me. "So, I could invite any of these gorgeous girls into my bed?" I snorted. "I don't know. Can you?" The guys jumped up together and with a pair of smug grins, stalked off to talk to some of my beautiful friends. I just watched them go, shaking my head again at their bravado as they walked. They don't know what they're getting themselves into. It was Blake's turn to chuckle. "And why's that?" I shrugged my shoulders. "I've been told that once you're with a Cupid, there's no going back. I suppose that's why our rules are so strict." I watched Curlylocks charming a Cupid called Amel. "Think I should warn him?" "Nah. Don't bother," Blake said, tearing into his bread roll. "His ego needs a little deflating anyway." I reached for a Danish pastry, licking my lips at the sight of the juicy peach slices between each buttery crisp layer. My favorite. "So why are you really here, Blake?" He turned his huge shoulders a little so he could look at me more easily. "I wanted to check in on you. You know, see how you're going with the best friend situation." I groaned and pushed away my plate, my appetite evaporating in an instant. "Damn it. It's not good." "Why?" he asked, elbowing me in the side. "What's happened?" I shrugged and sighed. "Nothing in particular. It's just, he's so angry at me and I haven't even done anything yet." Blake snorted. "You showed interest in sharing another guy's bed. If this Cupid..." "Val?" I filled in his name so Blake would stop referring to him as the friend. "Okay, well if Val is into you, and it sounds like he is, then he's jealous, and rightly so." "So, what do I do?" I asked. Blake slathered his bread with some butter and raspberry jam and took a big bite. "Confront him. Or make him so jealous he confronts you. Either way will work." Val entered the dining room and I instantly felt it. My gaze found him and my heart stopped. He looked around the room, his striking blue eyes finding me, then hardening. His gaze shot over to Blake, who was sitting at my side, casually eating his bread. A gasp caught in my throat as he started marching towards us. "He's here." I whispered at Blake. "That's him." Blake kept eating, reaching for another slab of butter. "The one who looks like a charging bull?" "Did I accidentally wear red today?" he joked quietly. I reached for my hot chocolate to stifle my laughter. "Yep." Blake leaned close and whispered into my ear, "Just follow my lead, okay, Blondie?" Follow his lead. What on earth does he mean by that? Hey Val, I said, swallowing the lump in my throat that was clogging up rapidly. How was your day? Turbulent by the looks of things. Who's this? Val nodded at Blake without answering my question. I frowned at him. That's not very nice. Val didn't flinch but raised an eyebrow in question. I sighed heavily. He really was angry at me for what I'd said about Tyrone. And it wasn't as though I'd said I would jump into bed with him. I'd just been flattered by the attention more than anything. I gestured to my new friend. This is Blake. Blake stood up and extended his arm in greeting like this was any other normal day or moment. Hey, he offered calmly. Val looked down his nose at the huge messenger angel as though he was a bug to squash and not a big muscled man. You're in the wrong dining hall. Blake sat back down next to me, but this time he draped his arm over my shoulders, pulling me in tightly against his body. No. I don't think I am, mate. I shivered, more from the shock of the closeness than anything else. Blake was big and warm, but smelled different. I wasn't aroused, though my cheeks immediately warmed. Amory. Val's gaze pinned me down. What is going on here? Have you told every angel in heaven that you're open for business? My breath hissed in my throat and I exploded. What the fuck did you just say to me? Val's eyes widened, as though he'd finally realized that he'd stepped out of bounds. You? Me what? I asked, standing up and glaring at Val across the table. Who do you think you are, Val? My keeper? God? No. He stopped. I waited. Until I couldn't wait anymore. My stomach literally hurt from keeping all my feelings bottled up. You just what? I demanded. Think you have the right to tell me who I can share my bed with? We're angels, Val. Immortals. You think I should stay celibate the rest of my days because you do? Well, fuck you and your rules. Blake chuckled and tugged me down, so I was sitting in his lap. Don't get all hot under the collar, love, he soothed. If this guy doesn't want you to share his bed, you know I do. Blake's hands rested on my thighs. I slid an arm awkwardly around his big beefy shoulders. Again, his smell wasn't quite right and did nothing for me, not to mention I knew he was otherwise inclined. Val didn't seem to notice my subtle discomfort at all. His nostrils flared with anger, then he marched away without any dinner. I slid off Blake's lap and put my hands to my flaming hot cheeks. Oh my God. I'm so embarrassed. Blake laughed. You? Do you know how hard that was for me to pull off? You smell completely wrong. My jaw dropped as I stared up at him. Oh my, seriously? I was thinking the exact same thing about you. But why is that? It's because I only like men, Blake said, as though that explained everything. Okay, I managed to respond, then slumped in my chair. Now what? Now. I'd love to go over to that table and pick up the little red head, but I have the feeling he's not gonna listen to me after that little show we just put on. I glanced over to the table he was talking about, my gaze immediately going to Shownail. The red-haired woman who was flashing jealous daggers at me. Not her, Blake groaned from beside me. Him. The one with the green eyes. I started to giggle when I realized who he was actually talking about. Oh. That's Tony. He'll love you. You should go talk to him. Blake shook his head. Not tonight, Blondie. We've got to keep up this ruse until Val decides to pull his head out his ass. Sorry, what? Pulls his head out of where? These messenger angels were so different to us. Not only in their uniform and size, but the way they spoke, and even their relationships. I hadn't realized before how much variance there was between us, until now. Blake stood up and straightened his shirt, his bulky biceps popping as he did so. Don't worry about it. Just play along. Say we're dating and you're considering sleeping with me. I give Val exactly 1 human day before he breaks and comes begging you to have him instead of me. I bit my lip until the pain made me stop. But I don't know if that's actually what I want. Blake bent down and kissed me on the cheek in a slow, deliberate caress. Then you better work it out and fast, because he's coming for you. I guarantee it. Blake shucked my chin with his fist gently, then headed back to his end of the angel living quarters without a backward glance. Every Cupid in the room stared at me like I'd just morphed into a bloody unicorn. So I grabbed an extra cupcake and headed to my bedroom to hide from the world. I wasn't sure where Val had gone, but he didn't come looking for me that night. I would know, because I barely got a moment's sleep.
Chapter 5. Valentine. I didn't go back to my room. I went back to the portal and dove to Earth once again, seeking solace in the one place I felt in control of my emotions. Maybe the only one. When I landed, I found a place to rest, and even though it was nighttime and so dark that I could barely see what was around me, I felt at peace. So I lay in a meadow in Arkansas, listening to the night animals as they scratched, purred, and howled, and I was happy. A light flashed in the darkness, and I sat up. There was a woman walking towards me, with a lantern raised in her hand. I didn't bother moving, being that she shouldn't be able to see me anyway. Humans couldn't, and from what I could tell, she was a human woman. "Hello there," she said, stepping right up to me, then sitting down in the grass beside me. I stared at her beautiful face, unsure and totally confused. "I'm sorry, are you talking to me?" The young woman laughed, throwing her head back so her long blonde hair shook in a rainbow of light behind her. "I'm Abigail, but you can call me Abby for short." "Ah. Valentine," I offered. "Val for short." Abby looked to be about 25 years old, with pale skin and lovely light blue eyes. She wore a casual gray sweater and a faded pair of jeans, like she lived around here. "I forget that most people can't see angels," she responded, smiling as she dusted the dirt from her hands. "I got a call that you'd been spotted, so I came to check if you needed any help." It shouldn't have been possible, but the more she talked, the more confused I felt. I'd thought that with more information I'd find myself out of the swamp, but that wasn't the case at all. "I'm sorry, Abby. But who saw me? And who called you? And why?" I felt like a simpleton, but was sure things would click into gear soon enough. "Shall we go somewhere else to talk?" she asked. "It's pretty dark out here, and there's an all-night diner about a mile from here. Do you want to just zap us there?" She held out her hand to me, like traveling with an angel was an everyday event for her. She had my curiosity piqued, that was for sure. "Oh, now I definitely need to find out who you are." I clasped her hand in mine, searched for the diner she spoke of with my mind, then zapped us both there in the blink of a human eye. We were now both seated at a booth in the diner, near the door. I chose to make myself visible to the diner's patrons, appearing human, with my wings tucked away so that they were invisible to their mortal eyes. The waitress looked up. "Be there in a minute," she called out. Abby shivered suddenly. "That's much better." It was getting cold out in that field. The waitress came over with a pen, paper, and a sour expression on her face. "What can I get you?" "Pancakes, extra ice cream, and a chocolate milkshake, please," Abby said. I nodded at her. Nicely done. All Cupids were addicted to sugar. "I'll have the same, please." The waitress headed off, and I stared at Abby, trying to read her aura. "You don't look like a Cupid," I began. She cackled out a laugh that sounded more like a naughty child than anything else. "Oh, I'm human, don't worry." I wasn't worried, but... "You've never met anyone like me before." "I get it. It's okay, Val." Our milkshakes arrived, and Abby immediately tucked into hers. I just stared at the beautiful young woman. Maybe she was a fairy. Or a witch in disguise. I couldn't get an accurate read on her. Abby flicked her gaze up to mine. "I'm human, like I said. Stop trying to read me." How on earth had she read my mind like that? "Now, you have to tell me everything. Start talking, Abby." Abby sat back against the booth and grinned. "Okay. I've left you in suspense long enough." Our stacks of deliciously warm pancakes arrived with loads of ice cream and syrup to boot. I grabbed the little pouring jug and started eating. Please continue. Well, in short, I'm an angel Earth agent, which means, before you ask, that I help any angel that decides they want to stay on Earth and live a human life. And there's a lot more than you'd think. My jaw dropped. You? I'm sorry, what? She picked up her knife and fork and started cutting up her pancakes. It's in my family line. My parents, my cousins, all of us. We're all human and mortal, but we can hear you and see you. My whole world blew apart at the seams in under a minute, and I didn't know where to even start with my questions. So you. Okay. I'm going to need more information. She chewed her pancakes, then took another sip of her frothy chocolate milkshake. I know they don't tell you guys this, but some angels choose to fall. They want to live down here with us, and my family helps them assimilate. We get them jobs and homes and ids, etc. My heart ached like I'd been punched in the chest. And you think I want to? I gulped. Fall? She shrugged. I don't know. Do you? I hadn't really thought about it. She snorted. Of course you have. We can only see angels that are in between worlds. The ones that are worried, stressed, and thinking that their lives might be better off down here. I opened my mouth to tell her she was wrong, but the smug smile on her face told me I was better off keeping my lies to myself. Now, the question is, why do you want to live down here, Val? Do you want a human life? I inhaled deeply, pushing away the fear that came with even considering that question. Are you in love? She asked suddenly, tilting her head in question at me. Why would you ask me that? I countered. I'm going to ignore the fact that you just literally deflected my question and answer yours. She smiled softly. Love is the usual reason an angel will choose to fall, especially Cupids. The rules they push on you guys are just crazy. Not letting you love who you want, seriously. But I've heard other reasons, of course. Wanting to have children, or even wanting to be mortal and simply have the chance to grow old. My throat tightened, thick with emotion. You've met Cupids before who've fallen? Yes, of course. It's my favorite part of this job. Though it's not paid, of course, it's more of a calling than anything. I love helping Cupids especially. So back to my question that you so artfully dodged, are you in love, Val? I managed to nod, though fear tingled through me, electrifying every nerve at the admission. Then how can I help you? She asked, setting her cutlery down and leaning back to rub her belly. The pancakes are so good here. Can you tell me more about it? I stammered. The fall. She nodded. Yeah, it's pretty simple really. You have to actually choose to fall, as in, from up there on the clouds. You just jump out your portal, but don't extend your wings. Don't save yourself. You have to fight that instinct. Just let go and pray to land safely. I breathed out slowly, letting this new knowledge flow over me. It sounded so simple, and yet was the angel equivalent to taking my own life. Was I ready for such a thing? Could I ever be? So, will you be falling with another Cupid? Abby asked suddenly. Or are you in love with a human? Ah? I swallowed hard, my head spinning with a vengeance. I didn't know any one of this was even an option, so... She doesn't know you love her, does she? Abby asked, calm as day. She'd obviously had this conversation more times than she could count. She was so confident, and possessed a completely no-nonsense attitude. It was kind of awe-inspiring. I shook my head and forced out a laugh. Do you have mind-reading powers or something as a part of your calling? She grinned. No, but I read faces, and yours is as well printed as the morning paper. I was still grappling with the idea that there were other Cupids who'd fallen. So all those angels that go missing. I started, the pieces of the puzzle finally starting to come together. More than likely, they chose to fall and start a life down here, Abby said with a shrug. I've been told your superiors don't let you know that, but it's true. I can hook you up with some ex-Cupids my parents have helped over the years if you want. Thanks, I said, sticking my fork into my pancakes and taking another bite. That might be helpful. More information was always a good thing, and if nothing else, I could finally settle an argument I'd had with some of the other Cupids for years. Where all those couples went who didn't follow the rules. We'd all just assumed they'd been thrown in celestial jail or were reassigned and separated, forbidden from being together. But maybe the truth was that they were actually living their lives on Earth. Together. The idea was just incredible. Abby pushed her empty plate away and clapped her hands together. All right, I think I'm all done here for now. She stood up, pulled some paper bills out of her pocket and placed them on the table. I've got to get home, but come find me again if you need me or want me to tee up that meeting for you. How do I do that? I called out before I could stop myself. She pushed open the door to the diner, the bells ringing above her in a musical sign. Just think about how much you need me. I'll get the message. Bye. Then she waved and headed off like she was used to dealing with 300-year-old angels every day. Well, if that isn't one of the strangest encounters of my life, I mused. She'd given me a lot to think about, and that meant I had to talk to Amory and her gaggle of suitors. I'd thought that Tyrone was the worst possible option, but seeing her in the arms of that messenger angel had really boiled my blood and set my temper on fire. He may be bigger and stronger than me, but I'd fight him and anyone else who wanted a piece of her for Amory, if she wanted me to. The realization struck me like lightning, and I exited the diner, willing myself to be invisible in the darkness once more. I'm truly in love with Amory. It wasn't just jealousy, it wasn't just an incredible bond of friendship. I was romantically in love with another Cupid. God help me.
Chapter 6. Amory. My heart was heavy and sick as Tyrone approached me over breakfast. Hey beautiful, can you not? I asked him, shifting away so he wouldn't be able to reach out and touch me. Tyrone's eyebrows rose on his forehead in surprise. What's wrong? How could I explain that I was completely devastated because I'd lost my best friend in the whole universe over the desire to spend an hour in Tyrone's bed? I wanted to scream at someone in frustration, and if Tyrone wasn't careful, it would be him. So instead of making a huge fuss and directing all my anger at Tyrone, I bobbed my head by way of a goodbye, unwilling to commit to a difficult conversation, and got up to take my leave. I needed to head to my bedroom to change clothes for the day anyway. I hadn't seen Val in days now, and I wasn't sure how to even find him. He was never in the eating halls anymore, or his bedroom, and the few times I'd asked after him, no one knew where he was. Not even his other friends. I was beginning to worry something was wrong, or that something had happened to him. But what could possibly happen to an angel? I wondered in the back of my mind with unease. Despite the fact that Valentine was on my mind, I couldn't ignore my duties. My day was full, with 2 Cupid arrow couples scheduled to happen on opposite sides of the world. So as soon as I was changed, I grabbed my quiver and bow and moved out. Perhaps work will distract me, I thought. But it was a vain hope. My heart just hurt. I'd never felt this way before. And it wasn't hard to figure out why I felt this way. I'd lost Val's love and friendship in one fell swoop, something I'd stupidly assumed I'd have forever. It was one of those beautiful constants in life, like the sun, the moon, and the glittering stars. I'd always known I loved him, and I relied on him too. But I'd always believed my feelings were more akin to the way humans cared about their siblings. Maybe I was wrong? Because ever since his jealousy caused him to break away from me, I felt like one of my damn arms was missing. That was not the way I should feel about a fellow Cupid. Then it hit me like a thunderbolt, a stark, brutal, and incredible realization, as splendid as a sunset over the ocean. I love Val. Like, really loved him. It wasn't just platonic friendship, and it wasn't simply carnal desire. Nor was it a matter of familial love. I loved him romantically. Why I'd never seen it before was truly baffling. But then again, the rules our superiors placed on Cupids were strict and non-negotiable. I'd never thought to question my feelings for Val because I didn't want to think about what it meant, because I already knew there was no future for us. Or any other Cupids that might be in love. The reality of that truth was a bitter pill to swallow. So, when I arrived back at my room that night to find Val standing by the door, I was hit by two immediate and overwhelming feelings. Relief made me run up to him, grinning like a lunatic all the while. Then the next feeling had my hand tightening into a fist and slamming into his chest before I could even think to rein in my anger. "Where the hell have you been?" I demanded. "I've been worried sick." Val rubbed his chest where I'd hit him, an eyebrow raised as he indicated toward the door. "Can we go in?" My face was flushed hot with embarrassment. I'd never hit anyone before in my life, and now my hand hurt, but I managed to nod and pressed my palm to the touchscreen that would open the door. "What do you want?" I asked as I stormed into my room, fire pulsing through my words. "Do you still want a man in your bed?" he asked unexpectedly, shutting the door behind us. "What?" I whirled around, startled by his forward question. "What are you talking about now?" Was he still obsessing over my feelings for Tyrone? "A man," he repeated, lifting his chin to point at the mattress behind me. "In your bed. You were courting the idea of Tyrone, then that messenger angel." "His name is Blake," I answered, crossing my arms over my chest and deliberately squeezing my ribs to make my breasts rise up. A strange growl rolled through Val's chest before he coughed and managed a response. "Fine. Blake and Tyrone. Have they assuaged your needs?" I frowned at him. "What in heaven's name are you talking about?" Val ran a frustrated hand through his hair, tugging at its short blonde spikiness. "Are you still wanting a man to meet your needs in bed, or have they been met?" My belly curled with an unfamiliar warmth, and my arms dropped down from their defensive position, and I suddenly felt strangely vulnerable. I wasn't sure I wanted one, really. I guess. I was flattered by Tyrone's attention. Val stepped closer, his eyes trained on my face. "So, you haven't jumped into bed with either of them?" I rolled my eyes, a little annoyed again. "Why do you keep asking me that? Isn't it obvious?" He moved fast, grabbing my upper arms and squeezing lightly. I stared up into his eyes, which seemed darker and full of longing. "Because I want you," he said, his sexy tone making my knees weak. "And if you want someone to make your body sing, choose me. I adore you, Amory. I'll look after you." My jaw dropped at his intentions, but I somehow found the presence of mind to nod. Val's lips crashed down onto mine as though he'd been waiting a lifetime for the chance. I didn't hesitate even a moment in returning his feelings. Not after everything we'd been through, all our centuries together, and then this horrible frustration and angst-ridden separation. It was too much. I wasn't missing another moment with him. It was time to listen to my heart. Rules be damned. My arms entwined around his neck as he wrapped me in his embrace. I moaned at the unexpected pleasure of his kiss, but squeezed tight to make sure he didn't pull away. He felt absolutely amazing against me, and I wanted more. Needed more. My fingers twisted in his hair, then trailed down to explore his strong arms. His skin felt gloriously smooth and hot under my hands, but his muscles were hard, corded strength beneath satin. Val's hand slid down to my waistline, then he broke our kiss to pull my thin shirt from my body.
Chapter 7. Valentine. I rolled onto my back with Amory in my arms, panting like a racehorse on Derby Day. My heart thundered in my chest, and my head was so overwhelmed by pleasure, I couldn't even hear myself think. Wow. That had been so much more amazing than I'd ever imagined it would be. No wonder they didn't let us have love affairs. I mused in postcoital bliss. We'd never get out of bed. That was so beautiful. Thank you, Valentine. Amory sighed, nestling into my shoulder to sleep. I was meant to leave her, I knew that. I had to go back to my own room. Those were the rules. The authorities ordained that I break the incredible, earth-shattering connection we just forged with one another. What choice do I have? I tried to roll away. Amory gripped me tighter. Don't even think about going back to your room. Then she glanced up at me, and the look in her eyes was deadly serious. You know this is all the love we're allowed for ourselves, I whispered, kissing her on the nose. I can't be missing from my room tonight. They check. She sighed heavily and finally let me get up. This is crap. I agreed wholeheartedly, but still forced myself to redress and walk to the door. When I gazed back, Amory was the very picture of a perfect angel. Her long blonde hair was softly mussed, her eyes were lust-glazed, and her face was rosy with exertion and heat. More than anything, I didn't want to leave her, and it hurt me on so many levels to do so. See you in the morning. She lifted an eyebrow. Will you? I assumed that was a non-too-subtle reference to my recent absence. I'll be there. I promise. I blew her a final kiss, then begrudgingly headed out the door. The walk back to my own room was filled with a plethora of conflicting emotions. My body was sated, full of bliss and sweet memories I'd carry with me for the rest of my immortal days. And although my heart was full to overflowing with love for Amory, leaving her after sharing such an experience was heartbreaking. I wanted to hear her steady, sleepy breaths as she rested against my chest as I wrapped her up in my protective arms. But it couldn't be. I trudged into my own room and listlessly slipped between the cold, empty sheets. I didn't know how I was going to continue to live like this, loving my best friend, only to have left her alone. But wasn't a little bit of time with Amory better than none? The next morning, I rushed to breakfast to find Amory sitting with that large messenger angel again. Blake. I frowned at them as I approached, wary of the other guy's motives. Good morning. Amory called out, rushing over to give me a big hug, then practically dragged me over to the table. Come sit with us, she urged. Blake's smile was as big as Amory's. I heard you guys had a good night last night. Congrats, Cupids. Shish. Amory shushed, whacking Blake on the arm. You weren't supposed to say anything. Blake laughed, then shrugged with a nonchalant smile. The faster he gets up to speed on me, the sooner I can go check out the redhead I've been eyeing off for days now. My stomach was twisted sick with worry, but I tried to think clearly and not overreact. She said they were friends, he reminded himself. Amory? She rolled her eyes. Oh, fine. Blake's not into women, Val, he likes men. The shock was intense and hit me as hard, fast, and as tangibly as the relief did. Then why? Why'd I grab Blondie the other day? Blake asked, filling in the gaps. To make you jealous and force your hand. At the rate you were going, it was going to take months for you to make a move. But. Blake winked at me and got up. I'm going for it. Catch you guys later. And then, as if to prove his point, he swaggered over to a table near the buffet and began flirting with Simon. I can't believe it, I said, staring after the man I'd actually thought was my legitimate competition. Believe what? Amory asked. That Blake would want to fool you. Or that a guy that hot only wants other hot guys. I glanced from Amory back to Blake, then over to Amory again. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, love is love. I just never would have guessed. She chuckled good-naturedly. Sit down, handsome. Tell me how you slept. I sat quickly in the seat opposite her so I could stare into her beautiful eyes, and also put some distance between us so that I wouldn't reach out and touch her. She quirked an eyebrow at me, looking a little crestfallen. So far away. I managed to smile in return. You know the rules. Plus, if I get any closer, I'll jump your bones while you're still seated in that chair. Her audible little gasp and subsequently flushed cheeks did nothing to stop the desire that simmered in my groin, just waiting for its chance to burst into a full-blown inferno of passion. Damn it. Well, maybe we could finish breakfast first, she asked, gulping. I smiled at her enthusiasm. I'd assumed she'd enjoyed last night as much as I had, but her verbal confirmation was everything. I would love to, but I've got a priority one this morning, and only have a 30-minute window to get to them, so have to fly. Later. Her hazel eyes shone with love as she nodded with pursed lips. I stood up to leave, even though it was the very last thing I wanted to be doing this morning. Surprising me, Amory jumped up and ran around the table, throwing herself into my arms. I caught her and wrapped her up in my embrace. Her scent washed over me, intoxicating my senses, and I couldn't stop myself from dropping my head to inhale more deeply. "God, you smell good," I breathed against her ear. She giggled and pulled away, the sound of happiness infectious. "Later," she echoed. Her eyes twinkled with promise. Despite the fact I was literally dying to kiss her cherry-red lips and devour every last inch of her beauty, I merely nodded and dragged myself away by sheer force of will, gritting my teeth all the way. Work first. Play later. I marched through the dining room door, barely able to feel my feet on the carpet as I headed for the portal. I'd lived in the clouds all my life for literal centuries, but for the first time this place actually felt like heaven. The way humans described it as being like paradise, where the heart felt whole and there was nothing but joy. My job for the day, priority 1, was an important match, but not a natural one. The man and woman wouldn't have necessarily ended up together under normal circumstances, but it was deemed their children were integral to the next generation. So I dutifully knocked my arrow and made the match. The orders came from the higher-ups, and I wasn't in a position to question them. By the time I got back to the portal, it was dinner time, and the dining room was full once again with bustling, chattering angels. I walked over to where Blake stood with a group of friends, a guy that I was beginning to like. "I see you've told your guys about ours," I said as I approached. Blake turned around with a grin and shook my hand, a wicked glint in his eye. "What can I say? The candy down here is delicious." I could only assume he wasn't talking about our buffet table. I opened my mouth to make a joke and continue the conversation, but was quickly distracted. Amory glided up next to me, looking absolutely scrumptious. I extended my arm, pulling her into my side possessively. Her arms slunk around my waist just as naturally, as though she'd done it 1,000 times before. "Have a good day," she asked, tilting her head back and smiling up at me. I dropped a kiss on her lips without thinking, and an immediate silence fell over the room. I pulled back, withdrawing from her. Yeah, it was a good day. Her eyes were wide and round, and there was a distinct touch of hurt in their depths, as though she'd taken my necessary physical rejection personally. "How about yours?" I managed to force out, though everyone continued to stare at us. Even Blake shifted uncomfortably. "Shall we go eat?" he asked aloud, stepping over to Amory before throwing his arm over her shoulders in a slouchy, casual way. Any envy I would have felt at that kind of move in the past was gone, replaced with a gratitude for the kinship he was expressing. "See you at the tables, Val," he called over his shoulder. I smiled at Blake as he took my woman away. My woman, yes she was. My woman. Always. I loaded up my plate with a mouth-watering variety of sweets and tried to stroll as calmly as I could, before sitting next to Amory. She toyed with drink and was unusually quiet. Acutely aware that eyes could still be on us, I swallowed down enough food to sustain me, but it wasn't my physical hunger plaguing my thoughts. Blake and a couple of the other messenger angels chatted around us. Their chilled take-no-shit vibes seemed to bring down the level of unease in the dining room. All the same, as soon as I could, I cleaned my plate and held my hand out to Amory. She stared up at me with her big eyes, shining with a striking celestial gold that put even the stars to shame. "Ready for bed?" I asked. She took my hand without hesitation and nodded. We said our goodbyes to the messenger angels, then I led her out of the dining room and into the hall, away from the prying eyes of the other Cupids. I'd always known the rules regarding relations between angels were important to the Cupids, but their collective reaction to my affection for Amory was disturbing to say the least. I was pretty sure I'd seen other Cupids engage in brief displays of public affection. What was so strange about our kiss? Will they inform our superiors about us? I wondered. Your room or mine? I asked, pushing the thought aside, desperate to claim any time I could with her. Yours, she answered quickly. I didn't argue. When we were finally inside the safety of my room, I pulled Amory into my arms and kissed her, hard, infusing the kiss with all of my yearning and desire. Before I'd had my fill, she pulled back, a look of confusion and pain on her beautiful face. "I'm sorry. I wish things were different," I whispered, as I cupped her cheek and brushed errant wisps of blonde hair from her eyes. With a look of anguished determination, she pulled me against her lovely warm body and refused to let me go.
Chapter 8. Amory. I lay with my head over Valentine's heart, the rhythmic thumping beneath my ear both soothing and exciting. I wanted him to know how much this time meant to me with all my heart. "I never knew," I said, my throat breaking with emotion. I coughed to clear my throat, then tried again. "No," chuckled, the sound rumbling through his chest and into my ear. "No. Why would they? We'd never get our jobs done." I rolled onto my belly and rested my chin on his chest, shuffling to get comfortable so I could look up into his handsome face. "Why didn't we ever do this before now?" I asked. "Didn't you want to?" He glanced away, failing to answer my question. I reached up to hold his face and tugged him back to look at me. "Don't hide from me, Val." His lips were thin and pressed together, and he remained silent. Pain skewered my heart. "What aren't you telling me? Has there been someone else?" The very idea of Val pleasuring someone else in the way he'd done to me made my stomach clench. When he didn't answer, I pushed myself up on my hands, determined to get some separation. "Fine," I said into the silence between us. "You could have just told me." He grabbed my arms and pulled me back down, squashing me to his chest. "Stop it," I growled at him, pushing against his pecs. "Let me go." "No," he whispered, holding me firm. The softness of his tone was so at odds with the anger in my heart that I did as he asked. I stopped thrashing and just glared at him, confused and annoyed. "What then?" He inhaled sharply. "Stay. Sleep here with me." I rolled my eyes at him. "You know that's against the rules, and I don't want to anyway. Go find another angel to warm your bed, since you're not as choosy as you pretended to be." Again, I tried to roll away. Again, he stopped me. This time I groaned at him. "What is wrong with you?" He laughed and let me go this time, stretching like a languishing cat in bed. I've asked myself that too many times to count. I grabbed my clothes that lay on the ground. "You're talking nonsense, Valentine, and I'm not in the mood." My eyes prickled with hot, angry tears, and I tried to blink them away. I was hurt, and I had no right to be. Val could have whoever he wanted in his bed. He was on his feet and pulling the clothes back out of my hands before I blinked. "No, I'm not. You just don't understand." "Don't understand what?" I snapped, raising my volume. He got even closer and snarled back. "That I've loved you for as long as I can remember." My mouth opened and closed soundlessly like the goldfish I'd seen kept in a human's homes. Val turned away, both hands on his hips. "What do you mean?" I whispered into the silence that blossomed in the wake of his confession. What did that have to do with who he slept with? He didn't turn around to face me, but he kept talking. "I mean exactly what I said, Amory. I've loved you for centuries. As a friend, or..." He whirled around. "Just always, Amory. Don't you get it? I've never shared another Cupid's bed because I've only ever wanted you. Loved you." He stopped to take a frustrated breath, then continued. "But we can't fall in love. We're not allowed to. You know that. So I've kept my feelings to myself all this time. How much I love you. Everything. Fuck it. Amory. I worship the ground you walk on, isn't that obvious? But you left me last night after we..." This wasn't making any sense. Val's laugh was bitter as he hammered himself in the chest. "And that broke my heart to leave you. It was fucking horrible. I hated it. All I want to do is wake up every morning with your body against mine. I want to hear your heart beating as I fall asleep forever." I rushed at him, my heart acting on pure instinct. "Then do that. If you feel that way, stay with me. Always." I wanted him to, more than I could say in words. Not just physically, but in all ways. I'd been oblivious and in denial, Too long. So much wasted time. I lamented. He kissed me fast and hard, hard enough to bruise my lips. I jumped up and wrapped myself around him, gripping his waist tight with my thighs while raking my fingers through his hair. He thrust his tongue into my mouth and twisted us around, lowering us onto the bed carefully. But I didn't want gentle. Don't leave, Val whispered into the dark, absently stroking my hair. I kissed his shoulder where I'd settled, listening to his heartbeat. I love you too, I whispered back into the darkness. Valentine. The next morning, Amory had to rush off to work, but not until we'd made love again. It was strange. I'd assumed that after the first time or two, my desire for her would dampen, or at least I'd feel some sense of satiation. But it was the exact opposite. I'd made raw, beautiful, and primal love to her 3 times in a day and a half, and if anything, I craved her even more. I was plagued by the desire to touch her all the time. I wanted to be with her, kiss her, and love her. After she left, I had a quick shower, then headed to the dining room for breakfast. Amory had an important job this morning that was so urgent she said she needed to skip mealtime altogether and fly straight down to Earth. I didn't try to change her mind or delay her any further. Work was the most important part of our day, but I'd miss her while she was gone. After a leisurely breakfast, I was just making my way back down the hallway when my name was called. Valentine, can I have a word? I looked up and saw Declan, one of our supervisors. Yeah, of course. I altered my course and followed him down another corridor, one that housed the senior angel's rooms. Oh shit. He wanted a real talk. We entered a small meeting room, and I sat down at the table, my curiosity piqued. Is there something wrong, Declan? I asked preemptively. My heart was pounding a little harder than it should have been. I wasn't brought in for reprimand often, though it had happened from time to time. Not yet, Valentine. Not yet? I watched as Declan shuffled some paperwork and pointedly avoided my gaze. Something was wrong, that was for damn sure. If this is about all the messenger angels in the dining room. I began, guessing at the issue he wanted to discuss. His gaze snapped up to mine and his eyebrows furrowed into a frown. No. It's not. What are you so worried about then? I pressed. Amory, he said quietly. My heart practically stopped beating in my chest, and the world shrunk around me. Amory? I repeated more warily. What about her? We have been made aware that you have begun a sexual relationship with her. I cringed internally. What an ugly way to explain some of the most beautiful moments of my life. Our love involved sex for sure, and we both enjoyed it, but our connection was so much deeper than that. I went on the offensive. We have. And there are no laws against sharing a bed on occasion. In fact, I've been informed that it's encouraged among the messenger angels. Declan sighed heavily, as though this was a conversation he dreaded, but needed to have often. Messenger angels have the ability to enjoy physical relationships with little to no emotions. Cupids are designed differently. Designed? I murmured, hating this meeting more with every minute that passed. We literally spend our existence shooting arrows at humans to create relationships that wouldn't exist otherwise. That doesn't mean we aren't capable of having relationships like the messengers do. We're all angels after all. I wanted years with Amory, not nights. Centuries even. Look, Valentine, Declan said, his tone taking on a hard edge. We have strict rules on Cupid relationships for a reason, whether you understand or not, and you've already spent 2 nights with Amory. I stood up and glared down at him. How do you know that? Sit down, Val. No, I said, my anger unfurling like a blazing supernova. I've slept alone for hundreds of years, and now you're telling me I've had enough physical contact with Amory after 2 nights? Get fucked, I spat defiantly. Declan didn't flinch, but he stood up with an eerie calm. He was at least 3 inches taller than me, and glowered down with all the power he had. You are forbidden to have her in your bed again, Valentine. Do you understand? I lifted my chin and glared right back. Or what? I challenged. Or we'll separate you. For life. My breath whistled through my teeth. That would kill me, or worse. Why would you do that, Declan? That is the definition of cruelty. He didn't respond, but I could see his fast dissolving patience in the set of his shoulders and the clench of his jaw. Let's work through this logically, I said, pressing my hands onto the desk in front of me. I'm a Cupid, which means my heart has to desire love in the world for me to be effective. So, you threaten to take away the one thing that's making me happy. Valentine, the supervisor warned. No, Declan. No, I said, standing up and straightening my spine to my full height. You can't tell me that you think I'd be a better Cupid if you separate me from the one person in the whole world that I loathe. As soon as the words started forming on my lips, I knew it was too late to retract and bite my tongue. Declan took a big breath, then sighed as though the weight of the world was on his shoulders. I'll inform my superiors that Amory and you are to be separated for good. She will be moved as of tomorrow. You can't do that. I can, Declan snapped, and I will. But. No buts, Valentine. Not this time, Declan said, then stormed out. I fell into my seat and put my head in my hands. Oh fuck. What am I going to do now? Chapter 9. Amory. Tonight, I was going to do something special for Val. I wanted to explore his body like he'd explored mine. The idea of tying him up and telling him that he wasn't allowed to move while I ran my tongue over him, all over him, was tremendously appealing. He was always the one pleasuring me and loving me. I wanted a chance to return the favor, to show him that I appreciated his beautiful body as much as he did mine. I was just lounging in my bedroom, fantasizing about what I'd do to Val, when there was an urgent, rapid knock at my door. Amory? Open up. I raced over to open the door and found Val standing on the other side. He wasn't smiling, in fact he looked angry as hell. Val? What's wrong? Are you okay? This was not the meeting I'd been expecting. He pushed past me and into my room as he ran an agitated hand through his hair. Amory, we have to talk. Now. Yeah, sure. Images of Val's naked body in my bed disappeared from my mind as his worry clouded the room. What's wrong? I asked, urging him to explain. I closed the door behind him and invited him to sit. But Val wouldn't be calmed. He was pacing, still frantic. I jumped back onto my bed and crossed my legs, watching my lover and best friend freak out, hoping he'd open up when he was ready. Val ran both hands through his hair, tugged at his uniform, and paced like his life depended on it. Talk to me, Val. What's going on? You're starting to freak me out. Surely he didn't think I still wanted Blake, or Tyrone, did he? Was this a jealousy thing, or had something happened? Finally, he stopped moving and faced me, his heart in his eyes. They want to separate us, Amory. They're going to move you to the other side of the world. My stomach twisted, and I swallowed hard to stop the sour bile from rising up my throat. They want to move me? I whispered, my voice quavering. But no. I didn't want to go. It wasn't right. Anger and hurt rose up lightning fast, and I shot to my feet in a frazzled panic, adrenaline now zinging around my veins. They can't. I protested. They can and they will, he countered, shifting his feet uneasily. They don't want us together. But we're not together, I told him, my heart screaming out at the lie. Nothing was official. What we wanted and what could be were two very different things. We're best friends. We're colleagues, I reasoned. I mean, we've slept together, but... The crestfallen look on Val's face gave me pause. What else happened, Valentine? What aren't you telling me? I'm so sorry, Amory, he began, his arms falling in defeat. I told him that I loved you. There's no taking it back. My heart leapt and my gaze instantly found his. You told him that? Yes, he admitted. It was Declan. He called me in for a meeting and it became a confrontation. And it just came out. I couldn't help it. I'm so sorry. He stepped forward and grabbed my hands, his expression apologetic and plaintive. I shouldn't have told him that. This is all my fault. Why not? I whispered, the world falling away around me. It's the truth, isn't it? Every time Val declared his true feelings, my own feelings for him became clearer and clearer. How had I not known before that this man loved me so ardently? And how the hell had I remained in denial so long over the stark truth that I loved him just as much? I couldn't imagine a world without him. The very idea sent shards of ice splintering through my soul. He nodded and licked his lips in a tellingly anxious gesture. Of course it is, but that's the reason they're separating us, because I love you. Their fucked up rules say that I can't possibly love you and still be a functional and effective Cupid. I pulled him over to the bed and pulled him to sit down next to me on the mattress. What can we do? I asked, my heart in my throat. The last thing I wanted was be separated from Val. Well, we could. He pressed his lips into a thin line and stopped talking mid-sentence. We could what? I asked, waiting for his response. The only thing my mind was coming up with was, run away. But where would we run? And what would we do when we got there? This was the only life we'd ever known. We were Cupids. We were literally created for a single purpose. How could we escape that? We could fall, he whispered, his blue eyes boring into mine. FFFF. I couldn't even say it. Fall. No. Never. I liked being an angel. I didn't want to die. Hear me out, Val said softly, squeezing my hands a little tighter. I met this human girl the last time I went down to Earth. Her name is Abby, and she told me that she's an angel coordinator of sorts. A what? What does that even mean? I asked, my voice reaching a squeaky pitch as I battled to contain my feelings. She helps angels who decide to fall, to be human. She helps set them up with jobs, ids, money, all those necessary things. What he was suggesting sounded impossible. It sounded absurd. And you want to do that? I whispered, my mouth falling open in shock. But why? I couldn't imagine wanting to be human. That just wasn't me. Because I want to be with you, Amory, Val answered, reaching up to cup my face and staring into my eyes with more love than I'd ever seen in anyone's gaze before. I want to be able to love you and sleep with you and never leave you. I want to be able to live a life with you. I tore my gaze away from Val's and slipped from the bed. You want us to fall? To give up being angels? Val, I can't do that. My heart was hammering like a tribal drum of war, and I couldn't make it stop. Fear radiated through me, and I felt afraid in a way that made me physically sick to the stomach. I know it's a lot, Val said, standing up and walking towards the door. I know you love being a Cupid, Amory. I know, I do too. But I also know that I can't live without you, and I certainly don't want to. My breath caught in my throat. An avalanche of conflicting emotions threatened to bury me alive. Val, don't say that. I stammered. I have to be honest, Amory, he answered. You've become my everything. I need to be with you. But we can't do that. I cried back, gripping my head with my hands. It felt like my brain was about to explode. We, my life, your... Oh. It was all too much and far too soon. How could I find love and have it snatched away so quickly? Surely there's another way. Some other option. I couldn't live without Val either, but I couldn't stop being a Cupid. It's what I was. Maybe if I went to Declan and begged, maybe he'd give us more time? We've got until tomorrow to decide, Amory, said Val as if reading my mind. Fuck. I screamed inside. Fuck. 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 He walked over to the door, and with every step my throat tightened. Val? I'm not going to force you into anything you don't want to do, Amory. I love you too much for that. So, if you want to live on different sides of the world and keep our jobs, then we can do that. So you won't? I pressed my fingertips to my lips, unable to ask the question. Would he fall without me? Leave me to exist without him? Would he truly abandon me, to be alone forever? He smiled sadly as if he had preempted exactly what I was going to say. No. Of course not. Then he walked away, taking my heart with him. And that was the first time in our entire celestial existence that I'd watched my best friend lie to me. My soul crumbled. I felt like I'd gained the world overnight and then lost it just as quickly, and it stung more than any lie ever could.
Chapter 10. Valentine. I went to bed with a heavy heart. A heart that was breaking, in fact. If Amory decided to stay in the clouds and be a Cupid on the other side of the world, then I wouldn't stand in her way. But I also wouldn't just watch her fly away, then return to my life as a Cupid, giving everyone else love while mine was taken away from me. No. I wouldn't do it. I'd wait for Amory to make her choice, then I'd officially make mine. Though in my heart I already knew what mine would be. I wouldn't be staying to serve as a Cupid. There was no way. I'd taken my chances on Earth and started over. Breakfast wasn't a priority this morning. I didn't have the stomach for it. So instead, I had a long hot shower and read over my daily reports. Ultimately, Amory would either come to tell me that she'd changed her mind and that we'd fall together, or I'd go out for dinner, and she'd be gone. There weren't any other options, according to the supervisors. And if that truly was the case, then I wouldn't have any other choice either. Dressed and ready for the day, I tried to focus on other things, but as time wore on and Amory didn't come, the sickness inside my stomach only grew. She isn't coming, the doubtful inner voice whispered. The truth of it was slowly but surely tearing me up inside. I loved her and had told her I'd change my whole life for her. I'd give up heaven and my wings for her, and it was looking more and more like she was going to choose her job. I wanted to hate her for it, I really did. I wanted to lash out and unleash the sea of emotional turmoil boiling away within me. But the stark reality was most angels didn't consider what we did a job. It was a calling, and their only and entire reason for being. That wasn't how I felt, not anymore. And without Amory, my reasons for remaining a Cupid were fast fading. The light of my days was gone. My reason for getting up in the morning. My smile, my laugh. The foundation of my life from which my happiness had sprung from. All gone, wiped out in the blink of an eye. I stood in front of my bathroom mirror and stared at myself for a long while, letting my wings unfurl and become visible. They were beautiful, but not unlike a bird's wings. I'd be able to see them again. On a dove. Or any other of God's avian creatures. But I would miss them. I reached out with my fingers and caressed my feathers, feeling their comforting touch on both sides, as though caressing my skin, but ever so slightly. Our wings were a part of being an angel, but not in the manner of normal limbs. They were a heavenly gift, an intangible miracle, and when I fell, they would cease to be. Part of me wished I had a camera to take a photo so that I could look at them in the future, when they were gone. But I didn't need a picture, truthfully. I'd never forget what they looked like or how they felt. My wings had been a part of me for my entire existence, and even when they were no more than a memory, I wouldn't forget. Never. I took off my Cupid uniform and pulled out a pair of casual pajama-style pants I'd rarely had the occasion to wear. They were thin and gray, but comfortable. A quick shower later, and any remnants of who I used to be were washed away like summer rain. I pulled the pants on and took a deep, steadying breath. It was time to move on to the next phase of my life, and there was no one to say goodbye to. Not anymore. I made my bed and cleaned up so that the next angel would have a nice space to live in. When I fell, another angel would be created, a soul to take my place. No one would miss me. The void of my existence would soon be filled. A deep, sweeping sadness washed over me, and I let it take me down. Let it embrace me like a long-lost lover until I felt ready to let go, then I pushed it away. The walk to the portal was shorter than I remembered, and as I ambled along, every step brought me closer to the end of my angelic life, and an existence without Amory. I nodded numbly at other Cupids as I walked, for the very last time. It felt like the well-worn trail to the hangman's noose. The portal was closed, and my heart thumped harder and faster as I stood in front of the door to the human realm. It was a door I'd flown through thousands of times before. But today would be different. I took a deep, painful breath and yanked it open. The pain wasn't simply pain though, it was excitement, tainted by a touch of fear. Perhaps a little resentment too. There was just too much to hold inside myself. I couldn't bear its burden anymore. Air blew past my face as the clouds reached up to meet me like they always had. I leaned into the cold rush of the wind and closed my eyes. Valentine. No. Strong hands pulled me back. I turned around, shocked to find Amory there, preventing me from falling. It felt like a dream. Amory? I gasped as I grabbed for her hands and stared at her. She was wearing the same plain clothes that I was. I thought they'd moved you already. She swallowed, gulping loudly. They tried. Ripples of pain and feelings I'd never seen before raced across her face in a kaleidoscope of emotion. I stepped even closer. What's happened, Amory? What is it, love? I asked, cupping her face desperately, elation warring with concern. Talk to me. She dropped her gaze, then looked up at me, her eyes a stunning gold in the portal light. I want to go with you, she whispered, her lips trembling as she spoke. I could feel the fear pulsing through her. Are you sure? I whispered, afraid to ask the question. I didn't want her to take it back. Not now. She'd finally said the words I'd been praying for. She nodded and blinked, sending tears streaming down her lovely cheeks. I dropped my hands away slowly, worried she might be sacrificing the life she truly wanted for me. Amory, I won't stand in the way of your happiness. I don't want you to live with regret. If you want to stay here. No, I don't, she said, rushing forward to grab my hands again. I want you and I want to be with you. I'm just scared, Valentine. I've never thought about leaving before. Neither had I admitted. Not until you kissed me. She smiled at me through her crystalline tears. How did a kiss change everything? I could see it was my turn to convince her that I loved and needed her. Because I'd spent years knowing I loved you, but if you never returned my feelings, then it was okay. I'd have stayed here in the clouds just to be with you. But I do love you, she whispered, making my heart soar. And that's why I want to go, I explained. Because here, we can't love one another. Here we're not free. We are servants who must put our own needs to the side for the good of mankind. And I'm done doing that, Amory. I've served for hundreds of years now, more than anything in the world. I just want to love you. She glanced off to the side as someone walked past us, smiling to reassure them that everything was okay, even if it wasn't. So, we'll be human, she said, stepping closer and wrapping her arms around herself. Yes? I asked, hearing the question behind her words. So what will we do? She asked, her eyes no longer red or teary. I laughed, lifting my hands in prayer. Whatever we want to do. We can get married, have children, grow old together. Children, she whispered, her face growing rosy with happiness. If we can, I answered with a smile. And if that's what you would like. She nodded and came close again, lifting her chin in invitation. I wasn't about to let that opportunity pass me by. I dropped my head and kissed her lips with renewed passion. She wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me back, moaning softly in the back of her throat when my tongue swept between her lips to taste her sweetness. When I pulled back, there was a crowd forming around us now. Cupids, watching and waiting to see what would happen next. I could feel the presence of an authority coming, so I grabbed her hand and turned back toward the door. Are you ready, my love? I asked, hope swelling my heart. She nodded, taking the final step towards the door. What do we do? Abby said we just fall. She stared into my eyes, nothing but love and excitement showing in their golden-flecked hazel depths now. Okay. Let's do it. Together. Valentine. Wait. It was Declan. There was no time to spare. Let's go, love. I stepped through the doorway with her, and I didn't extend my wings. I fought the age-old instinct and closed my eyes. And with my hand holding tight to my only reason for being, I fell.
Chapter 11. Amory. The smell of grass tickled my nose and I sneezed loudly. Ow! My head thumped with the pain of sneezing so hard. And as I lay on my back assessing my body, everything felt odd. What's wrong with me? Goodness, that's a lot to deal with this morning, I said to myself, rolling over and sitting up despite the strange sense of lethargy and pain in my muscles. I expected to find myself in bed in my bedroom, high up in the clouds of heaven, but I wasn't. I appeared to be on earth, and everything hurt. Confusion washed over me. Was someone playing a joke on me? Was I meant to be on a job? What was going on? What the? I breathed. I was in a field filled with flowers, dirt, and grass. It was late afternoon, and the sun was just dipping below the horizon. The sky was heart-achingly beautiful, and the sunset had more colors in its visage than I'd ever noticed before. I blinked twice, then rubbed my eyes. What in the name of? Why was I suddenly seeing and feeling things I'd never known before? It didn't make any sense. Then it all came rushing back to me like a television being plugged in, flashes of images racing across the screen, the pieces of a puzzle falling into place. Valentine. I fell, I whispered, then covered my mouth with my hand, where my lips felt different. Everything felt different. My whole body. My eyes. My skin. But where was my love? Oh my God. Val. I jumped to my feet, a feeling of urgency surging through me. Valentine. Where are you? I called out, my panic rising the more times I called, only to receive no answer. He wasn't anywhere near me. My stomach dipped and lurched, making me feel sick. Where is he? I fretted. He'd fallen too. We'd fallen together. So, we could love each other forever. We'd been holding hands on the way down. How did we come to be separated? Oh no. I looked around, my eyes scanning the area, and couldn't see any signs that another angel had fallen alongside me. I had to go. I had to do something. I had to find him. I stumbled towards the tree line, then stopped suddenly, jerking my knee painfully. Damn it. I was wearing the same pajamas I'd put on when they tried to move me, and no shoes. My feet ached and my mind raced. I had to get to safety. Was there a road nearby? Where should I go? Hot tears filled my eyes and panic splintered my heart. Reality hit me like a rock in the face. I was completely and utterly alone, with no friends, no Val, and no plans or knowledge of even where I was. And I was fucking terrified. In the distance, there was a sudden movement, and I stopped walking to stare out into growing darkness. There was a flicker of color that seemed to be in the shape of a person, though it was hard to tell with my new eyes. My angel vision was gone. I squinted towards them, and finally, I could make out a face. And blonde hair. Yes. Definitely human. I started running towards them, falling forwards as soon as I tried moving faster than a staggering pace. I was completely off balance without my wings. I tried walking forward again, but tripped over a rock in the dirt and fell to the ground. Pain like I'd never felt before tore at my hands, and I cried out at the new and unpleasant sensation. Defeated by the sheer act of walking, I gave up and rolled onto my ass, hot tears burning my eyes. I didn't try to get up, I just stayed there. I was hopeless. How did humans make this look so damn easy? The human walking towards me, who turned out to be a woman, finally reached me. Hello, she said with a big smile. Do you need a hand? She reached out for me and waited patiently. I just stared at her beautiful face. She had long blonde hair and pretty blue eyes like Valentine. It's okay, she said brightly. Take it. I won't hurt you. With a sigh, I took her offered hand and hauled myself to my feet. Who are you? I ventured. She grinned. I'm Abigail. Relief flooded through me. You're the angel agent, the helper person. Val told me that he talked to you. You can call me Abby. The woman in front of me was young and very beautiful, and a flicker of jealousy struck my heart in an unfamiliar way. It felt disturbingly personal. I wasn't sure I liked it at all. Abby chuckled and thrust her hands into her jeans pockets. It's not like that at all. Don't worry. I don't go for angels. I brushed my hands together to get rid of the dirt. That made sense in a way, since most of the angels she would find herself helping would be in a loving pair that fell together anyway. Like Val and I. Ah yes, I fumbled. Okay, thank you. So, do you know where he is? Abby grinned at me again, flashing her pearly whites. Yes, well, sort of. I got the call saying that 2 angels fell tonight. I came to get you, and my cousin Billy went to the other site. It's a few hours' drive away, though. My breath caught in my throat and my heart filled with another new emotion, disappointment. Oh. That's far. She smiled and turned around, offering her arm to me. Come along and hold on to me. You'll find it hard walking in the beginning, but you'll get better at it really soon. Don't worry. I grabbed onto her arm and together we walked back to where she'd parked her car. She opened the door and instructed me to get in. As I sank into the seat, I'd never felt so relieved to be able to sit down. Every part of me ached in the strangest and most foreign way. I already felt exhausted, and I hadn't done anything but fall. Abby shut the door, raced around to her side, and hopped in. Here, she said, handing me a bag. This is an ARK, an angel rescue kit. There's a bottle of water, a few Advil, and some jelly beans. The Advil will help alleviate some of the aching, and the glucose and water will give you back a little energy. You want me to take all this now? I asked, not having the foggiest idea about anything she'd just said. She smiled and took the bag back, rifling through it. Yep. Here. I'll help you. Abby grabbed the bottle of water, twisted off the top, then popped 2 white pills into her open palm. Here, drink this and then swallow these down like you would food. They'll make you feel better soon, I promise. I didn't know this young human woman from a daisy in a field, but Val had met her and seemed to trust her, so I did as she advised. Good job, she praised, even though it took me 4 half-choked attempts to get the stupid little pills down my throat. They kept making me gag. I was not a fan. Now, munch away on these while I drive you to Val. She handed me a huge bag of multicolored jelly beans and grinned at me again. Her sense of kindness and joy was a tad infectious. I could see why Val had been quick to speak well of her. Thanks, I said, resting back into the chair and sticking my hand into the bag and grabbing some of the candy. You're certainly organized. Abby started the car and pulled out onto the road, darkness falling more deeply as night rapidly approached. You'll be my 22nd angel in the last 5 years, she admitted. So yeah, I'm pretty organized these days. 22 angels just for you. I repeated. That sounded like a lot. She shrugged. Yeah. The first couple taught me a lot, hence the go-to bag. I didn't realize you guys would be in pain or be hungry and thirsty the second you hit the ground. It just didn't occur to me, unfortunately. But I know now. Is there anything else you want to report? I stuffed more sugar into my mouth and shook my head. No. You're doing excellent. And I'm grateful. She laughed at the compliment. Thanks, Amory. I stared at her. You know who I am? She nodded. Of course. That's part of my orders. I get told who to pick up and where from. It's a pretty good system, actually. Do you know who sends the orders through? I asked, wondering about the angel supervisors and which ones would get this job. No, I don't. Sorry, she said. I believed her. She had no reason to lie. Don't be, I said. It doesn't matter. I closed my eyes and rested my head back. I won't get to see them again, anyway. We drove for hours and I nodded off, sleeping as we traveled. Abby had been right about me being tired. I felt horrible in lots of ways I couldn't quite yet describe. Finally, Abby pulled the car over in front of a motel with flashing neon lights. Their garish light flickered into my consciousness, and I forced myself to wake up. "Where are we?" I asked. "Just a motel my cousin and I agreed we'd meet at. Billy should have booked you guys in for a week already. By then we'll have your house, jobs, ids, and everything sorted so you can start your new human life. This is just temporary while we iron out the wrinkles." I stared past the windshield at the bright pink flamingo and swallowed hard. "I hope so." Abby laughed. "Come on, let's go. You must be dying to see Valentine, right?" I was, and as she said it, my heart lifted. Seeing him would make everything all right, I was sure of it. Love conquers all, I reminded myself. It was the Cupid creed. Abby jumped out of the driver's side of the car, then came around to mine and opened the door for me. "Come on. We're almost there." She checked her cell phone, then she grabbed my hand. "Billy said they're in room 205. So let's do it. And don't forget your water." I put my water, pills, and candy back into the bag Abby had given me and managed to get to my feet with her assistance. The pain had receded, and although I still felt lightheaded, I was feeling noticeably better. "Thank you for the bag," I managed to say as she shut the car door. "I feel a lot better now." She offered me her arm with a smile. I took it, though butterflies of anxiety fluttered to life within me. I was going to see my love, my Val, and it was somehow exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time. I felt like a wonky debutante still trying to find my feet. "You're so welcome, Amory. Let's get this reunion happening." And without another delay, Abby dragged me towards the stairs. With her help, I climbed my way to my new life. One exhausting but thrilling step at a time.
Chapter 12. Valentine. It was ridiculous to believe, but I was proud of the fact that I was pacing the hotel room and not falling over constantly like a toddler anymore. Those first few hours had been rough. No one had told me how painful falling would be, nor prepared me for how different I'd feel when my body was finally human and no longer angelic. Not that anyone had told me anything, really. Truthfully, it was even more ridiculous to think that I'd fallen with little more than a short conversation with Abby. But I'd chosen to fall with hope that I was doing the right thing, for both Amory and me. There was no future for us in heaven. Our hand had been forced, but we were going to make the best of it. As long as we had each other, we could figure the rest out along the way. "Are you sure they're coming?" I asked Billy again, stopping to turn and stare at him. Billy, the rather sour-tempered cousin of Abby's, answered me dispassionately. "Of course they are. They'll be here soon. It's a fair drive." Billy had been curt at best since we first met, and he sighed a lot. I resumed my pacing, feeling lost, nervous, and strange still. The painkillers had definitely helped relieve the general achiness that assaulted my physical body, but it hadn't eased my mind or stopped me worrying for Amory. Where is she? I wondered. Was she okay? Did Abby say how Amory was? I asked Billy. Far out. Billy shook his head and opened his cell phone. They're actually here. I raced to the door, stumbling over my foot as I did. Slow down, Billy advised, and not for the first time. It's going to take weeks for you to adjust your weight and being wingless. Ignoring him, my heart soaring, I wrenched open the door and there she was, my love, looking as fragile and beautiful as a newborn child. Amory, I breathed, reaching out to her. She flew into my arms, practically launching herself at me, before falling heavily against me. I stumbled back into the room, laughing at the happiness now bubbling inside of me. It's so good to see you, beautiful girl, I said as we practically fell into the room to sit on the bed. Abby was behind her. She closed the door and went to embrace her cousin. I sat on the mattress with Amory beside me, my hands gripping hers tightly. I never wanted to let go. Are you okay? I asked, infusing my tone with comfort and concern. She nodded, her lower lip trembling slightly. Yes, I am, she assured me. But everything is so strange. I momentarily let go of her hand so that I could cup her cheek and appreciate her human beauty. She leaned into my caress and sighed. I know it feels strange, I had to agree with her there, but there are lots of good things too. I'm certain we'll discover them together. Abby walked over to us and pulled out a wad of cash from her back pocket. We're going to head off and leave you guys to it. The room's paid for, but we didn't have a lot of time to get food or anything. Valentine's Day is so busy every year, it's like all you Cupids suddenly realize there's more to life than giving others love. I glanced at Amory. She just leaned into me, resting her weary head on my shoulder. Abby reached out even further, so I lifted my hand and took the cash she offered. So this is for food? I clarified. She nodded. Yeah, there's a diner just down the road and a bit of food in the fridge. You'll need to remember to eat and drink a lot of water regularly, okay? I nodded. Okay. And not just sugar, she said with a grin. I know you Cupids are sugarholics, but now that you're human, your bodies will need fruit and vegetables, and protein too. I managed to smile in return. Thank you for all your help, both of you. We won't forget this. Hey Coos, we've got to go, Billy said. Abby began backing towards the door. We've got another couple to help out tonight, but I'll pop back tomorrow and see how you're getting on, okay? Amory finally moved, getting up and shuffling towards Abby. Thank you. The two girls embraced. I immediately felt the love and kinship in the room. So I haven't lost all Cupid instincts. That was a good thing. Billy opened the door and with a final wave, left. I'll see you tomorrow, Abby promised, pulling out of Amory's arms. Then we'll be by again later in the week with all your papers. Oh, and make sure you lock the door behind me, okay? You have to look out for your own safety now. Unfortunately, not all humans are as well-meaning as we are, so take care of each other. Thanks, Abby. We will. I managed to call out before she too left. Amory shut the door behind her, then turned the lock so it clicked into place. I took her hand and led her back to the bed. How are you feeling, really? She shrugged. Okay, I guess. The pain is better now, and I can almost walk straight. Though I'm pretty sure a duck could outrun me at this point. I chuckled. The bar is pretty low today, isn't it? She staggered. I think I'm going to take a shower, then lie down. Her hand was small and warm in mine, so I gently tugged her towards the bathroom. Let's shower together, then I'm more than happy to go straight to bed. Can we just sleep? She asked, sighing heavily. I'm not sure I can manage anymore. I'm exhausted. I stared at her, shocked for a moment that she even felt she had to say such a thing. Oh, sweetheart, it will be a dream just to hold you through the night. Your company, just being here with you, is everything. Amory's big eyes grew even wider, then she began to undress with a coy smile playing on her lips. So, you used to dream about me. My mouth went dry as Amory's sweater hit the ground. She began to peel off the rest of her clothing, revealing glorious curves and beautiful skin. Then she began to shiver. Oh, sorry, you're cold. I rushed to turn on the hot water. She shivered and wrapped her arms around her body while she waited. It's such a weird feeling. Hot steam began to rise inside the room, and it took me a moment to adjust the water to the right temperature. Then I gave Amory a little shove. Go on. Get in before you turn blue. She nodded, her teeth chattering together. Thanks. She stepped beneath the water, then screeched and jumped out. That's too hot. I checked again with my hand. Weird. It feels just warm to me, but let's adjust it. I turned the temperature down again. Amory scooted back in, then sighed, turning around so the water cascaded down her back. Everything feels so different here. More acute. Intense? I offered. Yes, she said, wetting her hair and picking up the soap. Do you feel it too? I nodded. I do. When Amory finished showering her beautiful body, I handed her a towel so that she could get warm and wrapped up. I jumped in the shower and got to experience firsthand exactly what she was talking about. The water was too hot, and the spray prickled on my skin with an unfamiliar sort of pain sensation. Intense is right. When I was done with my shower, I dried off quickly and walked back into the bedroom. I stopped short and stared, entranced by the vision before me. Amory had crawled into the large bed and was sitting up against the headboard, the blankets pulled up to cover her breasts. Her skin glowed in the soft light of the room, making me want to reach out and touch her. "May I join you?" I asked. She nodded and reached out to flip back the blankets. "Please." I hurried to join her, throwing off the towels without a care to slide under the warm blankets. Amory came straight into my arms, putting her head on my chest, and heaved a great sigh. I couldn't help but chuckle. That sigh was a bit much, beautiful girl. Do you carry the weight of the world on your shoulders? She nuzzled in closer. No. Not at all. I waited, but she didn't continue. What is it? I prompted and kissed the top of her head. I just can't believe we're really here. Only last night I was lying in my bed, terrified and alone. And now I'm here with you, on Earth. I ran my hand down the length of her hair slowly. I still can't believe I'm allowed to touch you like this. No one's going to stop me, or threaten to break us up ever again. A long silence fell between us, but it was comfortable. Finally, I had to ask. You never told me why you changed your mind in the end. What do you mean? She asked, her hand roaming absently over my chest. I mean, they moved you, didn't they? Or at least tried to. Did you come back? Or did you refuse to go? She lifted her head and shuffled back a little so she could look up at me. They came for me while I was packing and getting ready to go, and what? I asked, my gaze dropping to her gorgeous full lips. And I couldn't do it. The idea of leaving you, the thought of never seeing you again. She inhaled sharply. It hurt so much I could barely breathe. And that's when I knew. So I ran. Knew what? I whispered, rolling onto my side so I could face her. That I couldn't live without you either, she whispered back. I kissed her softly. Not with the sort of passion that would lead to more, but slowly and reverently. It was a kiss of gratitude, appreciation, and comfort. She felt like home. When I finally pulled back, I managed to say, I love you. And I love you, she echoed. She smiled, her expression awash with peace, and rolled over. Will you cuddle me while I sleep, my Valentine? I snuggled into place behind her, moaning softly as pleasure swept over me like a cool breeze on a warm day. My arm wrapped around her belly, as her ass nestled perfectly against my thighs. Always, I whispered into her ear, and forever. She sighed and settled into the pillows. I couldn't believe it. We were together, and no one could break us apart. Never again. We'd found our very own happily ever after on my namesake day. As Amory drifted off to sleep, I held her, just listening to the sound of her breathing, and smiled. Happy Valentine's Day, my love, I whispered, before I closed my eyes and fell into a dreamless slumber. I didn't need to dream anymore, my dreams had finally come true, and we were living them, together.
Epilogue. Amory. 5 years later. Val, can you come get the plates for me, please? I called out into the house as I juggled the baby on my hip, shifting her so that I could carry her properly. Sorry, beautiful, Val said apologetically, running into the kitchen to grab the plates from the counter. Are you okay with that? He asked, dropping a quick kiss on my cheek. I had a pitcher of lemonade in my other hand, and the music from our 4th of July party was thumping loud and hard in the backyard. Yeah, I am. Let's do this. I followed Val through the back door and set the jug carefully on the trestle table we had set up outside just for this occasion. It was a beautiful day and the weather perfect for a celebration. Our baby started to cry, having lost her pacifier. Oh, sweetie, I soothed in hushed tones. It's okay. We'll find it, I promised as I started to look left and right. A man popped up from behind me, his characteristic long white hair pulled back into a low man bun. "Looking for this by any chance?" he asked. He had my little one's pacifier in his hand. "Oh, you came." I reached out an arm to Saint Nick, Santa Claus in the flesh, and hugged him as best I could with my precious load. "I was hoping you would be able to make it." Nicky grinned at me. "I'm happy to be here, Amory. JD had to go back to Salem for a family event, so I thought I'd take the opportunity to drop in and see you guys. After all, I haven't met this gorgeous little cherub yet." Nicky held out his finger to my daughter to play with. She grabbed hold of it with her chubby fist, momentarily enthralled by our old friend. "How do you do?" Santa asked, introducing himself with formal flair, a twinkle in his eyes. "This is Julie," I offered, hoisting my little one up higher on my hip once more. She was just 6 months old and getting heavier by the day. "Hello, Julie," he said, returning the pacifier to her. I smiled at my dear friend, who was aging just as I was. He, because he'd found his fated love and started a family, and me, well, for the very same reason. "Thanks so much for coming." "It's my pleasure. I wanted to talk to you anyway," Nicky said in a more serious tone. "What about?" I asked, concern leaping instantly to the forefront of my mind. Human life was certainly fraught with more challenges and dangers than angelic and immortal life. Anything could have happened. Is something wrong? With JD? Or Sammy? Sammy was their adorable, blue-eyed, red-haired 4-year-old son. The future Santa Claus and the perfect blend of both his incredible parents. "No, nothing like that," Nicky assured me. "We're all fine. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you." "Thank me?" I asked with a perplexed frown. I couldn't think of anything I'd done for the Clauses lately. Last time we were here, Val happened to let it slip that he'd had a hand in getting JD and I together. "Oh. Yes. But it wasn't in the usual way. Did he tell you that?" I rushed to reassure my friend and back my husband. There were no Cupid arrows involved or anything like that. It was all entirely natural. It was just a little push in the right direction was all. He smiled as we stood together, staring out at the crowd of people in my backyard. Friends from work as well as our neighbors, all gathered to celebrate the holidays with good cheer and high spirits. Val wasn't too far off. He had our 3-year-old son sitting on his shoulders and was happily chatting away with one of the other fathers from our street. Nicky chuckled. "He did tell me that, so there's no worries there, Amory. But Val also said that my love match wasn't on the celestial cards. He informed me that you had a hand in all this, too. It was apparently your insistence that pushed him to help me find JD." I shrugged, heat flushing my cheeks. "Yeah, well, you're welcome, Nicky. You're Santa, after all you do is bring joy to everyone else. You deserve to be happy too." "As do you," Nicky countered, nudging me with his elbow in a playful manner. "Humanity suits you, you know? You make it look good." I laughed. "Yeah, paying bills, grocery shopping, and a stream of never-ending diapers. Not to mention aging every day. It's totally glamorous." Nicky's blue eyes twinkled with that characteristic Santa Claus humor. "You love it, don't you?" "Yes, I do," I admitted with a grin as I bounced my daughter on my hip, just enjoying the happy scene before us. The last 5 years since we'd chosen to fall together and become human had been more amazing than I'd ever even dreamed they could be. Val and I loved each other passionately and enjoyed each other every day. That much hasn't changed since we were Cupids. I mused with love-up glee. Our children were by far our greatest blessing, and our home was always filled with the heartwarming sound of laughter and shrieks of fun. "I heard along the grapevine that you haven't given up all of your Cupid ways," Nicky said from beside me with a conspiratorial smile. "What are you talking about?" I asked innocently, glancing at him sidelong. He waggled his eyebrows at me. "Made any matches lately?" Laughter bubbled out of me, and my soul sang. "Well, maybe 1 or 2, I admitted. But matchmaking is fun. And besides, it's kind of my job now. I'd started an online agency, matching up couples with similar interests and desires. It was thriving and fulfilled my Cupid heart. Val had finished his conversation with our neighbor and was wandering toward us. "So, are you two coming to eat? Or are you going to stand around chatting the day away?" I nodded, glancing over at our groaning and heavily laden banquet tables, filled to overflowing with every sort of beloved American treat. A sigh escaped me. This suburban dream was ours. Some days I still couldn't believe it and pinched myself, expecting to wake up in my room in heaven. "Let's go, my love," said Val, putting his arm around me. And not for the first time, I thanked the heavens for giving me the courage to fall with him that day, incidentally the day of love itself, Valentine's Day. It had been the single most terrifying, thrilling, and defining moment of our lives. And I didn't regret it. Not one single bit. We'd taken control of our own fates. Love truly does conquer all, I thought, remembering the age-old Cupid creed. As though feeling my love for him, Valentine turned to me and slid his arm around my waist with a broad smile. "I love you, Amory." "And I love you," I whispered, leaning into him. "Thank you for our amazing life." "You don't have to thank me, beautiful," he answered. "We made this happen, together." We had a single moment of pure bliss, just the four of us in each other's arms, our own little family, before the outside world interrupted us once again with its festivities. But I'd meant what I said. I was more grateful to my Valentine than he could ever know. He had made me strong and he'd helped me find my courage. His love had changed me for the better, and thanks to him I had two beautiful little cherubs who made my heart whole in a way nothing else ever would. Heaven really is a place on earth. The end.
Easter Shifter is Book 4 in the seasonal paranormal and fantasy romances. Written by Amelia Shaw. Published by Harley Romance Publishing, 2024.
Chapter 1. Abigail. Seeing angels plummet from the heavens like falling stars as a child had always seemed normal to me, especially since everyone else in my family had been able to see them too. But now that I was 25 years old, it was growing tiresome. What had started out as a calling or a gift had soured over time and felt more akin to a chore or duty. Do you ever wish we had been blessed with a different calling? I asked Billy, my cousin on my mom's side. He grunted in response. "You know I've never liked rescuing angels." "I know," I said, smiling at him despite his bluntness. "But why? Like for real? What's the deeper reason? You can tell me." He groaned in exasperation this time and pushed his unfinished plate away. We were having a 3 a.m. breakfast again. "I don't know," he said gruffly, clearly tired. "Yes you do. Come on, Coos. It's just that, well, I'm struggling with all this constant running around too. And I guess I just want to know if I'm being a selfish git, or if..." "Okay, Abigail. Geez." I waited patiently. Billy was a little rough around the edges, but he was loyal to a fault. I knew that I could call him at any time from anywhere, and he'd come to my aid. No questions asked. He was just that sort of guy. We were lucky to have him. I guess it's just, I want a family and a life of my own. And it feels like all we ever do is run around like mad chooks, chasing after these fallen angels and ensuring they get a good life. They've already had hundreds of years to enjoy being angels, perfect and ageless, and then they get to come down to earth and be human too. We set them up with a comfortable house, a secure job, everything, and most of the time they come with a lifelong partner to sweeten the deal as well. It's just, he cut himself off and sighed. Not fair, I whispered. He nodded with a rueful grimace. Yeah. And I've tried dating and all that stuff, but try explaining to a girl why you must mysteriously rush off in the middle of the night all the time. Or explain why you never have any money to spare beyond daily necessities, because the family works solely to help fallen angels. I want to live. I'm sick to death of being a celestial charity worker. He shook his head. For the first time I saw the true frustration and sadness that hid behind my cousin's anger. I reached for another napkin, slowly tearing it into little pieces, a nervous habit that I knew was puerile but I couldn't seem to shake. I don't know how our parents did it. They got married, helped angels, and somehow still managed to successfully raise us. It seems almost impossible. My dad said they had maybe one fall a month way back when, Billy said. And they didn't set them up the way we do. They were just shoved into a family's home with a spare room, and had to find work of their own. It wasn't all just handed to them, on a silver platter. At least they had to earn their house like everyone else. He shook his head again, clearly battling his inner demons. I reached over to my cousin and took his hand. Listen, I like the way we do things now. Look at Val and Amory, they're doing so well already. It's hard, I know, but seeing them thrive is fulfilling, and I feel good about helping them. Don't you? The grimace on Billy's face told me just how jealous he was of Val's fast happiness. But, I interjected, before my cousin could get too riled up. Maybe it's time we get some more help. Strike out and find some new recruits? He rolled his eyes at me as if I were an idiot. You know we aren't allowed to tell anyone outside of the family about what we do, Abby. The angel's existence must be guarded. They have to remain a secret. And since neither of us have had kids, we're basically stuck doing this for what? Another 20 years or more. I licked my lips before anxiously chewing on the inside of my lower lip. The mere thought was overwhelming, almost crushing. Our sacred charge was a heavy burden to bear, and I didn't even know if I could do that, let alone my cousin who was filled with an understandable amount of job dissatisfaction and anger. Maybe I could talk to Val, or some of the other angels that we've helped. I suggested. That wouldn't be breaking any rules or revealing their secret. Perhaps they could step up, help us out by paying it forward? Billy stilled his fidgeting, his gaze flicking up instantly, the spark of hopeful curiosity clear in his gaze. That's he coughed to clear his throat. Do you really think they might go for something like that? That could really help lessen the burden on our shoulders. I shrugged, offering my cousin a half smile. I don't know, we won't know if we don't ask. It's worth a shot, right? As you said, we're only getting busier with more and more angels seeking a human life. Something has to eventually give. And at this rate, it's going to be our sanity as well as our bank accounts. Billy shifted in his chair, sitting up straighter. Damn. I've got to get home. Work starts at 7 a.m. and I'm exhausted. But hey, that was a good idea, Koos. We'll have to look into it. I grinned at him, my heart swelling with empathy at his stoic nature and the big heart that hid behind it. You deserve a family too, Billy. You'd make a great dad. And I know you've had your eye on Sandra for years, I said, waggling my brows suggestively. Billy looked away, then ran a hand through his hair. Sandy doesn't want me, Abby. She's always dating one guy after another. I'm not sure she's the settling down type. I chuckled softly and leaned forward so my cousin wouldn't miss what I had to say. Billy, she likes you. I know it. Trust me, okay? If you ask her out, she'll say yes. She's just killing time waiting for you to make your move. If she's the one, you can't let her get away, Koos. He met my gaze once more, then nodded, his lips pursed. All right. Thanks, Abby. I'll give it some thought. Good night. He slid out of the booth and headed off to his car, his hands tucked into his jean pockets. I waved after him but didn't follow. Thankfully, I didn't have work in the morning. I was a self-employed hairdresser and I always took Mondays off. It was my me day. Allowing myself some time to think, I ordered another hot chocolate and let my mind skip over the idea I'd thrown at Billy. It had just popped into my head out of nowhere, and yet my brain had been mulling over how to solve our problem for months. It was like serendipity. Our numbers as a team were few, and our resources limited, and yet the number of angels falling seemed to be increasing by the week. It often made me wonder. Maybe heaven isn't all it's cracked up to be. I chuckled to myself. But the idea of recruiting the angels to help us out. It may very well be the answer to all our prayers. We could potentially end up with a system of angels helping angels, where we just be their human liaisons with the world. The possibility of fewer more 3 a.m. rescues buoyed my spirit and put a new spring in my step. The less supernatural work we had to take care of, the more of a life we'd finally be able to enjoy. We could reclaim our lives. I rose to my feet and walked out the front door of the diner. It was obviously shockingly early in the morning, and the crisp chill of the pre-dawn hours still hung in the air. It was kind of nice and refreshing given the warm days we were having. It was late March already, and Easter was just around the corner. I could hardly believe it. Time somehow dragged and raced all at once when you had a higher calling. An unexpected flash of silvery gray caught my eye in the moonlight, and I froze, glancing instinctively toward the verdant tree line. It was dark, but bright streetlights lit up the car park for customers. But beyond it, where the pavement met nature, I had definitely caught a glimpse of something in the distance. Something surprisingly large and impossibly swift. It looked almost to be the size of a man, but we didn't have any wildlife that large near these parts. Strange. I shook myself and made a beeline for my car. I was probably hallucinating, truth be told. Sleep deprivation did bizarre things to the mind, I'd heard. There were case studies on it and everything, not to mention the fact it had been used as a method of torture for time beyond memory. It was in my best interest to get home, climb straight into bed and get some quality sleep before I began to believe what my overtired eyes were seeing. Then, after a decent rest, I'd go see Amory and Valentine at their new little cottage in the suburbs. And hopefully, together we'd work out a solution that might benefit us all. God knows I'd love a sleep-in every so often.
Chapter 2. Pascal. My heart raced a million miles an hour. The girl exiting the local diner was too cute for words. With her long blonde hair, gorgeous little upturned nose, and skin as pale and creamy as pure milk, she looked positively delicious. But the more concerning issue, and what I should be most worried about, was that she shouldn't have been able to see me in the first place. No one could or should, except other magicals who knew of me, and I was pretty sure she wasn't one of them. But as I run through the car park in the middle of the early hours, she'd turned to stare directly at me. And in that moment my stomach had dropped, and my heart had thumped hard and fast like a drum. I'd never felt such an incredibly overwhelming sensation. But I hadn't had the time to stop and explore whatever it was. I was far too busy to think about anything except my job anymore, and so I continued on my way, disappearing into the tree line just to be safe. I completed my usual exercise routine, running across most of the state, before following up with some weights. It was high season for us, and all my bunny helpers were gearing up for the madness that was Easter Sunday, our busiest day of the year. So, I couldn't afford to let my fitness drop. If anything, I needed it more now than I did around Halloween or Christmas, when Easter wasn't even a thought on anyone's mind. Deliveries meant speed, so I needed to maintain my A-game. A slow Easter bunny was not something that could be abided. It was unheard of. I'd never allow myself to bring dishonor to my kind. Imagine the shame. When I finally made it back to my hideout, I opened the secret hidden door and slid down the steep chute, sliding down 2 floors before landing on a trampoline which promptly launched me into the first room of the burrow. I brushed the dirt from my hands and quickly unlaced my running shoes. I needed a shower desperately, but now wasn't the time. I had to shift form before I hopped beneath the water, and around Easter it was almost impossible to keep my hold on my human side. The power of the season and work took over, dominating all aspects of my life. I opened the door and walked through the main corridor from which all our rooms fed off. Every bunny and worker down here had their own space, and there were communal living and eating areas that accommodated us all comfortably. There were also the expected workrooms for making chocolates, packing baskets and presents, and organizing deliveries. My friend Robbie greeted me with enthusiasm. "Hey Pascal. Are you just getting home now?" I nodded. "Yeah, I'm a bit late I know, but I was full of energy from the day. I had to burn some of it off, or I wouldn't manage a wink." Robbie checked his watch, one of the only ways we had of telling time beneath the soil. "It's damn close to 4 a.m., he warned. "Great," I said with a grin. "Then there's just enough time for me to grab a quick nap. I'll see you at breakfast." Robbie just smiled and shook his head at my antics as he headed off to the workrooms. We only had night shift workers active the month before Easter to help us keep up with the insane demand. Though we were all rabbit shifters, I was the official Easter bunny. It was an inherited familial title and position, just like Santa Claus. My father had been the last Easter bunny, and I was his oldest child and only son. So the honor and burden had automatically become mine. Unlike regular rabbits, our kind didn't birth large litters of babies, but the sex drive was definitely there. The drive to mate and rut was a constant itch that needed to be scratched. And in truth, it was half the reason I worked out and trained so hard. It helped keep my physical needs at bay, at least for a time. After a long day, the shower beckoned with a siren's call, so I gave in like a proverbial moth to the flame. Stretching my limbs, I soaped up and rinsed off, soaking in the relieving heat of the water before taking a hairdryer to my fur. Being unable to shift back entirely to form human at this time of year was a royal pain in the ass. Nothing made me feel less like a man, hell, less human, than having to dry my fur like a bedraggled poodle before I could even crawl into bed. Half an hour later, thanks to the power of our industrial-strength hairdryers, I slipped between the clean sheets of my bed in my very own cool, dark room. After the frantic nature of the season, it felt heavenly to lay down and just be still. With the weight of physically induced exhaustion whispering through every bone in my body, I promptly passed out for a few precious hours of much-needed sleep. Sometime later, I awoke in a damp, hot sweat. "Oh God!" I breathed, wincing against the unexpected pleasure. Then, out of nowhere, images of a woman assaulted me like I'd switched on a movie in my brain. Her lovely blonde hair was spread out over my pillow, her head thrown back in sheer bliss. She reached up and touched my face with a beautiful reverence I'd never experienced. Then she lifted her head and looked straight into my eyes, piercing my very soul. I recognized those eyes. There was no mistaking them. Gasping out loud, I sat up in bed, reaching for my lamp switch. Oh damn. I'd seen that young woman last night in the parking lot by the diner. She was beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous, in fact, but that wasn't what concerned me. She was human and my mate. I knew it. As sure as I was the Easter bunny, that blonde human was meant to be mine. Talk about timing. Now I had to find her and somehow explain all of this. My whole world, our magical existence. Everything. Damn it. I got up and stumbled straight to the shower, wanting to be rid of the smell of sweat. Yuck. Yet another reason that I hated being unable to shift back to being human, not even for a minute, not until Easter Sunday was done. Then I could relax and wind down for another year. Having washed myself for the second time in a matter of hours, I dried off again and pulled on some pants. It was time to get to work. I grabbed a quick breakfast, then headed to the chocolate workshop. Today, we were making chocolate bunnies and painted eggs, the traditional favorites of kids everywhere. "Hey Tommy," I said, greeting the young rabbit standing at a nearby bench. "Hey Eb," he responded with a grin. I rolled my eyes. I'd told the young ones a million times that my name was Pascal, yet no matter how many times I reminded them, they seemed determined to call me the Easter Bunny in some form or another. "You know Pascal means born on Easter or Easter child," I said. "It's practically the same." Tommy shook his head with a cheeky gleam in his eye. "Nope, it's not the same, EB." I laughed. Clearly, I wasn't winning this battle of wills anytime soon, so I got back to work. With a concerted effort, I forced my mind to the task at hand, to focus and not think about the woman I'd seen in the early hours. My mate. But my mind kept returning to the most pressing issue. She was human, which meant she wasn't going to understand how I was both a shifter and the Easter Bunny. Learning about magicals at all was too much for almost any mortal to handle. But ultimately, I wouldn't have a choice. I'd have to tell her and hope for the best. However, common sense dictated that I should wait until after Easter to find her and explain. Getting involved and dealing with any potential fallout during the holidays was just an impossible thought. I couldn't compromise my duties like that. Although, I had no way of knowing if I could hold out that long, if my heart could take that sort of punishment. But we'll have forever together, won't we? You okay, Eb? Tommy asked me, interrupting my train of thought. I blinked and stared down at my workstation where I'd made the ugliest and most unbalanced chocolate bunny I'd ever seen. Wow. Crap. I let the stress of my situation out in a laugh. Yeah, I just think I need to take a quick break. Where are you going to go? He asked, his brow furrowed. I thought about it for a moment before deciding. I think I might pop out to see Amory. She was a Cupid. I've known her for years now. Tommy frowned at me, a question in his eyes. Was? I nodded. Yeah, she fell in love with another Cupid, and they were forbidden to be together, so they chose to fall together. And now they're human. Tommy grimaced like most boys would do when confronted with the idea of true love and romance. That sounds kind of lame, he said, his nose wrinkling. I laughed, because Tommy was a typical 16-year-old despite being a rabbit shifter, and the last thing he could imagine was turning his life upside down and inside out for love. I washed my hands, then waved to him. I'll see you in a few hours, buddy. Keep up the good work. Tommy nodded and got back it. I walked past 3 other shifters as I made my way back to my bedroom to change into a disguise. Technically, humans shouldn't be able to see me at all, but I still felt strange and a little vulnerable being around humans in my rabbit form. Normally it wouldn't matter because I'd be able to shift back to being a man in the blink of an eye, but being the month of Easter, I simply couldn't. And I didn't make a habit of running around humans in my rabbit form willy-nilly, and I certainly didn't allow the shifters under my care to endanger themselves either. With that in mind, I grabbed an oversized hoodie and pulled the hood up to cover my ears and face. Then came a pair of gloves for my furry hands and large boots for my bunny feet. It felt ridiculously uncomfortable, but I couldn't risk anyone seeing me. Our existence was meant to remain a secret, like that of the angels. And even if our natural shifter invisibility should protect us, I didn't want to take any chances. There was no harm in playing it extra safe anyway. A little discomfort never killed anyone. When I was dressed, I headed out of our burrow and back to the surface. The air was fresh, but it was getting warm out, which of course meant I was already starting to sweat in this damn abomination of a getup. Determined to get my head straight, I started jogging toward town and Amory. By the time I arrived, it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning, and there were people everywhere. Cars drove past at speed, and I kept my eyes firmly fixed on the footpath. When I finally got to Amory's place, I bounded up the steps 2 at a time and made my way to the front door. There were 2 cars parked in the driveway, so I had to hope that Valentine hadn't gone to work yet. Bracing myself, I knocked on the door, my heart pounding from the stress of my recent discovery as much as the strenuous exercise. I really hated not being able to shift back to human form. I really fucking did. This was the perfect moment in which I just needed 10 minutes grace so no one else saw me. The door swung open, and Amory's frown turned into a bright smile. Pascal. It's so good to see you. Can I come in? I asked, swallowing a lump in my throat. Oh yes, of course. Please come in. I have a friend over, but she won't mind. I shut the door behind me and quickly disrobed, throwing my sweaty hoodie, gloves, and shoes to the floor, leaving on just my pants. Amory stood watching me with an eyebrow raised and a playful smirk on her face. You know, you're lucky Val's not here. He wouldn't like you stripping down in our foyer like this. I stopped with my pants still safely in place. Listen, I'm in rabbit form, Angel. And I'm still covered from head to foot in fur. I'm not exactly naked over here. Amory laughed, then opened her arms wide for a hug. I'm so happy to see you, Pascal. What a lovely surprise. I stepped forward and hugged the former Cupid, comforted by her friendly familiarity. It's good to see you too, Amory. I squeezed her tight. When I let go, my fur suddenly stood on end as another feminine gasp filled the room. I spun around on my heel, and standing right there in the doorway that led to the living room was the woman of my dreams, my beautiful blonde, and very human mate. Oh fuck. Chapter 3. Pascal. You've got to be kidding me. How had this happened? No. This was exactly what I'd been trying to avoid, running into the one human that I didn't want to see. And she could see me, that was for sure and certain. She was staring straight at me, her eyes wide. Amory, I can't. I wanted to run. I had to. I couldn't afford the overwhelming distraction dealing with my mate would prove to be, not now. Not during the holiday period of my life, the one that defined who and what I was. I turned toward the front door to make my escape. Romance would have to wait. The beautiful blonde put out her hand as though to stop me. No, please don't go, she said, her voice plaintive and sweet, her gaze beseeching. I stopped at her words, then turned to Amory again. How can she see me? Am I losing my ability to remain invisible, or something? I was sure that I had my cloaking on still, because it wasn't exactly something you had to turn on, it was always active. The hard part was turning it off, to be honest, which is what I had to consciously do if I wanted someone to be able to see me. That was how it worked. Those were the rules. It ensured accidents didn't happen. It kept all rabbit shifters safe. Amory chuckled and put a hand on my shoulder calmly. Come into the living room, and I'll make us all a hot chocolate. Then we can talk about it. No, I said, shaking my head, every nerve on edge as I fought my fight or flight instincts, and I certainly wasn't going to opt for fight. I can't. You can't. I wasn't going anywhere until they told me what the hell was going on. None of this made sense. Amory squeezed my shoulder with a smile and said in a soothing and cajoling tone of voice, I'll explain everything. I promise. Don't worry, Pascal. You can trust me. I'm your friend, remember? Friends look out for each other. The beautiful blonde, who was shivering as though she were cold, twirled around on the spot and raced off into the living room from which she'd just emerged. Come along, Amory said with a reassuring smile, pushing me softly. I didn't want to go, this was fast becoming a tangled mess of a situation, but I was stuck for choices now. I desperately wanted to stay away from the woman I knew to be my mate until after Easter for this exact reason. I didn't want her to see me in my shifter form. I had wanted her to see me as a man first. To get to know me before she was subjected to my fluffier self. She'll find me repulsive now. My heart sank low as I followed Amory into the living room like a puppy with its tail between its legs. What was I going to do now? The ex-angel practically pushed me down into an oversized armchair. Now don't go anywhere, Pascal, you got it? Stay put, I'll be right back. I nodded mutely and swallowed the lump in my throat. The blonde girl, whose name I still didn't know, was perched on the edge of the couch, twisting her hands in her lap. She was too beautiful for words, and my heart ached at the mere sight of her. I'm Abby, by the way, she said unexpectedly, her voice like a balm for my stressed-out soul. I nodded at her, attempting a smile and failing miserably. Hi, Abby. I'm the Easter Bunny, she asked, her lips lifting at the edges. She didn't look afraid or repulsed. In fact, her blue eyes were practically sparkling with mischief and curiosity. She's not afraid of me. She's okay. My name is Pascal, I finally managed to say. Her lips broke into a full smile, then. That's Italian for Easter child, right? I nodded again, my discomfort slowly beginning to melt away in her presence. Here we go, Amory called out as she carried a laden tray into the living room and set it down on the low wooden coffee table adorned with a vase of fresh flowers. Her colorful mugs were almost comically huge and overflowed with pink and white marshmallows. I couldn't see beneath the delicious-looking fluff, but I had to assume the most decadent hot chocolate one could create was waiting just below the surface. I took the beverage from her gratefully and joked. You know, I wondered if your sweet tooth would diminish when you Moved here. But it seems like it hasn't. My gaze slipped to her visitor, then back to Amory. Amory laughed and sat down on the couch beside Abby, shaking her head. Oh, don't worry. Abby knows who we are or what we were, Pa. She's an angel agent. Her family helps fallen angels and gets them established in the world safely after they fall. They have a gift, it's quite remarkable. My gaze slid over to Abby, hardly daring to believe my ears. My mate was staring into her hot chocolate, an embarrassed blush coloring her lovely face. Amory continued. Abby set us up with our jobs and even secured this house for us. She's absolutely amazing. Val and I will be forever grateful. Abby lifted her head and elbowed Amory playfully. I just helped a little and pointed you in the right direction. You did the rest. After all, it's kind of my job. You mean your unpaid celestial volunteer work, Amory corrected with a bright grin. We owe you a lot, Abby. Never forget that. We certainly won't. I stared at the woman, my mate, a sense of understanding finally dawning on me. So that's why you can see me. Because you can see angels? It's your gift? She shrugged, glancing between Amory and I don't know. I mean, I guess. I've never seen anything else, like you before. Just angels. Amory shuffled on the couch. You're part of the paranormal world, Abby. You have a natural gift. I'd venture to say that if Nicky dropped in, you'd be able to see him too, though most people obviously wouldn't be able to. Nick Claus? I asked, my brow rising in query. How's he doing these days? I hadn't caught up with Nicky in years. We'd all been too busy, which was stupid really considering how small our magical world actually was. Oh, he's doing great. Amory answered. Val matched him up with this gorgeous witch from Salem. He's really happy, they make a beautiful couple. Hang on a second, Abby said, interrupting us. Are you talking about Santa Claus? You mean to tell me there's a real Santa Claus too? She stared at us with her mouth agape, her eyes as wide as saucers. I couldn't help but laugh a little. I forget that humans don't know about us. Oh, we definitely do, as kids at least, Abby replied with a grin of her own. But us adults have always assumed it was all just fairy tales, myths, For the benefit of the little ones. It adds a bit of magic to life, Like angels and cupids. I said with a smile. She laughed and nodded. You're right. Of course. How did I not figure that out sooner? If one kind of paranormal exists, the others logically must too. My heart was singing now. I couldn't suppress it. This is too perfect. Outside of the earlier than hoped for timing, this was almost ideal. Abby was human, but already part of our world. Perhaps her adjustment period wouldn't be as terrible as I'd imagined. And maybe mating with her wasn't going to be as difficult as I first thought, either. Abby glanced down at her watch, then jumped up. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry to cut this short, but I really have to go. But it was so nice to meet you, Pascal. I hope we'll have the chance to talk another time. I quickly set down my drink and hopped to my feet. I extended my arm to shake her hand. I wanted to touch her, if only for a brief moment. It was great to meet you too, Abby. She hurried forward and put her hand in mine without hesitation. My heart leapt in my chest as I experienced an immediate reaction. My skin tingled all over with what felt like living electricity. Abby made a strange strangled moaning sound. What was that? Amory asked, stepping forward, her brows furrowed. I knew what it was without question. It was the mating bond. But the women didn't understand, that much was obvious. I have to go, Abby said frantically, before ripping her hand from mine and running for the front door. I let her go, even though everything inside my chest lurched and urged me to go after her. I was still staring at the front door long after she'd closed it and fled into the sunny morning. When I finally came back to myself, Amory was staring at me with a huge grin on her face. She looked like the cat that scored the cream. So, you like my angel agent, huh? She teased, her eyes sparkling. I coughed to clear the lump in my throat. Well? The ex-Cupid arched an eyebrow at me and folded her arms across her chest. Don't even attempt to lie to me, mister. I sighed, stretching my legs and moving around to shake off some of the nervous energy. You wouldn't believe me if I told you the truth. Amory chuckled and led me back into the living room. She tucked her legs under her on the couch and picked up her cup of sweet hot chocolate. Tell me everything. I shook my head, but couldn't help the easy smile that stretched my lips. You always were incorrigible. You really can't take the Cupid out of the angel. She giggled and made a flippant motion with her hand. Come on, Pascal. I'm dying to hear this. Spill the tea. Well, the honest truth is that I was actually coming here to tell you about her, I said. Her eyebrows shot up. Her. As in Abby. I nodded, pacing her small living room, unable to remain still. Yes. I saw her last night in the diner car park. And? What am I missing here? She prompted. Were Amory's Cupid skills so long out of practice that she genuinely couldn't tell which way this conversation was headed? I'm pretty damn sure that she's my mate. Amory's big eyes widened even further, and she gasped. Oh my God. Pascal. Are you sure? I nodded. Yeah, I'm pretty positive. All the signs are there. All the feelings too. But how would that work? She asked. I don't know, I said, pacing again. She's human for one thing. I was planning on staying away from her until after Easter was done with, so that I could shift back to my human form and officially meet her. But that obviously didn't work out. Amory started laughing, then didn't stop. She had to put down her mug of hot chocolate because she was jiggling, and tears were leaking from her eyes. What's so funny? I asked, frowning. It took way too long for her to pull herself together, but eventually, she did. I'm sorry. It's just, you saw her, knew she was the one, tried to escape seeing her again, and found her again within like 6 hours tops. You are definitely meant to be. It's beautiful. Then why are you laughing? I asked, still confused by her overzealous response. She blinked and reached for a tissue. I'm sorry, it's just, I've missed this so much. Fated mates and soulmate loves are the best, and my favorite part is exactly this. You see each other and you just know. And no matter how hard you try and fight it or stay away from each other, you won't be able to. It's kind of insanely perfect. I flomped into the oversized armchair again and sighed. Yeah, well, I'm still in shock myself. I wasn't expecting to find a woman, let alone a fated mate, anytime soon. This has all kind of blindsided me. I'm reeling, Amory. What's up and down? Left or right? I feel like I don't know anymore. The ex-Cupid grinned and reached for her drink, wiggling her hips in a happy little jig as she sat. Enjoy it, my friend. There's truly nothing better. Love is everything. I took a deep breath and tried not to panic. But my life is good, a part of me argued. I had a steady routine, important seasonal responsibilities, and everything worked out just right. How could I not panic? Meeting Abby was going to change everything. Am I really ready for this?
Chapter 4. Abigail. I ran out of Amory's house and into the cool morning air, my heart racing like I was competing in a marathon. What on earth had I just seen? And what in the hell had I just totally fallen head over heels for? I swallowed hard, my mind a whirl. That man I'd just met wasn't a man at all, at least not in the strictest sense of the word. He was a huge male rabbit with silvery gray fur, large fluffy ears and big thumpy feet. He was like some kind of human-rabbit hybrid, perhaps? Or maybe a shifter of sorts? Are they a real thing too? I'd reasoned as much right there in my friend's living room. Anything I'd ever believed to be a fairy tale or myth was probably bloody true. The world was fast unraveling around me. My heart was still pounding, and my mouth had gone dry when I'd addressed him. I likely should have felt scared, disgusted, mortified or something. But my reaction had been something else entirely. One I was almost too afraid to admit to. Pascal had just stood there, frozen and unmoving, and I should have said something nice or comforting. But instead my gaze had refused to stay focused on his face. My eyes had run the length of his body, and noted every difference. And it hadn't stopped. From one feature to another, my gaze continued to flow over his huge pecs, along his muscled arms and back down his strong thighs. And I was almost certain I'd spied a shadow of a raised bulge beneath all that fur. I shivered at the memory as heat flushed through me. How can a rabbit be hot? It made no sense whatsoever. I hurried to my car, opened the door and slammed it shut again. The purr of the engine revving didn't so much as even diminish the roaring sound of the thoughts whirring around in my brain. I must be fucking insane to be thinking about the Easter Bunny in a sexual way. And yet I was. My God, he was hot. But surely he only liked other rabbits of his own kind, or did he somehow change back from time to time? Maybe after Easter was done and dusted. Did he ever become more human? I shook my head as I drove away. I knew nothing about the fairy tale world or the paranormal world as Amory had called it, except for the fact that angels were real and when they fell, I helped them. But I didn't even know that much about angels or heaven or the clouds as Amory called it, I realized when I really thought about it. They didn't tell me, and I didn't ask questions. I'd never wanted to pry. I'd always reasoned that I was human, and it wasn't any of my business. Now, having met Pascal, I wanted to know absolutely everything. Once I got home to my tiny little apartment, I could finally collapse onto my old couch and think about what I'd learned today. The Easter Bunny was real, and he was kind of sexy. When I touched his hand, I'd felt a zap, like a pulse of electricity strike me in the strangest way. It was something like a static shock, but so much more intense. My whole body had heated in an instant and my cheeks had flushed. I'd run from Amory's house as fast as my feet could carry me, before I could ask if that happened to everyone, or if he just carried an inordinate amount of static with him in his fur. My heart hurt. I could have stayed longer at Amory's, and potentially gotten to know him a little better. Mondays were my day off after all, but I'd been caught so off guard that I'd bolted like a frightened little bunny at the sound of a gunshot. Hopefully it won't be long before I get to see him again. Chapter 5. Abigail. I drove to the site of the most recent angel sighting. Thankfully, it was only 45 minutes out of town. I'd had far longer drives in my time. I grabbed the angel first aid bag from the passenger seat and read through the messages from my mom. She'd already found the angel somewhere to stay for the week, which was excellent. Sunshine Motel. It wasn't super nice, but it was clean at least, and the clientele weren't too dangerous from what I'd seen in our time utilizing their services. I'd been there and dropped off angels many times before, and the rooms had served their purpose well enough. It was only a temporary measure anyway, just somewhere for newly fallen angels to recover and find their human feet before they began the start of their journeys here on Earth. As I got out of my car and looked around at the pretty park, a familiar car pulled up behind me. Amory? I called out, my brow furrowed in intrigue at the bizarre coincidence. The beautiful ex-angel popped out of her car with a vibrant grin. Hey Abby! What are you doing here? I asked her. Amory laughed as if the answer were obvious. You asked for our help, remember? I had a vague recollection, but I'd been seriously distracted by other thoughts lately. Well, I only mentioned it to you and Val in passing, but I didn't think we'd actually put anything into action yet. She beamed as she shut the car door. Well, Val and I think that you and your family have carried this burden long enough. I contacted your mom and gave her my number, and I've begun contacting other fallen angels so that we can set up a rotation roster as well. You know what they say, many hands make light work. I gaped at her, my heart swelling with sudden emotion. I had no idea. My mother hadn't even mentioned anything. Amory came forward and hugged me tightly. When she pulled back, I had tears pricking at my eyes. Did that mean that my idea had worked? Could it really be that I wasn't going to spend the rest of my life alone because I had no choice but to work in some capacity every waking moment of every day for the rest of my life? I'll need some training, of course, Amory continued with a smile. So, any tips and tricks you might have to offer would be greatly appreciated. She waited patiently for me to respond. I had to practically pinch myself to continue. I hadn't realized just how much this would mean to me. For a moment, I felt like I'd been run over by an emotional steam train and left splattered on the tracks. I can't believe this. Oh yeah, of course. I snapped myself back to reality with a wobbly smile. I carry like 5 of these in my car at all times. I held up the angel care package for her to see, which included a basic first aid pack among other things. And my mom organizes us. She sends us messages of who's fallen and where to find them. And of course, the details of where to take them to rest up during their first week. Oh yeah. The motel. Amory's eyes lit up with memories. That was a fun week, actually. She tittered. I chuckled too and shook my head playfully. I don't want to know, girl. It's been way too long for me on that particular front. With our mission in mind, together, we began walking across the manicured park. I scanned the area, looking around for the telltale signs that the angel was nearby. You know, Pascal was very interested in you yesterday, Amory mentioned casually as she walked along beside me. I twisted around to look straight at Amory, my insides twisting with nerves and desire. Holy shit. She can't mean. What do you mean? I asked, before clearing my throat and looking ahead. She crossed her arms over her chest and stared back at me, one eyebrow cocked humorously. You know exactly what I bloody well mean, she said. No, I don't, I reassured her, swallowing against the thick feeling in my throat. Do you mean because I'm human and could see him? He did seem pretty upset by that. She cackled like I'd lost my marbles. He wasn't upset at all, Abby. He just couldn't quite handle how attracted to you he was. My face immediately burned with a hot blush, and at that moment I felt the angel moving about, rather than saw them. I turned back around, and began to hurry in the direction that my senses were guiding me. And that's when I saw him, sitting in the dirt and looking about absently like he'd just been conked on the head with a cast-iron frying pan. Danielle. I called out, remembering the name mentioned in my messages as I slowed my pace, so he wasn't frightened of our unexpected approach. The angel's gaze came up and met mine, then he looked to my left, his eyes lighting up with immediate recognition. Amory, he breathed. My angel friend walked around me, her smile bright. Danielle, she answered. It's wonderful to see you again, my friend. She reached out a hand to the fallen angel and helped him to his feet. Come meet Abby, she invited, encouraging Danielle to take a wobbly step closer. I put my hand out to him and grabbed his arm before he stumbled. Just be careful, I warned him gently. Without your wings, it will take you a few hours to get used to how it feels to walk again. Your balance is all off at the moment. Amory stood on his other side, offering her support, and snorted. Hours. It was more like a few weeks. Together, we helped Danielle into my car, gave him a whole lot of sugar and water, and drove him to the Sunshine Motel. He didn't fall with anyone, which was relatively unusual in my experience. But I could sense that he was ready for his life to begin, to find love in the human realm. He wanted more out of life than service, which I could absolutely relate to. And the irony of that fact wasn't lost on me either. We'll be in touch in a few days, once we get a house sorted for you, I told him. Amory perked her head up from investigating the mini fridge. Actually, Val and I were thinking we would offer our spare room to the next angel for a few months, if that's okay. That way we can help Danielle learn the ropes of the human world much faster, and the motel option is still available for another angel if it's needed. My mouth fell open. Not only did that sound wonderful, but their offer would take a lot of the financial strain off my family in the long term. Constantly paying for weeks in a motel did not come cheap. That would be so great, Amory. But we better check in with my mom, just in case. She might already have things rolling on her end. Danielle collapsed onto the bed. I feel like I've been hit by a truck. I searched in the angel bag I'd given to him for Advil. Take a few of these with water, I advised. They'll help ease the pain. And for now, just get as much rest as you can, really. There's not much more to do for the next few days, but hang in there. We'll be back sooner if every works out with the change of accommodation. We made sure Danielle was set up and had everything he needed before heading out. It felt a little strange to leave someone alone with no one else, but that was the nature of choosing to fall alone. I could only hope Amory's friend found someone special to spend his new human life with. After all the love the Cupids blessed the world with, they deserve to experience it for themselves. Amory and I stopped by our cars to chat. I wasn't sure how to find the right words, but I forced myself to try. I need to thank you, I said, for offering to help both financially and time-wise. She grinned at me. I think all of us fallen angels should pay back the money spent on us. On the motel's rent and food, kind of like some sort of payback loan situation. Or maybe even a pay it forward for the next angel system, so you and your family can stop floating us. I laughed at her language. You're really getting used to the lingo, aren't you? It made my heart melt. She shrugged. I'm being deadly serious, Abby. If all the angels that you've helped paid you back for even just their setup costs, what would that do for your family? I gulped at the mere thought, and my mind spun like a merry-go-round gone wild. My mom could probably pay off her mortgage, if I'm being honest. We'd always lived on very little, prioritizing helping the angels over ourselves. It was our family's calling, after all. But it would be so incredible if my parents could finally settle down in peace, especially financially speaking. It would blow their minds to see that happiness and generosity returned to them. Amory nodded once. Then I'm going to make sure it happens. I'm sure none of the angels that you've helped have any real idea that you put your own money into setting us up. If they did, I have absolutely no doubt they would have paid you back long ago. They have good hearts, and we all appreciate what you've given up for us. I opened my car door and fiddled with my keys. How did you work it out, Amory? I asked. She looked at me with a shrewd look in her eye. I put things together pretty quickly. Once we had to start paying our rent and bills, I immediately wondered who paid for that first month. Then I asked your mom and Billy told me the truth. I groaned. Of course he did. Hey, don't be mad at him. He told me the truth and I'm grateful. We're all so very grateful for everything, Abby, like I said. None of us would have this chance at life if it weren't for your family. I can't imagine what falling would be like, with the kind of support you offer as angel agents. It would be terrifying, quite frankly. I honestly don't want to even think about it. The ex-Cupid shuddered, before regaining her composure. I leaned against the car, a smile tweaking my lips. You're so welcome. I'd never want to let angels suffer. I'll always help, as long as I'm needed, but your offer to set up a network team of angel rescuers is incredible beyond words. It means I might be able to actually live my life a little. Find my own happiness, you know. I went to get back to the driver's side, but Amory stopped me. Speaking of which, she started. How would you feel about me setting up a date or something, for you and Pascal? My jaw dropped as I stared at her, my heart galloping. Did she just offer to Cupid me? That is, unless the rabbit thing bothers you, she asked, tilting her head to the side in question. I can understand if it does. Oh God, no. It's not that. I rushed to say, though when I paused to think about it, I definitely had some questions. But he is technically another species, right? I mean, are we even allowed to date? I asked. I couldn't believe I was even entertaining this, and wasn't just jumping into my car and hitting the gas. The Easter Bunny doesn't want to date me, does he? That just sounds insane. Amory gave me a placating smile, then slapped herself on the forehead. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I just realized you don't even know that he's a shifter, do you? I forget about that sometimes too. A shifter. I'd heard of them in fairy tales, of course, and I'd had my suspicions, but to know they were real was something else entirely. I glanced around nervously. Surely no one could hear us in this empty car park, but I was paranoid anyway. He's a shifter, Amory explained. As in, he's human most the time. Well, he looks like one anyway. He's obviously paranormal, or a magical, as some of us say. And he can shift or change into that massive bunny form anytime he likes. So he can control it? I asked, frowning. Like putting on a suit or something? I was struggling to wrap my head around quite how that worked in practice. Usually, sort of. But around Easter time he stays in bunny form constantly. He sort of doesn't have a choice on that front. The pull of the season and the stresses on him are obscenely strong at this time of year. I stared at her with a newfound respect and smiled. You really know a lot more than me, don't you? She chuckled loudly. Well, I do have a few unfair advantages there. One being that I'm over 200 years old, so I may have picked up a few things over the course of my angelic life. Don't worry, in time you'll learn. I sighed, sobering once more. So, what do I do, Amory? About Pascal, you mean? She asked, raising an eyebrow again. I nodded and chewed on my lower lip, so as not to reveal too much about the way I felt. Amory grinned at me, as though she knew what was going on in my head in real time. You really like him, don't you, Abby? I don't know him, I defended, licking my lips and averting my gaze. She arched her other eyebrow at me. But you want him anyway, right? Don't put it like that, I said, staring down at my feet as I scuffed my shoes on the roadside. Don't be embarrassed, she said quickly. It's normal to want to connect with and love another being. It's what makes life beautiful. That was true. Okay, yeah, but... Not buts, Amory interrupted me. I'll contact Pascal and I'll see what I can tee up. He doesn't have a cell phone, but the shifters all communicate with one another, and the Easter shifters have an internal telephone system, I think. I might be able to get a hold of their number. Where does he live? I asked, hoping it wasn't somewhere as bogus as the North Pole. Not far from here, actually, she said, not meeting my gaze. Amory, I said her name sternly, forcing her to look at me. Where does he live, exactly? You know, where most rabbits live, she answered with a hesitant smile. In a burrow of sorts. Underground. All nice and cozy. I gulped. Underground? I didn't like the sound of that one bit. Amory suggested it was cozy, but all I could think of was dirt and darkness. I've never been, Amory rushed to add. But the way Pascal explained it to me, the ground seemed very similar to our barracks in the clouds. Lots of bedrooms, all connected by a long hallway. There's working rooms, eating halls, space to socialize, etc. And he lives there all year round? I asked, my stomach twisting in knots. Even in human form? If that's the way to say it? I was still coming to grips with the terminology. She nodded. Yeah, I think so. But hey, I've been out of touch with Pascal for a while, so that's probably a question you could ask him. So, how about it? Can I set you two up? I've kind of missed the art of being a Cupid. I shook my head with a wry smile. I knew it. You want to Cupid me? I accused. Oh please, Amory begged, putting her palms together in a prayer sort of stance. Just one lunch or whatever. If it doesn't work out, at least you'd have learned something special about the paranormal world. No harm, no foul. I took my time thinking about her question. Instinctually, I knew I shouldn't do it. My gut twisted with something akin to worry and fear. But at the same time my breath caught in my throat, and I had to swallow hard to deal with the feelings that kept surging up and threatening to drown me like waves at sea. It's just lunch, Amory said again, her eyes twinkling with amusement. You said you were okay with the rabbit thing, right? I nodded, my mind wandering hopelessly back to my dreams. My cheeks blazed with heat, and I felt an ache blossoming downstairs all over again. Yeah. I am. Good. Then I'll set something up and call you, okay? She barely let me nod in agreement before sliding into her new little car and zipping off, just your everyday run-of-the-mill ex-angel on a mission. I watched her disappear into the distance and shook my head. That woman is a force to be reckoned with. Upon realizing that I was actually going on a date with the Easter Bunny, whether I liked it or not, happiness filled me up inside, desperate to explode like a shaken can of pop. With a grin on my face, I slid into my own car, laughing at the absurdity of it all. With my heart bouncing in my chest and my mood soaring above the clouds, higher than any angel ever could, I drove back home, singing along to my radio at the top of my lungs.
Chapter 6. Pascal. I'd totally forgotten that I even had a telephone in the burrow until the shrill sound of the old thing in my office rung, making my ears hurt. No one ever called that line, so this was a strange occurrence to say the least. It rang again and again, and I groaned, reaching for the silly contraption. The ringing finally stopped when I picked up the receiver and held the ancient corded device to my oversensitive ear. Hello? Hey Pa. It's Amory, how are you? I frowned at the sound of the familiar voice practically singing across the line, perplexed as all fuck. I'm okay. Is everything all right with you and Val? I racked my mind trying to think of a reason as to why the ex-Cupid might want to call me. This phone had been installed for real emergencies only. Oh yes, we're fine, she reassured me brightly. But we really need to get you a cell phone, Pascal. It's a necessity in this modern age, and it'd make this a whole lot easier. Where is this going? Why? I asked, dumbfounded by the very idea that someone would want or need to be able to communicate with me at any time of the day or night. Had people forgotten the concept of peace and quiet or privacy? So that we can contact you when we need you, silly, she exclaimed through the phone, sounding positively exasperated by my line of questioning. Do you have any idea how many people I've had to call before I could even get this number? It was insane. Let's just leave it at that. I would assume a lot. It's not like it was a readily available number. It was relegated to magical business only. Speaking of which, how did you get this number, Angel? I'd like to know who had our emergency number and would give it out when asked. I had no idea who would betray the trust of our secrecy so readily. That's not the point, Pascal, she said, still sounding too excited for this early in the morning. I rubbed my head with my fingers, where pain pounded behind my temples. Then what is the point, Angel? Something awesome, she declared. Can you guess what it is? She paused, I assumed for effect, then continued, the words practically spilling out of her in a torrent. Abby wants a date with you. So I told her I'd set up a lunch between you both ASAP. So, are you free today? My jaw dropped and it began to spin. She what? My ribs squeezed tight around my heart, and suddenly the headache that had been bothering me didn't matter anymore. I'd been going crazy the last few days staying away from my mate. I was working my tail off with my eyes fixed on the prize. Easter. After that I could do what I wanted to do, but not yet. I must focus. She wants to meet you for a date, and I recommended lunch, Amory babbled on, oblivious to my situation. I think she feels the mating call, even if she doesn't know how to identify it yet. But the great thing is, she's most definitely into you. Isn't that great? I coughed to clear my throat and bought myself a second to think, then swallowed hard. Look, Amory, I appreciate your help, but I can't date anyone right now. We're just 2 weeks out from Easter Sunday. I reasoned. There's a lot on the line. And, she said, sounding annoyed. You're letting something like that get in the way of claiming your fated mate. Are you for real right now, Pa? I closed my eyes and damned myself for telling Amory the truth about Abby being my mate. Amory. I can't shift back at the moment. At all. If I'm going to pursue Abby, and I definitely was going to, then I need to be a man. You're a man, Pa. You're a shifter, and she needs to see and appreciate you in both forms, don't you think? If you're going to be together forever, she needs to get to know all of you. Love knows no boundaries, no shame or hate. Love is everything you could ever dream of, and so much. Trust me, okay? Ex-Cupid and all that. I couldn't deny the truth of her words, but that didn't mean that I agreed with her. If I'd had my way, Abby would have met me in my human form first, and not seen my rabbit for as long as possible. It would have been different if she was a shifter herself, or part of the paranormal world more directly, but she wasn't. She was human, albeit with a gift, and I needed to connect with her in that way. I took a deep breath and tried to explain to Amory how I felt. But if I wait until after Easter Sunday, then I'll have a choice when and if I shift. Okay. If that's what you think is best, then that's fine, I guess. There was a long, dramatic, and silent pause. Damn it. What is it, Amory? I pressed. I just agreed with you, she said. It's fine. Oh, come on. What now? The girl was holding back on me, and it was as obvious as the day was long. I wasn't an idiot, and I certainly wasn't born yesterday. Well, Val and I, and all the other ex-angels, have decided to help out in a big way with the rescuing angel services. That's smart, I said, not understanding what that had to do with me or my present dating predicament. Yeah, thanks, she said. But that means that Abby and her family don't have half the reasons they used to stick around here anymore. They'll have money for the first time in a long time, because I'm encouraging all the angels who've been buoyed by them over the past 50 years to pay them back. It'll be wonderful for them to have that kind of financial freedom, don't you agree? My heart pounded inside my chest, slow and too hard. I could scarcely catch my breath. There was a worrisome inference to Amory's words, and I wasn't liking it one bit. What are you trying to say, Abby? I'm saying, she stopped to sigh loudly, that Abby's cousin Billy told us that Abby's always wanted to travel the world, but has never been able to even take a decent vacation. She stopped, and I knew it was to let me digest that information. I tried to rationalize my choice. It's only a few weeks, Amory. I can wait a few weeks to date her. It will be fine. My mate, just thinking about her again hurt. Damn, I miss her so much and I hardly even know her. I'd barely slept at all last night from all the thinking about her, and fantasizing about what I'd do to her when I finally got my human body back. Only a few weeks? Abby's snort was far from elegant. Sure thing, Pascal. Good luck with that. What's that supposed to mean? I snapped back, as anger swirled in my gut at her obvious disdain for my decision. Honestly, don't worry about it. I'll just let Abby know that you're not interested in dating her, and that I was wrong about you. I guess my Cupid radar isn't what it used to be. For fuck's sake. That's not fair, Amory. I don't have a damn choice. Yes? Yes you do, she fired back. And if you think you can stay away from your fated mate for 2 whole weeks, you're bloody well delusional. And if you also think you're going to be okay once Abby takes off traveling the world and meets someone else, you've got another thing coming, bunny boy. She won't meet another man, I growled back at the ex-angel as my irritation grew. I'm the one she's meant to be with. Amory's tinkling laugh sounded at the end of the line, and it grated on my nerves. Well, enjoy your work, Pascal. Chocolate and all that is obviously super important. You can't say I didn't try. I mean, why should you listen to someone who was once a Cupid? It's not like I know anything at all about love. I opened my mouth to say something back, but the phone clicked and a bleak, stagnant silence followed. She didn't just hang up on me. Words I wanted to give voice to froze in my mind. Hello? I called desperately into the phone. Hello, Amory. But there was no one there. She was gone. And worse still, she was going to tell my fated mate I wasn't interested in her. My world came crashing down as I slammed the receiver back into its cradle, overwhelmed and frustrated. Fuck! I yelled at the top of my lungs into the empty room. A nearby assistant opened the door and stuck her head into my office. Hey Eb. Are you okay? She asked, obviously having heard me shouting. I grabbed my ears and squeezed tight, a growl of anger rolling through my vocal cords as I tried desperately to contain my rage. Her eyes widened, then she turned tail and ran, closing the door behind her. Fuck. I collapsed into the chair, my head spinning. Amory had just poked a sore spot that was simply impossible for me to ignore. I didn't have time to pursue Abby 2 weeks out from Easter, it was just too much. There were still a million things left to do. It was the most stressful and hectic time of year for rabbit shifters. And she wasn't being fucking fair at all. Chocolate and all that? She knew it was so much more. How dare she? And aside from all that, I didn't want to date Abigail when I couldn't get naked and fuck her with my human body. But could I really wait until after Easter and risk losing Abby to her vacation plans? Surely she won't find a lover in that time. That wasn't going to happen, I consoled myself. But my stomach twisted at the thought and I reached up and squeezed my ears again. I could tear my fur out right now. Most of my life I'd always been grateful for my magical lineage, for my rabbit-shifting powers and my calling as the Easter Bunny. It brought happiness, hope, and chocolate treats to so many children, but in this moment, it really felt like everything sucked. Hard. And though I was loath to admit it, Amory had me second-guessing my own damn plans, and more than anything, that was the cherry on the cake of a very shitty day.
Chapter 7. Abigail. Thanks to Amory, within days of agreeing to accept the angel's help, my bank account was flooded with transactions. I'd never in my whole life seen so much money under balance. I can't believe it, I breathed in awe, staring down at my banking app on my cell phone. Billy's chuckle was full of true happiness, and it was a breath of fresh air to hear. So it turns out that helping those angels out all these years was the best savings account of all time. It seems kindness really does pay, he joked. The first thing I'm doing is buying a house and making myself comfortable. How about you, Abby? I dragged my eyes away from the shocking number of zeros in my account and glanced up to meet his gaze, utterly overwhelmed. I don't really know. I've never imagined I'd find myself in a situation like this. You don't? Billy said, taking a huge slurp of his chocolate malt milkshake. I would have thought you'd have a proverbial list of things you'd want to buy, Coos. Hey Billy, a pretty woman with a big smile said, appearing by our booth. She touched my cousin's shoulder, then continued over to the diner's counter with a sultry backward glance over her shoulder. Billy nodded, then his cheeks blossomed a soft shade of red. I forced my brain back to the present and grinned at my cousin, a burst of happiness exploding inside of me for him. So, you're actually going after Shelley now? I asked with a smile. It's about damn time. He didn't even answer, he just winked and slid out of the booth before swaggering after Shelley to the counter. I sighed and reached for a French fry and turned inward once more. Billy's innocent question had only brought something to the surface that I'd long since buried. My whole adult life I'd put my own dreams on hold for the sake of the angels. It would have been selfish of me to go off to Paris and leave my parents and other cousins to look after all the fallen angels, especially when it was my calling too, just as much as it was theirs. Not only that, but it had always seemed unwise to spend the only meager saving I had on a holiday. Experiences were nice, but when emergencies might crop up, it was better to save those funds for a rainy day. But now, holy shit, I can actually think about traveling. Or maybe even going to business college. My mind spun with the possibilities. They were practically endless. It was like a whole new world had opened to me. It was as if a magical door had appeared, and behind it were all of my dreams. I just had to find the courage to step through. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. I didn't want to be swept away by some pie-in-the-sky dream. And I certainly didn't want to be like those idiot lottery winners who blew all their money and were left with nothing. I definitely wanted some security, sure, but the rest of it, I just don't know. My cell phone rang, inviting a welcome distraction from my conundrum. I glanced down at the screen and smiled. It was Amory. I could use a real friend right about now. Hey, Amory. How are you? I answered. Hey sweetie. The ex-angel sang at me. I'm great. How are you doing? I'm good, I answered automatically, though I wasn't sure if I actually was. But the habit of being polite was so ingrained in me that it didn't matter. What's up? I asked. I've had a bit of a weird realization. My hair. I think it needs a cut. I paused for a moment, then began to chuckle. You've never had a haircut before? Of course she hasn't. She's an angel. She's used to nothing ever changing. She huffed. No. My hair has remained the same length ever since I reached maturity, but now it's changing and I'm not sure I like it. I smiled to myself. It was such a simple thing to take for granted. The angel was human now, which meant she had to face very human problems, such as hunger, thirst, attending to her ablutions and, of course, haircuts. And colors. I wonder if she'll let me play a little. I lifted my wrist and checked my watch. I can come by this evening if that suits you? Possibly around like 7 p.m.? Is that okay? Oh yes please. At my house? Amory asked. Or should I come to you? I don't mind either way. No, I assured her. I can come to you, it's no trouble. Sliding out of the booth, I added. I'd like to see Valentine too anyway, it's been ages. It'd be nice to catch up and have a chat. Okay. Sounds great, Abby, she said. I'll have hot chocolate ready to go. I'll see you soon. After Amory hung up, I filled my day with 2 other clients and some grocery shopping. It was beginning to irk me that the promise of the future wasn't as inviting as it perhaps should have been, and I could only put that down to one thing. Pascal. Meeting the Easter Bunny, the literal Ebb, had been strangely life-changing for me. I wasn't too sure as to the full extent of my feelings just yet, but I had an inkling that Amory was going to help me out there. The meddling Cupid just couldn't help herself. She missed her original calling, and was eager to help love blossom here on Earth. I arrived at Amory and Valentine's house at 5 minutes to 7, with my full hairdressing suitcase and a bag. I had no idea what Amory was going to opt for, so I came fully equipped. She could want a simple trim as easily as she could want to try an entirely new look and style. When I opened the car door, I couldn't help but smile as I watched the setting sun falling beneath the horizon behind Amory's house. It cast magnificent shades of pink and purple over the sky, and caused a tingle of happiness to burst to life in my heart. The front door opened as I was pulling the suitcases out of my trunk. Abby. Val called from the landing, waving. I shut the trunk lid and walked toward him. Hey Val. His grin was huge as he embraced me quickly, then went about grabbing my bag and case for me. You look like you're moving in with all this, he joked. I laughed softly. There probably isn't any room, is there? Amory said you guys were taking the latest fallen angel into your home, to help teach them the ropes of the world. Val pushed open the front door and I followed him inside. I loved their home. It was honestly way too big for them, but it was light and bright and homey. Plus with double incomes now, they could afford it. And who knew what the future held for them? Maybe they'd fill their house with the pitter-patter of tiny feet, before long. Well, actually we got them an apartment, Val explained as he shut the door. Because it wasn't a single angel, a couple fell together, so we thought more space would be better for them. That, and they'd likely appreciate the privacy. I stared at Val, immediately struck by his kindness and generosity. That's amazing. Oh, it's nothing, he said, brushing off my words and walking through the living room toward the kitchen. And how about Danielle? I asked. We put him up in a motel, but I haven't heard any more about him since. I know he was one of Amory's good friends. Val grinned over his shoulder. We were going to offer him the spare room, but we found a better option. He's living with another single male angel in the next town over. We thought he might feel a little weird here with us. Over there he's got his own space and is free to live the bachelor life until he finds the one. I hurried after Val. Wow. You guys have really jumped headlong into this whole endeavor. I'm so glad to hear it's working out. The aroma of a delicious savory meal wafted through the house, and we found Amory in the kitchen, serving up overly generous bowls of a rich, creamy pasta. "Oh, haven't you guys eaten dinner yet?" I asked, my own stomach growling from my lack of adherence to regular mealtimes. Amory grinned at me. "Nope, and neither have you, I'll bet. So, let's have some food together, and then you can convince me to do something crazy with my hair." "No," Val cried out dramatically, grabbing for his wife's hair and tangling his fingers in her golden curls. "I love it long, babe." Amory rolled her eyes. "I just thought it might be time for a change. Let's see what Abby says, huh?" We all sat down at their modern square glass table, our steaming bowls of pasta and decadent sauce in front of us. Amory and Val said a short grace for our meal, then we dug in. I moaned when the first bite hit my tongue in an explosion of flavor. It was glorious. "Holy wow. Amory, yum. This is seriously amazing." She grinned at me and wiggled triumphantly in her seat. I'm enjoying trying new recipes. Cooking is a new hobby of mine. I went on to ask her about their eating habits in heaven, and we chatted for a while. I was certainly glad I didn't have to sustain purely on sweets. They were delicious, but there was absolutely such a thing as too much of a good thing. And besides, I couldn't give up pasta to save my life. Amory knew it was a weakness of mine. Cheeky wench. Clearing his throat, Val turned to me and captured my attention. "So, I heard you met EB here the other day, is that right?" he asked. I stared down at my bowl, focusing on twirling my fork to secure the pasta. Yeah, I did." There was a strange silence that fell over the table, and when I glanced up, both Amory and Val were staring at me. "What?" I asked with a grimace. "Aren't you going to say anything else?" Amory pressed, her eyebrows dancing. "I thought you'd be keen to see him again." I took my time chewing my next bite, then forced myself to shrug with as much nonchalance as I could muster. "Well, you said you'd set something up, so I hadn't really thought about it much since then. You know, work and everything. It keeps me busy." Liar. Amory began toying with her food, her sparkling blue eyes alight with meddlesome mischief. "Well, I just happened to speak with Pascal the other day." She paused, as if waiting for a reaction. I finally groaned. "Yeah, and?" I popped another forkful of deliciousness into my mouth, and chewed. "He said he's too busy over the next few weeks to tee anything up, it being Easter and all." "Easter?" I repeated, forcing myself to swallow the pasta still in my mouth, even though my throat was thick with an emotion that was hard to describe. "That's not far, I suppose," I answered casually, taking a long sip of water. And it wasn't. What was a few weeks, really? We all had lives, and I could only imagine the season must be chaotic for him. I mean, he is the Easter bunny. Amory flicked her long blonde hair over shoulder. "I told Pascal that since you're newly cashed up, you might end up traveling a bit." "Yeah, that was always the plan," I managed to say. "Thank you for that, by the way. For everything you've done for my family. I really can't tell you what it means to me and my cousin." Amory waved her hand and picked up her own drink. "Don't be silly. It's a crime you weren't paid back years ago." But back to Pascal, and what I told him. "Are you actually planning on traveling now that you finally can?" I pressed my lips together, trying to think about the right thing to say next. It had always been my dream to take off around America, then go on to Europe maybe. Travel around, working for cash, sleeping in backpackers' hostels and seeing the most beautiful places in the world. Luxury hotels weren't my thing. If I was going to commit to an adventure, I wanted to be on the ground, experiencing real culture and beauty firsthand. "Yeah, maybe," I said. "Honestly, I don't have any firm plans just yet. I'm still reeling. I can't believe the opportunity even exists, let alone the fact I could seize it. It seems too good to be true in a lot of ways." Amory leaned forward over the table. "Well, I think you should start making plans. Take action. Seize your dreams. Claim the life you want. You certainly deserve it, Abby." You've done so much for so many, I think it's your time to shine. I smiled at her, my heart swelling at her sentiments. She made it all sound so simple. But I still wasn't sure what I wanted, and I was tying myself in knots over it. I felt plagued by indecision, and I hated it. Yeah, you're right. I'll have to give it some serious thought. But for now, since I'm here to do your hair tonight, should we talk about colors maybe? I raised my eyebrows at her, then at Val. If I could dodge the whole Pascal and big life decisions topic for the rest of the night, I certainly intended to. I'm just a big damn pile of I don't know. It was as maddening as it was frustrating, and I just wanted to focus on something down to earth, something simple that I loved, like hair. Those heavy thoughts weren't going anywhere, anytime soon anyway. I might as well just enjoy the time with my friends. Amory laughed at the look of sheer shock on Val's face as his eyes widened mid-chew. With a smile of my own, I reached for my suitcase so that I could show her my color books. Gorgeous virgin blonde hair like Amory's would absorb any color she wanted. And I was ready to play.
Chapter 8. Pascal. Amory's phone call had really put the wind up me. I felt like a cat dancing on a hot tin roof. I felt agitated, I couldn't think straight, and I certainly couldn't work. The need to see Abby grew with every passing minute, and was driving me to absolute distraction. And I might have been able to wait until after Easter, if that bloody ex-Cupid hadn't put it in my head that Abby was leaving at the first given opportunity, now that she had the means. When everyone else was in bed, I went out, making myself invisible to the world, but dressing in my traditional hoodie and jeans disguise, just in case. With determination, I made my way to Amory's house, getting more annoyed and agitated with every hop. I didn't know where Abby lived, or I probably would have gone past her place, just to reassure myself that she was still around. What would I do if she headed off traveling? Would I be able to find her? We were fated mates. Surely it couldn't be too hard to track her down. Could it? Fear and anger warred with each other, until I finally reached Amory's and Val's house. I stopped short, my eyes wide as I stared at the small red car parked in the drive. That was Amory's car. I remembered it from the last time I saw her, when we briefly sat down to talk over those ridiculously fluffy hot chocolates of Amory's. Is she here? My heart began to pound uncomfortably in my chest, and I glanced back down the street in the direction I'd just come. She was still here in town. She hadn't gone anywhere. She was still safely mine. I could hop on back to my burrow and feel satisfied, or at least somewhat relieved, now. Couldn't I? My feet seemed to have a mind of their own as they propelled me toward the front door. Then, like I was on some kind of autopilot, I lifted my arm and knocked twice. Now I'm not even able to control my hands. Great. The door opened and Valentine stood on the other side, a slow smile stretching his lips. Hey Eb. Long time no see. I stepped forward and shook the hand of the fallen angel I'd known for decades, long before his fall. It's good to see you, Val, I managed. Val shut the door behind me and extended his arm in invitation. I glanced around, looking for any sign that they were hiding the human I wanted so desperately to see. Val crossed his arms over his chest and raised an eyebrow at me, a knowing look in his eye. Looking for someone? I opened my mouth to retort, but then I heard it and froze. That musical laugh, the one that belonged to my beautiful mate. I turned toward the kitchen, heart still thumping away. Are they? I pointed at the closed door. Val nodded. Yep. They sure are. Are you unable to shift out of full bunny mode at the moment? He asked. Unfortunately, I said, all the while my legs further proved the point by doing that thing where they moved without my permission. Like I really was no more than a stupid twitchy bunny, and not a man in his own right. I sighed with deep-seated frustration and hung my head in defeat. God, this is humiliating. I just want to be able to shift already. Val grimaced in empathy and understanding as he trailed behind me, then stepped around my large furry form as I reached for the door. Allow me, he offered. The ex-angel pushed the door wide open to reveal an image straight out of a dream. My mate had her head thrown back as she laughed, her delight and joy as clear as day. Her beautiful long blonde hair was piled on top of her head in a messy bun, and a smudge of hot pink color was smeared across her cheek. She had a brush and a pair of scissors in hand, and Amory was sitting on a chair in front of her wearing a black nylon cape, her hair wet and wavy. Val cleared his throat officiously, interrupting the moment and shattering the dreamlike quality of my vision. Both women turned toward me. Pascal. Abby gulped, her expression changing from elation to worry faster than I could blink. Hey EB. Amory grinned at me from her seat while I struggled to speak. Fancy seeing you out of your burrow. I thought you'd be holed up there for the next few weeks. Abby put her scissors down and busied herself with picking up a flashy black hair dryer. Turning it on low, she started waving it over Amory's hair, keeping her gaze fixed on her task. Ah no. I wanted to come by and say hi, I managed to say, though everything inside of me was literally struggling to function properly. My heart was pounding too hard, and my throat felt thick and hot, like I'd swallowed a cupful of pan-fresh liquid caramel. I could barely speak, and I found myself wanting nothing more than to reach over and grab Abby and pull her into my arms. Well, hi, Amory said, waving at me and grinning like the cat who'd found a bowl of cream. I did my best not to glare at her, but it was an exercise in futility. Fucking hell. Arrogant little Cupid. She knew I wouldn't be able to stay away from Abby. I kind of need to finish drying her hair, Abby said suddenly, waving her hand at Amory's new do. Are you going to stick around for a while? She asked. My mind whirled and my stomach burst into a storm of chaotic butterflies, but I nodded regardless. Yeah. I stumbled, lost for words. Val opened the fridge, grabbed a couple of beers, then rejoined me. All right, girls. Pascal and I will have a beer in the lounge. You two take your time. Thanks, sweetheart. Amory said with a broad grin. Val handed me my beer and walked back to the lounge. I gripped the cold bottle and stood transfixed, just staring at Abby as she worked. Damn, she is beautiful. Come on, man. Val called. Abby gave me an apologetic smile, then turned the hairdryer on to full strength to get the job done. The kitchen was filled with noise and the spell was broken. Abby was working and focusing, and I had to get out. I turned and went to the lounge, falling into the huge sectional with the beer still clasped firmly in my furry hand. Val stared at me with a knowing smirk. What? I demanded, my tone a little grouchier than I would have liked as I took a swig of my beer. The ex-angel laughed softly. Oh mate, you got it bad. I groaned and took another drink. Boy, did I need some liquid courage. Yeah, of course I do, I admitted without preamble. She's my mate, I know that. But I'm in freaking bunny mode. I can't even kiss her. I took another few gulps of beer and sighed. What the hell am I even doing here? Valentine shifted on the couch and shrugged casually. I think you might need to stress a little less, Eb. If she's truly your mate, won't you be together forever? I frowned at him. You do know the definition of a fated mate, right? Val just laughed. Humor me here. If she's your ideal match, your forever girl, then won't she have to deal with bunny mode every year? Forever? He asked, soundly far too reasonable. I opened my mouth to speak, then stopped. Ah yeah. But I didn't dare say it out loud. I didn't want to give these bloody Cupids any more satisfaction that their gifts were as on par as ever. Instead I said, in a year she'll love me enough to look past all this, but right now, she doesn't. All she can see is the fur and the ears and the fucking tail. Dear God. It's a damn miracle she hasn't run for the hills already. Val's lips quivered with a very obvious and poorly suppressed laugh. I knew my fluffy tail was hilarious to most people, but to me it was the same as having a bad haircut, you just had to wait for it to grow out. And in my case, I just needed to wait for it to stop being Easter so I could shift back. I wasn't ashamed of my tail or being a rabbit shifter, but other magicals and paranormals just didn't quite get it. And don't get me wrong, I had a healthy sense of humor about it, you had to, but sometimes it just got too much. especially at this time of year. The ex-Cupid sighed heavily. Pascal, if you want my honest opinion, you're being a bit of an idiot. I scoffed at him and looked away. I probably was, but I couldn't see another option at this point. I was stressed out at work, utterly distracted by having found my fated mate, and it was getting seriously hard to suppress my insanely high sex drive. To say I was frustrated and strung out would be the understatement of the year. Slamming down my beer, I tried to stop the heavy spiral of negative thoughts from dragging me down along with them. Keep it together, Eb. You're stronger than this. When the hairdryer sounds finally stopped, the door to the kitchen flew open and Amory flounced out, spinning and flicking her now rainbow hair about in a flurry of color. Valentine got to his feet, his eyes wide with surprise, but his lips curved into a broad smile. You look gorgeous. I love it, he praised. Amory rewarded his compliment with a huge hug. Thanks, babe. I love it too. Abby was grinning from behind them as she packed up her supplies into a large suitcase. It's only semi-permanent, so it'll wash out and fade into a pastel ombre over time. But I think it's the perfect Easter hair. Bright, fun, and fresh. Amory did look great, I had to admit. My mate had done an incredible job and was clearly very talented. But it was Abby that I wanted to gobble up. Are you heading home then, Abby? I asked her as casually as I could, getting quickly to my feet. Abby nodded, zipping up her suitcase and grabbing for the big trolley handle to wheel it out. Yeah, it's pretty late and I have work tomorrow. So, I better get going. She walked toward me, slinging the other bag she'd brought over her shoulder. I'll walk you out, I said, not waiting for her to answer. I just grabbed the handle on her suitcase from her, my furry fingers brushing hers in the exchange, before I waved to my angel friends. See you guys later. There were some soft murmurings behind me, but I didn't bother to turn around or look back. I just opened the front door and walked the suitcase over to Abby's little red car, then stood by and waited for her to unlock the car and pack her things. I wanted to help, but I didn't want to overstep so early on in our relationship, so just waited patiently, my heart thumping the whole time. I got the feeling very quickly that Abby was used to being an independent woman, and I had no intention of insinuating otherwise by putting the macho moves on too soon. She took a few minutes sorting it all out, but then she came around to the front of the car, slamming the trunk on her way around. Thanks for helping me, she said. There was no one else around now, and yet I felt unbelievably nervous. She stepped up to me, reaching for the car door handle. Do you need a lift back to your house? She asked. I gulped back my instant reaction, which was to tell her exactly what I wanted to do with her back at my burrow. No, thank you. It's fine. I can run. Abby's green eyes were incredibly beautiful, and there was only a scant foot between us now. My sensitive nose could already smell her divine feminine musk, and my hands were just aching to reach out and grab her. In the interest of not fucking things up, I went to take a step back, away from her. Don't mess this up, bunny boy. But Abby did the only thing that could have stopped me in my tracks. She touched me, and not in an erotic way, she simply reached out and slipped her hand into mine. I tried to stifle the groan that ripped its way through my vocal cords, but instead I ended up squeezing her hand tighter in response, my chest heaving with every breath as we stared into each other's eyes. Oh, did I hurt you? She asked softly, stepping even closer and not letting go of my hand. I shook my head, afraid to speak, to shatter the perfect moment, us, alone, beneath the stars, the future of what could be a whisper on the distant dawn. Then she smiled with the radiant beauty of the sunshine peeping out from behind dark storm clouds. My ridiculously strong and muscular legs practically turned to jelly on me, and my soul sang like a bird on the wing. My mate was truly the most spectacular woman in the world. And no matter how many times I pinched myself, I still couldn't believe she was destined to be mine. Okay, great, she said. Then hop in and I'll drive you back home. Then she let go of my hand and slid into the car. I was left standing, frozen in place, utterly flabbergasted. Ah, okay, I said to the cool night air. What else was I going to say now? I couldn't very well turn her down when she's very tangibly insisted. So despite my racing heart and twitchy feet, I went around to the passenger side and hopped into the car. "Which way?" she asked brightly, gripping the steering wheel and sitting up straight. I coughed to clear my throat. The easiest entrance is near the diner." She laughed softly. "Where I first spotted you." "Easily done. I know it well." Then she pulled the car out of the driveway and took off down the street, the scent of her sweet, sweet body filling the air between us and driving me wild. Focus on the pain, Pascal. Bite it down. You cannot let the need to breed take over. This must be on Abby's terms or not at all. If I scare her away now, I could lose her forever. I shuddered to think, and silently prayed to the heavens that I could keep my shit together for as long as it took.
Chapter 9. Abigail. I drove in the direction of the diner, with my breath lodged firmly in my throat, and my hands gripping the steering wheel just a little too hard to be comfortable. Licking my lips in the silence, I tried to steady my frantic heart. Pascal was in my tiny little car right beside me, his lovely fluffy silvery gray ears folded over as they touched the roof. Does that hurt him? Should I ask? He wasn't wearing any shoes, but he'd shoved his impressive shifter body into a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt again. I had to assume that certainly wasn't too comfortable. He'd likely feel much better if he were free and unencumbered by human-designed clothing. But I wasn't about to tell him to strip, especially not here and now. My cheeks heated at the thought, and I cleared my throat, striking up a conversation to detract from the annoying twinge I was nursing between my thighs. "So, you'd be super busy around this time of year, right?" I asked, knowing I probably sounded thick as a plant, but I couldn't cope with the silence or the ache niggling at me a moment longer. "Yeah, too busy to be honest," he said with a sigh. "It's all stations go in the borough. We even have extra shifters working in the lead up to Easter Sunday." He paused, then gazing out his window at the stars before continuing. "I'd been hoping to catch up with you at some point. I wanted to try and get to know you better, but between the Easter hours and the full-time bunny thing, I just haven't managed it. So please accept my apologies there. It's not been for lack of wanting to see you. Believe me." I frowned at him, throwing a look over to the passenger side of the car. "What do you mean when you say the full-time bunny thing?" I asked, returning my gaze to the road ahead. "I certainly don't want to become a roadside statistic." He moved in his seat as though uncomfortable. "Well, the shifter thing," he clarified, his tone noticeably anxious. "I wanted to ask you out on a date, but assumed you'd rather go out with me when I looked like a man. This form is not ideal." He blew out his breath in exasperation as he gestured at himself. I glanced over at him again, flashing him a broad smile before looking back at the road. "I'd love to go out with you anytime, Pascal." And I would. It had been on my mind nonstop, and I'd sought relief in my little pink bunny-earned toy on more than one naughty occasion. He smiled, though I only caught a glimpse of it as I steered. "I think we should wait until after Easter," he suggested. "It would be best." I sighed at the expected response. I hated that he had such clear issues with his beautiful Easter bunny self. But I knew from years of living with my own self-doubt that what other people say doesn't change a thing. The change had to come from within. And obviously he wasn't there yet, so I had no choice but to agree, albeit against my true wishes. "Yeah. I guess," I answered softly, unable to hide just how crestfallen I felt. He turned his body toward me, his expression crumpled with confusion. "What do you mean, you guess? Don't you want to date the man, the real Pascal?" I shrugged with a grimace. "Sure. Okay, whatever suits." He groaned and pressed a large paw to his face. I glanced over at him with a frown. "What's wrong?" "You're driving me insane," he said as if it were obvious, his volume raised. "Me?" I scoffed at him in instant disbelief. "Hang on a minute, I'm not the one who doesn't like the whole rabbit thing. I'm okay with it. You have some serious issues to get over, Pascal. The real you is all of you, and the sooner you accept that, the better." I heard him grump at me, but I didn't bother looking over at him again, I just focused on the road. I fucking hated feeling this confused. Does he want me or not? Why is he actively trying to force me away from this part of him? And what is he so afraid of? It doesn't make sense. He's the freaking Easter Bunny. When we reached the diner, part of me was insanely relieved to know that Pascal would soon be getting out of the car, and I could speed away in a huff and lick my wounds of rejection in peace. But then the other part of me was already as fragile as glass, and sad that we'd be parting yet again. The conflicting emotions were hard to swallow, and made me feel more than a little tetchy with irritation. Before long I pulled up into the car park closest to the forest, away from the lights, and released the breath I'd been holding. Well, there you go. I glanced over at him to prompt action. He stared at me mutely with an intensity that didn't suit his bunny exterior at all, but what he didn't seem willing to accept was that I didn't see the fur and the cute nose, not really. I saw the man and the soul beneath it all, and it bugged the shit out of me that he was slamming on the brakes before even giving us a chance. Was he just afraid of being hurt? We all are, buddy. Aren't you going to go? I asked, gripping the wheel until the old leather squeaked beneath my grip. I definitely stepped outside of my comfort zone for him. If he couldn't do the same, then we were dead in the water anyway. He continued to stare at me and didn't respond. What the hell is he thinking right now? Frustration built within me with every passing second that he remained in my presence, and I was fast approaching my limit. I could feel it like a pot about to boil over. Look, it was nice to see you again, but I offered you a ride because I thought you were interested in me. But I was obviously wrong. And so was Amory. So can you just go now, please? I winced at the pleading tone in my voice, but I forged ahead regardless. I had nothing to lose at this point. We were clearly over before we'd even had the chance to really begin, and nothing I did or said mattered now. I'm exhausted, and getting embarrassed on top of everything else. Please don't make this any more awkward than it already is. I tried in vain to regulate my breathing. I was almost hyperventilating now, my chest rising and falling with simmering emotion. Pascal leaned forward, closing the gap between us, reaching for my face. His paws were so soft against my skin that I closed my eyes on a hopeless sigh. Holy shit. May I kiss you? He whispered, his breath warm against my face. A gasp tore from my throat and my eyes shot wide open. I could scarcely believe my ears. Was he going to try to get over his hang-ups and give this a chance? My heart raced and my whole body trembled against his touch. Without further prompting, I let go of the steering wheel and reached for him in return. Grabbing onto his hoodie, I tugged him as close as the car seats would allow. He wasted no time. Pascal made his move, kissing me hard and passionately, holding nothing back. I couldn't help the shameless moan that emerged from me as the kiss went on, for what felt like a perfect eternity. The fur on his face was softly scratchy, like a man with a full beard, and the heat that grew between us burned even hotter with every stolen moment. I pulled away suddenly, breaking the delicious kiss, determined to take action and do the very thing I'd been too afraid to do before. Will you come home with me? I asked with a breathless intensity that thrilled me and scared me in equal and dizzying measures. He stared at me as though assessing what I was actually asking, then nodded, his eyes blazing with the desire I'd secretly been longing to see since I first met him. Is your place far? He countered. I reached for the gear stick and released the handbrake like a race car driver. No. 2 minutes max. My belly trembled with excitement as I drove us back to my house. I can't believe this. Pascali's hand slid over my thigh and gripped my knee in a sexily possessive manner. The move made me regret wearing jeans tonight. I wanted to feel his paws on me, all over me. I wanted to know what it truly felt like to make love to the Easter Bunny, the man, the shifter, and the myth. I wanted to experience him in all his magical glory. I pulled the car into my driveway and scrambled out, racing to the front door so I could unlock it before Pascal could change his mind. As soon as I pushed open the door, I felt his arms wrap around me from behind, holding me in place. My eyes slid closed as his lips kissed their way along my neck and nipped at my shoulder. It felt so incredible to be in his arms, and to feel his heat and strength surround me. "Let me show you the bedroom," I said, pulling away to grab his hand and drag him inside. I managed to shut the door before us, before pointing to the room to the right of the hallway, where the master bedroom was located. The bed wasn't made and there were clothes strewn on the floor, but I didn't give a damn. The fucking Easter Bunny is in my bedroom. Pascal picked me up in his strong, fluffy arms and carried me to the bed, where he placed me down gently. I began to strip, wanting to get out of my clothes as fast as humanly possible and beneath the sheets. My erotic Easter dreams flashed like a movie stuck on fast forward behind my eyes, and I bit my lower lip, aching with smoldering need and anticipation. It's happening. This is really happening. Pascal stripped off his hoodie, then stopped at his jeans, his gaze finding mine. I raised an eyebrow as I shoved my own jeans off the bed and tugged at my t-shirt. "I hope you're not stopping there?" I asked, my heart hammering in my chest. What was he thinking? Was he going to deny me bunny dick? He smiled and reached out to cup my face tenderly. "For the moment, beautiful. Just trust me, okay? If this is real, we'll have all the time in the world." I nodded, and threw my t-shirt onto the pile of clothes on the floor. "All right. Let's see where this goes." "Lie back," he coaxed. I did as Pascal asked, shuffling up the bed to lie on my back. But a moment later Pascal reached for my thighs, and tugged me down the mattress toward him. I gasped at the feel of his soft paws on my skin, then raised my ass up as he grabbed my underwear by the elastic and tugged them down my legs and over my ankles. My belly quivered with excitement. He kneeled down on the carpet at the end of my bed and pressed open my thighs. "I have been wanting to taste you since the first day I saw you," he breathed. "What?" I began to ask, but froze a heartbeat later. Pascal set his lips to my inner thigh and nibbled his way up to my core, then licked my clit with one long languid swipe of his tongue. "Oh my God!" I cried out, jerking with immediate pleasure. Then he truly began to eat me. He slid both hands under my ass and lifted me up like a man starved, reverently bringing his meal to his mouth. He suckled at my aching clit, flicking his tongue over my hot flesh, teasing and working me from side to side in a maddening fashion. I cried out as pleasure assaulted me. Flames of delicious heat flickered inside my pussy, making me ache for him in a way that threatened to burn me alive with desire. When he moved his hands so that he could slide two thick fingers inside of me, I practically sobbed with relief. But he didn't stop there. He pumped his fingers inside my wet pussy, all the while his lips, teeth, and tongue tortured my clit relentlessly. My hands curled into fists, tightening in the sheets beside me. I moved to reach for his head, then pulled back, unsure of where I should touch him. "Oh, God!" I cried out again, my belly clenching tight as my orgasm built to pussy-quivering heights. I could feel myself racing toward the edge, but I didn't want to topple over alone. I wanted him to come with me. "Pascal!" I moaned, his name like a prayer on my lips as I arched my back and raised my hips. He looked up and smiled at me. "I need you to come like this, beautiful. Let me devour you." When I offered no further protests, he set his head back between my thighs, a man on a mission. How was I going to argue with that? I couldn't, or perhaps it was more accurate to say I wouldn't. I released the clamp on my sense of modesty, and allowed the sinful noises of my ecstasy to flow freely. I groaned and moaned, gasped and cried, making far too many carnal and inhuman sounds to count. If the Easter Bunny wanted me, there was no way I was going to hold back, not now. Pascal nibbled and suckled, lavishing me with the wicked talent of his mouth, pushing me higher and faster than I'd ever gone before. Then with a final flick of his tongue, and several deep thrusts of his furry fingers, he sent me flying over the edge and spiraling uncontrollably into a world of wild and unrepentant orgasmic bliss.
Chapter 10. Pascal. I had died and gone to heaven. Abby's pussy was as sinfully tasty as it was beautiful, and I was still in deep. Her milky thighs crushed against my head in a vice-like grip as she reached the crescendo of her orgasm. She trembled violently on the bed and cried out, her voice carrying throughout the house. Her pussy clenched and her body shivered around my fingers, and I reveled in every delicious shudder and shake. She is absolutely perfect in every way. I allowed myself to enjoy her screams, gasps, and soft sighs of ecstasy and happiness. These moments in time were fleeting, and I stretched them out as long as I could. I nibbled her inner thighs and nuzzled at her clit, staying exactly where I was, not wanting to move. But I could hear her coming down from her release-induced high, so the spell was bound to be broken any second now. "Pascal, come up," she whispered, opening her thighs and loosening her grip on my head. "Please." I surreptitiously used the sheets to wipe my face so that I could crawl up beside her and lay down, before pulling her protectively into my arms. I'd never ever in my whole life been with a human woman while in rabbit form, until this moment. It was unsettling to say the least. I was happy to lavish her with love, but to have her reciprocate. I didn't want that for her. Not now, not like this. It wouldn't work. Abby laid her head on my chest, and while I worried about my fur pressing into her face, her small hand brushed along my stomach, and she made no complaint. "Aren't you going to take your pants off?" she ventured. She wanted to have sex, and that was understandable, considering the attraction that burned so strongly between us. But it just wasn't possible. I kissed her lips, taking my time in exploring her mouth. When she began to unbutton my jeans, I grabbed her hand and broke our kiss. "No. I can't." Her eyebrows drew together, and she looked hurt, as if she believed I was rejecting her advances or desires. "What do you mean you can't?" "I mean, I can't," I said, not sure how to better explain it. I'd never had to before. My anatomy is different when I'm in shifter form. Things wouldn't work between us. I still feel turned on and strongly desire you, but we just aren't compatible in my current state. I couldn't blush while in rabbit form, for which I was grateful. Otherwise, I would have died of shame in that moment. I'd be as bright as a beet. Abby's jaw dropped and her beautiful pink lips parted. "Oh. I hope that doesn't change things between us," I said, keeping a tight grip on her out of fear she might try and scramble out of the bed in disgust. Instead, she threw her leg over mine and cuddled in even closer. "No, not at all. Will it be okay when you can shift back?" "Is that the right term?" she asked, gazing up at me. I kissed the top of her head, loving the empathy and understanding she was showing for a creature others might think an abomination. "Yeah, that's perfect. And the short answer is yes, as soon as Easter Sunday is over, I'll be able to shift back to being human. Then I can fuck you as much as you want." She made a strange snorting scoff noise sound, then grinned up at me. "Ah. I'm glad to hear it." I chuckled at the lovely pink blush in her cheeks. "Well, the saying, 'Go at it like bunnies,' comes from somewhere, my love. And I'll be only too happy to show you what traits I still possess while in human form." She blinked up at me, her eyes growing a little wide at my speech. I thought I was being open and sexy, and maybe even a little crude for shock value. It was a combo I'd hoped she'd appreciate. "Did you just call me my love?" she asked, her gaze searching. "Fuck. Too much? Too soon?" Yeah, I did," I admitted, swallowing at the lump that was forming in my throat. She stared up at me, her expression strangely serene. A part of me wanted to pull away and find somewhere to hide, but there was nowhere to go. While a larger, more prominent part of me stood by my words. I hadn't said anything untrue. I just had to hope and pray I hadn't crossed a line and freaked her out. I really was happy to take all of this at her pace. I'd follow her lead, as long as her desires were safe and right for the both of us. Thankfully, she changed the subject. "Hey, do you want to come chat with me while I have a quick shower?" "Sure," I said, grinning down at her. She kissed me quickly on the lips, then slid off the bed. "The ensuite's on the small side, but come in." I followed her into the quaint bathroom, loving the view of her hips swinging and her perfectly round ass jiggling enticingly as she walked. She turned on the shower a moment later, and soon slipped under the hot water and began washing her hair and lathering up her body. I would have loved to get in with her, but there was no way I could show her my full rabbit body, nor clogging her sink with my fur. We still had time for all that, when they'd gotten to know each other a little bit better. Baby steps. Just take this one date and one day at a time. So, she said. Tell me why I feel like I need to ask you to move in with me, like, now. She posed the question so nicely and with humor, and yet the answer expected serious. I didn't know if I wanted to tell her the truth. Not yet. But if not now, then when? Ah? I leaned against the wall and stared at the bathroom floor. I'm not quite sure how to answer that, Abby. My mate smiled. Oh, I know. This is so sudden. But you know what I'm talking about, don't you? She asked. I mean, you don't think I'm crazy, do you? I lifted my gaze to stare at the beauty before me. She had her head slightly tilted back, water cascading over her long hair. God, she's a dream come true. I don't think you're crazy, I answered with small smile. It was all I could say for the moment. Taking the hint, Abby changed the subject again without missing a beat. So, what did you think about Amory's hair? I was thinking about doing something similar for Easter, myself. Maybe just a pastel pink and a pale lilac ombre to go with my blonde. I think that'd look quite seasonal. But I'm just talking a once-off rinse. Rainbow colors are a lot of work to maintain, and I tend to get kind of lazy with my own hair when I'm busy doing everyone else's. I smiled at the vision she painted, and I liked what I saw. Yeah, I think that would look amazing. She continued to wash her hair, pouring shampoo into her hands, then scrubbing her long blonde locks from root to tip. I didn't know what else to say, so I just watched her, appreciating the opportunity to drink in her beauty. Her pink nipples looked so tempting, just like juicy raspberries, and every time she turned or moved, her breasts bounced in a way that had me dying to pull her out of the shower so that I could lick, suckle, and ravish her all over again. So, are you going to explain to me what the whole attraction thing is? I sighed and straightened against the wall. You're really not going to let this go, are you? Abby's laughter filled the bathroom as she rinsed off her suds. No, because it's obvious you're hiding something from me. So just tell me. It certainly can't be harder than saying you can't have sex with me, even though we both want to. She was right, but then again, how the hell was I going to say this correctly? Well, and for the record, I didn't want to tell you this yet because I don't want you to feel like you have to be with me. Okay? So this is officially your last chance to stop me, to maintain the mystery and decide for yourself how you feel in your own time. I stared at her and waited. She simply grabbed the hairbrush and started working through the tangles in her hair. Nope, she said brightly. So out with it. Tell me. I inhaled sharply. It was finally time for the truth. She thought she was ready. And if she really was my mate, she wouldn't run or leave me, right? Fuck. It's now or never. Okay, so the thing is, you're my fated mate. It's like soulmates, but for paranormals and magicals. And I know you're not a shifter or a witch, but since you can see falling angels, I can only assume you must have some sort of magic in your blood. So, yeah. There you have it. Abby dropped the hairbrush, and it clattered loudly in the small wet space before she swooped down to pick it up again. Ah, sorry. My bad. That just wasn't what I was expecting. I shifted on my feet and gulped. Well, there it is. The truth. I'm sorry, Abby. She set the brush down, rinsed her hair and turned off the water, her brow furrowed as she stepped out of the glass stall. Why are you sorry? Did you want another rabbit shifter as your mate? She reached for a towel, far too calm in my panicked opinion. No. I'm just sorry that you are kind of stuck with me now. The rule of fated mates are, now that we've met, we won't ever want to be apart. And I know you're keen to travel and see the world. Abby dried herself like she was used to doing it fast, wrapped the towel around her body, and then walked out the door. I followed after her, but the stiffness in her shoulders told me that I'd just pushed her into seeing that our relationship was not in fact going to be all sunshine and roses. What do you mean I can't travel? She said, her tone calm but terse as she pulled on her pajamas with annoyed and jerky movements. You can. I corrected myself, immediately regretting my choice of words. God damn you, Pascal. Of course you can. I misspoke. What I mean is that I'll miss you, and you'll miss me. Couldn't you just come with me? She asked, tugging on a pink pajama top over her wet hair. Then we wouldn't need to be apart. I stopped, a frown marring my expression as I thought about it. I've never actually left the city. I don't go far from the borough, to be honest. I'm not even sure if I can. Well, we're going to need to find out, she said. I want to know what my life is going to be like. I stared at her, almost afraid to believe that I'd just heard what she'd said. You want to be with me. Still. You don't feel pushed or trapped or anything? She rolled her eyes and smiled back at me, filling my soul with the most profound sense of relief. No, I don't feel any of that. And of course, I still want to be with you, Pascal. But I want to know everything. What I can do, what I can't. And where we're going to live. She adjusted her pajamas and stood tall. Hey, can we go see your house? I gulped. She was being far more understanding and cooler about all of this than I could have ever dared dream. Like now, she asked, putting her hands on her hips, her brows raised. I'd opened a can of worms on this one now, and I had no idea how to put the jack back in the box. Shit just got really real and fast.
Chapter 11. Abigail. If I was going to be eternally linked to the Eater Bunny, then I wanted to know exactly what I was getting myself into. Obviously, due to issues of anatomy, we couldn't have sex at certain times of the year, which I could live with, but what other kinds of rules were they? I continued to stare at Pascal, brow raised, hands on my hips, hoping he'd get the message. It's almost midnight, he said sheepishly. Are you sure you want to go see the borough now? Fuck it. I'd been exhausted before our intimate session, and had desperately needed sleep. In fact, I'd been an irritated, borderline mess. Now though, I was buzzing with energy. I'd had one of the best orgasms of my life. I was fresh, clean, and comfy. Well, I'm not super tired anymore. I've had a bit of a second wind, I told him, crossing my arms over my pajama top. But from the sounds of your hesitation, I'm guessing it's better to see your place during the day. Pascal smirked in response. Considering how well things were going, all things considered, that was a strange reaction, and it made the simmering flame of anger in my belly flare to life. What's so funny? I asked, confused. He shrugged. Oh, it's just the way you say my place, as if it's a house or a mansion or something. Well, what is it? I asked. Had he called it a burrow before? Like a real rabbit burrow? Amory had mentioned it was underground. And Pascal had made a passing comment about workrooms. I mulled the thought over. So, he lived in some kind of Easter Bunny community? Maybe that was more like it. Oh. God. Can I hack that? It's a burrow, he said simply. It's a system of underground, interconnected tunnels for all of my colony, including work and living spaces. Your colony. I repeated, gulping back the lump in my throat. As in all rabbit shifters? How many are there? He tilted his head as though thinking. Well, my burrow is specifically for those that work for the Easter Bunny and their families. Though most of the shifters who work for me are single and young, so it's not like we have too many kids living in our burrow. It's orderly if that's what you're worrying about. We have a system and a comfortable way of life. I had to sit down, my head was starting to hurt. Thankfully the bed was nearby. I threw back the covers and climbed onto the mattress and made myself comfortable. Okay, I said, trying to come to terms with it all. So you're saying you live underground together, and there's other burrows around the place with other rabbit shifter colonies? He nodded, walking closer to the bed but stopped short of getting under the covers with me. I forged ahead. And you've mentioned before that the rabbits that live with you work on Easter stuff. Do they actually make the chocolates? Wrap them? Prepare them for delivery, maybe? I felt like an idiot asking questions that I was sure he thought were juvenile or obvious, but I was definitely out of my depth here. I mean, I'd lived in a world my whole life where you go to the local grocery store to buy human-made confectionery, chocolate eggs, bunnies, and all manner of seasonal sweets. To learn the Easter Bunny was a real, in-the-flesh entity, and not only that, but that he played a key role in local Easter traditions just blew my mind. But Pascali's smile was beautiful, and it lit up his whole face. I reminded myself to remain calm, and take my time digesting all this new information. Our worlds were different, but with time and understanding, we could make it work, I was sure. And as I calmed down, I couldn't help but admire his incredibly muscled body and marvel at his strength. He must be the most handsome rabbit shifter alive. How about I show you everything tomorrow, he suggested. Then I can give you a proper tour? I nodded with a smile, and pulled back the covers for him, inviting him to join me, all the while steeling myself for the possible rejection that might be coming my way. Are you staying? I asked hopefully, my cheeks flushing with warmth. The Easter Bunny regarded me thoughtfully, his gaze softening. I'd love to, if you're okay with that? It was my turn to simply nod and smile. He climbed into bed with me, his fur brushing up against me as he snuggled in. As soon as he put his head on the pillow, I rolled over to lay on his chest. Can I say something without you freaking out? I asked, my heart skipping. He set his paw on my back and inhaled sharply as if preparing for whatever I might say. Yes? Go for it, he answered. I giggled and turned my face into his fur, nuzzling him and inhaling his scent. I love how soft you are in this form. He chuckled softly and lifted up my pajama top so that he could set his paw against my skin. I'm very grateful you feel that way. With his other paw he stroked my hair, brushing stray strands from my face. I closed my eyes expecting to lay with him, wide awake for hours, but instead, sleep came easily and with a sigh of contentment I dreamed. I woke up to a sumptuous, hot-cooked breakfast just brimming with sugar. It smelled heavenly and the delicious aroma filled the house. Wow, thank you, I said, my eyes wide with an instant hunger as I sat up and a plate of pancakes with melty chocolate chips was placed on my lap. You seem to have a sweet tooth like the Cupids, I observed with an appreciative grin. Pascal laughed and sat down on the bed with his own stack. Yeah, well, this time of the year is all about chocolate, so I do indulge, I must admit. The rest of the year though, not so much. We have a pretty well-rounded diet, just like most, I think. I cut up the pancakes and forked some into my mouth. I moaned. These are so good, Pascal. The fluffy breakfast cake dissolved in my mouth, and I swallowed, ready to attack my next mouthful. So, are we heading off when we're done? I asked. He nodded as he cut into his stack. Yeah, if we can. That would be great. My team will start to worry if they don't see me soon. As you can imagine, I don't sleep away from home very often. I grinned at him. I'll take that as a compliment. Did you sleep well? He groaned. Amazingly well. Either I need a new mattress back at the burrow, or you need to sleep with me every night from now on. I feel so well rested. I stared down at my pancakes, not quite sure how to answer that. I was excited to figure this all out, but I didn't have any firm answers for him just yet, so I asked another question. Is that what would happen? If we decide to follow this fated mate thing? Pascal choked on his pancake and started coughing madly to clear his airway, catching labored breaths in between each painful-looking spasm. I reached out to pat him on the back. But he stood up abruptly and paced the room, spluttering away until he cleared the blockage. He managed to choke out. I stared at him, not understanding for a moment, then realized what I'd said. I misspoke. Bloody words. Oh. I mean. It's fate, right? We will be. I just meant, like, maybe you could try living here. Or maybe we could live somewhere else. Does we have to be in the burrow? Pascal was still struggling, that was obvious, and I hadn't helped matters. I could see it in his expression and body language, clear as day. I pushed my plate aside carefully and slid out of bed. Sorry, I shouldn't have said it quite like that. I'm still new to all this. And I also didn't want him to think that I assumed we were a sure thing, just yet. That wasn't fair to him, or me. We might very well be fated mates, but the reality was that we barely knew each other, and it was still early days. We shouldn't expect anything special, not yet anyway. Love took time. We'd have to decide for ourselves, despite the pull and feel-good side of things, that we'd work out long-term. He nodded. All right, let's just go. It'll be so much easier to explain once we're there. I knew he was right, but I still felt nervous about being thrown straight into the deep end of his world. Never mind nerves. This is what you wanted, remember? Experience. Learn. Get to know him and see where all this goes. Great, I said, bounding toward the tall boy drawers. I'll just throw some clothes on and we can go then. Cool, I'll clean up and see you out in the lounge, Pascal said, and before I could thank him for his hospitality in my home, he was gone with our dishes. I stared after him. Wow. A man who knew how to look after a woman. Who would have thought such a creature existed? I snorted aloud at my own joke, then stopped. What was I going to wear? I checked the weather app on my cell, and realized it was going to be a lovely warm April day. Time for a dress. My favorite was hanging in my closet, a light short baby blue dress with a bright white and orange flower print. Yes, this one. I slipped it on along with my best underwear, then grabbed for a pair of cute sandals. It was time to see Pascali's world, so I should run a hairbrush through my hair as well. I wanted to make a good impression, after all. 5 minutes later I was brushed, dressed and pretty. You look gorgeous, Pascal said, standing by the front door in his large hooded jumper. I grinned at the compliment and swished to and fro to show it off. Are you okay to go outside? I asked. Will your invisibility thing work? Pascal grinned at me in return before grimacing in the most adorable way. You're making me sound like some kind of superhero. I stepped right up to him, sliding my arms around his waist so I could bring my face close to his for a kiss. To me, you kind of are, Pascal. I tilted my head up in open invitation. He pressed his lips to mine softly, but lingering, stealing my breath away in the most delicate way possible. Then he pulled back and reached out to open the door for me, ever the perfect gentleman. No one else should be able to see me, love, so you'll just look a bit crazy talking away to yourself. I laughed aloud at the mental imagery. That's okay by me. Let's go. It wasn't like the neighbors didn't think that I was a little strange already. I grabbed my keys and my tan handbag, then we headed out the door, ready to start our adventure. It was time to see where the Easter Bunny lived and worked, and meet some more rabbit shifters. My life had definitely taken a turn for the bizarre, and I couldn't be more excited about it. Rescuing angels was one thing, but this was something else entirely. I'd been wanting the chance and time to live my own life, to find love, and experience new things, and it finally looked like I was getting to. With a belly full of chaotic dancing butterflies and the sweet warmth of the sun kissing my skin, we set off toward the burrow.
Chapter 12. Pascal. I'd never thought I'd be so nervous taking someone home. I'd assumed, of course, that any lover or mate I'd be taking back to meet my family would be a shifter too. Not a human who had no idea that we even existed. On the being grateful for small mercies side of things, at least Abby was gifted. She could see us while regular humans couldn't. She could see paranormals and magicals, and having dealt with angels all her life, she stood a much better chance of accepting our strange world. Keep driving north, I said, pointing straight ahead of us. The easiest place to drive to is the M3 highway, then park in the truck stop off exit 25. Then we can walk from there. There are closer entrances, but those are more bunny-friendly than human-friendly. We're going to the secret front one, and it has stairs. She glanced over at me and grinned, clearly in a good mood. Well, I'm damn glad I wore flats then. I glanced down at her shoes with a smile. It's not too far, I promised. Hell, I'd carry her if she needed me to. I was more than capable, and truth be told, I'd do anything for my mate. That might actually be a bit of fun. Holding her in my arms as I stroll through the woods in the sunshine. The energy in the car shifted, and excitement fizzled in the air between us like lit firecrackers burning toward blast off. For the rest of the drive, neither of us spoke. I just rested my hand on her thigh and stared out at the world as everything whizzed by. When we finally pulled over at the most convenient spot for a car, she turned off the engine and climbed out, slinging her bag over her shoulder. "Your burrow must be pretty well hidden, if this is the easiest way in." She shaded her eyes from the sun and looked around at the secluded spot. I slid my hand into hers as we navigated the path into the forest and toward the burrow. "I can run pretty fast," I explained, which was a drastic understatement. "And most shifters are good over long distances, so we don't really think about it, to be honest. But yeah, the location here would have been chosen originally to be as far away from humans as possible." We wandered on for a while in peace, and Abby seemed happy and relaxed. She was looking around, making observations, enjoying the beauty of the spring day, and smiling a lot. So, I began, thinking that I should really try and deal with the issues that my angel friend had brought up for me the other day. "Amory mentioned in passing that you were interested in traveling. Have you made any plans so far?" I asked. She turned to look up at me. Not anything solid yet. I haven't booked anything, no. But Amory's right. She knows me pretty well. I've always wanted to trek around America, and maybe even Europe too, she said, before her gaze shifted to the grassy ground. A wave of sadness washed over me at her forlorn expression, and I instinctively squeezed her hand. "What's wrong, Abby? That sounds like a great plan." "Would you come with me?" she asked suddenly, then looked up again, her eyes searching. "It would be so much more fun if you were there too." I'd never thought about leaving the burrow before. Not for any longer than a single night. What would I do? Where would we go? How would my rabbit shifters handle everything while I was gone? My heart raced and my head spun at the mere thought. It wasn't a good feeling. She sighed heavily as I hesitated with my response. "Yeah. I know. You probably can't, can you?" She sounded so despondent that it broke my heart. I had to jump in and say something more. I had to salvage her hope somehow. "Oh, I can," I reassured her without really thinking it through properly. "I think. To be honest, I've never left the state. I don't really know how it would work exactly. I'd have to look into it first, that's all." None of us had ever traveled far from home. We had a job that required out-presence all year round. It was our purpose. Easter might be our holiday, our busiest time of the year, but it took 11 long months of hard work and preparation to pull off that one joyous event for the world, and I don't think she quite understood that. And why would she? This is all alien to her. Even more so than angels falling from the sky. Her eyes brightened and her mood visibly lifted. "So, maybe if we went for shorter times, like a few weeks here and there, we could go together? As long as it wasn't near Easter," she pressed, her sparkling green eyes even more prominent against the beauty of the forest. My heart ached as I stared at her, seeing her hope flicker as fragile as a candle in the wind, praying not to be snuffed out. "Well, yes," I said. "Possibly." I didn't have any human money, nor a passport or legal identification. That was all human red tape as far as we were concerned. We didn't need such things in our world. Everything was a lot more organic. Shit. How will I be able to travel without that kind of documentation? "That's so great," she went on to say as my own mood began to spiral down. "I've always wanted to go to New York and Vegas. Maybe drive Route 66. And that's just here in America. Europe would be incredible. All that ancient medieval history, it'd be like stepping back in time." "Hey, what's wrong?" she asked, noticing my mood shift. "Oh, nothing," I lied. "Just thinking about it all. It's a lot to take in." My life was so incredibly different to hers. I served the public. I spent my whole life creating gifts and treats for the children of the world. The idea of taking a vacation and leaving my home, my colony, I just wasn't sure I could do it. And why would I? Did I really want to see Vegas? It was a human cacophony of flashing neon lights and constant noise. And it would be overflowing with people, and based on what I'd heard over the course of my life, the sorts that frequented such places weren't always the best caliber of people. I didn't understand it. What was the appeal? Shows? Gambling? Expensive accommodation? I grimaced the more I dwelled on it. With every step we took toward my burrow, in the quiet of the beautiful woods, the more I realized that my world and Abby's most likely wouldn't mix. But how could I tell her that? The only way we could potentially work is if she were essentially willing to give up her human life and her preconceived ideas of what that entailed. She'd have to sacrifice everything and become Mrs. Easter Bunny. And from the sounds of it, that was the furthest thing from what she wanted. She just spent the majority of her life tied to one cause and purpose, whether she liked it or not. And now she craved freedom. I understood. I really did, and I didn't want to trap her or make her feel like she had no choice. This whole situation was beginning to seem more and more hopeless and dire by the moment. I sighed. "This is beautiful," Abby said, glancing around at the tall trees and shrubbery. "How is the burrow hidden? Like, is there a door or a hatch or something?" I forced a smile to my face and gestured toward the entrance. "It's just over here." She squealed a little in excitement and grabbed tighter to my arm. "So, do you own all the land around here? Or is it national parkland?" she asked. "I believe we own it," I said, frowning at the thought. "I'd have to ask my manager, though, to know for sure. He knows more about all those details than me." "I just ask for your safety, that's all," she clarified. "The last thing you'd ever want is for the stupid government to decide that they wanted to build a new development here. That would endanger you all and be a travesty to nature." I stared at the beautiful spot, aghast at the very idea of it being destroyed. "Nothing like that will ever happen if I have anything to do with it," I answered. "I know," she gushed. "You're amazing. I have no doubt you'd do everything in your power to protect your colony." Abby beamed. "So can we go in now?" I nodded and tugged her toward the entrance, my heart pounding. "This is it." We stopped at the top of the hidden stairs, and I pointed down. "The front door is there, but there are multiple entrances, as I've mentioned." Abby didn't move and clung to my arm. Suddenly her enthusiasm to explore the burrow evaporated, and trepidation took its place. "It's completely underground, right? Are there at least any windows to at least let light in and the breeze through the burrow?" I wanted to laugh at the absurdity of such a notion, but I refrained, knowing that would be a one-way ticket to a meltdown and blow-up town. But windows? In an underground burrow? That would be like opening windows in a submarine. "Ah, no. No, there aren't." She stared up at me, her eyes wide and fear evident in her gaze. "But how do you breathe?" I squeezed her hand, offering her what comfort I could, and took a step down. "Come on. I'll show you. It's safe, I promise. I wouldn't have agreed to this visit and tour if it wasn't. I'd never let you come to harm, Abby. I've got you." Abby took a deep, shuddering breath and nodded, gulping audibly. "Okay. I trust you." I coaxed her down the stairs one at a time, and then hit the passcode to open the front door. The moment I pushed it open, she whimpered a little. Impatience at her anxiety warred with my need to keep her calm. "I've lived here my whole life. I promise you'll be safe. There are bedrooms and a dining room, and several workrooms. We all live in the burrow every day, snug as a bunch of bunnies." Abby took another step down, her breathing coming in labored little pants as she fought the panic that clearly threatened to overwhelm her. "I suppose it's just like a ship, right?" she reasoned. "Like when you go below deck." "Exactly," I said, gently guiding her into the well-lit hallway. "It's just like that. Now, I have to shut the door behind us, but we have lighting in every room and you're free to leave whenever you like, you know that, right? If you've really changed your mind about all this, we can turn around and I'll take you back to your car. No pressure." Abby glanced behind us at the only escape route she knew of and shook her head, her lip quivering. "No. I'll be okay," she answered, though it was evident that she was still no less frightened. Come on, Abby. You said you trusted me, didn't you? I asked gently. She took a deep breath and nodded, pinching her lips together tightly. All right then. With a measured breath of my own and no small amount of trepidation over what was to come, I shut the door behind us. The angel agent was well and truly in my world. Abby was the proverbial Alice, and she'd just fallen headlong into Underland. All that remained to be seen was whether our adventure into the unknown would end the way all good fairy tales did, or not.
Chapter 13. Abigail. Pascal closed the door behind us, and just like that, my immediate access to fresh air and open spaces was gone. I was trembling with fear, but I pushed through. You asked to see his place, remember? You wanted to learn and experience. You can't wimp out now. These tunnels had surely been here for eons. Pascal lived, slept and worked here, and he was fine, as was his colony. It has to be safe. Right. Pascalis put his hand on my back and coaxed me forward. With every step I felt the solid earth beneath my shoes, and the walls were too close, and the ceiling was barely an inch above Pascalis' ears. The restrictive proximity of my surroundings made me feel claustrophobic, and I had to remind myself to breathe. Hey EB, a young man called out, then trotted toward us along the hallway. I whimpered, then swallowed the noise down, immediately concerned that Pascal would think I was afraid of his friend. But I wasn't. I was worried that the rabbit shifter's jogging would bring this whole place down around us. The rabbit shifter stopped just in front of us, and eyed me with interest. Hello, he said, flip-flopping his ears as he spoke. Hi, I said, trying to smile but still gripping Pascali's hand like the anchor it was. James, this is Abby. Abby, James? Abby's a little worried about the infrastructure of the burrow, Pascal explained. She's not used to being underground. Do you think you might be able to help allay her fears? The other rabbit, while shorter and slighter than Pascal, carried an air of authority. He grinned at me. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. These burrows have been around for 4 generations. That's over 100 years. Rabbit shifters are excellent burrowers, and our construction is as sturdy as the earth itself. Really? I asked. The simple transfer of information coming from someone other than Pascal immediately helped to calm my anxious brain. This rabbit has no reason to lie to me. He's not trying to spare my feelings or protect me the way my mate is likely to. Wow. Well, that's really good to hear, thank you. And that little tidbit was something that was working to logically relax me. 100 years, a whole century with 365 days a year of regular use and bunny traffic. So, what were the chances something bad would happen while I was here today? Pretty slim. I'm giving Abby a tour of the burrow, Pascal explained. James continued to look me over with curiosity. You've never brought a human down here before, James said, leaning forward to sniff in my direction. She is human, right? And not just a shifter that I can't sense? I glanced from Pascal to James and back again. Despite the fact these two men were basically huge talking bunny rabbits, they were chatting just like any 2 college guys would at a weekend barbecue. It was a bit of a trip to witness. I actually help fallen angels, I managed to inject into the conversation somewhat confidently. So I'm human, but kind of exist on fringe of the paranormal world. I can see magicals. I grinned with pride. I'd successfully conveyed the new idea, and my connection to their world using the right terms. James glanced up at Pascal. That's certainly a unique ability, he said. So are you guys dating, or? His query was left hanging in the air, unanswered, and I deferred to Pascal to clarify. Finally, after hesitating for what seemed an unnaturally long time in my opinion, Pascal relented, confiding in his friend. Abby's my fated mate. James's eyes grew wide, then he thrust out his hand to Pascal enthusiastically. Congratulations, Eb, and you, he reached over to pull me in for an unexpected but welcome hug. It's so good to meet you, finally. I laughed, my cheeks burning as I hugged the big rabbit back. It's nice to meet you too. When James pulled back, Pascal grabbed my hand and tugged me back to his side. "Thanks, James," he said, sounding a little anxious. "Well, let's not tarry, shall we?" Come, James said, gesturing to both of us. "Come see the chocolate room. We're almost done there." I followed James along the hall, and although I wasn't keen on how dark it was, my eyes were slowly beginning to adjust, and I was finally able to discern the patterning on the walls and the paintings on the doors. "God, this is really beautiful," I whispered with admiration, running my hand over an intricate nature carving. "The Easter room is next door," James announced. I hurried after him, still clutching Pascali's arm, my childish heart racing with budding happiness at the fact I was about to actually lay my eyes on the Easter Bunny's warren. When I stepped into the brightly lit room, all I could think about was that I'd walked straight into heaven. Art supplies, paints, and mounds of colored foil littered the room from floor to ceiling. Chocolate eggs and bunnies were piled high, some in baskets, others in boxes, and my mouth watered. There were 5 other rabbit shifters present, working, painting eggs and wrapping baskets with pretty cellophane. I'd never seen anything so amazing and positively magical in all my life. I stood there with my mouth hanging open, and I didn't even attempt to hide my shock. "Wow!" I breathed in awe, my eyes wide as I tried to drink in the scene before me. "It's pretty cool, isn't it?" Pascal asked from his place beside me, letting go of my hand so he could cross his arms over his chest like a man truly proud of his team, and no doubt he was. I gulped down the emotion that clogged my throat. I felt less afraid in this room. There were no windows in here, and yet the walls had been painted a clean eggshell white and the floors were tiled and sparkled. It was bright and light, and it felt better to be here than anything I could have imagined. I loved it. Who needs Vegas when you have all this? I whispered, mostly to myself. But when Pascal dragged me closer and squeezed me tight against his body, I knew he'd heard me. "Thank you for showing me the magic that goes on here, James," I said with a genuine smile as I reveled in the closeness of Pascali's body. "You're most welcome," he answered. "As much as I wish I could regale you with the history and beauty of our borough, I have to get back to work, and I'm sure Eb has got you covered. See you around, Abby." The friendly shifter headed off to talk with 2 of the others, and left us to our own devices. Pascal grinned down on me, seemingly more relaxed than he was when I first entered his world. And the dynamic of our adventure underground shifted for the better. "Come on, I'll show you the rest of the borough," he said. "I promised you a tour, remember?" I went happily with Pascal, and we walked through his home, chatting away as he explained everything there was to know about their Easter operations and life underground. Every room was temperature-controlled, bright and light and beautifully decorated. Only the initial entrance to the borough had been dim and dark. I could have smacked myself in the head as the realization of why that was struck me. Of course it was. It's to help the shifter's eyesight transition and adjust from the light outside as they come in. It's not scary at all. It's smart. God, I feel stupid for freaking out so hard earlier. Drawing myself back to the moment, I couldn't believe how relaxing it was, and how much I was enjoying the quiet and serenity here beneath the surface of the earth. The lack of buzz and noise in my ears from cars, phones, people chattering, and general everyday disturbances that made your ears ring when you finally found peace at night was immensely relieving. Sucking in a deep breath, I asked the question that had been lurking in the back of my mind since we'd arrived. "Are you going to show me your room?" I whispered up at Pascal, when we'd finally seen the last of the mess hall and the kitchens. He stared down at me for a time, then nodded. "Sure, come this way." During the course of my tour around the borough, I'd come to realize that all of the rabbit shifters were lovely and very welcoming. It was obvious they adored their leader and were happy for him to find someone, even if that was a human like me. Maybe this could really work after all. My stomach churned with butterflies at the thought. It seemed as if I'd been too quick to judge and too desperate to cling to my comfort zone. But now, I could see us compromising and potentially making things work, and that buoyed my spirit to no end. "Well, here it is," he said, pushing open a door. "I have a slightly bigger room than a lot of the others, being the Easter Bunny and all, but it's still not super lavish. I like to keep things fairly simple." I prefer comfort over style, I'm afraid. I looked around the room with appreciative eyes and immediately felt right at home. The bed was huge and boasted a mound of plush pillows. The predominant color theme was a complementary palette of pale grays and matte blacks, and while I would have added a few more colors myself, it was elegant and perfect. "This is so lovely," I said, wandering around the room. "So you're not as worried about being down here anymore?" he asked, seeming suddenly nervous after our nice tour. I sighed and sat down on the bed, running my hand over the soft covers as my belly tightened with longing. I couldn't wait until the day, or night, that we could finally climb into this bed together. Naked? No, not at all, I told him honestly. The tour and welcoming atmosphere here have really helped ease my anxiety. I offered him a smile, then tilted my head to the side in a combination of curiosity and concern. "What's the matter?" I asked him. "You seem a little off." He put his arms behind his back and began to pace around the room. "I have something I need to tell you, Abby, but I don't want to ruin this moment. You've adjusted so well, and this has really been everything I've ever hoped for," he trailed off. I sat up straighter and prepared myself for whatever was about to come my way. "Pascal, you can tell me. I can handle it, I promise. If I could even seriously consider living underground with the Easter Bunny, I could likely wrap my head around just about anything." He sighed heavily and scratched at his fur. "I need you to know that I'm not sure if I can travel with you. And it's not that I don't want to, believe me. I'd give it a go, but I don't have an ID or a passport or any of those documentation things, so I don't know how that would all work. I just wanted to be upfront with you and not give you false hope. I want to make you happy, Abby, and I'm willing to be flexible, but I don't know how to overcome human legalities. That's where my powers, magical or otherwise, end." I jumped to my feet and threw my arms around him, a laugh of relief bubbling up and out of me. "You had me worried for a moment there. But oh my God, you've come to the right person." I pulled back from him with a big grin on my face. "That's what my family does. We create IDs for all the angels that fall all the time. We have a whole system and it works flawlessly. I could get you one tomorrow if you wanted." Pascali's smile wasn't as relieved as I'd expected it to be, so I threw out the first truth that came to mind. I knew he had his own hang-ups about the human world, just as I did the paranormal one. "Look, if you don't want to travel as much as me, that's 100% okay. I can go by myself for a week at a time maybe. I understand how you feel, seriously. Like you said earlier, it's a lot to take in, for both of us." "You'd really be okay with that?" he asked. I went up on my toes and kissed him. "Of course," I answered. "If you hadn't noticed, I've always been pretty independent. Most of my angel rescues have been done on my own, and I've had to drive far and wide to places I've never been. I'm not afraid of going new places on my own, Pa." Pascal smiled and my heart filled to bursting with joy. I could travel by myself, it was no problem for me, and I might have to this week, because I still had over a week to wait until I could jump the Easter Bunny's bones. Honestly, a bit of a solo adventure and a break from being an angel agent while you wrap things up for the holidays sounds like a great idea. Pascal shared in my excitement and embraced me tightly before he walked me back to my car. I had a bunch of things to organize, because the countdown to Easter Sunday was on. And I can't wait. Chapter 14. Abigail. I had 10 whole days to survive until I saw Pascal again, so I was counting down the days until Easter like a kid with stars in their eyes, hungry for all that tasty sweet chocolate goodness. And God, did I want to finally feel his goodness inside me. We'd both agreed that with the Easter Bunny's deadline coming up fast, and our growing need to be with one another, it was probably best to just wait until I could see Pascal in his human form. I hadn't even asked him what he looked like. What color eyes did he have? What color hair, and was it short or long? The curiosity was eating me alive, but I had bigger questions on my mind. I had no idea yet if I was going to move straight in with Pascal, or I'd do some travel without him first, though I'd strongly considered it as a great way to pass the time between now and Easter. So the questions were piling up, so instead of making any major life-changing decisions, I spent my days seeing clients, visiting family, and cleaning my house, something I did exclusively when I was stressed and had an excess amount of energy to burn off. When I found myself driving toward Amory's place when I'd meant to go home, I decided to follow the universal nudge and go all the way. As soon as I pulled into their driveway, a huge sigh of relief flowed out of me. I had questions, and who better to ask than my two Cupid friends? If anyone had more information about magicals and the paranormal world in general, it'd be them. I didn't even get to knock on the door. Valentine walked out onto the patio and waved me in with a welcoming smile. "Hey Val," I said, kissing his cheek before stepping into the warmth of his lovely home. "Hey, is Amory here?" I asked, glancing around. "She's not actually," he explained, walking me into the lounge. "We got a call to help another angel, and she's on her way there right now." "Oh," I said, a strange twang of disappointment surging through me. "It's strange to think that I don't have to do that anymore," I admitted. "I've been doing it for so long, I kind of forgot what it was like to not. It's a bit weird to be honest. Though please don't misunderstand, I'm so grateful to you guys for picking up all this slack and taking this mission on board yourselves. It means a lot to us all." I sat down on the lounge chair and made myself comfortable. Val soon joined me, sitting on the couch and striking up a new vein of conversation. "Speaking of your newfound freedom, how's everything going with that?" I shrugged with a wry smile. "Really good, thanks. I've definitely got more time and money than I know what to do with. In fact, I was thinking of following my cousin's lead and buying into a property rather than continuing to rent." Valentine laughed, the sound infectious and full of joy. "That sounds like a fantastic problem to have, Abby." "Yeah, I guess it is." We were quiet for a while, and unlike Amory, Val wasn't probing me to death with questions. Instead, he was patiently waiting for me to spit it out, but I was having trouble getting my thoughts in order. "Do you want to stay for dinner?" Val asked after a while, glancing at the time. "I'll probably just order in so we can get whatever you want." I inhaled sharply and forced myself to speak at the prompt, even though I didn't know what was going to come out. "I'm worried about Pascal," I breathed. Val sat up a bit straighter, his brows furrowing softly in thought. "Why's that? Is there something wrong?" "No, not exactly," I said, chewing on my lower lip. "But he seems to think that he can't leave the area. You see, I've been wanting to travel but he's reluctant. I mean, there's all the issues with documentation, which he brought up with me. But I think it's more than that, and I don't really know what it is or why he's feeling that way." Val tapped a finger against his lip, then said, "I suppose we're all like that in a way. We don't like leaving the place where our purpose is. It's like a connection I can't quite explain. Nicky Claus doesn't like leaving the North Pole, but he does it once a year. And I can imagine that as a rabbit shifter who has ties to the earth, Eb wouldn't be keen to go too far from home either." I sighed, an unexpected pain in my chest growing with each breath. "That's what I was afraid of." "Abby, you've only known Eb for a couple of weeks. I think you'll find that with time, he'll want to explore the wider world with you as well. As long as you're able to work around his obligations, of course." "You mean the Easter Bunny thing?" I asked. "The fact he has to be present for the Easter holiday, and all the work that leads up to it?" He nodded in confirmation. Then the strangest thought occurred to me, and I didn't really want to talk about it to a guy, but Amory wasn't here to confide in. So what choice do I have? I need answers. "Go on," Val said. "I know you need to say something. So out with it." Without a lot of other options, I was forced to forge forward. "I've never seen Pascal in any form except his rabbit shifter. What if we don't click when he's human? What if?" Val held up his hand to silence me and I took the hint, allowing him to speak. "I think you're worried about nothing of consequence, Abby. You're overthinking this. Pascal is Pascal. Whether he's in rabbit form or his human form. He's still tough and grumpy and loyal and sexy." "Okay, so you're saying his personality won't change at all?" So, I shouldn't worry about whether or not we'll get along as humans, basically. Val lifted an eyebrow in amusement at me. I'd honestly assume that you'd be able to get along a lot better, actually. His smile led me to believe that he knew exactly what I was talking about. I looked away casually, so that I didn't blush and betray the erotic nature of my thoughts. Okay, well, I suppose I've only got to wait until Sunday to find out. He nodded. Yep. After Pascal has coordinated the final deliveries on Sunday morning, he'll be able to shift right back. The pull of his Easter form won't have a stranglehold on him anymore, he revealed. In fact, why don't you both come over here for Easter lunch? It might be nice to get together, all four of us, something like a double date. Oh. I swallowed hard and cleared my throat, feeling suddenly like a naughty girl with a secret. I had plans that didn't include roast lamb and the trimmings for Easter. Can I get back to you? I asked sheepishly. Val snorted out loud, then laughed a little. Sure thing. I'll leave the ball squarely in your court. But for now, how about Chinese or Italian? I'm starved. I ended up staying for dinner with Val, enjoying some delicious and sinfully creamy Alfredo pasta, then headed home with head overflowing with plans. I was going to color my hair and go shopping for a brand new dress. Because on Sunday, I was going to fuck the freaking brains out of the Easter bunny. Easter Sunday morning. I woke up early and found a basket placed neatly on the end of my bed filled almost to overflowing with chocolate bunnies of all sorts. There was milk chocolate, dark chocolate, white chocolate, and even bunnies with sweet treats inside. Oh my! I couldn't stop the laugh that bubbled up in my throat. What a thoughtful, and kind of slightly creepy present. Do his rabbit shifters just let themselves into my house? Or is there some sort of magic they utilize that delivers these gifts directly into people's homes? I mean, it's not like they have keys or no alarm codes. Either way, I squealed with jubilation as I jumped out of bed and ran to the bathroom, ready to start my day. Pascal and I had been texting and sexting all week, and I was so twisted up in knots and horny that I was liable to go off like an epic New Year's Eve fireworks display the very first moment he touched me. Buzzing with elation and excitement, I combed and styled my hair, freshly colored and blow-dried, and dug into my chocolate while I anxiously paced around my little house. By the time noon rolled around, I was practically ready to leap out of my skin, just waiting for the damn clock to strike 12. As soon as it did, I grabbed my keys with a squeal of delight and raced for the door. I told Pascal that I'd meet him at his burrow, but as I closed my front door behind me and bolted for my car, I stopped. Frozen in my tracks, my breath hitching in my throat as my heart thumped madly like it had been jump-started with raw electricity. There was a man standing by my silly little red car. A truly beautiful man, breathtaking man. He was tall, and had rich dark brown hair that curled in loose spirals around his ears and a perfectly chiseled face. He turned toward me and our gazes met. Eyes wide, scarcely daring to believe a single word fell from my lips. Pascal. I whispered into the quiet Sunday air. He grinned and I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was him, my Pascal, my Easter bunny, my fated mate. Without a trace of shame, I ate him up with my gaze. His shoulders were broad and his waist was narrow. He wore a simple gray t-shirt and a pair of old faded denim jeans. There was something so familiar about him and yet, different. He walked toward me with bare feet, his incredibly deep and beautiful brown eyes drinking me in from head to toe. My heart skipped a beat. Hi, I managed to say through a throat that was thick with emotion. My God, he's beautiful. No other word would do. He was just my perfect man in every way. I thought I was coming to you. I began. He reached out and cupped my face, his touch electric and warm and everything right. It's so good to feel you like this, he whispered. I closed my eyes as a wave of love washed over me unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Pascal felt like home. It wasn't a place like a house or a burrow, it was a person. A man. My home was wherever he was. The thought rippled through me with a power like a heavenly revelation, and I shivered against his touch in its wake. Screw Vegas and screw Europe. Who needs grand adventures when I have everything I need right here in the flesh? I wanted nothing more than to lie in this man's arms forever. There was no doubt in my mind. And with that, I didn't need to say anything else. I just took a step back with a cheeky smile and beckoned him inside my home, where my bed had clean sheets and I'd been feverishly dreaming about just this moment all week. And to my surprise, despite my giddy excitement and extreme arousal, my mindset had shifted. From, I'm going to fuck the Easter Bunny, to, I'm going to make love to the man of my dreams. Closing the door behind us, our Easter Sunday truly began.
Chapter 15. Pascal. Abby's hair was colored like a soft cotton candy rainbow, and her face couldn't have looked more beautiful if she'd posed up a storm. Her natural reaction was everything. When she'd first seen me, her face had been like an open book, and I'd been able to read every emotion that flickered across her face like words on a page. There had been shock, then desire, followed by happiness. Her beauty and hopeful spirit brought joy into my grumpy, run-off-my-feet world, and I couldn't believe we were finally here, face to face in the forms that would allow us to consummate our blossoming love in a real way. There was likely plenty to be said in future, but neither of us wanted to talk anymore for the moment. We'd done enough of that over the past few weeks, practically working ourselves up into a painful knot of raw, unfulfilled sexual tension. Abby opened the door to her home, ushered me inside, then shut the door behind us before leading me to her bedroom, the very place I'd had the deliciously wicked opportunity to eat her not so long ago. I glanced around at the squeaky clean room. She'd been working as hard as I had, it seemed. So, I began, not sure what was right to say in this moment when enough had already been spoken. "Thank you for the basket," Abby said suddenly with a cheerful smile. My eyebrows shot up. "You received an Easter basket?" I asked, my brow furrowing and my lips quirking. Her eyes widened in surprise, then she pointed to the basket on the end of the bed. "Isn't that from you?" she asked. I glanced across at the basket. It was one of those that we kept for special children, the ones who deserved the most love and happiness over the holidays. A grin stretched my face. "No, not technically. I didn't ask my colony to send you a gift. I'd planned to give you something later, from me personally. That's from everyone you met the other day. You obviously made a wonderful first impression on them. This is their way of saying they really liked you, and that as a communal family, they approve of us." She stepped closer and placed her hands on my chest as she grinned, clearly delighted by the good news. My hands naturally went to her ass, her flesh filling my hands in the most satisfying way. "You look so beautiful, Abby. How did I ever get this lucky?"
Epilogue. Abigail. 1 month later. My passport was safe inside my backpack, along with Pascali's, and I was positively brimming with excitement and my fair share of fatigue. We'd been traveling for 2 incredible weeks, and like most good things, our time was coming to an end. We'd seen some incredible sights and immersed ourselves in other cultures. It was every bit as fulfilling and wonderful as I'd ever hoped it would be. And the best part was that we were able to enjoy it together. I'd literally got to have my cake and eat it too. I took a deep breath of fresh air and stared out at the wonder before me. The Grand Canyon in the flesh stretched out as far as the eye could see. "This is amazing." Beside me, Pascal slid his arm around my waist, pulling me in possessively. "It really is, you're so right. This was definitely worth the extra trip." A wave of sadness washed over me. "I can't believe we're going home tomorrow. Thank you so much for coming with me on this adventure, Pascal. It's like a dream come true. I never could have imagined in a million years that my life would turn out like this. It's just perfect." Pascal kissed me on the lips, then smiled. "Of course. It's been my pleasure. Besides, you know I can't sleep without your beautiful body by my side." I grinned up at him, my heart swelling as love flowed over me for this incredible, magical man. I really am the luckiest woman in the world. Then all of a sudden, he dropped to one knee beside me, knocking the breath right out of me. "Oh my God. Pascal, what are you doing?" I asked, glancing around at the few tourists in the nearby area. He pulled a black velvet box from his pocket, then popped it open to reveal the beauty within. I'm asking you to marry me, Abigail. My jaw dropped and tears filled my eyes as my hand strayed to my face in shock. Really? I gasped, my lower lip trembling with emotion. He grinned up at me. I figured that we should honor some human traditions as well, some not so human ones. I stared down at the most beautiful ring I'd ever laid eyes on. There was a large pink diamond in the center, surrounded by deep red rubies, giving it the appearance of a springtime blossom. Oh God! I can't believe it. It's so beautiful, Pascal. You shouldn't have. He'd been so worried about not being able to travel, about finances and rules. But we'd found out soon enough that the Easter Bunny had a bank account with a ridiculous amount of money, and his colony was more than happy to hold down the fort for a few weeks, while we explored the wider world together. I love you, Abby, so very much, so I have to ask, will you be my wife? I nodded, hot tears spilling over my flushed cheeks. Of course I will. Pascal took the ring from the box and slid it onto my left ring finger. Then he stood up, his dark eyes boring into my soul. I squealed in unbridled joy as he picked me up and spun me around just like the handsome heroes in movies did. I love you, I said. I love you so much. I'd initially been so fearful of what life with Pascal would mean for me. Living under the ground. Rules and restrictions. No sex with a shifter anatomy that I didn't understand. But ever since Easter Sunday, everything had been amazing. It had just all fallen into place, like the final missing pieces needed to complete the jigsaw of our lives. I learned new things about Pascal and his incredible extended family every day, and I thanked the universe daily for making me the Easter Bunny's fated mate. My life had truly never been better nor filled with more joy than since the day I first met Pascal. And we were living proof that fairy tales existed. We would live our own enchanted lives somewhere snuggly between the normal and paranormal, straddling that decidedly furry and fuzzy line. And can you believe it? I'm going to be Mrs. Easter Bunny. Amory was right after all. Turns out you really can't take the Cupid out of the angel. The end.